Jinho is a chubby boy with a fierce passion for video games, to the point where he could be considered addicted. After completing all the objectives in the life simulation game, he falls into a state of depression because he does not know what to do next. But then the game sends him a notification. Jinho desperately does everything he can to prevent the game from ending. When the game activates the real-life fairy tale mode, his life seems to turn over a new leaf. What awaits Jinho in the future? Let us explore with Life Manhwa and accompany him on this surprising journey. The story begins with an evening scene at Seoul Station, which is still quite crowded. This is indeed a long journey for him. In the quiet railway area, a few people are scattered along the corridors waiting. Out of nowhere, a set of clothes appears, accompanied by a pair of black and white sneakers. A phone is raised with the camera mode displayed. Fat Jinho, wearing stiff square glasses, is looking at the screen and marveling, "Oh my, is this the right place? It seems like another game." He tells himself, "If this is not the place, I will have to go to another station." The phone shows an option to register a profile or not. Jinho chooses yes without hesitation. Immediately, a notification is sent. Your profile has been successfully updated. Following that, several achievements are updated. You have watched the new life beginning ending. You have obtained the "This is just the beginning" skill. Congratulations. You have watched the 99th ending. After reading the notification lines, Jinho is so happy that his hands and feet tremble. It is over. He is so moved that he bursts into tears. It is finally over. Lee Jinho's laughter echoes through the station and is so loud that an old woman nearby is startled. "Ha ha ha, I must be the only person in Korea who has seen all 99 endings." Watching Jinho acting crazy, yelling to himself, the old woman suddenly finds him cute. "Ho ho, look at that, young people these days are so happy just playing with their phones. How funny. Why does her daughter-in-law want to take away her child's phone?" But then, as the train speeds past like lightning, Jinho slumps down as if he has lost all his energy. The old woman quickly changes her mind. "Oh dear, my daughter-in-law is not wrong. I have to take his phone away." Turning back to Jinho, his phone is now ringing because of a call. He looks at the name on the screen and feels uneasy. What now? What should I do? He presses the answer button. His voice is slightly hesitant. "Yes, Mom." A harsh voice echoes from the other end. "Where are you, son?" Hyunman and Jin-hee are frowning at home. "No, which station are you at?" She angrily asks. "It is not a place for the homeless like last time, is it?" The husband whispers, adding a few threatening words. "Your father is very angry." At this moment, Jinho stammers, "Station, Seoul Station." After hearing that, both the husband and wife are stunned. On the other side, a piercing scream is heard, causing his eyes to widen. What? His mother continues with a long tirade of scolding. "Do you think you are even human? The university entrance exam is in 2 days, and you are still playing games. I told you it is okay if you do not study. Just come home on time." Her fiery scream makes the neighbors feel unhappy. The child asks his mother with a little naive curiosity. "Mom, the neighbors are arguing again." The mother answers helplessly. "Ignore them, that family is so pitiful." Jinhee's voice gets louder and louder. 6 years, I have endured enough." Jinho quickly tries to reassure Jin-hee. "I love you, Mom, I will be home soon." But those words are not enough to calm her anger. "Oh, just wait until you get home." "I will." Before she finishes speaking, Jinho hangs up. Her anger explodes to the extreme. She tears at her hair and screams, "Oh my god, that kid, I'm going to die." Hyunman stands by with his arms crossed, his face tense in agreement. Jin-hee turns to her husband and says, "I can't stand him anymore." Hyunman is also worried. "Should I text him, asking if he needs someone to pick him up?" She softens her voice. "Of course, I wonder if he has enough money for a taxi." Obeying Jin-hee, he immediately texts him, "Son, do you have money for a taxi, or should I pick you up?" He refuses immediately. "No need, I have enough money for a taxi." He sends back a message with a danger alert. "Your mother is very angry. She has been planking for 5 minutes. He shudders slightly. "I am doomed." He also advises him, "Be careful on the road and come back quickly." Jinho apologetically admits his guilt. "Yes, I am sorry." Then he tells himself, "I should probably turn off the game and go home." Suddenly, the phone screen displays something that catches Jinho's attention. He looks at it in surprise. The notification lights up. "You have watched 99 endings of life." The next 2 strange notifications from the system. "Well done, from now on, your real life will begin." Then the screen suddenly shines unusually brightly. A game that only the most elite gamers can participate in through a secret path. A god-level game using location-based services to increase realism. It took 6 years to complete this game. It was so difficult that everyone gave up, and even the homepage crashed. At that time Jinho was still struggling, not knowing how to play when the computer kept saying error, 404 not found. He lamented. Where can I find the instructions? Another person advised. Well, it won't help much anyway, lol. Jae-jun invites him, hey Jinho, are you going to the internet cafe? Oh, are you still playing that trash game? He replies without hesitation, yes, it is crap. In another instance, when a friend asks him, where are we going today? He replies, the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. Want to come along? The other person grumbles. Really, what would you do if you lived in the countryside? Jinho does not care and asks back, what do you think if I spend my own money and find a part-time job to cover travel expenses? Hearing that, the other person helplessly scolds. Do not you think about not playing games, you addict. Thinking about it, I do not know when it started, he was completely fascinated by this game. In one story, he is someone who failed law school 4 times but eventually became a prosecutor in court. In another development, Jinho is a street artist in Hongdae who rises to the top of the Billboard charts. These are completely things he craves but cannot have in real life. Therefore, he tried to reach those illusory lights. He did everything he could to live in that game. Cherishing a determination to remake his life, which is also his own life. Returning to reality, Jinho blankly stares at his phone. A light shines directly on him from somewhere. What is this? Is not it over? He feels uneasy, not understanding what the current situation is. Hundreds of questions pile up. What could it be? Secret story, creative mode. Suddenly a notification appears. Download completed. Select inherited skill to receive rewards. Jinho still does not realize what is happening skill. But then he quickly presses the screen repeatedly. As long as this game does not end, anything is fine. Jinho has a plan of his own. If I can only choose one, the skill I need most right now is this one. He pressed select, but nothing happens next. The screen does not change at all. What is going on? He complains uncomfortably. Is the Wi-Fi not connected? What? While he is confused, bolts of electricity suddenly appear. Jinho only manages to scream. A blue electric current shoots straight into the sky, flashing brightly. The system announces, you have obtained the real-life fairy tale skill. The 100th life, your own life, begins. Entering a new identity, what he receives is, skill, top of the nation. The key point is life and success created from 99% talent and 1% effort. Which shows that studying is also a kind of talent. No matter how long you sit at the table, if you can't do it, you can't do it. The surrounding scene is exactly an exam. When the host reads, this is question number 21. The classmates sit close together, bowing their heads and listening attentively to every word, the event leading to the Shinmyangyo incident. In July 1866, an American merchant ship suddenly caught fire. What was the name of that ship? On the paper of the best student in the school, a slightly pressured word of encouragement is left. Friend, cheer up for this school. As soon as the question is finished, the host immediately cheers. When Jinho raises his answer board, the teacher is surprised by his incredible speed. This also makes the teacher have to ask him again, Game Addict Jinho, you are so fast. Writing the answer as soon as you hear the question. Are you so confident that it is the right answer? Jinho does not let the teacher see him as someone who is useless like that, so he replies immediately, yes, I am confident it is correct. Everything after that is not worth mentioning. Until the break time, Jinho breathes a sigh of relief. Phew. As soon as the break starts, Jinho immediately rushes to the toilet to relieve himself. Sitting there he looks up at the ceiling and thinks about what happened. I was a little surprised when they suddenly talked to me. Jinho recalls what just happened. A girl smiles and praises. Oh, the lazy guy has talent too. The other boy next to her agrees, amazing. Thinking back to those flowery words makes Jinho shyly rub his nose. The feeling is not bad. Is this what Maslow said? The need for appreciation in the 5 human needs. Suddenly Jae-jun opens Jinho's toilet door and shouts, who are you? Jinho can't be so smart. He jumps in fright. Oh damn it, you scared me. Park Jae-jun stubbornly makes a fuss. Get out of my friend's body, you demon. Jinho frantically chases him away. Jae-jun, you crazy guy, close the door. The two are so noisy that the people outside find it annoying. Did those two rent this toilet? Finally, the two drag each other out into the hallway to talk. Jae-jun speaks first so. Jae-jun points at him and says, that trash game called Life Remake. Jinho corrects him. God-level game. Jae-jun does not care whatever. Did you memorize all those text files? Do you have the top of the nation skill? Jae-jun feels it is absurd and shouts, it is ridiculous. How can someone memorize all that stuff? Jinho puts both hands on his forehead and spins them, his expression extremely serious as he answers. If you get hit by a signboard and memorize 50,000 files, related to textbooks and subjects, you'll become a genius like me. Before he can finish speaking, Jae-jun interrupts. Do not lie. Jinho tries to explain to his friend, really because that is the condition to get the top of the nation skill in Life Remake. Jinho thinks back to that feeling. That day along with the feeling of being electrocuted. Immediately after, Jinho himself seemed to completely change. The knowledge I could not understand suddenly flooded into my head and a strong idea arose. Everything seemed to flood into his brain and be absorbed quickly. The power of this skill can change me. Fast forward to that night. Jinho is focused on reading a book when his mother calls out, "Son, are not you going to sleep?" He contemplates, and since that power touched my brain. Jinho replies, "I am going to sleep now, Mom." On the table is a stack of books illuminated by the desk lamp. It still has not changed, my longing and will, after all, for the past 6 years I have. Jinho sits at his desk, determined to study hard, betting his life on the game. The result of many nights of overcoming neglect is a tired body. Of course, nothing in this world is free. I have to cram everything in as if my life depends on it. Jinho lies slumped on the table. He is moved. Finally I can sleep, Jinho also realizes, and the feeling after submitting the test, tired but satisfied. Exhausted, but as he lies slumped on the table, he smiles with satisfaction, the hope that everything is possible. He wonders, it has been a month since the Great Bell Challenge to the film studio. And the principal said he would give a scholarship to the last one left, right? Jinho resolves, let us do it. Returning to reality, Jae-jun puts his arm around Jinho and walks back to class. As they walk, he still asks in disbelief, "You have changed." "No, is it really you?" Jinho does not answer but secretly answers in his heart, "No, it is not." Jae-jun looks at him and explains his suspicion. "Suddenly you shine brighter than anything I have known about you for the past 7 years." He sincerely encourages Jinho, "I will cheer for you until you are the last one left, my friend." Jinho happily reminds his friend, "Thanks, let us go quickly, your dance group is going to perform during the break, right?" Jae-jun excitedly boasts, "That is right. I have put in a lot of effort, it is my first time appearing on television." They arrive at the classroom door but both still have not finished their story. After finishing work and receiving the scholarship, "Do you want to go eat pork ribs?" Second round is Italian restaurant, third round is pizza. Jae-jun's invitation makes Jinho wonder, how can you not gain weight? As soon as he opens the classroom door, Jinho is surprised because so many classmates are shouting his name, "Jinho, Jinho." In that crowd, Jinho's teacher appears, greeting him with a bright smile and asking, "Have you seen your SAT mock test scores?" Jinho gently replies, "Ah yes." The teacher continues then. He is excited. "Do you know you might be the only person in the entire country to get a perfect score?" Hearing that makes Jae-jun's face surprised at his own friend. On the contrary, Jinho calmly replies, "Oh, I am the only one, it is not that difficult." In another corner, the principal can't stand still when he knows his score. He needs 2 people to support him to stand firm. But are all the scores out yet? The teacher next to him shouts, "Principal." He laughs deliriously, "I will use all my assets to make a scholarship for Jinho." Jinho turns to awkwardly explain to Jae-jun, "Sorry, my mom does not believe me either, so I guess you won't either." Jae-jun is still confused and does not believe that he has changed. "Who are you? Get out of my friend's body," he helplessly exclaims, "Can you stop it?" At this time at home, Jin-hee happily shouts and boasts, "My son got a perfect SAT score." The neighbors are also surprised by this rare happy atmosphere. The child innocently says, "Mom, that house is laughing today." The mother quickly stops her child. "Sage, ignore them." A commendation certificate is hung on the wall, carrying the pride of the mother and the regret of Jinho. "I am sorry, for only being addicted to games until now." Jin-hee realizes, "You know that too." Hyunman pours water for his son. "Oh, if it is a learning game, you should have told your parents sooner. Let us have a party to celebrate our genius Jinho getting early admission to Korea University." He raises his glass to receive it. "Thank you, Dad." Hyunman changes the subject. "So what are you going to do until you go to university, tutor?" Jin-hee agrees with her husband. "That sounds good. Now even my distant relatives are asking you to tutor their children." Facing the joy of his parents, he laughs along happily. After that, Jinho expresses his wishes. "I am thinking about traveling alone for a while." He remembers something, skill where there is a will there is a way, knowledge can be learned, health can be improved through exercise, clothes can wear out over time. A skill obtained with pure water at midnight. The surrounding image darkens, only the water drops are slowly falling into a bowl that is full, bowing 108 times in 77 days, putting water on the face, and drinking the rest. The stone statue appears before his eyes. This ritual must be performed in front of the Buddha statue, the seated stone Buddha at Gatboy. Fast forward to when he told that story to Jae-jun but he does not believe it. "What crazy conditions. It is better to be hit by a signboard," Jinho adds. "They even agreed to let me do the ritual at Bonjunsa Temple in Samseong-dong. It seems like you can replace it with a similar distance." Jae-jun scolds him. you stubborn kid, do not tell me you are really going to bow 108 times in 77 days. Jinho slyly shows Jae-jun his phone. Do I look stupid? Of course I just logged in and copied the picture of me bowing 108 times. Jinho had fallen asleep while still kneeling, but now that it has become real, those tricks are no longer effective. He blames himself. What was I thinking? I should have increased my stamina first. Jinho remembers the scene when he met the monk. The road to Gatboy is very rough because it is under construction. Let us go, Jinho cries quietly. I did not expect bowing to be so difficult. Having only bowed 3 times, he grits his teeth and tries to hold back his tears. I have used all my energy to hike all the way here, but if I give up now then. Jinho swallows his tears. He remembers his mocking nickname. Hey Eniadwy, can I borrow your gym clothes, Eniadwy? At that time he explained to Jae-jun, that is my nickname, it is Glasses and Pimplesio, and Pigdway. Jae-jun at that time annoyedly glanced at the people who just called Jinho. What are you saying? You look like a fish being squeezed by a hydraulic press. Fine, take a picture and send it to me. He nods, okay, then looks at the phone and exclaims, damn it, you scared me, selfie mode. Jinho's reaction makes Jae-jun burst out laughing. Hey Eniadwy, you are underestimating yourself a bit too much. He despondently does not bother to answer him. That was not a joke. I was really surprised. In the steamy bathroom, Jinho is still lost in thought. Looking in the mirror that is not foggy is scary. When I see myself clearly that I do not like, I do not know what to do. His glasses are now on the ground. I want to be reborn, with bright skin and a body that does not gain weight no matter how much I eat like Jinho. Jinho's tears fall continuously. No, I do not want to be reborn. I still want to be the son of my parents, whom I still love. On the day he leaves, Jinhee gives him an envelope. Is not today the day you go to the temple? Take this. Jinho intends to refuse. Mom, I have enough money, but Jinhee insists on not listening. Take it. She has always felt guilty and blamed herself. Your father, after leaving his hometown, has not been able to go home much in the past 2 years because he does not want to be called lazy. I was too busy taking care of your father, so I neglected you, so I let you indulge in games. I should not have done that. I thought that as long as your parents made enough money, you would never be hungry. Lee Jinho's face is stunned when he hears his mother confide, you only have one life. I think you should at least enjoy playing games with friends in a healthy way. Under the starry night sky, Jinho remembers his mother's love. Thank you for growing up like this. I love you, my son. He continues to bow as if responding to that gratitude and love. Mom, Dad. Jinho bows before the Buddha statue and softly vows, I promise I will become a son that my parents can be proud of. So it is the last day of 77 days. Jinho is sitting in his room when suddenly a monk walks in and calls out, Devotee Jinho, are you ready to face the mountain? Jinho, completely changed, smiles brightly and replies, yes master, thank you for everything. At Incheon Airport, people are walking around bustling. Here are a few sisters holding name signs, and screaming madly, Appa. In front appear 3 popular handsome guys being photographed by fans. All eyes are on them. Look over here. On the other side, 2 bodyguards are struggling to do their job. Step back. At this time, one of the bodyguards receives news and is surprised. What is going on? Is it the departure area? Is there a member who got separated from the fan group? The other bodyguard replies seriously, no. The voice in the walkie-talkie suddenly cries out, what, so it is just a normal person. The bodyguard also finds it strange. What are you talking about? Hey, even if they are wearing sunglasses. How can you mistake a celebrity for a normal person? The bodyguard on the other end of the line says loudly, you will know when you meet him, then turns to explain, sorry, it seems like I was mistaken. Jinho replies, it is okay. People immediately start talking. What are they saying? They said that is not a celebrity. What? 2 girls are whispering, maybe he is a rising actor. I think so too. Jinho appears with a handsome face that captivates people. A voice says, no wonder, so handsome. The voice on the other end of the line says angrily, where are you, you traitor? He gently replies, the traitor is looking for a place to meet. The other side immediately changes his face. Oh good. Jinho frowns when he hears the other person say, hey, I am giving you one last chance. He reaffirms, I told you it is not plastic surgery. Again, the person on the other side cries out, stop peeling tangerines. Park Jae-jun is lying down peeling tangerines while talking on the phone with Jinho. It is hard to win the lottery. Where did you find such a jackpot? He says casually here. Jae-jun jumps up, hey, you should not say that. Then a picture of the conversation appears, in which Jinho is sitting posing. Day 7. My legs seem a little thinner after walking. The other side replies to the message. What a coincidence. A picture of Jae-jun gnawing on a piece of meat is sent over, eating pork trotters. The message continues to appear. Want to die? Jinho interrupts. You have seen the picture, I am here hanging up. Skill where there is a will, there is a way. It is not a skill that changes appearance after 77 days. A lotus flower is emerging, even if it is a muddy new beginning. If you persistently strive upwards. The lotus flower has bloomed large, showing off its bright petals, radiating positive light. Like a lotus flower in full bloom, you'll develop a brilliant appearance. The information board appears. That is right, skill, where there is a will, there is a way. At the window of the plane taking off, the sunlight shines in. A beautiful flight attendant appears with a smile and says, "Do you need anything, sir?" Jinho politely refuses. No need. In his heart he praises endlessly. Oh. It is true that it is Korea's leading airline. They are so enthusiastic. On this side, another flight attendant is holding a towel in her hand, her face shyly saying, "It seems like you are coughing, sir." Jinho continues to refuse. Oh. Yes, thank you, huh? In his heart he wonders where. Another flight attendant invites him to drink water with a bashful voice. "Are you thirsty, sir?" He helplessly replies. "I already drank." She still insists. "Are you sure you are not thirsty?" Hearing that, he gives up. Jinho smiles awkwardly, "Thank you," but in his heart he laments, how annoying. He holds the water bottle in his hand. There is a small piece of paper pasted there. Jinho tells himself, as expected, another note. The power of appearance is truly amazing. He looks at the pile of notes in the book and thinks, the notes I have received so far, more than the phone numbers in my phone. Thinking about it, Jinho recalls the conversation between him and his mother while watching TV. "Son, are your exchange student friends the same age as you? That is good. You never went on field trips before. You were just burying your head in games." Remembering the joyful moment makes him blush with happiness. Have fun. The plane is flying in the sky. Jinho is eagerly looking forward. Now I am good at studying and also handsome. Now I can make friends with a lot of people, right? In Milan, Italy, the evening scene is sparkling and beautiful. Jinho, after a long flight, leans back on the soft bed. His face reveals an unexpected expression. Sweat is pouring down. No one is talking to me, why? His face is pale. Jinho has forgotten something important. The members of the Great Bell Challenge language study program are top students who can fight to the end. Their self-esteem is inherently formed by being better at studying than ordinary students. Lee Jinho appears, like a destroyer of their ecosystem. At that time he thought, if I let them know I am good at Italian, they will talk to me, right? But on the contrary, they show jealousy. He is also good at Italian. Moreover, there is another unintentional reason. Some people huddle together and whisper, he is really on another level, compared to people like us. There is a simple rule in human relationships, but for Jinho, who has just escaped from a life of game addiction, it is very difficult to understand. He lies on the bed sighing heavily. I hope I do not have to be lonely for 2 weeks. The scene shifts to a restaurant in Italy. Jinho sits in the restaurant ordering food, feeling tired. I did not sleep well at all. He gloomily picks up the bread and takes a bite. That is it, I have to eat breakfast early, but eating alone is not delicious at all. I thought just being handsome was enough. The boredom unintentionally reduces the appetite. As soon as he takes a bite, he is surprised by the flavor. Ah, so delicious. For that reason, it increases the appetite. The freshly baked croissant is crispy, and when broken in half, the inside is soft and stringy like cheese. He eats and praises. What kind of jam is this? I have never had it in Korea. Suddenly he notices a man reading a newspaper and drinking coffee. Jinho intently watches his enjoying appearance even though he is also sitting alone. Then he crosses his legs exactly like him with a cheerful expression. Finally, Jinho picks up the cup of coffee and enjoys it. That is right, I should not feel bored coming here. Now I am a cool guy enjoying a cup of coffee in Milan, the city of fashion. But when Jinho takes a sip of coffee, his face changes. He spits out all the coffee in his mouth, his heart screaming. Suddenly there are footsteps walking towards him while he is confused with a coffee cup. Cough cough, oh it is too bitter. Did I order the wrong thing? The bill says coffee though. Then, out of nowhere, a girl with slightly curly blonde hair bends down towards him and explains. In Italy, coffee means espresso. Did not the owner tell you in advance? Jinho is startled and observes her. Immediately after, he shyly replies in Italian. Oh really, I did not know. I should have found out first. His heart is stirring. Oh, she is so beautiful. The girl is surprised. Oh my, you speak like a native. No wonder the owner did not ask. Her eyes look at Jinho and ask him, your expression is so interesting. Are you a model or an actor? He replies, oh no, I am a student. I am going to university this year. The beautiful girl says, oh, you are wasting that precious talent. Jinho replies with a hesitant tone. Thank you, you are also beautiful, and before he can finish speaking, she pulls out her business card for Jinho. Pfft, you need to practice more. You're still too shy. He laughs happily. Really? Jinho takes the business card and suddenly thinks, I failed. Suddenly the girl gives him a sweet kiss, catching him off guard. His body stiffens and his face turns red. But thank you for the compliment. Then she leaves but does not forget to tell him, if you are interested, call me, and act worthy of your appearance, be confident. Her eyes look at him for a long time and then turn away. Jinho, whose face is now flushed, looks in the direction of the girl, her voice full of regret. If I had known what you looked like without glasses, I would have kissed your lips instead of your cheek. Jinho stares blankly in the direction of her back as she walks away while saying, too bad. His heart is now overjoyed. Oh. He recalls her words, oh my God, in my life, I never thought I would be courted by such a bold beauty. Jinho eagerly picks up the business card to look at it, and unlike what he thought, now is not the time, I have to save her number quickly, Looking at the business card in his hand, his heart skips a beat. It is not a phone number but an Italian modeling agency. He remembers his mother's advice, Jinho, do not count your chickens before they hatch. Jinho is disappointed, so it is just street recruiting. Having just been played by a beautiful girl, Jinho covers his face in anger but can't do anything. So frustrating, as soon as he finishes speaking. Someone asks him from somewhere, what is frustrating? He calms down and looks up at the other person, Aunt Sungmi. Kim Sungmi sits opposite Jinho and complains, I told you to call me sister, I worked until early morning yesterday so I am very tired, do not tease me. She is Kim Sungmi, a reporter for the Great Bell Challenge, supervising the exchange students. Sungmi is the one who sat next to him on the plane. You say that but still woke up early, Jiho defends. It would be a waste to go to Italy just to sleep. Sungmi is still sleepy. You woke up early too. The others are probably still sleeping. He smiles awkwardly. I was too nervous to sleep, but in fact, Jinho is crying inside. I did not sleep well. While Sister Sungmi is looking at the table and saying, oh, you ordered the exact same thing as me. It looks delicious. Jinho suddenly thinks, wait, yesterday's matter. Sister Sungmi can solve it, right? The waiter brings the food up, and Jinho says, sister, I have a problem. She gently replies, what problem? The food is placed on the table. Jinho is hesitant, not knowing how to start well. Both siblings are excited by this delicate and beautiful dish. Jinho looks at Sister Sungmi and says loudly, oh, it is true that the power of rich adults, life remake, the skill of a country mouse and a city mouse. Sungmi refuses. Confused, it is not that, but what is life remake? Looking at the beautiful plate of food, Sungmi suggests, I think our order is wrong. Can you tell the owner? Jinho is happy to, okay. Jinho talks to the waiter, sorry, I think my friend's food is wrong. She said she did not order so many dishes, but the waiter affirms, no mistake. He is startled, his face changes. What, then why is it like this? Jinho secretly deduces, do not tell me this is. The waiter repeats the question, why, while Jinho is still thinking negatively, they deliberately serve dishes that were not ordered to cheat me, to charge more for tourists who do not know the language. Suddenly the waiter smiles brightly and explains, because I want your jewel-like eyes to shine in my restaurant a little more, can you say that again? Jinho turns around and catches Sungmi's murderous gaze. What did he say? He hesitates awkwardly, should I say it? Sungmi urges, tell me quickly, I am hungry. The sky in Italy with its fresh and cool air, the sunlight shines down, making the atmosphere warm. At this time, the waiter looks at Sungmi and winks at her. She smiles and says repeatedly, grazie grazie. Jinho's voice rises, are not you annoyed? She turns back to look at him, what? Jinho says bluntly, well, you were just hit on by him. After hearing him say that, Sungmi calmly replies, what is wrong with that? It is purely kindness. Jinho is stunned when she finds out about what happened before. Even if it was not, it is quite pleasant. Besides, should not you be more worried about being flirted with by a beautiful woman in the morning? He shyly turns his face away. She saw that. Sungmi secretly exclaims, truly a rare child. Looking at Jinho blushing, she wonders, how can a person have the whole world if they want it, but be so naive? Sungmi immediately associates him with an elephant that is chained and cannot escape, or perhaps. Then she changes her expression and lowers her voice. Jinho, although I am not yet a main screenwriter, let me give you some advice as a TV screenwriter. What do you think is the most important thing in the broadcasting industry? Jinho thinks of the modern cameras and equipment and replies, well, is not it beautiful celebrities and fancy cameras? And lighting too? Sungmi asks, why do you think so? Jinho thinks of an idol's performance and explains, you need to attract everyone's eyes with your appearance, so they will be interested in watching and the ratings will increase. Then he is startled when Sungmi asks back, you know quite well, but then is the secret to the high ratings of the Great Bell Challenge also thanks to appearance? She continues, broadcasting is broadcast, a compound word of broad and cast. Sungmi slightly opens her eyes. If you have attracted someone's gaze and have something to convey, then find a way to express it all. Then she mentions the woman just now, the beauty who flirted with you earlier, attracted your attention with her appearance, and gave you her business card. Next is the waiter's matter, and the cafe owner attracted my attention with his service attitude, before conveying his message. A flower appears and immediately gets the problem for Jinho to understand. Of course, things do not always end well, if I give flowers as a sign of affection but the other person hates it. How embarrassing it would be. Sungmi's words remind Jinho of a sad memory, when he took flowers to confess his love and that girl ran away screaming, "The four eyes confessed to me." Two words ring in Jinho's head, disgusting. He bows his head sadly and replies, "That is right." Jinho is surprised when he hears that sentence, "But you have conveyed it already, right?" Sungmi lowers her eyes and smiles softly, "Is that still not enough?" Scene changes, the sun is shining, the bus is running on the road. A pair of hands turns the pages of a black cover Italian notebook. She looks at the notebook and scratches her head awkwardly. How should I pronounce this? The pronunciation system is so different from English, I can't understand it. She is startled and looks towards the sound. By the way, Sister Sungmi. Jinho holds the cup of tea seriously and says, "If it is not because of the flowers, but because they do not like me, do not associate with them." She calmly eats and says, "What is the point of associating with people who do not like you? That would be impolite to the other person too." Sungmi puts the plate down, she says, "But, the second half is kept in her head, you do not need to worry about that." An image of him smiling brightly and reaching out to help appears. "Do you need a hand?" The weather is sunny, at school, day 4 of foreign language study abroad. Two young men sit wearily by the side of the road, one with his hands clasped together laments, "I want to eat cold rice with ramen so badly," the other leans his head against the wall. His eyes closed, "I want to eat kimchi soup." One points to the church, "Look, there is a church there, let us pray, Lord, please send us a rain of kimchi soup, we are in Italy, should not we pray in Italian?" Jinho walks glumly and prays in Italian. A voice calls out from afar, "Ah, it is Jinho." A young man with burnt orange hair exclaims, "You must be having a hard time." He wearily asks for help, "Save me, it seems like Kim Sungmi's advice has worked." Sungmi opens her mouth in surprise, "But did not you say you were going to ask for advice? What, you solved it already?" Two girls are watching from afar. Kim Sungmi's advice has awakened Jinho's latent initiative and courage. One says, "Even that kid is talking to other people now. I thought he was the arrogant young master type." In her thoughts, that courage is so contagious. They look at each other and exchange, "Should we try talking to them?" A post on a personal page. In the picture they are smiling happily. The interaction is quite high, and 152 others have liked it. According to her thoughts, inevitable jealousy from people of the same gender is natural. After some time, 2 hours later, a group of young men with pale faces, "Oh Jinho, this building is beautiful too, let us take a photo together, stand up straight and we will take it." Time passes again. 3 hours later, Jinho's hands, feet, and head are tied with ropes and pulled in all directions. "Whoa Jinho, the atmosphere here is great. Let us take a photo together. Please save me, come here, my lovely little light." Finally, his friend puts his arm around his shoulder and says, "You are a real man, have some water, thanks." For some unknown reason, he becomes closer to the boys than to the girls. Jinho is helpless. "I'm starting to be afraid of going to new tourist spots. We have to take new photos when the scenery changes." His friend next to him smiles slyly. The handsome man naturally becomes a beautiful life film. He seems proud, as expected, having a good-looking appearance must be the best. "Right," Jinho replies, "even moderation should be done in moderation." The boys chase and catch that bastard, letting the girls exclaim, "Ah, what is wrong with those boys?" The screen lights up, it is the previous post. Someone shouts from afar, "Hey, do not bully our Jinho." When a hand is about to grab Jinho's collar. Notification from the post, and 10,000 others have liked it. A current runs through his head. Jinho is stunned, the current runs through. A confused thought, what is this, the feeling of wearing clothes that do not fit. His clothes are transparent, showing his whole body. Jinho looks at his hand and thinks, if I do not straighten my back, it is so uncomfortable. He holds up the card and thinks of something. Could it be, he asks, "Hey guys, did you post the photos taken with me on social media?" A girl raises her phone and says with a smile, of course." He asks again, "How many likes have you gotten?" The girl happily replies, "Just past 10,000. Why?" He realizes something and thinks, so that is it. A website appears, Life Rebirth Forum, found a method to unlock the I am the best skill guide, my bones, anyone curious? If so, I will continue in the comments. Jinho exclaims, oh. The content on the web is roughly 99 life author. The first unlocking condition is to receive a model invitation. Just scribble on any piece of paper, then take a picture and receive a business card. Easy, right? How is it so easy, anonymous player? Haha, after taking pictures at the Central District Prosecutor's office. This is as easy as pie. Quickly tell us the second condition. 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 Jinho reads and exclaims, life rebirth has not died yet. As expected, all game experts are playing this game, right? He continues to scroll, 99 life author. The second unlocking condition is to upload your photo to a virtual social network created in the game and receive 10,000 likes. 8 Reset my life. Exit game GG. The second unlocking condition is to upload your photo to a virtual social network created in the game and receive 10,000 likes. This member has withdrawn, seems to understand. Ah, a person is born only to be a model. Jinho laughs. Just create exactly 10,000 accounts. These fools. A talent is born but not recognized. At a gelato shop. Jinho sits with his legs crossed on a chair and calculates. That is exactly the I am the best skill. I never thought I could get more skills. Then he is sad again. I wonder what the limit is. Can I achieve all 99? Are there any downsides? Jinho enjoys the feeling of fun, but this feeling is like receiving a CBT reward, then an OBT reward, and now a continuous attendance reward. Amazing. Outsiders look at him and imagine and exclaim, why is Jinho sitting there alone doing commercials for chocolate gelato and strawberry gelato? The chocolate flavor is rich. As sweet as strawberries. His friend pouts and disapproves. That guy grimaces, disgusting, but the girl next to him is infatuated in her heart. I love him. A voice from afar makes Jinho pay attention. That is not it. He looks towards the crowd and asks, what is going on? Is there a fight? Jinho immediately approaches the crowd. He tries to squeeze through to see what is happening, more confident and energetic. No, that is not the appearance I want. At this time a man, it is unclear who, growls loudly, forget it, stop it now. On another side, a woman holds her phone and answers, hey, take your model away. The photo shoot ended earlier than expected. Looking at the whole scene, a brown-haired man with a proud appearance shouts, I am not working with that company anymore. Standing behind is a woman listening to the phone with a serious face. How could they send such a terrible model? Jinho looks at the lines on his phone screen, the shouts of cursing still echoing in his ears. Is my request so difficult? Is it difficult to ask a model to do the job of a model? Message sent, Jinho, what is going on over there? It is so noisy. He immediately reports the situation. They are shooting models here. The professional world is so interesting. At the same time, the brown-haired man is making a camera shape with his hand to his eye. What should we do, MS? Screenwriter, should we reshoot tomorrow? Wait a minute. Isuddanli lausaksitarli. Ah. Jinho has fallen into the sights of the brown-haired man. He cheers with joy. Heaven has helped. Bring that Asian guy here. Looking at his handsome face, the brown-haired man is even more sure and hurried, by all means. Skill, I am the hottest. When do you think a person is at their peak? When working hard, when showing expertise, when throwing money around. It is when everyone else is looking at you. Some people are born to shine. In another place, a man is so angry that he is tensing his muscles, biting his hand and growling It turns out to be Leonardo model characteristics, just got fired. He stands leaning against the wall, his eyebrows furrowed in extreme anger. It is absurd. They are using another model instead of me. Remembering Jinho's image at that time, he shouts even more in his heart, with that amateur. While he on this side, his hair is styled neatly and shiny, still innocent, because this is the first time I am wearing makeup. What should I do if my face is itchy? Hearing that, the staff member can only give up, try to bear it. This makes Leonardo even more resentful. He is a real chicken. He has never even worn makeup properly. Leonardo remembers the face of the person who fired him and secretly curses. That stupid photographer, the face, sure he is handsome, but that is not the only reason. An image of Jinho being found among a group of people appears. People like us can recognize it immediately. Even when hiding in the crowd, you can feel that aura. The phone call that had been made, and the contact name saved on the phone, MS. Sungmi, I have to call her boss. A deep, steady voice sounds. I just received permission from the supervisor for the photo shoot. It turns out to be Jinho's. The brown-haired man looks up at him and smiles slightly good. Then he strokes his chin thoughtfully. But are you really a professional model? He hesitates secretly. I am not saying I won't shoot if you are not, but... After a moment of hesitation, he is also frank. If you ask about experience, then no, I am not. Returning to the present, it is already night. The bright lights of the studio turn on. Jinho is adjusting his sleeves. That thought is still in his head, but if you ask about skills, then yes, I am a professional model. Jinho in a luxurious suit, full of aura. Jinho's eyes light up. It is just that I am not famous yet, so I do not have a management company. An old elephant appears and looks towards him. At that moment, an invisible chain is immediately broken. That elephant leaves the chain that once bound itself, and walks alone towards the light. At the same time, the photographer's eyes widen in shock. What is this? He praises endlessly, good, very good. The photographer smiles brightly, extremely satisfied. He excitedly holds the camera towards Jinho. Lift your chin a little, look arrogant. Then he shouts excitedly, now we will shoot with props. In a hidden corner, Leonardo secretly shocks, covering his face with his hand. Just by watching the photo shoot, I saw it coming. The newspaper about Jinho's image on the cover proudly, photo page. He affirms, complete. And more than that, the hand of the reader stops to look. Leonardo's heart is choked, above all. He looks straight at Jinho's glowing photo and affirms, he is cool. Leonardo can only turn and retreat. I was going to spit on the photographer if it was terrible. He bitterly accepts, but now I realize the difference in class. One morning, in Seoul, South Korea. In a bathroom, the sound of water flowing from the shower is gurgling. Then, someone slams the faucet shut. White hands carefully use a towel to dry their head. The hazy figure of the man is faintly visible behind the hot steam of the bathroom. It turns out to be Jinho. He smiles lightly, his hand stroking his chin with satisfaction. Handsome. Then Jinho is immersed in his memories. This foreign language practice trip is full of new experiences. I even took pictures. The brown-haired man regretfully grabs his hand with sparkling eyes. Wanting to cry, let us reshoot, and Jinho is a little speechless, replying politely, when you come to Korea, I will think about it. He remembered the scene of being fought over, and also made many friends. Final photo, final photo. But as he held the thick wad of cash in his hand, a voice suddenly rang out, oh, Jinho got a huge amount of money for modeling, what are you going to use it for? Of all the things I have done, the best is. He looked at Jinhee, smiling happily while washing dishes with a towel around her neck. Jinho sat in the chair, he smiled shyly. I think this is the first time I have bought a gift for my parents. Come on, Mom, why are you already wearing a scarf in the morning? You might lose it. Jinhee replied with a happy laugh. Mom has to show off the gift her son bought her everywhere. And your dad is even more so than that, even though he does not say it. Beside her, he put the food in his mouth and answered her, no way. At the same time, at a gas station, oh my, our boss's son has a perfect casting score. A man in a gas station employee's blue uniform held a gas nozzle in his hand, seemingly talking happily with a customer. Is that a new watch? The person in front of him heard this and replied. Oh, it is nothing special. It turned out to be Hyunman. He raised his hand as if to block the sun like a normal action, but inside he was arrogant to the point of wanting to ascend to the heavens. It is just a watch that our son bought with the money he earned from modeling in Italy, that is all. Seeing this, the gas station attendant joked along with him. Oh my, can our gas station also have a model? In another place, in the clear blue sky adorned with flying birds. Jinho and Jinhee were still at home eating happily, unaware that the head of the family had just gone out to boast to the world. Oh right son, yes. Jinhee stood with her back turned, cooking and asking, do you know MS? Jinsul. He reminisced about the past and replied, of course I know MS. Jinsul, that annoying aunt who always belittles me and Mom. The image of her spewing harsh words without restraint when he was young was still vivid in his head. Jinho has gotten fat again. Sister, I told you to only feed him once a day. While Jinhee could only be embarrassed, he still needs to eat. Right then, Jinhee's killing intent flared. Her eyes flashed red like blood. Her hand gripped the bar of soap so tightly that it was barely alive and trembled in fear like a small animal. That little jerk. What I mean is, she wants you to tutor her child. What do you think, son? Hearing this, Jinho had not finished speaking when Jinhee's hand gripped the glass so tightly that it broke. Well, if Mom's friend has asked. He pretended not to see anything, lowered his head, and cold sweat dripped. I can do it, but I do not want to burden MS. Jin Suk with tuition fees, Mom. But in Jinho's heart he was clear. You want to refuse to take revenge but can't find a good reason. In his head, the image of Jinho sitting on the shoulders of his muscular mother. Oh sister, if our Jinho says he can't, what can we do? Behind them was Jinsul kneeling and crying miserably, clinging to them. Sister. She mentioned again, what about MS? Myaung. Hearing this name, Jinho seemed to wake up. MS. Myaung. He remembered when she scolded Jinsul mercilessly under his mother's bewildered gaze. She was almost the only one who stood by me and Mom. Hey you, why are you scolding someone who is worried about their own affairs? Oh no, Sister Myaung, I am worried about the child. Mom's friend who gave a lot of pocket money. Myaung patted her chest and scolded. Is that what you are worried about? How annoying. Is there anyone here who gives our Jin Ho more pocket money than I do? She raised her head high and looked down. Her tone of scolding was extremely angry. How dare you criticize the company, in front of a major shareholder? Returning to reality, Jin Ho could only rub the back of his neck awkwardly. Oh come on, I do not discriminate against Mom's friends at all. The pocket money I receive from MS Myaung is not just a small amount, right? Seeing his expression, Jin He became even happier. Is that what you think? Embarrassedly rubbing his nose, Jin Ho could not help but exclaim, if you study hard, people can be filial like this. I am really happy to have the skills of the top student in the country. Are you sure you do not want Mom to come along? It is just the entrance ceremony, not graduation. He adjusted his cuffs, while answering his mother's question. Is that the suit you were given in Italy? Yes, Jae-jun said I definitely have to wear a suit to the entrance ceremony. The purple-haired boy sitting next to Jin Ho patted his chest and shouted, what are university students? They have crossed the threshold of adulthood. Suits, the symbol of adulthood. He could not help but argue bluntly, then what should freshman university students wear? Oh, a suit. Just then, Jin He folded her arms and walked in with an indifferent expression. Really, that is completely different from our time. Is that so? Jin Ho stood at the door, turned his head and waved to her. I will call if I am late, I am leaving. He sat in the car seat, smiling slightly, his hand supporting his face as he looked out the window. At the crowded train station, passers-by, both men and women, could not help but turn back in surprise. They discussed animatedly, wow, look at that person. In the midst of the ordinary crowd, Jin Ho stood there prominently, wearing a striking black suit. He was the only one wearing a suit. The sounds of discussion continued incessantly, and those words all reached his ears, causing Jin Ho to hold his phone and not want to look. There is no way that can be a freshman. No way people would wear a suit to a university entrance ceremony, right? I should post this on every time. On the phone screen, chat window, damn Jae-jun, damn Jae-jun. Right, I am going to kill Park Jae-jun. He widened his eyes, his mouth twisted. At this moment, Jin Ho suddenly realized a shocking truth. Right, I know Park Jae-jun. At the Department of Business Administration, a piercing scream of lament echoed resoundingly. Where's Lee Jin Ho? Hasn't he arrived yet? He is supposed to read the oath as the freshman representative. Young Jae and a buzz-cut young man looked around everywhere with urgency and anger. Contact him quickly, it is about to start. How do I know his phone number? I do not even know what he looks like. The two people searching suddenly started arguing loudly. Why does not the class president know these things? How would I know who did not attend orientation and does not use social media? What? Short-term language study abroad. Want to put that on the bus. What for? Jin Ho missed the orientation because he is on a short-term study abroad trip. What an arrogant guy. The person with the perfect score on the university entrance exam in the Department of Business Administration. All three clenched their fists angrily. And he is also the one reading the freshman oath and he is late. He is probably leisurely walking through the main gate right now, holding a cold Americano. While young Jae was still shouting, just wait and see, on the other side, two girls were gathered together looking at something on the phone. Daehai, look at this. It was a post. The photo showed a man in a suit standing in the middle of a crowd of people. Anonymous. What is this? Is our school filming a TV show? He still looks handsome even with his face covered. Both people laughed after seeing it. He is probably not a freshman at our school, right? I hope so. I want to meet him in person so badly. Just then a voice rang out, causing the two girls to look up. Excuse me. People's plans are not as good as heaven's. It was our Jin Ho. He was sweating profusely, panting, and loosening his collar to breathe easier. Are you a senior in the Department of Business Administration? Seeing Jin Ho's expression, both people blushed shyly, but the clueless Jin Ho did not notice it at all. Maybe not. Oh no, I am. He smiled slightly, pulling his tie to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I am Lee Jin Ho, the one responsible for reading the oath this time. I am sorry for being late. It is okay. Just then young Jae, enraged, ran over screaming, his voice growling. What do you mean it is okay? You have to be on time for an appointment. Is not it late enough already? But Jin Ho, hearing young Jae's scolding, still smiled extremely handsomely. Do you think you are so great? That smile seemed to emit a halo, making people not know who to bow to when entering a temple. Young Jae at this time seemed to be enlightened by the party. He stared blankly at this halo and exclaimed, wow, whoa, really, he is really outstanding. A moment later, he was still standing on the stage giving a speech. Lee Jin-ho, as a proud representative of the freshman class of Korea University, the cradle of wisdom. So this is the Lee Jin-ho that everyone is talking about. Below, one person crossed their arms and commented, "He is really more than I imagined. I like him even more." Young Jae showed outward doubt, "Like that much?" Someone shouted, causing him to turn his head, "Like even more than that." Young Jae boldly affirmed, "Like him definitely." 10 minutes ago, he was jealous of Jin-ho's handsome appearance, a guy who got a perfect SAT score and also has this kind of face. Jin-ho calmly stated the reason for his lateness. "I dropped my contact lenses on the way here, so I could not see clearly, and ended up getting lost." She still gave him a bright smile to welcome him. "It is okay." The questions in Young Jae's head still had not been answered. Not only is his face top-notch, but that suit must cost several million won or more, but why wear a suit to the entrance ceremony? Speaking of which, I heard that an heir to a chaebol once wore a tailcoat to the opening party. Just by looking at the clothes, he could assess a person's position. Impossible, could it be? Young Jae painted a scenario like in a CEO novel. He is from a chaebol family, his face has never been known, probably because he is not the official heir. He was already panicked. If we accidentally scolded someone like that, would we be vaporized? Sigh, he already apologized. We should listen when people are being gentle, it is not like that. Young Jae clenched his fists to stay calm. "Well, let us just let it go, and..." He bowed deeply to Young Jae. "I am really sorry for not contacting you and being absent from the orientation." Young Jae did not understand what was happening. Jin-ho regretted his hasty decision at the beginning. "Because I thought that study abroad trip was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I completely forgot about the orientation. I should have found a way to contact the seniors first." Young Jae quickly reassured him, "It is okay, this orientation is not mandatory, and we are not the old-fashioned type of seniors. This kid seems pretty nice." A friend suddenly jumped into the conversation. "Yeah, only that guy is old-fashioned, we are not." He got angry and shouted, "Shut up." He felt very confused. "Anyway, why did you mention the orientation?" Jin-ho honestly replied, "Actually, I heard people talking about me very loudly earlier, thanks to that. I found you seniors." Young Jae did not know where to hide his face. "I am sorry." Young Jae was curious about Jin-ho's style of dress. "Why are you dressed like that?" Jin-ho was startled this. He had his own reason. "Because I am someone who likes to attract attention. Who else would wear a suit to the entrance ceremony? He is being too flashy. I am not playing with him. No, I can't live alone in university." An idea suddenly popped into Jin-ho's head. He made a shocking statement. "I have been invited for an interview for Korea Tomorrow magazine after today's entrance ceremony." Young Jae could not believe his ears. Korea Tomorrow. He knew some legitimate information, the first university magazine in the country, all prestigious magazines that outstanding students of Korea University dream of appearing in. Young Jae carefully thought for a long time. "Well, I guess that is not surprising. I also want to be in it. With that face and a perfect SAT score, the school probably wants to put him on the front page right away." He paid attention to Jin-ho's words. "As soon as I received the invitation, I thought a lot." He tried to pretend that he was okay, but deep inside the tears were an ocean. "How can I make people think of the Department of Business Administration when they look at my photos? That is what I am worried about." Is it because of the national top student skills that he lies so smoothly? Jin-ho was hesitant in choosing clothes. In an environment that brings together the best people in Korea like Korea University, what should I wear to be worthy of the Department of Business Administration, which is considered the elite of the elite? He soon had the answer. In short, there is only one. Jin-ho will shine thanks to it. The only outfit that does not embarrass the Department of Business Administration is a suit. His whole body was sweating. Now that I have said it, it is a bit too much, right? Am I overdoing it? I wish I had told the truth that I was tricked by a friend. Young Jae put his hand on his shoulder. Jin-ho, he was startled. Yes. He wanted to build a good relationship with Jin-ho. From now on, call me Hyung. He followed Young Jae's words. Hyung Nim. Young Jae looked at him with affectionate eyes. I wish every younger sibling was like him. Hey, these kids these days really do not have any school spirit at all. She just looked and realized, you really have a strong old-fashioned smell. Sunlight shone into the convenience store. Jae-jun could not help but laugh. Oh my stomach, the only outfit that does not embarrass the Department of Business Administration is a suit. I do not like being teased. Hey, give me the card scanner, I want to scan your head. Who caused this mess in the first place? Jin-ho could not believe it. I did not expect you to be fooled too. Wait, how did you go on the plane without taking off your shoes? He was curious about the atmosphere there. So how was the photo shoot yesterday? Jin-ho was not too surprised. Korea tomorrow. The photographer begged him, take another photo. They praised him endlessly. Great, the emotions are at their peak, get ready, just one last photo. Another person quickly pulled him out. Enough, we have to interview Jin-ho too. The photographer still was not satisfied. Please, just one more photo. He arranged the documents on the table. It is all good, and the senior also gave me this. Jae-jun did not understand what he meant. What is that thick stack of papers? Young Jae was proud of himself. Oh my god, if you did not have a hyung like me, do not expect to get this. Jin-ho suddenly became worshipful of him again. Hyung Nim. The manager had to correct him. Sorry, that person printed all the paper from the library. He was also surprised when he learned the value of this document. The printed information includes professor, trends, majors, electives, course content, clubs, etc. All of which the senior compiled for you. Jin-ho changed his goal. I think I will switch to the guitar practice class. He fell into confusion. Why? His eyes were full of happiness. The reason, every young Korean has dreamed of wearing jeans, carrying a guitar on their shoulder, and traveling around the country. Jin-ho thought about a leisurely life, recess, spread a mat on the school lawn, and take out a guitar, open a can of beer. Does not that sound great? He nodded in agreement. Jae-jun suddenly started rummaging through his things. Hearing you say that, now I feel a little, he smiled brightly, right? He pulled out a spray bottle. It feels too outdated. Get out of my friend's body. Ghost from the 88s. Jin-ho almost choked. It smells so good. He corrected Jae-jun's words. Hey, does not your family have anyone from the 88s? This is disrespectful. Jae-jun showed annoyance. Hey handsome, you look like you are filming a Febreze commercial. Jin-ho had not had time to lecture him. Saying it is offensive is an understatement. With that face, Jae-jun wondered again. Why are you wearing a white t-shirt inside a red jacket? He analyzed the meaning of it. Because red is intense and white is pure. Jae-jun was done with this case. You crazy clown. He shouted and made a fuss. If I were your mother, I would cry every time I saw my child dressed like that. She just appeared and hit Jae-jun. I am the one who wants to cry. You jerk. Shin Aeco, the convenience store owner, Park Jae-jun's mother. Aeco was so angry she wanted to explode. I pay you double to come here and play. He even gave the excuse, I only play when there are no customers. Jin-ho politely bowed to her. Hello. Aeco spoke up in his defense. Jin-ho's outfit was bought by his mother. Think carefully before you speak. Jae-jun whispered to him. No wonder the fashion sense is so unique. You should have said it earlier. Jin-ho did not dare to criticize. Right, I should have said it earlier. Scene changed to Paris, the office of the chief designer of the fashion brand Seal. The sound of arguing rang out. What, Tim Jones, you are planning to leave France for Korea? The blonde-haired guy could not accept the change of plans. Fashion Paris Week is coming up. Are you out of your mind? Our design team is about to go downhill. He tried to salvage the situation. What is wrong with you? You just got over a crisis. Where are you going to find an unknown Asian model? Jones even pretended to be cool by wearing sunglasses indoors. He had decided on his own, therefore, I will go in person. Jones decided to change because he saw Jin-ho's advertising cover photo, to the country where my muse is. A piercing scream rang out. No, wake up, Tim Jones. The assistant heard the scream but remained calm. Mr. Tim Jones has finally gone crazy. Tim Jones was still encouraging himself. Let us go. Suddenly he slammed the table hard. It is understandable. Tim Jones sat among the papers scattered all over the floor, his hand supporting his forehead, exhausted and helpless. Our chief designer he has been in a crisis for over a month. Something that has never happened before. Scene change. In a quiet room, the little girl gently pushed the door open, her voice full of expectation. Next week I will get to see Teddy Bear Opera again. At this time, at the coffee shop, the table was full of finished cups of coffee. Tim Jones leaned back in his chair, lamenting in frustration. I am finished. No matter how much coffee I drink, inspiration does not come. He touched the bottom of the cup with his finger, his eyes full of fatigue and pain. Before, just smelling the coffee at the shop was enough to spark ideas. Now it is just a tool to fight sleepiness. Tim Jones sighed. At times like these, I am really jealous of Mr. Rockerbelt. He remembered the moment before. At that time Rockerbelt cheered happily. This cup of coffee, he was surprised. Is the coffee delicious, Mr. Rockerbelt? Rockerbelt's eyes lit up, raving madly. Imagining my muse drinking this cup of coffee, inspiration is exploding again. He immediately said to Tim Jones, we have to sketch right away. Tim Jones laughed and said, is he so desperate that he has to take drugs? Tim Jones raised his coffee cup, smirking, his heart full of sarcasm. Is there such a great muse? Really, how pathetic. I won't become that kind of designer. But today, he himself was in that situation, even more pathetic. He cried out, oh, I am so jealous. Then right at the coffee shop, Tim sat on the chair, waving his arms and legs and flailing, I also want a muse. The little girl passing by pointed at him, Mom, there is a crazy person here. Suddenly a voice came, causing him to stop, listening attentively. Wow, I did not think this brand would use an Asian model. Behind Tim Jones, two girls exclaimed admiringly, the suit looks so comfortable, should I buy another one for my husband? Then he pulled the chair and stood up. Tim Jones walked past the two girls, his face full of pride, raising his head and thinking to himself, that is the power of fashion, making the viewers want to wear it too. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Scene change back to the office. Two assistants turned their heads to look back. The assistant spoke up, you are just in time. At this moment, Tim Jones gave an order, oh well, that can wait, I want a list of all the Asian male models who have appeared in magazines recently. I need it by tomorrow. Tim Jones continued, oh, and one more thing, I will be focusing all day today, so do not bother me, okay? Hearing this, the assistant was stunned, he is doing things his way again. The female assistant gently advised, just let it be, it is not the first time he has been like this, and you know how he is. Tim Jones' eyes sparkled, the assistant immediately realized, once Tim Jones' eyes light up like a child, no one can stop him. The scene changes to a morning. The sky quickly turns to night. Before us is the complete design along with a refreshing smile, ha ha. Tim Jones spread his arms wide, extremely excited, and shouted, that is it, that is it. A luxurious magazine cover appears. At this time Tim Jones is also constantly yelling, inspiration surges from just one image in my head, no matter what, I will find you, muse. The scene changes to a beautiful sunny afternoon. Mi Young, dressed in simple clothes, sat cross-legged, staring intently at the iPad screen. Suddenly she looked up and teased, you always scold me that crossing my legs will warp my spine. Opposite her, Jinho, holding a bouquet of flowers, asked back, why is Aunt Mi Young sitting with her legs crossed like that? Mi Young exclaimed, good heavens, my son. She reached out to receive the bouquet Jinho gave her and said at the same time, after 40, I can live however I want. He immediately retorted, there is no such thing. Oh, that bag is just a promotional gift. Jinho then casually complimented, but you look too young to say you are over 40. Hearing this, Mi Young smiled brightly and joked with him, oh my, this kid, are you flattering me because I am a major shareholder? He thought shyly, what flattery, I do not do that. Then Jinho remembered the old days, when he was still chubby. Aunt Mi Young was the one who always praised me more than anyone else and kept the little self-esteem I had left. It was her. Mi Young pinched his chubby face and exclaimed, I told you he is an unselected lottery ticket. He begged helplessly, Aunt Mi Young, please stop. Until Jinho became handsome, Mi Young immediately raised her phone. See, I told you that if you lose weight you will become more handsome. He smiled and looked at the picture. It has finally come true. Back to the present. Mi Young gave him a colored bag. This is a gift for my son's university admission. Jinho happily opened it immediately, thank you. But in the next second, the smile on Jinho's lips gradually faded. Auntie, can I exchange that bouquet of flowers for another gift? Hearing this, Mi Young wondered why. He held the high-end bag in his hand and hesitated. I feel like I am receiving something too good. She replied calmly, good heavens, my son even knows about designer handbags. I thought you were not interested in fashion. In her heart, she thought, it is surprising that he has an eye for aesthetics. Jinho looked shyly at the bag with the logo, Christian Seer, then he explained, I do not know much, but I see that logo a lot. It is all over the shows Mom watches. Mi Young laughed it off to break the embarrassment. Could it be because of that? Don't worry, it is a fake. I bought it at the market for 5,000 won. Hearing this, he felt relieved. I thought it was real. Mi Young's face suddenly turned serious. You think so? Well, it is real. There is even a certificate in front. Jinho was immediately stunned. Aunt Mi Young. She raised her hand to support her chin. Brand value is really interesting, is not it? Sometimes it even represents sincerity and... At this moment, an advertisement video appeared on the screen. The male host greeted, this holiday season, send your heart to your parents with a 000 red ginseng set. Health is important. Then Mi Young continued sincerely, sometimes, just adding a brand logo is enough to increase the price of an ordinary item many times over. Suddenly Mi Young turned to ask him, Have you ever seen the blue bracelet from brand 00? The price is more than 500,000 won. In the old days, the brand was a guarantee of product quality. She said bluntly. Now, who still thinks about quality? A typical example of the trend appeared. Among the myriad of 000 brands, I bought it because it was the best. But now their views have completely changed. No, I only bought it because it is 00. Mi Young gave an example. Just stick a brand on it, and the value increases rapidly. Is not it like having the Midas touch? Jinho reached out and rubbed his head, and smiled awkwardly. It is really the Midas touch, he thought. But why is she suddenly talking about these things? Immediately afterwards, Mi Young called out, startling him, Jinho. She fell into contemplation and exclaimed, why did I only now see your Midas touch? Her sharp eyes seemed to have discovered something special. Just because you gained a little weight, I am not the type of person who does not notice that. Why have not I noticed your potential before? How strange. Jinho was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hesitated. People say studying will change a person. He was secretly afraid. Auntie, could it be? Jinho's anxiety grew even greater. Does she know that I changed thanks to Reset Life? Mi Young said seriously, son, or... He nervously clenched his hands. But her next words made Jinho feel relieved. Have you thought about dropping out of school and coming to work at my company? He was surprised. What? She glanced away but still tried to persuade. Well, who knows? These days it is rare to find someone who is both handsome and has a title like you, national top student. And admitted to Korea University. I am afraid other companies will snatch you away. Jinho said tactfully, come on, auntie, I have not even finished the opening ceremony yet. Let us talk about tutoring Ji Young. In his heart, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course she does not know anything about Reset Life. Jinho said, the subject is English. The goal is to get around 70 points, right? Mi Young shared honestly, yeah, she has never gotten over 20 points in English. Jinho carefully wrote it down in his notebook and asked, have you hired a tutor before? Hopelessness was evident on her face. I have, but no one lasted more than a month. Mi Young narrated Ji Young's bad habits. She does not do her homework, does not pay attention to the teacher, and does not follow the schedule. The teachers are always the ones who give up first. She was even more worried about her daughter. She grew up thinking she can do anything just because of her background. Jinho smiled lightly and thought back to the past. No way, someone who played Pokemon until 6th grade. He thought, it seems like the pink pig has reached puberty. After that, Jinho jumped up and said confidently, trust me, I will show her the power of a perfect SAT score. Mi Young smiled with satisfaction. Oh, that is so reassuring. Then, I will leave everything to my son. Mi Young hesitated slightly. Now, should we talk about the tutor fee? Jinho said frankly. If you pay too much, you probably won't see my face again. She laughed. Oh my. Scene change. Someone is pressing the door lock. As soon as they enter the house, someone's voice rang out. Welcome home, madam. Another voice rang out. Where's Ji Young? The maid replied. The young lady is in her room. She knocked on the door of a room. Mi Young asked from outside the door, daughter, are you awake? Inside, Ji Young was still awake, but just silently looked at her phone without answering. Even though she did not receive any response from Ji Young, she still announced, today, Mom has arranged an English tutor for you, starting next week. Let us try our best. Mi Young's next words made her eyes widen in surprise. The tutor is Lee Jinho. Do you remember him? Appa used to come to our house a lot. Happy past scenes flashed before Ji Young's eyes. Still without a single word, she slowly stepped back, her eyes filled with sadness. Mi Young turned around abruptly, blaming herself. What kind of mother am I? Suddenly she stopped. Ji Young gently opened the door, looking out cautiously. Really, next week I will get to see Teddy Bear Opera again. A clear morning, Saturday, Dongdaemun 00 shopping mall. A sigh echoed from somewhere, attracting everyone's attention. It turned out to be Park Jae-jun's voice. Why in the world do I have to do this? Walk around Dongdaemun with this dude on such a beautiful day. Jinho started to flatter his best friend. Because you have the best eye for fashion. Help me out a bit. What are friends for? After he finished speaking, Jae-jun asked back, hey really? Jinho then offered, today you can eat anything you want, I will treat, on the condition that it is only under 30,000 won. Jae-jun happily agreed immediately. I love friends, I love my country. While walking among the clothes he wondered, but what made you decide to change your style? He answered without hesitation, there are many different reasons. Jinho immediately brought the screen of his phone in front of Jae-jun, especially because of this reason. He was surprised. You are using social media now too. Looking at the image of Jinho on social media, Jae-jun exclaimed in surprise, "Is that really you?" Before his shock, Jinho gradually explained, "No, I just downloaded this app yesterday and found this. I swear, I know people are secretly taking pictures of me. But I never thought I would become an icon of this fashion terror." Jinho continued to share about the things he was experiencing. "Thanks to that, I made more friends in the department. They praised one after another. But is that a concept? It looks really fashionable. I just saw you on social media." Jae-jun asked in surprise, "But why Dongdaemun? This place is full of cheap brands." Jinho deryi, "It is okay, I look expensive in anything." Hearing this, he laughed, "You are such a narcissist." Suddenly, Jinho remembered Mi Young's words, and why did she only see Midas touching me now? Jinho walked and thought, if her words are correct, this could be an opportunity for me to repay the favor from 3 years ago. He secretly remembered, Tuan Deokji, scene change, a guy angrily scolding into the phone, "You want to quit?" Deokji nervously scolded, "No, how can you suddenly say you are going to quit? The spring season just arrived today." Jang Deokji, operating an online shopping mall. The other end of the phone yelled, "But it has been 3 months and you still have not paid me. I am living a hard life now too." Ending the unstable conversation, Deokji sighed softly, "Ha, why do I only fail like this?" He lowered his head, sighing in frustration, with so many people here. Deokji blankly, his eyes helpless, said to himself, "I have tried many possible ways." He thought, when it comes to myself, no one can compare when it comes to fashion. I even borrowed money to hire attractive models. Deokji continued to ponder the events that had happened. I even hired brokers to increase the recognition of the store. He tiredly covered the light with his hand. All I have left is bankruptcy, no money to pay the employees, let alone buy new inventory for tomorrow, damn it. Deokji was silent in the room. Suddenly he clenched his hand. Well, I will just give up. 3 years in this industry is enough. Then Deokji calmly whispered to himself, in this world, those who are destined to succeed will succeed, and those who are not will never succeed no matter what, right, Jang Deokji? At that time, he looked at Jinho and Jae-jun unintentionally standing outside and continued, "Look, if there are people who can save the clothes that are so terribly ugly that they are only sold in Dongmyo, then there are also stores that even Andre Park can't save." Then he smiled slightly, as if mocking himself, "And that store is probably mine." Deokji's face froze, but unexpectedly, Lee Jinho appeared before Deokji's eyes from afar. He secretly wondered, why is he? He ran excitedly towards Deokji, making him only think, continue to get closer. Deokji was confused. To my store, Jinho with a bright face, ran and called on Deokji, "It is me, Jinho." Memories suddenly came back. 3 years ago, before a room, there was a loud yell, "No, you can't do that." It turned out to be Deokji's voice. He taught loudly, "Selling clothes is not as easy as eating cake, understand?" Jinho immediately accepted, "Yes, on Deokji." After speaking, Deokji brought out a can of drink and invited and encouraged Jinho, "Okay, you're doing a great job. When I open the second branch, I will recommend you as the manager." He happily replied, "Thank you." One day while working, Jinho pulled a mannequin and asked, on Deokji, "Can you use this app to film a video of me working?" He understood what he was doing and agreed. "Want to show off to your family?" Agreed. Deokji was filming his image, and secretly congratulated himself. Such a smart kid, has decided on his own career path and started a business. It is worth being impressed. But what is Reset Life? Is it a new photo app? Jinho laughed and thought, it seems that he has misunderstood something, but he really is a good older brother. Deokji finished the story, and concluded with a sentence, that is how it is. I was worried when the kid who just came here for 2 weeks suddenly disappeared. He was still skeptical. "You are really Jinho," he scratched his head and smiled shyly. "I am trying to unlock new skills." Jinho seemed apologetic. "I am sorry for suddenly leaving without saying goodbye. Can I see some clothes?" Deokji was still enthusiastic, of course. He picked up a shirt and introduced it. "These are the latest products." Jae-jun was looking at each shirt carefully. Seeing this, he turned to ask, "Park Jae-jun, what do you think?" Jae-jun nodded in praise. "It looks good." Jae-jun added, "Matching with white canvas shoes, the top of the top." After speaking, he turned to, "Boss, do you have any white canvas shoes?" Deokji immediately replied, "Yes, I will get them right away." He secretly looked at them. After a while, Jinho tried on the shoes he had just taken out. Jinho had tried on the shirt just now. He praised himself. "Oh." Jinho tried on the outfit, narcissistically said, "How is it? When I wear it, it is like high-end, right?" Deokji became surprised. "Is that really my clothes?" Jae-jun smiled disappointedly. "It is really annoying. but I have to admit that. He curiously asked, so your photo shoot was not a waste of effort? Deokji heard and was stunned. Photo shoot. Jinho immediately decided, then I will take this set. Suddenly Deokji grabbed his hand. Jinho, heard the call and replied, what is wrong? Deokji in his heart. He kept hesitating. This may be my last chance. Finally, Deokji boldly expressed, can you help with something? Jinho was surprised by the suggestion, as a model. He clasped his hands, earnestly hoping that Jinho would agree. Yes, just for an hour. No, even 30 minutes is more than enough. Please, I beg you. Without hesitation, he happily accepted. After all the time you spent on me 3 years ago, of course I have to help you. Hearing this, Deokji was so happy that he cried. Really, thank you so much, Jinho. Deokji flustered. Alright, I should pay you, right before you change your mind. My wallet, where's my wallet? Jinho politely refused. It is okay, you do not have to pay me. While speaking, Deokji opened his wallet, insisting on paying him. No, money matters must be clear. The three looked at the wallet. A cold wind swept through. The atmosphere became silent. Although reluctant, his voice was still firm. I will immediately borrow money to pay you. Jinho firmly refused. Do not go, I said it is not necessary. After that, many bags of items were brought back. Jinho's mood was a bit confused. Although you gave me a discount, this is too much. Jae-jun immediately retorted. You're saying it like it is for him. These are things that will be sent to the orphanage tomorrow. Turning to see Jae-jun's appearance, he was confused. But what kind of clothes are you wearing? Jae-jun calmly replied. This is the concept of a rich lady sweeping the store. When else will I have the opportunity to carry so much stuff? But he was still suspicious. But it still feels kind of wrong. How can you shop and have money? While crossing the street, the two were still excitedly talking together. That is exactly how I have felt about you for the past 7 years, my friend. Why? Jinho thought of delicious food and replied, don't you remember anything, when we were in elementary school, who was the one who got an extra scoop of ice cream because of his handsome appearance? And who was the one who got the special offer of free drinks at the barbecue restaurant? Jae-jun turned to look at Jinho. Oh, was that special treatment? I thought I was just lucky to meet some generous owners. He was completely helpless with him. What kind of brain do you have? Jae-jun innocently said, it is obvious, because I have received it naturally since I was born, like breathing. He became more and more annoyed. Wow, how annoying. He followed behind, trying to flatter Jinho. Come on, talking about food makes me starve. Treat me to a meal now, Jinho. He resentfully blamed. I said a lot and you only heard ice cream and cola. From behind, a voice calling Jinho's name rang out, startling him. Jinho. A girl was happy. Oh my god, it is really Jinho. Jinho and Jae-jun looked back. The girl's voice continued. It has been a long time, right? The guy next to him looked annoyed. Who is it again? Jae-jun heard and felt nauseous. What does she want? Greeting you so enthusiastically. At that time, Bora stepped forward, gently greeting them. It is me, Bora. We were in the same class in high school. Memories immediately came back. The image of Bora holding her head and making fun. Wow, the four-eyed guy is confessing to me. Bora not only tore up Jinho's confession letter, but also showed disdain. How disgusting, Gue Bora. Returning to the present, she said softly, I used to like you. Jinho at this time still greeted warmly. Of course I remember Bora. She heard this and was happy. I knew it. Jinho was curious. How did you recognize me? Bora replied shyly. You are famous on social media as the national oppa of the neighborhood. Before that fake face, Jae-jun could not hide his disgust. Oh, now he has become handsome and famous, so you are pretending to know him. Jae-jun remembered the time. He felt uncomfortable being confessed to and even had false rumors spread, and then moved to another neighborhood because he was not confident enough to face people. How shameless. Bora awkwardly smiled. Jinhoa, because we met by chance like this. She put on a lovely face and asked, or can you have a cup of coffee with me? He was stunned after hearing that. Seconds later, the corner of Jinho's mouth turned up, revealing contempt. He flatly refused, sorry. After a brief silence, Jinho smiled and brought up the bags of clothes, then delicately chose his words. I am busy right now, so I do not think it is possible, then I will go first. Bora's mood darkened but still tried to pull him back. Wait, then can we at least exchange phone numbers? Jinho frankly said no. She angrily asked him back, why? Even though he had turned his back and walked away, he still hesitated. The reason? Jinho said meaningfully, I think you know better than anyone. After saying that, he politely said goodbye. It was nice to meet you, take care. Although he rejected Bora, Jae-jun was still not satisfied with Jinho's friendly attitude. "Hey, why did you still talk to her like that? That little girl caused you a lot of trouble," he said softly, "but she is still a classmate from 2nd grade." She angrily clenched her fist and shouted, "Hey, Lee Jin-ho." Bora was so angry that she trembled. She grumbled, "Do you think I am flirting with you, hanging around with those little kids all day, thinking you are like a prince?" Bora began to reveal her true nature. "Hey, that face is just temporary." Her next words made Jinho and Jae-jun look back. "You're such a jerk." Hearing that, Jae-jun immediately turned to talk to Jinho to provoke Bora. "Your Highness, your servant's stomach is rumbling. Let us hurry to the ball." He also joined the joke. "Oh." Then Jinho jumped on his back. "Let us go, my servant, he." She was ignored and could only stand and watch them play. Omamuzmada. The setting sun shone down on a restaurant. One person grilled meat and asked, "After being rejected so bluntly by me, she probably won't try to talk to me again, right?" Jae-jun saw him in contemplation and praised. "And you are so cool today, why did not you do that sooner?" he said softly. "Not really." He began to imagine the scene of meeting Bora. If Bora said at that time, "I am really sorry about everything from before, maybe I am at the coffee shop with her now." While tiredly rubbing his head, Jinho said in a tired voice, "Honestly, I still feel a bit empty in my heart. True love is really painful," he said. "Do you know why?" Jae-jun pushed the newly grilled meat in front of Jinho and said immediately, "Because your stomach is empty." He picked up the meat frantically. Seeing that, he asked, "How is it now?" While eating, he said, I have to admit, that is not emptiness but hunger." Jinho suddenly remembered and said, "That is right. Today I also received some money from Ondeokji. Eat as much as you want. Let us eat until we die." 1 hour later, the staff announced, "The total bill for our table is 140,000 won." Just hearing the amount, Jinho glared at Jae-jun. "You pig, you alone ate 4 servings." Scene change, a bag printed with the words, "Ancestral Church, the ancestors will support you." A voice rang out, "Believe in our ancestors. The ancestors will always love you." A girl blankly said, "What kind of strange cult is this? I wonder if there are people who really believe, or are they just swimming in money?" Behind, the young man was still enthusiastically spreading the ideology. "Do you believe in ancestors?" Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. "Excuse me," she refused. "I already have wet wipes." Just seeing Jinho, the girl blushed in confusion. "I think letting your hair down would suit this outfit better. What do you think?" Without taking her eyes off him, she said gently, "Yes, I will believe." He sighed in relief. Jinho turned away, thinking to himself, "This is driving me crazy. That is the 5th time I have given fashion advice to a stranger." Memories of the post when he visited Ondeokji's shop to choose clothes suddenly flooded back. While promoting Ondeokji's store, I also unlocked a skill. The system sent a notification, "Neighborhood fashion. Unlock conditions: 1. Receive 1,800 likes on social media. 2. Read 10 fashion magazines at a hair salon." My aesthetic sense has become more refined. Hearing those words from outside, "Don't I need to read any more handsome student magazines?" Jinho looked at himself in the mirror in horror. This outfit looks so disgusting. I seem to be going crazy just wanting to give fashion advice to everyone. Jinho patted his forehead a few times, trying to regain his composure. "Calm down, Lee Jinho, will you be like this with the seniors? Focus on Fat Koi now. Today is the day to register for clubs, so I need to calm down." And then Jinho arrived at the place. He knocked on the door a few times. As soon as Jinho entered, he smiled brightly and said, "Excuse me, I am here to register for the club." He was stunned to see the senior sleeping soundly on the sofa. Young Jae sleepily woke up, drooling and said, "Oh my, is not that our Jinho? Then why are you here?" Jinho asked worriedly, "Senior, are you sick?" Young Jae was fully awake. No, say it again." Suddenly he said in surprise, "You are here to get a club membership application form." Young Jae shouted excitedly, making him panic, "Hey-da, a club." Then he slammed a piece of paper on the table and introduced golf, mountain climbing, studying, then tennis, and also soccer. Young Jae's voice was full of excitement. "Which club do you want to join? Our junior, our dear junior." Jinho smiled awkwardly and chose, then tennis. He immediately replied, "Good, a perfect choice." Seeing Young Jae so excited, he thought, why is he suddenly so energetic? He raised his phone to take a picture of Jinho's club membership application. Then Young Jae said while typing on his phone, "Jinho, do you know how much the professors pay attention to you?" He said, "The principal was very satisfied after your photo shoot for the magazine, so the professors are secretly competing with each other." He blankly said, "Competing for what?" Young Jae listed and explained, competing to get you into their club. They keep nagging me, why did not you come to register sooner? He kept rambling, I am thinking of ways to lure you into our club, and it seems you want to do it yourself. But Jinho did not pay attention but pondered, so, the professors usually act as advisors for the clubs, right? Young Jae added, then call me when you have free time today, and be careful of the professors who are not chosen by you. He vaguely thought, but am I really that important? In the Principles of Business Administration class, the professor began to lure him, Tro Jin-ho, I think you will realize the joy of golf in the second semester. In the Principles of Economics class, another professor was also pulling him, instead of drawing the production possibility curve, I accidentally drew the mountain trail on Mount Seoraksan. Take this opportunity to think about the pleasure of climbing. During lunch in the school cafeteria, he could not avoid being approached by another professor. I am sure Tro has the face of someone who likes soccer. Jinho wearily said, so, I spent the whole day being followed by the professors. Young Jae, instead of comforting him, emphasized, didn't I tell you, you will endure this throughout the semester. An NPC said, Jinho-kun, why have not you joined a club yet? He determined, this is more stressful than the first time I played a dating game. Young Jae laughed, haha, you play those games too. Then he threw him a tennis racket, here take it is all yours, all sponsored by the former seniors, so do not feel too pressured. Young Jae hesitated then. The image of the tennis court appeared in his eyes. Both of them arrived at the tennis court, welcome to the tennis club. Everyone was practicing hard. The tennis ball was not still but moving continuously. Someone tossed the tennis ball in their hand. Then immediately served professionally. Jinho felt enlightened, wow. Young Jae glanced over and explained to him, serving so powerfully and quickly that the receiver can't touch it, scoring a point, is called an ace, how cool is that? But Jinho was still vague, the receiver, an ace, he reassured him, after playing a few times, you will understand everything. Someone in the tennis court called out loudly, hey, Koo Young Jae brought Lee Jinho here, hey. Everyone was shocked, what, Koo Young Jae brought GPA here, GPA ah, the guys in the mountain climbing club must be so jealous. Time passed quickly, Young Jae darkened his face and said, hey look, Jinho has been doing that for an hour. The tennis ball was tossed up. Jinho swung the racket in one hand, his eyes full of determination. But he missed. Jinho calmly said, EY, missed again. Young Jae and his friend next to him were stunned, tennis, he plays so badly. A sigh rang out in the middle of the tennis court, phew. He dejectedly walked around picking up balls and thought, this is not good, the only time I played tennis before was during school assessments. Jinho remembered the image of the seniors awkwardly encouraging him, you are the best, the best. He realized, the older brothers always encouraged me, but my skills must be called terrible. He quietly watched everyone play tennis professionally. The ball moved continuously. Jinho's mood suddenly dropped. Hesitation shone in his heart, should I unlock the skill right now? If I unlock the tennis prince skill, I can become better than anyone right here. Jinho clenched the tennis racket in his hand. The first unlock condition, hold a tennis racket, has been completed, and the second unlock condition is 100 rally. He tried to think carefully, the difficulty of the rally may depend on how much the opponent is willing to help me. If I take a shortcut, I can unlock it quickly. If you can help me achieve 100 rallies by any means, I will give you everything. Thinking of this, Jinho's facial muscles tightened visibly, but why do I feel so wrong about that? Suddenly another person walked over. It was Young Jae who noticed the look of contemplation on Jinho's face and walked over to ask, startling him, what are you thinking about so seriously? Jinho awkwardly and hurriedly said, I am sorry. Young Jae blankly said, not understanding what was wrong with him, are you acting up? Why are you suddenly apologizing? Jinho said with a heavy voice, actually, I completely failed the school assessment, so I feel like I am just a burden to the tennis club without any skills. Young Jae was stunned after hearing that. Then he burst out laughing. Young Jae bent down to pick up the ball on the ground and said, is this the first time you have joined a club? Well, I thought someone who should have high scores like you only spent time cramming. As a game addict, I do not care about filling out student records. Hearing that, he thought, I am playing a game. Young Jae juggled the ball on his hand and shared comfortably, club activities, you know, the problem is not good or bad, as long as you have fun. He threw the ball to Jinho and continued, nowadays, children are too influenced by competitive society to the point that they think it would be terrible if they fell behind even a little. Young Jae affirmed, in the end, those who enjoy it have already won. Hearing all those words of his, Jinho's eyes lit up, that is right. Young Jae wondered, or are you tired of practicing self-serve returns with the ball machine? Do you need this senior to rally with you right now? Jinho immediately refused. It is okay, I will practice a little more myself. Jinho realized, the anxiety about falling behind almost swallowed me. I almost missed the truly important things. At a house. A neatly cut plate of fruit was placed on the table. Then a voice rang out. You are the English tutor scheduled to start today, right? Ko Ji-young will be here soon. Please make yourself comfortable. The maid asked, what would you like to drink, coffee or soft drinks? Jinho smiled and replied, soft drinks please. While eating fruit he thought, I know Aunt Mi-young is a very successful woman, but I did not expect her to have a maid. Suddenly a girl rushed in and shouted, Mom. That was Ji-young. She hurriedly took off her shoes. I am home. Ji-young excitedly asked then, where's Teddy Bear Appa? She threw her backpack to the maid. She hurriedly caught her backpack and said, I do not know about any teddy bear, but your tutor is right there, good heavens. You are throwing things around again. Ji-young looked at Jinho waving hello Ji-young, it has been a long time since we met. At that moment, she pointed at him, I remember. Her next words stunned both Jinho and the maid, you are my mom's boyfriend. Ji-young's voice was somewhat harsh, she said bluntly, do you think I do not know, you are the man in my mom's phone wallpaper. She spoke quickly, why are you here, Teddy Bear Appa should have come. Jinho only managed to say a few words, wait Ji-young Ji-young immediately spoke in one breath, making Jinho unable to speak, I understand, you used that handsome face to seduce my mother and steal the position of tutor. Right, he could only secretly retort, seduce who? After speaking, she turned and left, humph, I should not have come home early. A maid called Miss. The maid spoke up to advise, Miss has promised to study hard for this tutoring session. Ji-young replied harshly, Mom broke her promise to bring Teddy Appa first. So why should I do that? I won't study. Tell Mom to change the tutor. At that time, Jinho secretly got angry. His voice was strangely low, hey pink pig. His words made Ji-young surprised. Where did you learn that bad habit? Remembering the past, when she was young, she used to call, hey pig. Ji-young was annoyed and pulled Jinho's clothes. Play with me quickly. Mi-young was sitting with Jin-hee. She was embarrassed. I am sorry, I have not taught her properly for a long time. Ji-young's voice still echoed, piggy, piggy ah. Jin-hee said softly, it is okay, she is just a child. The image of her hugging her father's neck on the hospital bed appeared, and what more could I ask for than for my child to be healthy? Jinho was only engrossed in playing video games, making Ji-young annoyed. Wait, I will play with you after unlocking the skill. She reached out and snatched his phone and threw it hard. His phone flew out the window. Seeing that, Jinho froze, while Ji-young still angrily said, no phone, play with me quickly. Mi-young and Jin-hee were startled by her. Suddenly a slap rang out, raise your hand for me, you pink pig. At this time, Jinho was strictly teaching Ji-young, you can't throw other people's phones like that, understand? She was punished to raise her hands to the sky but still stubbornly shouted. Go buy a new one, you poor beggar. He hit his own hand hard, making her panic. This is the consequence of being a brat. Jin-hee was quite surprised by the situation before her. Come here quickly, Ach, I am sorry. Mi-young doubted, should I stop them? Jin-hee immediately stopped. Just let it be, he is teaching her for us. Back to reality, Jinho still used the old trick to warn Ji-young. He said softly, I am thinner now, I do not make that sound anymore. She, being punished, could only look up at him. The maid was stunned by the actions of the two. Ji-young was still suspicious. Are you really Teddy Bear Appa? Jinho affirmed. Who else would it be? He gnashed his teeth, having realized. The truth is you did not even know that I lost weight, which means you really do not talk to Aunt Mi-young. Jinho did not take long to feel the distance between the two mothers and children, so that is why she has such an attitude. He looked at Ji-young in front of him, his heart filled with pity. A child who does not have friends, what would happen if she completely cut off with her family? Then he said, hey Kong Ji-young, put your hands down. As soon as she was able to put her hands down, she twisted around a few times while he asked, I heard everything from Aunt Mi-young, I heard you have been rude to her lately, right? Hearing that, Ji-young snapped, what does it have to do with you, ha Appa, do not stick your nose in. Jinho immediately growled like a tiger to scare her, what, do not stick your nose in. Overwhelmed by his aura, Ji-young slumped down. He comforted her softly, it is okay, Appa did not come here to scold you, I came here to help you. Ji-young, hearing those warm words, was surprised, it must have been very difficult for you. The more he spoke, the more moved she became. Tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. Aunt Myoung is always busy, and now with her promotion, I can't even see her face on the weekends. He continued to reassure Ji Young, don't worry, I will come once a week. She was surprised, really. The maid was also surprised that he made her listen, that young man. In the maid's eyes, Jinho was like a living bodhisattva. He transformed the stubborn girl Ji Young into a gentle lamb in an instant. She threw herself into his arms and cried. He softly comforted, there, I understand, Pham Nan. At Mi Young's office. She was surprised and stood up after hearing the information from the phone. Really, our Ji Young did that. The maid's voice rang out from the phone, boss, do you know what she did right after that young man left? Study, she studied. The maid added, but he started teaching from very basic conversations. Is that okay? Mi Young comforted, don't worry, he is the best student admitted to Korea University. She said softly and politely, thank you for taking care of her, you must be tired, please rest early. Mi Young remembered the past. Little Ji Young innocently asked, Mom, I have a performance at school tomorrow, are you not coming? When Ji Young was a little older, she sadly hesitated to say, Mom, tomorrow I know you are tired from work, right? Her sad voice rang out, Mom. Ji Young's eyes could not hide her emotions, she said softly, it is not work, is it me who makes you tired? She slammed the door, if it is Teddy Bear Appa, then he will understand me. Returning to reality, Mi Young silently regretted, if I had known, I would have called him sooner, son. She waited and whispered, see you again tomorrow. Scene change, the tennis ball appeared with the numbers ringing out, 97, 98, 99. The racket collided strongly with the ball, 100. Jinho powerfully made the serve. He silently looked at the ball, tennis prince skill. A little prince once said. On a beautiful day. Someone was sitting and writing something in a notebook. It turned out to be Jinho. He wrote and thought, she knows quite a few advanced words and answers simple questions well, it is not so bad to say she is unintelligent. Jinho affirmed, that is just the result of losing motivation to study for too long. Scene change, Ji Young's voice rang out, Appa, I do not know how much money my mom pays you to tutor me, but just teach as usual. Hearing that he wondered why she said calmly, anyway, mom does not care about my grades. Ji Young's face showed sadness, if I do well, she says it is good, if I do not do well, she says try harder next time and that is it. He smiled awkwardly, trying to comfort her, do you know how many kids are jealous of having a mother like that? She is a great mother. Ji Young began to open up more to Jinho. The first time I realized it was in 6th grade, when I brought home high scores, normal mothers would reward their children by making their favorite dishes. And when I brought home bad scores, mom would sit at the table and study with me. She painfully remembered me young at that time. When I told her that, my mom, she only praised a few words, you got 100 points in math, that is great. Mi Young took out a ton of bank cards, but mom is busy now, or you can take this money and go play with your friends. She said resentfully, at that time, I did not even have a single friend. Hearing this, he helplessly held his forehead, secretly blaming, Aunt Myoung is really. Jinho quickly changed the subject. Ji Young do you remember the time you came to my house to play? You always got to eat organic food. Do you know why? Ji Young replied, no, I do not know. His next words stunned her. That is all your mom did. She prepared everything for you because she was worried about your health. She exclaimed in shock, my mom did that. Jinho recounted, you think that is it? She even rearranged the refrigerator in my house. At that time Jin Hee and Mi Young argued, I am against it. Children nowadays need to eat processed foods. I will replace you with a brand new refrigerator. I take back what I just said, quality of life is also very important. I need you so much, best friend. He smiled and continued, well that is how it is, I thought you did not know about this, so I said it. Ji Young's eyes were directed at him, quietly listening. She is a person who does not like to show her feelings for you. Then he gently warned, if you still mention that you only need to get 70 points so I can be lazy, you will be in trouble. Ji Young's voice was dejected, yes. Scene changed to when he was in class. He sat alone in the classroom pondering, actually, no matter what I say about my mom's true feelings, I just want you to understand her, this is not a problem that can be solved that way. Right now, the first thing is to understand Ji Young's feelings and fill the void in her heart. A notification from the phone rang out, startling him, suddenly remembering, the friendly tennis match. Jinho picked up his phone to check the conversation. An arm raised high, waving at him, hey Ji-ho. Young Jae, seeing him running over, excitedly asked, are you skipping class? Jinho quickly explained, class was cancelled on. He looked at the group of people in the audience seats. By the way, there are a lot of people today. Were other students' classes cancelled too? In Young Jae's words, Jinho, like a silly monkey, replied, maybe they skipped class to see you. A smart, handsome student with a perfect SAT score is even rarer than an albino gorilla at the zoo. He resentfully complained, albino gorilla, oh my god. Suddenly someone stepped up and shouted, hey, Koo Young Jae. The people from the economics department's tennis club stepped up. The arrogant senior said, hey, are you still planning to give up? Young Jae immediately got angry. I could not come last time because I was drunk. I did not give up. The economics senior provoked. That is a typical excuse from the business department. He snapped, what do you mean by that? Jinho smiled awkwardly. The rumors about the feud between the business department and the economics department seemed to be true. He turned to the person next to him and asked, right? The person next to him glared at him. You can still smile. You took first place from me. Are you taking the whole world as a joke? In his heart he cursed, what the hell is this crazy person talking about? Does my face look like I care? But on the outside he reluctantly asked, are you the student who came in second? Young Jae on the other side was eager. Pick up your racket and come out here. The economics senior waved his hand. Okay, let us compete in a different way this time. He pointed to his junior and said loudly, then let us pair our highest scoring freshman with our second highest scoring freshman. Young Jae hesitated slightly. That sounds fun, but is Jinho okay? He is a complete beginner. He has not even played tennis for a month. The economics senior excitedly said, what, that is perfect. He continued, our second highest scoring freshman is also a beginner. Look at him showing off his skills. After he finished speaking, he professionally spun the racket in his hand. Seeing them like this, Young Jae comforted Jinho. Even the illiterate know how to spin a pen. Jinho, do not worry, no one expects you to win. He said, just go entertain the seniors. He obediently replied, yes. In his heart, Jinho was secretly excited. I am also looking for a suitable opportunity to try out some new skills. This time is also perfect to try. The two freshmen stepped forward to shake hands. He said frankly, we are the same age, right? Then let us drop the honorifics. Jinho secretly retorted, you did not use honorifics in the first place. He brought a gloomy mood and said in a low voice, but to be honest, you are so handsome that it makes people feel uncomfortable, thinking that a guy who only cares about his appearance defeated me. To take first place, are you sure your ranking was not based on luck instead of real skill? Contrary to him, he used a cheerful voice to tease him. That is right, I am really a lucky guy, right? The economics freshman was provoked by him until his face turned green, but he was still calm in his head. He contemptuously ignored him, compared to my 4-eyed days. Your harsh words are nothing. The racket was lowered. Rough, suddenly something flashed past Jinho, but he was still calm. Then he was served. A pair of agile feet rushed over. Jinho guessed the direction of the ball correctly, quickly hitting back. His decisive swing made the ball soar into the sky. The economics freshman watched the ball in a daze. He stared motionlessly at the ball flying towards him. He unexpectedly hit back. Jinho could only watch the direction the ball went. A sound rang out, 15 love. Young Jae angrily grabbed the economics senior's collar. That guy served without warning, it does not count. He evilly replied, who told you guys to be so clueless? The economics freshman triumphantly said, I felt a little guilty for scoring so easily right from the start. Maybe because you are new, you do not know about serving and sprinting. I tried to play dirty when he was careless, but he could still hit back. Although a little grumpy, Jinho tried to remain calm. It is okay, this is the first serve, I do not mind. This liar. The ball flew in the air again. Jinho got into position, slowly thinking, he has always been hostile to me. Is it really because I defeated him to take the number 1 spot? Even after thinking for a long time, he could not understand. No way someone our age would have such a childish reason. Looking at him going crazy in front of him, Jinho affirmed, this must be some kind of sophisticated psychological warfare. The economics freshman lost his composure, making him reflect, no, that is not it, sorry, I overestimated you. Jinho raised the racket to receive the ball. The tennis ball fell and touched the white line. Young Jae cheered happily, look, the ball landed exactly on the line, so it is a tie. A sound rang out, causing him and the economics senior to be surprised, out. He stepped forward to explain to him, this is called self-judgment, the decisions on my side of the court are made by me, according to what I saw it was out. Jinho innocently accepted, I am new so I trust you. What the hell? To everyone's surprise, Young Jae's grumpy voice rang out, wait, How the hell was it out? Hey, fashion department, did you guys see it? The girl was startled and replied, I do not know, I was just looking at Jinho's body proportions. Another guy spoke up, let us borrow him for a day after the match. We want to make a mannequin. He angrily scolded, all of you get lost. 10 minutes later, the score was 40-0, young Jae held his head helplessly, this is driving me crazy. He grabbed the economic senior's collar again and shouted, someone deal with that guy who keeps saying out. He turned pale and tried to explain, there is no referee. Each player makes their own decisions. Why are you so excited about a match between new freshmen? Jinho quietly listened to all their words. What do you mean when you say each player makes their own decisions? This is clearly cheating. What, cheating? He tossed the ball in his hand. Then he reassured young Jae, it is okay, on young Jae. Jinho balanced the ball on the racket, confidently saying, as the economics senior said, we are just beginners, right? He smiled, fun is the most important thing, right? Then Jinho turned to look at his ugly face and thought, anyway, I do not intend to compete seriously with a rude guy like you. I turned a blind eye to your cheating because I wanted to test the skills. I learned. He gave him a sharp look, and the next technique I am going to try is perfect for dealing with shameless guys like you. At that time, someone was quietly sketching a costume design. That person was Tim Jones. He looked at the tennis court, trembling with joy, how beautiful. After the first tennis set, Jinho was resting and drinking water to regain his strength when someone called out, Jinho. Young Jae ran over and asked him with a serious face, how did you do those circus tricks just now? Are you really a beginner? His question made Jinho a little uneasy. He awkwardly replied, the economics senior saw it just now, even if you are not good at studying, you can still spin a pen. But young Jae still looked suspicious. He continued to probe, but your demeanor today looks strangely professional. Jinho smiled brightly and replied, is this the amazing result of young Jae-on's guidance? Just hearing Jinho flatter a few words, young Jae happily put his arm around his shoulder. Is that so? Jinho immediately replied yes. Making him laugh so much that his mouth reached his ears. Everyone could only watch and was speechless. The two people from the economics department frowned when they saw the appearance of the two. The senior instructed his junior, young Jae is always uncomfortably optimistic. It is disgusting, you must win. The freshman firmly affirmed, of course. Both were full of killing intent. The referee's voice rang out, the match continues. Everyone in the stands cheered excitedly. The economics department's second highest scoring freshman provocatively said, why do not you give up right now? He said in a low voice, although I lack luck, I won't lose in tennis skills. His sly eyes looked at Jinho, showing off his achievements. Jinho prepared in a professional stance, unflinchingly mocking him, as if you are a beginner, why are you bullying civilians so shamefully? He raised his face, shameful, only losers are shameful. Then he gave an example, look at the Hollywood-level acting in sports. People talk a lot about how it goes against the spirit of sports. The image showed a player lying on the field, hugging his knees. He continued, or why not be shameless? Then there was a scene of a red shirt player receiving a yellow card unfairly. The yellow card was shown. Are you really angry because it is a cowardly act? No, you are angry because your team might lose. He kept explaining, when the other side does it, then they call it cowardly. The image showed a man raging. However, when your side does it, you will call it smart. Then the player grabbed the shirt collar of the one faking. He kept rambling on and on, in society, the winner is the truth. His words made Jinho very tired. Look at the guy who is trying to convince others to act like him. Hearing Jinho's words, made him even more angry. What? He wearily retorted, hey, if you play games with that mindset, it will be very boring. If you are a professional then I can understand. But this is just a hobby. Jinho raised the ball, regardless of winning or losing, just like this. Then he tossed the ball in the ready-to-serve stance and continued, just imitating techniques from manga is already fun. As the ball flew up, memories of the manga he had read appeared. Jae-jun introduced, Jinho, look, is not this skill exactly like this manga? Is not that a copyright infringement? Then he researched the technique in that book, damn it. Because he was too fascinated by that technique, Jinho tried to do it and was seriously injured and had to go to the hospital. The doctor asked, so you wanted to try the super cyclone smash? And then ended up with a back injury. Returning to reality, when the ball touched Jinho's racket net, the collision was so strong that it sparked. The light emitted from the collision grew larger and larger. The ball flew straight to the left side of the economics freshman, forming a beautiful curve. He quickly ran to catch the ball. He thought smugly, it is fast, but it is not impossible to block. He seemed to have grasped the direction of the ball. Good, I will receive the ball before the moment it bounces. He arrogantly thought, at a point even if I close my eyes, I can hit it. The speed of the ball did not change. The racket was still empty in the air. He was stunned. The economics department stood motionless, his eyes widening in surprise. The spinning ball flew up in front of him, making him panic. The ball is moving. The ball is about to hit his head. He crouched down in fear and cried, hic hic. Young Tae and the economics senior both widened their eyes in surprise. No, the ball bounced in the opposite direction as soon as it touched the ground, to perform that technique so powerfully and perfectly. They discussed the hit one after another. That is right, it is called. Both shouted two different names at the same time. American Twist Spin, Tennis Prince Season 8 Episode 10 Super Strong Cyclone, Smash. The senior angrily scolded young Jay, what is that, you bookworm? Then the two got into an argument. He shouted, it is clearly the Super Strong Cyclone Smash, the upgraded version of the American Twist Spin. I am asking what is that, you super bookworm? At this time, the economics freshman was sitting huddled on the court in terror, trembling non-stop. If I had not avoided it, now that ball would. He did not dare to imagine how terrifying the consequences would be. At this time, a pair of feet stepped quickly and said, what are you doing, Hollywood actor? He pointed the racket at him, stand up. At this time, he was too scared to move. Jinho continued, we are still. Jinho's eyes were full of killing intent as he said, not over yet. A rushed sound rang out, making Jinho startled and turn back. Suddenly he panicked because of the two hands rushing towards him. Jinho cried, ACH, and then a smack rang out, causing the fans to be petrified. One person stuttered in horror, what is wrong with that perverted foreigner? Another person trembled and exclaimed, oh my God. Then everyone recognized and shouted, it is Tim Jones. They shouted happily, the chief designer of CHAP. Everyone was still shouting his name, Tim Jones, but he only paid attention to Jinho, left cheek, let me kiss your left cheek again. The people from the economics department spoke up to ridicule, that dude is only great in the eyes of your design department, to us, he is just a perverted fat guy. A female student from the fashion department angrily shouted, what did you say? The guy next to her quickly took out his phone to video call the professor. Professor, look. That friend zoomed in on Tim Jones' face and said loudly, that is the real Tim Jones. The professor on the other side excitedly yelled, Kong, quickly zoom in on every pore for me. At this time the whole stadium was in chaos. Jinho's match had to be stopped because of that fat guy. That is not a belly fat, it is a design bag. The senior quickly led him away. Hey, let us go. Young Jay uncomfortably shouted, what the hell is this? Is this the audience seat or the arena? Everyone move. After that, the atmosphere calmed down. Tim Jones spoke up, haha, I am sorry. He sat down on the lawn and shyly covered his face. Seeing you defeat the bad guy and pose perfectly, I could not help myself. Jinho thought helplessly, I only imitated manga. Jinho had just opened his mouth to ask, excuse me. Unexpectedly Tim Jones leaned his head back and said loudly, you are wondering why I am here, because I want you to wear my clothes. He was silenced by his actions. Then Tim Jones excitedly showed him a notebook. Please take a look. Jinho smiled awkwardly and received the notebook, saying polite words, I will probably take a quick look, but in his heart he sighed, if I do not look, he will probably be determined not to leave. Suddenly Jinho widened his eyes in surprise. Jinho was shocked by his designs. Oh my God, this is. Jinho opened his mouth in surprise. Extremely perfect. Since becoming a fashion icon of the neighborhood, I have never been 100% satisfied with any fashion style. Tim Jones was overwhelmed by Jinho's praise. How can there be such perfect clothes? He could not keep his composure before his praise. How can something be both elegant and practical? Tim Jones' mind was about to explode because of Jinho's words. If I could wear something like this even once in my life, then this life would really be a success. Seeing Tim Jones standing next to him overly excited, he puzzledly interrupted his thoughts. I am sorry, but did I just shoot you or something? Jinho froze. I am speaking Korean. How does he understand? He happily cursed. Damn it. At that moment, the sound of high heels approached, along with a familiar voice. Even if the language is different, sincerity still transcends everything. Mi Young stepped forward. Next to her was Director Joe. She said, just like how you were moved by those clothes, son. Jinho was even more surprised and called out, Aunt Mi Young. Tim Jones, standing next to her, also happily called out, Angela. Then Mi Young and he greeted each other according to French customs. Smack smack. Mi Young immediately explained, "Ah, this is called bisu, a greeting that does not touch the lips, just pretending to kiss." Tim Jones turned to look at him in a scary way. "You received that too, right? So you understand, right?" That look made him remember that kiss and shuddered. "But actually that person touched my lips to my lips." Jin-ho stammered, I like women." Then his eyes became sharper. "I too, we have a lot in common, right?" He secretly prayed, "Auntie, save me," but on the outside he still smiled. "By the way, what is the matter that you came here?" she replied, about that." Director Joe at this time was seriously driving. Behind, Jin-ho was sandwiched between Mi Young and Tim Jones. She put her arm around Jin-ho's shoulder and joked, but he could not smile. "I am here to play with my son, that is all." Jin-ho was stunned and tried to find a reason. "But I still have class." But Mi Young did not let him escape. "It is not too late, ask for a leave." Jin-ho was even more shocked, and asked her again, "Are you the vice president of Seoul, Korea?" Mi Young frankly admitted, and Tim has been looking for you everywhere." Tim Jones at this time was extremely happy. Mi Young added, "Because you are not an official model, all he knew was that you were Asian and what your face looked like." At this time Jin-ho was calmer. He then wondered, "So how did he find me?" She proudly told her achievements, making him stunned. "During a video meeting, he accidentally saw you in my wallpaper. How do you feel? Amazing, right?" He sighed and suggested to Mi Young, "Can you change your wallpaper?" She wondered why. He recounted when Ji Young angrily shouted, "He is my mom's secret boyfriend." Then he sighed, "That is how it is." The brilliant sunset covered the road. Jin-ho continued the story, "Speaking of this, Auntie, why do not you take Ji Young with you when you go out? She should be out of school now." Mi Young looked out the window and bluntly refused. "No," he excitedly said loudly, "Auntie." Jin-ho still tried to persuade, "I know you have trouble facing Ji Young, so why do not you spend more time with her right now?" She was still determined, "Still can't." He suspiciously asked, "Why?" All three stepped into the bar with glittering lights and lively music. She hesitated, "Because." At this time Jin-ho was stunned when Mi Young replied, "Minors are not allowed in the club." Then she asked Jin-ho back, "Should I bring her along?" He was startled. "I just said something terrible." A moment later, Jin-ho continued the story, "So that is why Ji Young is like that." Mi Young held her head in frustration. "What should I do? I am really a 0-point mother." Jin-ho comforted softly, "Haha, do not worry too much." Jin-ho continued to encourage, "If you make an effort now, you can still be an 80-point mother. I will help you, so please try your best." Mi Young felt somewhat more comfortable. "I am counting on you, nephew." Jin-ho suddenly glanced to the side. "By the way." He looked at a girl with a hot body dancing to the music and exclaimed, "The club is really a great place. Everything is flashy and glittering." Then she leaned against a man, but her eyes were directed at Jin-ho, and above all. Then that girl gave a charming smile. He saw that smile and was startled. Then Jin-ho blurted out, "There are so many beautiful people in the world, why have not I ever met them before?" Mi Young and Director Joe laughed. Seeing that, he stammered, What is wrong?" Then Mi Young asked him, "To you, are they like normal people?" Jin-ho was confused. "Are they models?" She quickly explained to him, "There may be some normal people, but most are celebrities or models. They probably secretly followed Tim Jones after hearing the news that he came to Korea." Mi Young raised an issue again, while they seemed to be dancing happily. The image of Tim Jones and Mi Young being powerful appeared along with her words. "If I told you that they were desperately waving to attract the attention of Tim Jones or Seer, would you believe me?" Jin-ho surprisingly exclaimed, "Self-promotion disguised as a random coincidence." Mi Young calmly asked, "You accept this surprisingly quickly?" Jin-ho was still quietly sitting on the bar stool, muttering to himself, "If you want to convince anything, you need to attract their attention first." Mi Young laughed and said, "Of course they are wasting their time because Tim Jones' lover is our son." Jin-ho smiled slightly, "I think I am being hurt by the word lover because of you. This is not right at all." Mi Young asked back, "So, you really won't be a model?" Looking at Tim Jones dancing in the lively crowd, Jin-ho explained more clearly, more precisely, "I do not want to sign a contract with any company." Mi Young replied, "Don't want to be tied down, but it is not that you do not want others to approach, right?" Jin-ho affirmed, "That is right." She turned to Director Joe but still talked to Jin-ho. "I guess it would be better to take you to Seoul Fashion Week once. No, it must be Paris Fashion Week at least." Jin-ho bluntly said, "If you gave Ji Young even half of that dedication, she would not have become like this." Hearing that, Mi Young became sad. "I am really a 0-point mother." Jin-ho immediately requested, "First, please change your phone wallpaper to Ji Young. Children notice everything." Mi Young continued, "By the way, Are not you going to have some fun? Just enjoy it. I will keep today's events a secret from Jin-hee. He bluntly retorted, I do not trust you anymore, especially from someone who gossips to my mom about how many times I go to the bathroom at night. She then promised, okay, if I tell Jin-hee about today, I will buy you a foreign car. Her words made Jin-ho incredibly surprised. What? Mi-young waved her hand, laughed, and said to him, you know that the vice president of Sear never jokes about money. Now just enjoy it without worry. The Sear director sitting next to her added, if you break your promise, I will sue you, then I will replace your position as vice president. The Sear director's words surprised both Mi-young and her. Wasn't my joke funny? Mi-young was speechless. Director Joe's jokes always sound so serious that it is scary. Lee Jin-ho walked amidst the flashing lights and pounding music. Jin-ho was pushing through the crowd when someone accidentally bumped into his shoulder. Jin-ho fell down and instinctively grabbed onto something very soft. He flusteredly apologized, oh, I am sorry. A warm and seductive female voice rang out, it is okay. Jin-ho unconsciously raised his head. It turned out he was falling into the arms of one of the three beautiful girls with hot bodies. The girl continued, it is okay. The girl who had just caught him greeted him, little one, you are so handsome, are you a Sear exclusive model? That girl offered Jin-ho, do you want to dance with me? That girl kept inviting him, after dancing, we can go eat, and after eating. Jin-ho immediately avoided her and ran straight into the men's restroom, I am leaving. In the restroom, he washed his face repeatedly to sober up. Tim Jones next to him asked, why do not you go enjoy yourself with those girls? Jin-ho decisively replied. Because these people are here because of Sear, not because of me. Jin-ho's face darkened, it is really great, but I need to leave before causing more trouble. He sighed, phew, it is finally over. Tim Jones was surprised by his strong will, oh. He looked up at him with admiration, good control of instincts and self-control. Boy, you are really, Jin-ho interrupted him, stop, I know it is not what you mean, but this is not the right place. Tim Jones wondered, where are you going now? He smiled brightly, of course, to enjoy the true nightlife of Korea. The city at night with lights from buildings. On the warm dining table, 2 glasses of alcohol were raised. On the grill was grilled pork belly. Then, he and Tim Jones went to a karaoke room. 2 large glasses of beer clinked together. They changed the fun place again, chicken and beer. They continued to enjoy the happy moments in the karaoke. Finally, the shop assistant pushed 2 delicious-looking drinks over and said, here are your 2 super large chocolate lattes. At the park, an excited voice rang out, I really liked today. Tim Jones sat sipping his drink and added, especially the combination of beer and chicken is amazing. Next time you visit my country, I will definitely treat you well. Jin-ho, hearing that, happily asked, where are you from? He replied briefly, England. He flusteredly said, yes. Jin-ho wondered, now I want to ask, what do you want me to do with those clothes? He said frankly, I do not think you came just because of me, even if you make them for me. He said softly, I can't hide it anymore. Then Tim Jones offered, Jean, to be honest, I want you to participate in my fashion show, I want to show the world what a real muse is like. Then he became excited, but that is not allowed, my muse will be targeted by other designers, I can't let that happen. Jin-ho then made a deal, I see, I will be your source of inspiration, but only inspire your designs without appearing on the public stage, is that okay? Hearing that, Tim Jones' mood darkened, but I do not like that, I want to show the other designers that they do not have a muse like you. He expressed sincerely, but I do not want to share you with anyone. Jin-ho was speechless, this guy. He secretly judged, like a child, I won't let you borrow my latest game console, but I brought it to show off. Jin-ho said, to be honest, I do not think you can hide me, Tim Jones. Look. He raised the screen. Tim Jones looked at the screen of Jin-ho's phone, overload of traffic. He said, has reached the limit of visits. He added, this is the homepage of the clothing sales page I am wearing, I know about this because I know the web owner. While happily singing karaoke with him, he received a call, the other end hesitated suspiciously, Jin-ho, what is going on, since tonight, the products with the keywords Lee Jin-ho Korea University. Keep coming non-stop. Tim Jones hesitated to guess, since tonight. He affirmed immediately, is when we started going out together. He explained further, just being with you has attracted this much. Can you imagine how interesting it would be if I wore your clothes, especially with the era of everyone using social media now? The level of spread is unimaginable. Jean said. His voice was slightly questioning, isn't it better to reveal directly than to miss out? Tim Jones was increasingly moved. Then Jinho politely declined the invitation. Moreover, my conscience does not allow myself to wear these wonderful clothes for free. The refusal made Tim Jones sad, but he still had to give up, even though he did not want to, since Kajin has said so. Okay, I will think more about it before that. At that time, Tim Jones suddenly spoke up. I have something to tell you. Jinho wondered, what is it? He announced, I will be returning to France in 3 days. As he spoke, he remembered the faces in France eagerly waiting for him. Come back quickly, if you do not come back in time. I will go there and bring your body back. He surprisingly exclaimed, so soon. Sitting on a bench in the park, Jinho hesitated to ask, then the next time you visit. Before he finished speaking, Tim Jones interrupted, I will definitely come back here. But it will be a long time, so I am making this offer. Tim Jones offered, no matter how long it takes, when the clothes are finished, can you promise to come and wear my clothes right away? He quickly responded to his kind invitation. They shook hands, as if to confirm an established commitment, of course. He said. Jinho did not fail Tim Jones' trust. No matter how long it takes, as long as you call, I will come right away. But then he secretly hesitated. That is what I said, but... The next day, Jinho's face was slightly stunned. Tim Jones, with dark circles under his eyes, pointed at himself, his voice full of excitement. Jinho stepped up, blankly asking, didn't you sleep last night? He honestly said. After hearing you say that, how could I sleep? Jinho affirmed, this person, he is really crazy about it. After setting off, the two stopped in front of a large building. On the table, a design was placed neatly. A hesitant sound rang out, At that time, Jinho was completely surprised. Oh my god. At this moment, he was still stunned. The CEO of Seer, a compliment rang out from the chairman, excellent. Jinho immediately recognized, it is Pietro Bettari. He stopped, gave a look to Tim Jones, and said in a low voice, nothing is surprising anymore. Auntie is the vice president of Seer Korea, and I have a world-class designer as a fan. From the large screen, Pietro's voice rang out. No wonder Tim threw away all his work to fly there. Jean, right, you should become a Seer model right away. Hearing that, Tim Jones proudly said, no, he is my muse. Pietro worriedly said, Tim, this is an issue of revenue. He pointed at the CHAP and said, according to that logic, we will let him work with X Vuitton too. Pietro then turned to Jinho and sincerely said, Kajin, I sincerely thank you for becoming Tim's muse. He said, we hired Tim because he is a designer full of ideas, but he has a wandering blood, jumping out the window to find ideas, running away to find inspiration. Recalling the times Tim Jones ran around looking for the right person, if I can't find Tim Jones will, damn it, how can you hold ideas in this place? The assistants had to yell at him. Come back immediately. Pietro expressed, now he is willing to stay in one place. Pietro sighed and lamented Tim Jones' personality. An artist with a free spirit is indeed a wonderful character in public, but with a partner, it is really terrible. Tim Jones was still cheerful. In exchange for waiting, there will be a huge amount of money. Pietro said softly, anyway, to be grateful, I will give you this offer. Jinho showed surprise at his words. Seer will be your sponsor for 3 years. How does that sound? What he said next shocked him. Hurriedly raising his hand to cover his mouth. Not only provide everything from clothes to every pair of socks, but also products that have not been released yet. Depending on the situation, we will support hairstylists too. Jinho's face darkened when he heard Pietro say, you only need to, always wear the high-end products we provide. Tim Jones was still confidently raising his head. You are doing everything to keep my muse. Pietro's voice rang out. Can't let such a talent fall into the hands of other brands. But he said, I am sorry, but I have to refuse. Tim frantically turned around, Jean. After the refusal, Pietro's voice dropped. Why? Through the large screen, Jinho faced his questioning voice. Don't you understand how big of an opportunity this is? Or do you like another brand more? He immediately denied, neither of those. Hearing that, Pietro wondered, then why? In his heart he understood. High-end brands are really good. Being sponsored is even better. It is all free. The best things are the life I have had after that day. If my life is tied to only wearing luxury clothes. Jinho affirmed, then I do not need it. Jinho confidently said, beautiful and fashionable things must be worn and decorated. He emphasized, even if it is not from Seer. After hearing that, Pietro was slightly stunned, then smiled excitedly. Pietro's voice was decisive, that is right, Tim has found a true muse. Jinho's words moved Tim Jones so much that he trembled, making Jinho panic. Is he always like that? Tim Jones muttered, beautiful and fashionable things must be worn and decorated. Pietro hesitated, sometimes. Pietro offered, if my words made you misunderstand, I am sorry, it seems I unconsciously thought you were like those idiots who would do anything just to wear seer. Jinho politely replied, not at all, I also reacted a bit emotionally. He expressed, you are also polite, making me want you even more. Ah, that is right. Pietro was typing something on his phone and said, I told Seer Korea that you can take any clothes you want. Ah, this is my gift, not sponsorship. He calmly said, feel free to take them to give to family, relatives, and friends. Hearing that, he joked, really, you will regret it. Jinho thought he was joking, so he thought, the CEO is also human, also knows how to joke, huh? Scene change, at a store with all kinds of clothes sparkling and luxurious. This place was full of designer items. Mi Young pointed to the pile of things behind, take it all. Jinho trembled and held up 2 items, this, and this. Mi Young shouted loudly, is that only worth 3 million won? Pietro does not even count that. Jinho could not believe it, 2 sets are already 3 million. On the other side she was calling someone Jinhee, it is me, this sister, get your butt to my company right now. It is time to reap all the benefits of having a talented son. He behind, collapsed into a chair in shock, so the CEO is not human. Jinhee was still vaguely asking Mi Young, really okay? Hyunman and Jinhee looked at the luxurious clothes before them in surprise, wow, really get to take it all? She said what, feeling embarrassed, he shyly replied, of course, I have not done anything yet, there is nothing for me to do either. Mi Young hearing that, just smiled. She calmly explained, listen carefully, you have become a major contribution to Seer's revenue for at least the next 3 years. Mi Young seeing Jinho like that, then explained, 10 billion, 100 billion, no, even 1 trillion is just a small number compared to the money you will earn, what does it matter to have a few products? He was shocked by her words and exclaimed, trillion, 1 trillion. Jinho quickly remembered his favorite dish, then can I buy several pounds of pork belly? Mi Young immediately stopped, don't even think about eating anything like pork belly. Immediately, she strictly reminded Jinho, son, you are already a treasure of Seer just by breathing, take good care of yourself. He awkwardly expressed, I understand. Please calm down. Then he secretly thought, with willpower, I can't even gain weight if I want to. Suddenly Jinho asked, ah, that is right, is there anything I can do for Seer? Mi Young, hearing that, misunderstood and scolded even more, I told you not to feel indebted. He hurriedly explained, that is not it. The corner of his mouth curved up, I am confident. Jinho's eyes shone brightly, full of determination, he affirmed, confident that I will succeed. She was so surprised by his will that she was stunned. Then the corner of Mi Young's mouth curved up and secretly praised, grown up so much since when? She turned around while saying to Jinho, go with me, there are some things I want to introduce to you, can't take it back. He helplessly followed, I know. A cabinet filled with high-end and luxurious items. Hyunman quietly glanced at them. He silently watched Jinhee as she enjoyed every moment with the new outfits. At that time, Jinhee's happy smile was evident. Hyunman's eyes did not leave her. But then his eyes of the past appeared, but in them was only sadness. The image of Jinhee tiredly collapsing on the ground while hugging her head was deeply imprinted in his mind. Hyunman stood silently before her collapse on. Jinhee helplessly asked, why is life so hard? Again that question was repeated, on, why is life so hard? Jinhee's graduation photo was placed neatly on the table, she disappointedly said, I have never been lazy in my life. Trash scattered on the floor, Jinhee still resentfully said, since I was conscious, I have always had to struggle to pay the rent every month, struggle to pay the deposit. She bitterly lay face down on the floor, even the trash bag burst. Will there be a day when I can smile and say it is just a few hundred won? Hyunman could not help but feel heartbroken seeing Jinhee like that. He secretly blamed himself, it is all because of me. Again he remembered the past, his father's voice rang out, Hyunman I will sell this cow to pay for your tuition, do not worry about anything, just focus on studying. Hyunman expressed, because I am the eldest son, the siblings had to miss out on so many things, I plan to support them until they could find jobs, and pay off this debt. He had confessed to her, despite these shortcomings. Hyunman boldly proposed to Jinhee, do you want to marry me? Deep in his heart, he felt incredibly guilty, you should not have to live such a mediocre life. He became a little less tense, so you still married me. After having children, their daily life still passed by simply and peacefully, let me throw out the trash. No, you just came back, just rest. But, then take care of Jinho for me. Before leaving, Jinhee gently turned back and said softly, I do not regret marrying you at all, so do not make that face. Returning to reality, Hyunman's eyes revealed emotion. He had never taken his eyes off Jinhee. Hyunman quietly watched her happy smile. It was exactly like Jinhee's youth. Hyunman stepped away slightly. He reached out and rubbed his forehead, thinking, "Thank you, son." Scene change. Hyunman slammed a large beer cup on the table and shouted, "I am really a sinner." He lowered his head and admitted, "Your mother has suffered so much because of me. I could not buy that bag." "How much was it?" Jinho replied, "About 5 million each." Hearing that, he looked at Jinho with emotion. "You are really allowed to take it," he sighed and affirmed, "I told you I was." Jinho said, "I also agreed to work for them, taking photos, interviews, reviewing the agency list, receiving sponsorships, sending sponsored goods to Auntie's department, and going to the club to create indirect advertising effects and increase brand awareness." He said with satisfaction, "That is good." Suddenly a girl stepped up. "Excuse me." Two girls shyly asked one after another, "Are you the handsome guy from Korea University? Can we take a picture with you?" Hyunman quietly sat watching the fans interact with him. "I have been a fan since you were the everyday neighborhood boy. Your fashion has been unique since then. Please forget me from back then." Then the two girls left. One girl still praised, "Your father is also very handsome." The friendly staff said, "Goodbye, have a good day." He blankly asked, "Handsome Korea University boy, what is that?" Jinho immediately explained, "It is a nickname online given to me. Bah, your son is a bit popular with women." Hyunman was happy when he realized that he was so loved. "Is that so? Do not worry about marriage. Your parents' daughter-in-law will live in luxury more than anyone. I will buy a house, buy a car, and a wedding ring even if I have to borrow more money." Jinho blankly asked back, "You just said do not have any debt." "I have not thought about getting married yet." Time quickly passed. 3 days later, the day Tim Jones left Korea. A voice rang out next to the suitcase. "Thank you, I am really happy." Tim Jones and Jinho said goodbye to each other according to French customs. "It is an honor to be able to help you during these 3 days." They said goodbye together at the airport. "Hopefully I will see you in France next time. Our CEO will be very much looking forward to having dinner with you. If I have the opportunity, one will definitely. Come." He waved and promised. "Then see you later, my friend. Next time I will surprise you with even more amazing clothes." Jinho smiled, looking in the direction Tim Jones left. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Jinho looked at the phone screen, his face revealing happiness. The phone screen showed a conversation on WeChat with, "Let us see who will be surprised, my friend." Meanwhile, at Mi Young's house, she was also looking at her phone. Mi Young put her phone down, casually saying a few words. "As soon as he became the vice president, my son has progressed this fast. Life is really unpredictable." At that time Ji Young also noticed her phone. She stared at the phone on the table, teddy bear. Ji Young glanced at Mi Young, then walked over and picked up Mi Young's phone. Suddenly her eyes became sparkling. Her phone wallpaper had been changed to a picture of Ji Young as a child. She observed her surroundings, while looking at the phone. Then Ji Young took the phone and took a picture of herself and secretly blamed with love, "I am so pretty now, why did mom use a picture for my first birthday?" Scene change. A man walked with a guitar on his shoulder. He raised his hand to his forehead to shield the sun to see more clearly, his voice full of excitement, "Oh my." Myung Jin stood in the middle of the street looking at the blue sky, "Ending my life as a professor, it is really a beautiful day." His past suddenly appeared. Professor Young Myung Jin was once a fairly successful guitarist. The important words were emphasized, "was once." 2 weeks ago, Myung Jin was stunned by the number of students participating in his guitar class. Registration, number of registrations, 5 students. Many negative reviews appeared. Class review, ruined, Professor, Young Myung Jin, asking to play guitar on the lawn, there are too many ants, and then eat points D+. Teaches well but gives stingy points, thinking from the 80s, learning on Matub is better, hard to get A, run away immediately. He sat alone on campus playing the guitar, my mind is broken. People passing by were curious, there is a homeless person on campus over there, escort him out. It is a professor. 2 weeks after the class was cancelled. Myung Jin took heavy steps, if the class is cancelled again, my contract will end. His mood became gloomy, whose fault is this? I am the one who gave C and F because of a lack of romance. He really knew, no matter how much you used to be loved, tastes will change. What goes up must come down, when generations change, trends will also follow. Of course the old generation does not disappear, review 40%. But at least here, university is the territory of the new generation. Korea University, Myung-jin thought, complaining why they do not sell sangwa tea at the cafe that only young people visit. Walking in the hallway, he kept thinking, but if I get fired now, where will I find a job? Myung-jin walked in weariness, still fearing, even if I was a former professor at Korea University, I can't compete with the real music market. Now if I go back to the music industry, I do not have the confidence to surpass the younger generation. He sadly affirmed, it is all my fault. In another place, a girl propped her chin up in disgust. Hey, did you know, this class is famous for giving tight grades? She wondered, then why did you choose this class, in this day and age who still? Another person shyly said, it is a little embarrassing, a friend told me I smell like an old person but... The girl excitedly urged, tell me. Outside, a hand had grabbed the door handle. Inside, that voice continued, I have a dream. Turns out the person speaking was Jinho, he expressed, the dream of playing guitar while sitting on the school lawn. The classroom door was opened, do you understand? The two girls and Jinho all looked to that place. Everyone else was no exception, all looked towards the door. He looked at the crowd before him and was surprised, opening his mouth wide, Professor Young Myung-jin, the journey through music. Myung-jin was stunned before all the students. After Jinho's schedule was leaked to the whole school, the registration rate increased to almost 1,000%. In the past, he had also stood before so many audiences like this. At that time, Myung-jin's eyes showed happiness. Now it was also like that, standing before a full class, he was also very happy. Phew, is this a dream? Myung-jin wiped away his tears and stepped in, a dream that makes my eyes blurry. The final registration was confirmed with 65 students. Scene change, a young man was immersed in every melody that his guitar created. The driver in front spoke up, plays well, did you just buy it? Jinho played and answered her, the professor gave it to me as a thank you for helping the class not be cancelled. He said this is the guitar he used during his golden years. She was curious, can I know the name of the professor? Jinho happily introduced, Professor Young Myung-jin. Ah. Did you know? Director Soy replied calmly, not very famous, but the kind of singer that anyone who knows the name will know. She jokingly said, if you are short on money, you can take the signature on the guitar to Apple Market to sell, you can get quite a bit. He immediately joined the joke, hit the lottery. Director Sear was satisfied, I like how you Jinho understand my jokes, the vice president and others always say I am awkward and scary. Jinho brightly replied, it also depends on the person listening to the joke. She asked, are you not worried about today's photo shoot? He expressed, I have already participated in many photo shoots, in Italy and at school. Suddenly she said bluntly no. Her voice dropped to a scary level, you should worry about today. The magazine that will appear today is one of the most prominent in the majority of fashion magazines in the world. The famous magazine appeared, X magazine. The pride of the group is the pride of all members. Director Sear carefully reminded him, what do you think those uptight employees at X magazine will expect from Jinho? In other words, a harsh voice rang out, of course, it is sponsorship. She angrily complained, putting an amateur model on the cover is proof that Sear is going downhill. Her colleague next to her also added, I mean he is not even a model, just a normal person, a son of a gun. The guy with the hat seemed interested, but it is Sear, this normal person is probably not ordinary. She still held prejudices against the new model, wasn't the new vice president of Sear just changed, I heard it is the son of the vice president's friend. The guy with the hat unhesitatingly affirmed, from the beginning, that is it, Sear Korea is ruined, we will soon see corruption scandals on the news. She frowned, secretly cursing, connections. That colleague also secretly judged, mediocre. The guy with the hat showed even more contempt, relationship. After that, the image of Director Sear reminding him appeared, unpleasant, inexperienced, went through the back door. She turned her head, carefully instructing, if you make a bad impression while already having prejudices, then not only will Jinho be embarrassed, but the honor of the entire Sear Korea. Which proactively recommended Jinho. Returning to reality, a figure stepped into the photo shoot room. Director Sear's instructions were still echoing in his ears, so please perform well. All three people who had criticized the new model were surprised. That figure was dazzlingly bright. Hello. Jinho reached out his hand and introduced at the same time, I am Jinho, I am honored to work with everyone today. Who the hell is it? After the photo shoot, the three people quietly listened to the question, how was the photo shoot with Jinho? They each affirmed, although he is a normal person, his skills are unimaginable, the top of the top, extremely charming. Finding it not enough, they each praised one more word. There is a strange charm in both professional and personal aspects. I also think so. Hopefully there will be another opportunity to collaborate. I heard his photo shoot schedule for next month is full. The question was asked again, so should we barge into the waiting room and talk to him? They answered in unison no. One person explained, currently Jinho is busy with something more important than the photo shoot. Another person was curious, what is it? That person immediately replied, practicing for tomorrow's talent show, So Young. At Jinho's place, that girl left, call me if you need anything on. He politely replied, thank you. Jinho was secretly happy. Luckily, I can practice the guitar in the waiting room. If I do well, I can unlock the skill before going to MT. Skill, Rooftop Star. The system sent information, unlock conditions 1, receive a guitar as a gift, 2, listen to 30 songs and play each song 10 times perfectly. Time is running out. As difficult as the top national students, he thought, I remember all the chords from yesterday. Jinho sat calculating carefully, 30 songs, each song 10 times, but to play perfectly, each song needs to be practiced at least 10 times, so at least 300 times. Assuming each song is 3 minutes, it takes at least 15 hours. Luckily the professor taught me very carefully. He played the guitar and asked, Freddie Park Jae-joon, can you sing again? He, hearing that, asked back, what, do you need me to find my mom again? Then Jae-joon sang Mama. The great sound startled him, oh. Carefully utilizing every moment, now I only have one song left, but... Jinho looked at his swollen wrist sadly, tendinitis, it hurts too much to play anymore, with a skill, it won't be like this. All his fingertips were injured, doing too much will exhaust the whole body. Elsewhere, a small hand appeared, mixed with psychology. Seola clenched her hand, her face showing sadness. She said softly, want to give up too much, painful. 3 years ago, a newspaper reported, entertainment, oh too heavy, the dazed body of a rookie. The image showed, the dazed and infatuated image of ROM Entertainment's new singer Lee Seol-ae. 20 years old, has attracted admiration from viewers. A harsh voice rang out when seeing the report, what the hell? That man held his head helplessly and blamed. How can they write reports like this with the concept of a pure singer-songwriter? Her manager next to her said softly, it is true that it attracts a lot of attention. Scene change. Someone made instant noodles in the cup and calmly replied, it is okay. She optimistically joked, isn't that how every singer-songwriter starts? It is not hard, I was so confident back then. When the album comes out, everyone will listen to my music, and realize I am a pure singer-songwriter. That was how the first and second albums completely failed. Seola stood silently when hearing those words. Seola, I know you do not like this genre, but please make dance music for the third album. She agreed and it was successful. Seola, the reaction to the third album is explosive. The CEO has gone to the trouble of arranging this magazine interview, so please do well. Seola did not seem very happy with that success. Her voice lowered and she replied, yes. In her heart, Seola had secretly prayed, really, I hoped the third album would also fail. If it is not a song I created, if I am successful because of wearing revealing clothes, singing childish lyrics, it feels like those songs will really represent my personality. Water in the sink dripped, a soft voice rang out, I am going to the bathroom for a bit. Seol-ah quietly stood before the mirror in the bathroom. After that, she left. The door next to it gradually opened. Seol-ah stopped before the door. The manager was on a call. Yes, CEO Seol-ah, the bathroom. Yes, she is a little down. He said, her lifelong pride is songwriting and guitar skills, she must be hurt. She was still standing silently in one place. At this time, the manager felt that something was strange, but she has been in there for a bit too long. At this time, Seol-ah's mood seemed to have changed completely. A melodious sound caught her attention. Seol-ah immediately ran towards the source of that magical sound. She did not hesitate, only rushed to the place where the sound came from. Seol-ah's arm reached for the door handle. Without hesitation, she opened the door and saw Jinho inside quietly strumming the guitar. He was startled and looked up. Jinho's music soothed Seol-ah's soul, causing her to choke and cry, please keep playing. He hesitated a bit in surprise. Then he clenched the neck of the guitar. After that, Seol-ah sat down before him, immersed in the sound of the guitar, the pain. The last note rang out, she secretly realized, it is stopped. The quiet hallway suddenly rang out a panicked voice, what, Seola has disappeared. Those footsteps moved faster and faster, bringing anxiety. She went to the bathroom 20 minutes ago and still has not returned. The person at the other end of the line immediately became eager. What? Find her quickly. Is not there a problem? The manager ran and shouted, don't jinx it. Seola's back flashed in his mind, causing the manager to worry. Even so. Her voice sounded clearly disappointed. Want to give up too much. The manager's heart rose with fear. I have a bad feeling. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. His pupils widened. The manager hurriedly turned to look into a room. In another place, Seola gently sang her clear voice. Opposite was a slender hand playing each string of the guitar. She happily clapped while offering, another song please. Jinho, hearing that, secretly exclaimed, sings really well. Seola friendly started a conversation. Are you also here for the new song interview? I do not know what your company is. Immediately after that there was an answer, mine is Lol. He smiled awkwardly and explained again, no, I am just a normal person. Hearing that, she was slightly stunned, normal person. Seola was dazed after hearing the story from Jinho. Yes, I am practicing for tomorrow's MT talent show. I have only been practicing for less than a week, so I am trying my best. She thought in surprise, not being able to close her mouth. 1 week, with this skill. Seola shyly recognized herself, knowing that geniuses exist, but me, I only know how to complain about why the world does not recognize my true self. He calmly asked back, and you are? She covered her face in embarrassment, excitedly waving her hands. Is a rookie, only a rookie in my 3rd year, so embarrassing. A voice calling Seola's name made both of them startled and turn around. Lee Seola. The manager threw the door open, his appearance both happy and panicked. You from now on, you have to take your phone with you even when you go to the bathroom for me. He added, the boss and I are very worried. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately surprised. The manager quickly looked closely, then shouted loudly again in surprise, is Lee Jinho. His face changed slightly, cautiously approaching, Lee Jinho, on Lee Jinho, do you want to be a celebrity? Before that probing question, Jinho refused immediately, his expression very natural showing a smile. No. After that, Jinho quickly left the room when hearing the announcement, on Lee Jinho, filming is about to continue. The manager leaned against the wall, sighing with regret. As expected, it did not work. She saw that appearance and was curious, who is that person that you tried to keep? He sadly squeezed out each word. He is the person that any company would crawl to get, but absolutely refuses to work for any side. The manager wearily narrowed his eyes, but his voice revealed admiration. Young, handsome and smart, he is the blue chip of this era. Seola was encouraged to learn more. I understand most of those parts, but what about the smart part? He slowly replied. He got the top national score into Korea University. Immediately, she was shocked, shouting loudly, Korea University. Seconds later, Seola's face turned slightly red, her mind thinking, I am really just a rookie. The manager was the one who opened the conversation. Seola, what is wrong? She was slightly confused. He expressed his feelings. Lately I have seen you quite sad. He hesitated to say something that made Seola widen her eyes, but now. Her gaze suddenly shifted down when hearing his words, A romantic moment with On appeared. The manager only said vaguely, just had something good happen. Next, she said seriously, manager, after today's photo shoot, I want to record the 3rd album again. The manager panicked before that determination. What? Do not try too hard. Scene change. Her voice rang out strangely softly. I am okay now. She happily uploaded a post. Seola held her phone, the corners of her mouth showing a happy smile. Ending the recollection, the lively figure of the girl appeared again. Like during my internship, I want to be full of ambition again. He was slightly surprised by the change in Seola. But then he had to accept, then smiled. Singer Lee Seola, the interview please begin. Both quickly stepped to the interview location. While walking, the manager encouraged, that is it, this kind of personality suits you, blow up the camera of today's interview. She was full of energy, affirming firmly, of course, I also want to film the MV you just mentioned. He teased next to her, didn't you say you hated it because the clothes were too short and childish? Seol was confident with herself. Who am I? Does the trainee have to pick and choose between hot water and cold water? Time quickly passed. The day the business administration department went to MT. Full lips, rosy and incredibly fresh. On the car, everyone adjusted their appearance, unanimously responding, let us go. Jinho sat in the corner propping his chin up helplessly. I did not think they would spread it on so thick like this. Young Jae sitting next to him said excitedly. Sending sponsored products here is clearly to use the reputation of the Business Administration Department of Korea University to promote, right, since it is like that. Then we have to show off to the max. Later, his mischievous conspiracy gradually became obvious. Just thinking about the scene of those guys on economics being uncomfortable already makes me happy. His eyes were dark as if possessed by a demon. From now on, I will apply a ton of lip balm and only use the bathrooms in the economics department building. Suddenly, young Jae remembered and asked Jinho, "Alright Jinho, you prepared for the group talent show right?" Jinho said briefly with a look of pleasure, "I am ready to blow everyone away." In the evening, at the two-story house. Young Jae held a microphone in one hand and a piece of paper in the other, shouting, "It is time for dinner, you skinny freshman." That sudden shout caused everyone to be startled and retort, "Ah, so noisy." The cooking was just finished, but the guy Young Jae was still talking non-stop, "Haha guys." Mixed with those were words of argument. Mom said you have to wash raw chicken before cooking it. The other person also chimed in, Matub said not to. Young Jae asked the question, "Do you like eating mom's cooking, right?" One person looked at the rice pot before him and without hesitation blurted out, "Puke in the pot." Another person chimed in a dry voice, "It is rice." Ignoring everyone making a fuss, On shouted loudly, "It is all over." A guy turned pale when seeing the purple food that the girl brought, curry, and could not help but be angry, "Our team is ruined." On this side, Young Jae continued to announce, "Water is self-service, so is rice." A frowning young man angrily shouted, "Damn it, our team is ruined, then we have to leech off Jinho's team." From behind, another voice panicked, "Jinho, help." As soon as he finished speaking, Jinho's team stood still before the fire that was raging. Someone loudly said with gratitude, "Thanks for starting the fire, Jinho. Now I will summon the spirit of the owner of a noble family," was performing some kind of evil ritual. Young Jae excitedly said loudly into the microphone while pointing forward, "Knew you guys would mess up, we prepared a bunch of instant noodles. There is no Korean who does not know how to cook noodles, right?" Suddenly he stopped, his eyes rounded staring at the fire blazing in front of him. Someone reminded him, "Jinho, do not touch anything." "Got it," he replied, "got it." Young Jae stood from afar sweating cold. "How can you burn the noodles too?" As a result, the group filled their stomachs with donated noodles, thanks to pushing Jinho to hold the pot to beg, "If you give us a bowl, we will let you take a picture with him." A moment later, Young Jae stood on stage loudly shouting, "Is everyone full?" The people below unanimously shouted yes. Hearing that, he was very excited, "Belly's full, what else should we fill?" The crowd then shouted in unison, "Alcohol." Young Jae pretended not to hear clearly. He raised his eyebrows and asked again, "What?" The crowd below the stage without hesitation shouted loudly, "Alcohol." Immediately, a box of beer appeared. Young Jae happily said loudly, "I am here to reveal to you the prizes of the talent show." He popularized the awards. Third place gets 2 boxes of soju, 5 boxes of beef, 10 boxes of chicken. Lots of fancy snacks on the table. Second place gets beer, soju, makgeolli, and unlimited snacks. A guy flexed his muscles and exclaimed, "Wow, they bombarded the entire poultry farm." The girl next to him, while taking off her shirt to show off her toned abs, replied, "They robbed all the chicken breasts too." Turns out these were the people from Muscle Power Law Team. Next were 2 members from the Dance Team Excitement Association. The girl adjusted her glasses, constantly clicking her tongue, as luxurious as a banquet. A girl from the band told you already glanced back. In her heart there was some doubt. Jinho's team also plays guitar. Jinho also turned his head in doubt. There is another band. We are #1 band. Young Jae at this time loudly stirred up the hall. "Good, from here I can hear the burning determination of you guys, so enthusiastic." He pushed the cart with both hands, his voice even more excited. "Now let us come to the first place." All the guests below the stage were excited. Precious bottles of alcohol then appeared, unlimited snacks and 5 bottles of X-Rentine 17 years old. He paused for a beat, then said decisively, "Then the talent show begins." As soon as he finished speaking, a foot stomped on the floor. The muscular man maintained his expression, calmly lifting the weights without any expression. Young Jae immediately stepped forward and asked in surprise, "That is amazing, how can you be so strong?" The man put his hands on his hips, calmly replied, "Whenever I am stressed about the entrance exam, I add 1 kilogram to the weight bag." He continued to ask, "What is one good thing about becoming a freshman in our department?" The man's voice became decisive. "The business administration curriculum is wonderfully heavy." The man did not hesitate and tore the book. "Speaking of the curriculum, watch this, tearing the 500-page introduction to business administration with my bare hands. The middle-aged man sitting at the judge's table still calmly said, "That is my book." He was Kim Ja-kwon, business administration lecturer, author of the Introduction to Business Administration. After that, he did not hesitate and pressed the button in front of him. Young Jae, holding the paper, said gently, "Okay, next." He shouted to introduce the dance performance from the Excitement Association. The two contestants enthusiastically warmed up the stage atmosphere. Someone below wondered, are those two lovebirds going to dance a couple dance? Both of them heard and could not help but shout loudly, "We are sisters." The audience below heard that and laughed. "Oh, is that so? Sorry." A girl standing on one side chuckled. "Whenever you go camping and there is a male and female couple dance, 9 out of 10 times it will be troublemaker." Jinho, do you think that is true? Jinho, hearing that, nodded slightly in agreement. Jinho had no experience going on excursions or camping. The girl next to Jinho praised. "You were also famous back then, right?" Suddenly a person walking from behind spoke up. "Is your team's performance just you, Jinho?" The girl and the other two approached, starting to ridicule bluntly. "Can you handle such a mixed bag? Is 4 people singing with 1 person playing an instrument considered a band? Calling it capella would be more reasonable." She glanced at Jinho's expressionless face and continued, "And you have not even been playing the guitar for 1 month." He still said nothing, only gently twitched his lips. Jinho looked at her triumphant face and calmly said, "I have a secret weapon, so get ready." Hearing that, she laughed in a mocking way, "Oh, so confident." After speaking, Jinho gently bowed his head, secretly reassuring himself, "No matter what they say, I have received expert advice." Time turned to the moment 2 weeks ago in a room. A voice suddenly spoke up, preparing for the talent show. A person holding the controller suddenly said uncomfortably, "Why ask me? It is better to practice with the team members." Another voice chimed in. "They said they only know how to study, so they do not know what the current trends are, but I am no different, addicted to games." That person continued with a somewhat pleading voice, "At least you have to go on stage to perform to compensate for missing the end, so please help me." Turned out to be Jae-jun, glancing to one side then showing a smug smile, born to be a backer. In the dim light, he said seriously, "How much karaoke money are you spending?" Jinho replied with a respectful voice, "Yes, sir." After that, their karaoke session began. "Son, oh son, please look at me." Jinho finished singing and said, "What do you think? This song is too good, right?" From the TV came a praising voice, "Oh my god," a voice with a shining aura. Jae-jun seriously called out, "Lee Jinho." He put his arm around Jinho's shoulder and frowned. "Don't even look at any songs in this shop that have not been sung 4 digits of times." Jinho hurriedly turned around, trying to explain with a sad face, "These songs are timeless for a reason." Jae-jun stiffly said, "Listen to me." He looked at the controller in his hand and muttered, "The talent show is not a place for me to like this." Jinho, hearing that, said, "I do not understand, then what are you doing at the talent show?" Jae-jun repeated his words, then helplessly explained, "Then what are you doing at the talent show?" In his head he thought, "It is really a weirdo crazy about the reset life game and has never been camping." Scene change. Young Jae held the microphone and loudly said, "Next is the team told you already." As soon as this band performed, all the audience watched every melody of them. The truth is, the life song, the song you like so much that you want to play it for others, is usually the song that comforted you during the most difficult time. The audience was immersed in the emotions of the music and shed tears, playing a sad song in the middle of a fun and lively event like a camping trip. Young Jae stood behind the stage, his forehead wet with sweat and confused. In his heart he was restless. It is over, how to get the atmosphere back. The judge also could not hold back his emotions and teared up. "My dad used to like that song very much." The audience was immersed in the melody. "It would be like bringing mom's cooking to a luxurious party. I miss my mom so much." Jinho stood behind the stage, holding his guitar, looking worried and remembered Jae-jun's words, "You are probably not going to be the only team to think of that idea." Then he said aloud, "Park Jae-jun, this guy is digging his own grave." Remembering the day before, Jae-jun was in the karaoke room and uncomfortably said, "Do you understand what the atmosphere will be like if there are 2 sad songs in a row? To be safe, just pick a fun and lively song." He thought, "I guess it is based on experience." Jinho at this time sat with his legs crossed and said, "But I do not know any recent songs." Jae-jun, hearing that, replied, "First, check the top 100 chart, find a song that even the neighbor's dog knows, the chorus." Then he pointed the microphone at him and said with a smile, "On stage, the golden triangle is the image, popularity, and skill your image is good, and I will take care of the popularity of the song. He caught the signal and showed a confident smile and asked back, meaning I only need to focus on the skill now, right? Jae-jun put his hand on his chin, looking thoughtful, but your team has 4 more people, you can have them sing too, they also know a little bit of dance, and there are 2 weeks to practice. He wondered, what are you planning to do? Returning to reality, all the attention was being directed to the stage. The host announced, the last performance is from the band, we are number 1. Below, the girl shouted, Jin-ho. However, the man next to her frowned, another guitar are we going to cry again? Young Jae glanced out the stage and worriedly thought, this Jin-ho. As soon as they saw his lonely appearance on stage, everyone wondered, where are the other members? The stage lights shone on Jin-ho's position. Before performing, he secretly affirmed, skill is the power to attract others. Jin-ho began to strum the strings, popularity is. As soon as they heard the melody of the song, those listeners showed excitement, it is the song with 500 million views. Jin-ho proudly thought, the power to make everyone like it. Below, the audience quietly reminded each other to keep quiet and listen carefully to the melody. At this moment he continued to think, and the image is, the power to not let anything else enter the audience's sight. While performing, he suddenly remembered the moment when his friend said, Jin-ho actually we joined because we wanted to be closer to you, we do not have talent. Jin-ho looked at his phone, unconsciously asked, how is this? Immediately afterwards he gradually returned to the sounds and lights in the concert. Jin-ho showed a satisfied smile. His hand still played on the strings, blind to attentiveness. The audience unanimously raised their phones to record. Jin-ho at that time was caught in countless frames. His voice echoed throughout the room, where attention does not touch can create an effect. The moment the performance reached its climax. In a flash, brilliant lights shone on all the members, they blended with the music and performed very lively. Under the bright halo, everything will then. In the moment that the other members appeared simultaneously, the audience could not help but be surprised and excitedly shouted, wow, what is it, where did those people come from, how magical. They really succeeded, shining brilliantly, about 2 weeks of brainstorming, they have always seriously practiced for each other. There were also moments of comfortable entertainment while practicing. Look, more than 6 packs, surely 10 packs, the girl seeing that, shouted, how scary, get out, all seem to have contributed to creating a masterpiece, only to perform for 4 minutes and 52 seconds. It is too short. Jin-ho at this time was still drifting in the wonderful emotions of the song. The participating contestants dejectedly discussed, my muscles are the real deal, we know this dance, I know the bass part. At this time Jin-ho suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Then he raised his hand to the sky and shouted loudly now. He shouted loudly and stirred up the whole venue, if anyone feels confident, come up here. Want to enjoy this first festival to the fullest. Some of the audience were watching the recording of the performance that day, they praised in admiration, Korea University students these days are really crazy. Sometimes the ones who only know how to cram are even scarier. The person standing next to him thought, the boss also knows crazy This person carefully watched the performance and marveled, in such a narrow space, they can also breakdance with backflip, hey he, looks like this but I am a Gen MZ. Fearing that the viewers would not understand, TVN even added, Gen MZ is a combination of Gen Z and Millennial, from around 1981 to 2010. Then they watched all the members of the band one by one and praised, these kids are also not simple, I thought they just jumped in randomly, but look how natural they are, raw talent. This person stopped at Jin-ho and exclaimed, but the most outstanding one is still. After watching attentively for a while, it was finally time for the performance to end. He looked at the CHAP and asked, should we recruit him, even if we have to make an 8-2 deal, right? The man's eyes became distant, then replied bluntly no. Then he added 9-1, of course we are one. Scene change, warm sunlight was shining down on the whole town. Suddenly someone lifted their phone up and read a few lines of a message they had just received. The girl held her head and looked unconvinced and shouted loudly, stolen by another group again. In the back, a group of friends were playing with a kitten, they happily called, so cute. A fierce voice rang out to remind, hey, still free to play with the cat do not you know? Another voice replied, oh hey, how dare you call our senior a cat, so rude. The person who just spoke was Kyung Young, probably a student in class 10 of the business administration department. That girl asked, just choose a random company won't work Osung Group. One person replied, Group 2 already chose. She asked further, then what about Coco Talk? An arm raised high and shouted, "Group 3's already." Jinho waved his hand while walking to the other group's table. "The legend has arrived." One person said loudly, "It is Jinho." He sat down while speaking. "I rested because I had a photo shoot schedule. Thank you everyone for letting me into the group." One person happily said, "It is okay." At the MT, everyone sang and danced together. I remember. Jinho joined in petting the cat and chatting with everyone. "Thank you. So what is the topic of the essay?" One person clearly explained to him. "Choose a company and that company's key product. Analyze the weaknesses and strengths from a business perspective." One person emphasized, but using TreeWiki or having the same topic as another group will automatically get an F. Their teacher had said, "You guys are adults." The cat uncomfortably bit the hand of one of them. Another voice spoke up, "But most of the big companies have been taken." Jinho made a suggestion. "Then what about the mobile game market?" For people said in unison, "Mobile game." He happily said, "Right, any ideas?" They remembered the teacher's words that had emphasized, "Things to do if you guys do not want to go to Korea University. 1 game, 2 mobile games, 3 computer games." Jinho saw everyone's faces turn pale, so he corrected, "Not that. Think about a game advertisement with celebrities participating or something that is on the news like Monster Go." "Why are you guys still so hung up?" A friend who was responsible for searching for information, "It is really surprising. There are so many resources. I did not think someone would spend millions of dollars on mobile games." That friend spoke up, "Okay, let us divide the parts. Jinho will of course give the presentation. Who is doing the slides?" He, hearing that, hurriedly stopped. "Oh hey, I also want to do the easy part." Another girl said, "Jinho has no choice. Since you rarely show up, you have to do the hard part, right?" He turned to her and replied, "Rarely show up. I came to every meeting." Suddenly another voice called his name really loudly, "Jinho." That person enthusiastically ran towards him at the speed of light and introduced, "Hello, we are entertainment company BT, you do not read messages so we came to meet you in person." Jinho also quickly ran away from this person. "It is okay." The friends looked at him running away and commented, "See, ran away again. At least this time they sent someone who knows how to run." One person made a suggestion, "Take the opportunity to make him the team leader." Everyone agreed, "Okay." Mi Young burst out laughing over the phone. Jinho also spoke up, "Auntie Mi Young, I am serious, they won't leave me alone a bit. Can't even eat lunch in peace." Mi Young sat with her legs crossed, calmly explaining, "It is because they are anxious." He asked back, "Anxious?" Mi Young analyzed, "Every time your picture comes out, it goes straight to the top 10 trending searches. Seer Korea's revenue, men's fashion plus 10%, women plus 4%. She continued, her voice full of playfulness, "Even with SNS not having a single post also reaches 500,000 followers. Whose credit is this?" Jinho, hearing that, was pleased, feeling a bit narcissistic, "I guess I am really amazing." Mi Young continued to say, "Everyone thinks you will join Seer as Tim John's muse." She continued to explain, "But instead, you are operating independently, looks great. The subsidiaries that have been avoiding are all rushing to find you before it is too late." Jinho was tired, "They keep looking like this, I will probably become a hedgehog." She, hearing that, only smiled and replied, "That is the life of a semi-celeb." He laughed and wondered, "If I am managed by Seer, they probably won't come anymore." Suddenly, there was a beep from the phone. Jinho did not hear a reply, so he checked his phone. Hung up. He was stunned. Video call. Mi Young appeared on the phone screen along with Pietro. Then she spoke up, "Let us discuss it more deeply." Jinho was surprised. "Why did not you tell me you were in a meeting with Mr. Zvo?" Life was naturally colored and became black and white. In short, the proposal to be managed by Seer has failed. The reason, no management experience. Mi Young reached out with a suggestion, "Can't we build a team now?" Pietro stroked his chin thoughtfully, "Similar to making an ambassador, right? Ambassadors are already famous. The problem is to create a star along with our brand name." Jinho, hearing this, asked, "So officially managing me means?" Pietro replied, "Recognizing you as a symbol of Seer, this is not as simple as recruiting and training a model." He analyzed further, "If the statue of Venus inspires beauty, then that feeling is directed to the goddess Venus, not the model." Pietro added, "The job of the model is to make the brand shine. As long as the conditions are met, who wears Venus does not matter." He emphasized, "But that star will become the embodiment of the brand." Pietro continued, "What to eat? What to wear?" Pietro emphasized the importance and influence of a celebrity. Problems in the past and future, even small mistakes, can become weaknesses of Seer. He concluded with a decisive sentence, so directly managing someone has too many risks. He realized, so that is why there are representative companies. Pietro sat with his legs crossed, slowly saying, it is just the worst-case scenario. I am the CEO with responsibility to the investors. He started to tell, taking another example with that name, the incident of a murderer in the 2010s only wearing one brand dealt a heavy blow to that name. That person had once affirmed one thing. Fashionable people like me only wear clothes from brand OO. Finally, Pietro came to the conclusion, of course it is not that I have doubts about Ko Jin's character. If I had less responsibility then I would have welcomed this idea. What a pity. Jinho calmly replied, I understand. He happily said, even though it was just a casual joke, this conversation was very interesting, thank you auntie. Mi Young sat propping her chin up, wasn't a joke. She made a bold suggestion, Jin, why do not you drop out of school and officially join, who knows, join CIO and build a foundation. Jinho wearily said, you are telling me to drop out of school again. Pietro, who had been quietly listening to them talk, stop it, auntie, I am only 20 years old. An unexpected question rang out, so Jin, what are your plans for the future, he replied, currently I am still freelancing, that way I can focus on the things I want to do. Pietro sat quietly, propping his chin up thoughtfully. Jinho was sitting in a room that looked very warm. Jin, Business Department Kim Dae-myung. After that, he was busy texting with, Business Department Kim Chong-young. The server brought up the water, here is your hibiscus tea. Jinho politely replied, ah thank you. Jinho looked down at the teacup in his hand. In his heart he could not help but wonder, hibiscus tea, made from dried petals, right? A red flower bloomed. Jin, popularity is also like a flower, once it withers. Once it withers, it is hard to come back. He calmly raised his cup and sipped, then said coldly, so what? After speaking, Jinho decisively put the cup down on the table. Then he looked at the light of the sun before him, telling himself, the remaining 48 parts of my life are still waiting for me. The tea is really good. Time passed, until 3 days later, the sky became brighter and clearer. Suddenly there was unexpected praise. No joke, you look like a report in the corporations. That person sincerely suggested, Jinho, if you are busy, we will write the script for you. Jinho gently brushed his hair back confidently, I have memorized every line of content you guys sent. Hearing that, the person next to him was a little uncomfortable but not malicious, damn, I hate it, but I am also relieved. When it was time to leave school, a girl from behind approached and asked softly, haven't seen any companies coming to find you lately, right? He gently nodded, Suddenly Jinho stopped for a beat. In his head he thought, saying that makes me realize, they are not coming anymore, but the messages are still exploding. The truth was, please increase security at the main gate of Korea University. Hello students, spring is coming, bringing a mountain of problems too. Recently there have been many outsiders said to be coming to find student Jinho that have been disrupting classes. We propose the following solution, ban vehicles that are not pre-registered from entering. An anti-fan posted a complaint, every time I go to school it is Jinho this Jinho that, it is driving me crazy. What is so special about him? Even so, he was still happy and cheerful as if nothing had happened. Finally can eat in peace. Let us go eat ribs to celebrate. But when a voice rang out in his ear, the smile on Jinho's face disappeared. On Lee Jinho, are you free? As soon as he finished the sentence, everyone ran away. A young man ran and turned his head to tease. Well team leader, are you planning to skip dinner too? So MZ. He hurriedly called out, no, take me with you. Jinho imagined the hot ribs. Oh, I also want to eat grilled ribs. The person lowered his voice apologetically, but still made his mood darken. Sorry, but we are a bit in a hurry, just a little, is that okay? Jinho was heartbroken because he had to skip grilled ribs and angrily shouted, who are you guys? The anger had not subsided. He continued to shout, but when he saw Seol Ah and her manager, he stopped immediately. Why not let me eat? He was stunned. This is
Seol politely spoke, hello.
She quickly introduced, I am the 3-year rookie from ROM Entertainment, Lee Seol Ah. Jinho immediately remembered, the singer in the waiting room. Seol Ah winked gently, recalling the past, we have met before, right? After that, they went to a water shop together. He coldly went straight to the point, you two are here because of the contract, right? The manager took a sip of tea and calmly replied, no, as soon as the big companies joined, we gave up. Different from what he had predicted, Jinho wondered, then. The manager put the phone in front of him, before we get to that, have you heard Seol Ah's third album? Jinho nodded as if he suddenly remembered, that one. Seol Ah sat silently, accepting all comments from him, it is really great, I do not know why she did not make dance music sooner. Suddenly the manager mentioned something that made Jinho stunned. Have you seen the MV? He glanced, trying to arrange the words correctly. Let me be honest. Jinho said frankly, causing the two people opposite to sink. Honestly, I can't feel it. The manager looked up and asked carefully, can you give us a reason? He hesitated a bit then. Finally, Jinho seriously listed each weakness. First, it is true that there is a cold, distant high school girl vibe, but the singer does not look like a high school girl. Before he could finish speaking, on the other side Seol immediately angrily slammed the table. What? He ignored her, continued to give his opinion. The clothes are too revealing, they do not match the tone of the MV, at least until that part it is still similar to the lyrics so I can still understand. The manager's eyes became sharper, his voice lowered as if probing. Is it, the appearance of the male actor makes you feel uncomfortable? Jinho nodded immediately without hesitation. He clearly stated the unreasonable points from the male lead. It is not that he lacks attractiveness. Jinho put Seol and the male lead on the scales to compare bit by bit, but with a one-sided story, the two leads look too compatible. It is no different from a beautiful couple. Viewers can't feel empathy. Gradually everyone started calling it a song that was tripped by the MV. He remembered the previous comments. Some people even said that the MV is the barrier that prevents people from enjoying the song. After watching the MV, I can't believe they ruined it to this extent. Wait, if it is like this, aha, it turns out Seol is one-sided. According to the lyrics, that is, it's so awkward. The manager looked at the phone on the table and said softly, you already know, it is easy to explain. Then he slammed his hand hard on the table. I will get straight to the point, Lee Jinho. The manager looked straight at Jinho and pleaded, please appear in the next MV. He without hesitation smiled and agreed, okay, I will take it. Everything happened too fast, causing the atmosphere to become silent. He was extremely stunned that easy. On a beautiful day at Dongdaemun 00 Shopping Center, a curious voice rang out, is Seol the only artist of ROM? Seol and Jinho were choosing clothes together. She replied, yes, we are a small company. If this third album also flops, we will definitely go bankrupt. He gave her a dress. Try this one. After speaking, Seol hesitantly asked with some coquettishness, you are not planning to turn on us because our company is about to go under, right? He resolutely affirmed, of course not. Jinho smiled brightly and praised, anyway, I still can't forget Seol's voice, it is really great. Hearing that, she seemed to be energized. The moment he turned away to look at his phone, Seol hurriedly covered her face that was red from embarrassment. What the heck, why is my heart suddenly? Ji-young called to blame, hey teddy bear, did not you say you did not have time to go to the Cherry Blossom Festival with me? It has been exposed. Jinho whispered over the phone, Pink Pig do not use the phone at school, it is already being rumored. He made up a story to lie to her, let me tell you, it is not a date or anything, it is work. She was stunned. Work. He forced a smile and tried to convince Ji-young. If Aunt My Young finds out, she will go crazy, so do not say anything, okay? 5 minutes later, the call from Mi-young came. He helplessly cursed softly, this little one. Mi-young shouted loudly, causing Seol, who had just finished trying on clothes from afar, to unexpectedly turn and look. Son. She scolded fiercely into the phone. Traitor, you rejected Seer's offer so decisively. Jinho reluctantly replied, I knew it would be like this. I did not join them, I am just appearing in the MV. Mi-young hearing that was satisfied, her voice softened, is that so, then why did you accept at that time? Director Joe carried the resume in and stepped in. She hesitated, she could not take it anymore and called. She gave Seol's resume to Mi-young, you like that song? Mi-young carefully reviewed her resume. Director Joe looked down at Mi-young and realized, Vice President, it seems CHAP has found a new way to boost sales. Mi-young was still on the phone with Jinho. She asked, son, do you need to be sponsored? Scene change. Someone brought out the winter love sheet music and suggested, here, listen to it. The girl listened to the music with interest, it is really good. Another person listening to the music also agreed, the high notes at the end are really impressive, my daughter also likes it. The janitor standing next to them was also quite interested, who is the singer? At Mi-young's office, I do not see anything wrong with the song but... A decisive voice rang out, I still oppose, there is no way they deserve to be sponsored by Seer. Director Joe wondered, what exactly are you basing your decision on, Sep? She stretched and replied, my son's eye for talent, and my own instinct. Mi-young and the director left together, she softly comforted, there, it is all in place now just go get the approval. Director Joe reminded, the CEO will scold you. Time quickly passed, the day of the MV shooting. The lights of the film set had begun to be turned on. The male employee was still doubtful. Seer really sponsored all of this. If it is not successful, then we do not have to pay a fine, right? The female employee standing next to him reassured. No, there is no such thing. Director Joe said seriously, but there is still a budget left. How about blowing up a car? I understand explosions very well. They replied, it is okay, the theme is one-sided love, so that is a bit too much. The director shouted, asking everyone to focus, start rehearsing. Jinho looked at Seola gently. His eyes were so real that the director had to praise. Keep that expression, serious face but warm eyes, cut, too great. Seola standing opposite was very tense. Lee Seola, no, relax your jaw. The director shouted loudly, you look like you are hiding a walnut in your mouth. We are creating the nation's first love here. And this time Seola was better than last time, but still not satisfied the picky director. Good, keep filming. Seola, not yet, that is cute but not right. The filming atmosphere was chaotic. Jinho received a lot of praise. Seola was given comments repeatedly. Perfect. Seola, not yet, that is right, that is it. Seola, stop. During the break, Seola retreated to a corner, holding her face sadly. She did not expect to act so badly. Really, Seola. Jinho looked at the director who was angry in the distance and comforted Seola. Leftovers, the director is just too excited sometimes. Do not mind it too much. At that time, he had secretly calculated, Lee Jinho is sponsored by Seer, this is a chance to change my life. He showed a smile to boost Seola's spirit, but anyway, the dance scenes have not been criticized, right? Seola was still sad, but suddenly Jinho offered, making her surprised, do you want me to give you a acting tip? He tried to joke to make her laugh, imagine me as grilled pork belly. Seeing her contemplating, Jinho awkwardly thought that he had overdone it. It seems like it is a bit too much. But after that Seola held her head, trying to stop her thoughts. Hold on, I will gain weight. Then he also understood, she is dieting. He secretly praised, but she is good at getting into character, she has talent. He suggested an idea, then how about this? After that, he came up with another image to help Seola act better. Imagine me as a guitar signed by Eric CL **** ton. He said with an attractive voice, causing her to burst into inspiration. Worth 20 million won. Are you moved yet? Seola widened her eyes and opened her mouth then. Jinho and Seola were like children, kept asking each other, what am I? A 20 million won guitar. The director took the opportunity to seize the situation. Remember to record this scene in the making of. A moment later, Seola was filming a scene playing the piano. Suddenly, the cameraman blankly said, Seola appeared through the lens dreamily. The feeling has completely changed. The cameraman standing next to him whispered to Jinho, how did you advise her? His question made Jinho blush. He awkwardly replied, I lost to the guitar. Seola's mood had been completely renewed. Among them, she was playing the guitar. That person was Jinho, who was immersed in the music. Seola was momentarily careless, thinking that she had ruined the filming. It is over. The director's voice rang out, okay, cut. The director held the script in his hand and sighed, finally got to film the highlight scene. He paid attention to the expensive shot, so this scene is just the female lead's imagination. Manager Joe seemed a little disappointed. That Cinderella motif is a bit sad, right? Director Joe replied seriously, and our summarized role is to convey that sad scene really well. She looked at a scene of them holding hands, then said, but Vice Manager Joe Director Joe chatted, to be honest, do you think the scene of Tim Jones' muse falling for someone like Lee Seola is reasonable? Vice Manager Joe showed a contemptuous smile at the two main actors. The level is not there, no matter how much you add to it will. The director heard that and darkened her face then. Director Joe glanced at the arrogant manager. Joe then asked back, gossiping during work is equal to Sears level Manager Joe was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. She hurriedly tried to avoid it. I am sorry. Director Joe remembered Mi Young's words, Director, no matter what I think, I oppose it. Mi Young at that time was sitting pensively in her room. Looking at Seola's resume, she affirmed, there is no way they deserve to be sponsored by Seer. Suddenly Mi Young's eyes lit up when hearing the question from her, what exactly are you basing your decision on, Sep? She leisurely said, of course it is, my son's eyes for talent. Mi Young added, and my eyes. Scene change. Director Joe stood pensively in one place. Then she picked up her phone and looked at it for a long time. Mi Young sent a message, What do you think of my eye for people? Director Joe sent a reply message. I admit that I was wrong. Returning to the filming scene, Jinho and Seol-ah were holding hands romantically. When facing her, his cheeks were flushed red. Seol-ah was also immersed in the character's emotions truthfully. They hugged as in the script, filled with happiness. The director was finally satisfied. He said tearfully, "Perfect." The hug made Jinho so embarrassed that he broke out in a sweat. He awkwardly reassured himself, "Tim, calm down. What Seol-ah is holding is not me, but the 20 million won guitar." Seol-ah also liked it so much that she did not want to leave Jinho's arms. "If I ruin this scene, will I get to hug again?" The director spoke. Cut. Seol-ah excitedly turned around and shouted, "Ruined, right, let us shoot again." 1 week later, the media competed to post a video of Seol-ah requesting to repeat the scene. "There is nothing ruined. Where's it ruined? No way. Lee Seol-ah can't stop filming it wrong." After reading the article, Jinho softly asked Ji-young, "How are the views?" She replied, "400,000 on the MV, 200,000 on the making of." Jinho happily smiled brightly, "Really?" At this time, Ji-young was staring intently at her phone. She unexpectedly exclaimed, "Reached 1 million." Ji-young was surprised. The views naturally blew the roof. "How did you do that?" Jinho calmly said. "Posted selfies after the filming." He smiled with satisfaction. "I took a ton of photos on the set and posted them little by little. Of course I had to avoid the ones with both of us to avoid a love scandal." She then quickly replied, "What teddy bear, you are a fox." He talked to her without forgetting her punishment, a business administration fox at that. "You finished it. Now write each wrong word 100 times for me." Scene change, at a room with a lot of boxes of goods. Wow. Seol-ah was lying at home browsing social media. "I thought I would be kicked out because I did not make enough money for rent. Who knew I would succeed to the point of buying a whole house?" All thanks to Jinho and Seol-ah. Countless malicious comments attacked them. "Lee Jinho is mine." 1 hour ago, Lee Seol-ah revealed all her intentions. Disgusting. Park Jin-gu 50 minutes ago. They said they are not dating already. Don't be a normal fan. 49 minutes ago. Know your place. Do not cling to Jinho. Seol-ah listlessly looked at the negative comments about herself online. She remembered the scene when Director Joe and Vice Manager Joe were talking. "To be honest, do you think the scene of Tim Jones' muse falling for someone like Lee Seol-ah is reasonable?" Manager Joe's words were deeply imprinted in her mind. The level is not there. Breaking away from that memory, Seol-ah unexpectedly shouted loudly, "Boss." A surprised voice, "Huh," she thought, "if they are not the same level and not compatible." Seol-ah said seriously, "Music shows, variety shows, small events are fine. Please accept all job invitations for me." Her heart was full of determination. "If I can be on the same level as Jinho." 15 days before the Daedong festival in Gwanak, a young man slapped his hand hard on the table in eagerness. "What are you talking about?" He frowned. "Can't sell alcoholic beverages at the outdoor pub. His friend also helplessly said, "I heard the student council has blocked everything because we stretched the law too much last time." Young Jae wondered, "Then how can we make a profit without selling alcohol?" Hearing his friend speak, Young Jae was stunned, distorting his face. "They said our executive committee has to figure out a solution ourselves." He was shocked. What?" At this time, Jinho walked from behind and called on Young Jae. Young Jae turned to greet, "Cha, the celebrity, why are you being so humble, and why are you wearing glasses now? Did you just get eye surgery?" Jinho smiled. "Too many people recognized me after that MV, and I am getting calls from strange numbers too." He rounded his eyes and asked Young Jae, "But we can't sell alcoholic beverages." His dream. He sighed. "The situation is that according to the alcohol law, even if it is diluted to 1 or 2 degrees, we are still not allowed to sell it." Hearing that, Jinho surprisingly took off his glasses. "If it is only allowed to be 1 degree, then I would rather drink juice." Jinho offered an idea. "How about a self-made booth? It is not that we can't sell alcohol, but that customers can't bring it in." He explained clearly about the plan he had just thought of. "We cooperate with nearby supermarkets to sell alcoholic beverages at a slightly higher price." Young Jae wondered. I see, you mean make a deal with the supermarkets to increase revenue as bait." Jinho replied, "Assuming it is like a discount on snacks if customers buy alcohol from the supermarket, I am the snack coupon, trust me." Young Jae did not seem satisfied. "But do you really want to mix juice with alcohol, so bland?" His friend applauded in agreement. "Why not?" He explained in detail, "If you add just the right amount of lemon juice and sugar in soju, it will become a mojito." Young Jae's friend softly reassured, "Trust me, I know most homemade cocktail recipes." Young Jae looked at him and hesitated. You are interested in cocktails? Ah, that friend shyly made his face redder than a tomato. I learned to make them for my girlfriend. Young Jae immediately poured cold water on his face. Then you have worked in vain, do not be sad. That buzz-cut friend angrily slammed the table. I succeeded, okay. Suddenly Jinho's voice lowered. But a heavy loss. It is not as good as selling alcohol directly. He suddenly came up with an idea. Then we should sell non-alcoholic cocktails too. If we are going that far, then let us make the food stand out too. Jinho drew a perfect story in his imagination. While the other departments are busy grilling kimchi cakes, we will make a luxury menu. Young Jae hesitated. There is potential, but who will cook? He was too complacent, causing Young Jae to think of the scene of everyone running away when he entered the kitchen. Young Jae said irritably, you burn noodles while cooking, just be a waiter. Jinho cooed, I have practiced a lot already. He thought, I have to clear my reputation from the MT incident. Jinho imagined, a chef had 2 disciples. One sought me out because they admired the master's wealth and fame, the other only wanted to cook to their heart's content. One day, because the master called the 2 disciples and said, the heir to this restaurant will be chosen through the next competition. Red pupils full of fear. The pot was taken apart by someone, dropping the screw. So on the day of the exam, the jealous and devious disciple who craved wealth and fame, along with the skillful use of the pot by the disciple who was wholeheartedly devoted to cooking blended together. That young man who loved cooking was blinded. Even though he was kicked out of the restaurant and cried all day until he fell asleep. When he opened his hazy eyes, he still only thought about cooking. That young man started over from the beginning. Those ingredients reappeared again in his life. For the first time after so many times, that young man picked up a knife again. Jae-jun threw a cold look at Jinho, then what? Jinho took a cloth and covered his eyes. His actions made him freeze. Jae-jun panicked, hey, do not tell me. Jinho's face darkened, yeah, now I will become that guy. The clock struck exactly 7 p.m. Jae-jun called in horror, 119 right, my friend is crazy. Jinho, blindfolded, held the knife to stop his friend. Hey Park Jae-jun. Jinho confidently said, just trust me and play games. Then Jae-jun obediently sat playing games on the TV. He sat playing but his heart was indescribably anxious, then wondered, should I call his parents? At the same time Lee Jinho was standing cooking in the kitchen. Jae-jun was still very worried and uneasy. Jinho held a carrot and a knife in his hand. An ominous sign then appeared. Jinho was startled and dropped the knife and the carrot. Cha. He held the blood on his finger, reminding himself, have to be careful, if there are mistakes then those skills are useless. Lee Jinho's hand groped for the object. Knife, where did I put the knife? Suddenly another hand picked up the knife and held the handle towards Jinho. Jinho happily said, it feels like the knife turned back to my hand on its own. Could that be ability of another skill? But just now it was Jae-jun who had helped him. He gave him a horrified look. He rambled to himself, if only Park Jae-jun could see it. Jae-jun cried secretly in his heart and thought, I saw everything you crazy guy. A notification appeared, unlock conditions for the Firemaster skill. Jinho performed each cooking step. First, prepare 100 onions, scallions, garlic, peppers, and carrots. Second, cut the prepared ingredients. The ingredients were added to the pot to cook. Third, cook the prepared ingredients. Jinho at this time was gradually more familiar with the work. His movements also became more skillful. I can feel it, the rhythm when the knife hits the cutting board. He happily felt the aroma of the food. The natural fragrance of the ingredients is awakening the sense of smell that is too familiar with the smell of processed food. Jinho smugly commented, peeling garlic is easier than tissue paper now. He thought, this is a skill that changes over time just like willpower. Jinho realized that I can only call myself a true chef after eating a lot, cutting a lot, and stir-frying a lot. Skill Firemaster. Only someone who can control the fire truly can become a cooking master. He reached out and took off the blindfold, his face showing satisfaction. The necessary ingredients had been prepared by him, he excitedly said, done. Jae-jun with red eyes, anxiously asked him, really done? Jinho was startled by his eyes, replied, not yet. Jae-jun tried to persuade him to leave, let us eat something. But Jinho only replied, 1 more hour and I will be done. After that, very beautiful dishes were placed on the dining table. He looked and his mouth watered. Seeing Jinho scoop the food onto the plate, Jae-jun was still skeptical, Did you really make all of this yourself? Jinho proudly replied. You saw it all with your own eyes. What are you saying? Hurry and taste it. He tried the first bite. He looked forward and asked, how is it? Jae-jun constantly praised. The seasoning is perfectly balanced, a burst of flavor. Ha ha ha, Lee Jin-ho is the reason for living. He innocently asked, is it really that good? Did you hide ratatouille in your pocket? Ah, that rat said, let me give you a taste of the awesomeness of mouse copyright. Jinho helplessly reminded, ratatouille is the name of the dish, and the mouse is Ray. Jae-jun laid rolling on the ground full of regret. I should not have come, now my taste standards are too high, I will die of hunger because I can't eat food cooked by Lee Jin-ho. Jinho reminded his friend, stop talking nonsense, it will get cold now. On a clear blue sky, the day of the Gwanak festival. The tennis ball flew quickly past the stunned opponent. The female audience in the stands clapped and cheered enthusiastically. Jinho stood confidently in the middle of the tennis court. The referee called, 40 love. The audience became more enthusiastic and called, Jin-ho. He suddenly remembered young Jae's words, so he shyly pulled his hat to cover his face. You have to do it well. Ah, the business administration department is counting on you. Suddenly he called, ladies. Jinho excitedly shouted, if I win, let us have dinner at the business administration department. The audience in the stands shouted loudly. Jae-jun sat listening and his face turned red with anger. Humph, the cheesy lines make you not know who came up with them. Young Jae sat next to him, folding his arms and asking, jealous? Ah, the business administration top student, we guys will make a lot of money. That night, the food stalls of the departments had opened for sale. A voice commented, the taste is okay but... The woman wiped her mouth and asked, why are there so few customers? Nutrition department. The chef specially invited from Korea University, Park Kokt, said unhappily, there must be a reason. The two chefs turned around and said in unison, Lee Jin-ho. Park Kokt asked, who is Lee Jin-ho? A chef replied, he is a freshman in the business department, very handsome, everyone must be going there, I want to go too. Park Kokt crossed her arms angrily, her face stern, saying, are you serious with these ridiculous reasons? The chef then held up her phone to her face, why do not you take a look? The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became strange, everything around seemed to stop. Park Kokt decisively walked away, refusing the request of the two chefs behind her, you can't win, give up. The two of them kept trying to grab her hand, please, please help us. She angrily shouted, let go, how can you compete with someone who makes you feel full just by looking at their face? Elsewhere, everyone around hesitated before turning to look. Some people recognized her and invited her, would you like to sit down first? It really is Chef Park Kochi. She replied sternly, no thanks. Park Kochi remembered the two chefs looking at her with admiration, but I do not understand why even the male customers have decreased. Could you go and scout it out once? And tell Jin-ho that I like him very much, she thought to herself, I can't refuse their request. The aroma of the food slowly wafted to her nose. A glass of refreshment was brought over, and the waiter asked, what would you like to order? Park Kokt quickly ordered, stir-fried chili with meat and mapo tofu, and do not put the whole lime in the mojito. The waiter was attentively taking notes and asked, how do you know, you have not even tried it yet? She pushed up her glasses, explaining professionally, because of the aroma. For a chef, the nose is as important as the tongue. When the food arrived, Park Kokt used both hands to gently break apart the two chopsticks. She picked up a piece of food and slowly put it in her mouth. The figure of the woman sitting and seriously trying each dish became prominent among the other tables. Park Kokt suddenly froze. She used force to break the bamboo chopsticks in half. Meanwhile, around her, the waiter was enthusiastically serving other customers. Is everything to your liking? Two beautiful girls praised excitedly, it is so delicious. Suddenly, Park Kokt called out in a deep voice, you there? The young man quickly responded upon hearing the call, yes. The scene before him shocked him. She angrily growled, call the person who made this dish here right now. Elsewhere, a hand was skillfully preparing a dish. Every action attracted the attention of everyone around. The image of him looking tired but still smiling brightly, holding a spatula and stirring the food with gusto, made Park Kokt feel uncomfortable. Let me see what kind of shameless face he has. In another place, in a car, a person pleaded, manager, can I go see the festival for a bit? There is still plenty of time before the performance starts. The other person flatly refused, no. He was helpless, see the festival, you want to see Lee Jin-ho, do not you, it is so obvious. The manager's words made Seol-ah's face pout. What if a scandal breaks out? Elsewhere, Park Kokt silently looked at the dishes on the table, thinking to herself, this is definitely not the skill of a student. She had imagined the image of a real cook. He must be a chef, not just any chef, but a seasoned professional. Park Kokt recalled the admiration of the young girls. Filled with resentment, a professional is mixing with students, selling out the pride of a chef. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her. Did you call for me? Park Kokt irritably snapped, yes, I did. Let me see what kind of incompetent face you have. She turned around and saw his bewildered expression. Park Kokt suddenly remembered, Lee Jin-ho. She pointed to the food on the table and asked doubtfully, a student can really make this? Park Kokt made a suggestion, let me see your hands. Jin-ho took off his towel and obediently agreed, yes, madam. She carefully examined his hands with many cuts. Some wounds were bandaged. Park Kokt observed and hesitated. Even a baby learning to peel an apple would not have this many cuts. How did you cook like this? Park Kokt suspiciously asked. Do you have sinusitis? Jin-ho cheerfully replied, ah no. Young Jae and his friend stood hiding by the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. It does not seem like he is getting scolded. She asked further, are you a chef? She wondered again. Do you know who I am? Jin-ho excitedly, his eyes sparkling, no, but I know you are a very amazing person. The aroma of the cooking ingredients radiates from your hands and body. He analyzed, that is the image of you being serious in your chef's uniform, meticulously preparing the dish. You often make fusion dishes rather than traditional ones. Right, today you used salmon and yogurt. Park Kokt started to imagine as she listened to him. Is your nose a dog's nose? Jin-ho replied shyly, my senses are quite sensitive, please continue. In the distance, Seol-ah, completely covered up, was secretly observing. Jin-ho on the other side was still enthusiastically sharing, and this is the first time I have smelled such a wonderful aroma. I would really like to visit your restaurant. She asked back, restaurant, you mean, while the two were talking in the distance. She gripped the wall tightly when she heard Park Kokt's words, drop out of school and come to my kitchen, I will book a plane ticket for you right now. She ran over, but the hat she was wearing unfortunately fell off. Seol-ah ran over and tightly grabbed Jin-ho's arm to stop him. No, you can't steal him. Suddenly, she froze. A man immediately recognized her. It is the singer who came in second last time. She suddenly panicked a bit. What, at this time? Her manager waved from afar. Hey, Seol-ah, your hat. Seol-ah turned to look at him, speechless. People around started to discuss. Seol-ah, is that Lee Seol-ah? Those who recognized her quickly took out their phones to take pictures. Wow, it is really Seol-ah. The photos that were just taken were quickly uploaded to social media. Someone suggested, please look over here. Seol-ah immediately fell into a state of embarrassment. I am not anonymous anymore, oh my, why do I keep acting like this? Just then, Jin-ho immediately spoke up to explain for her. I told you, I only accept MV shoots, not recruitment. Even if it is a good friend, no is still no. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin-ho winked at her. The wink made Seol-ah shy, her cheeks starting to turn red. She slowly said, can't you make an exception for a friend? He looked at her with a slight smile and replied, even if it is a friend, no is still no. Two people next to them accidentally overheard and started gossiping. What, just friends, I knew it, how boring. Afterwards, the crowd around gradually dispersed. Park Kokt asked, why not? Seol-ah replied, well, Jin-ho has to go to the military, and he has to broadcast in Korea. He is very busy. Park Kokt jokingly teased, so why does this young lady care so much? You're not his girlfriend, why are you so worried? She shyly waved her hand, even if we are not girlfriends. We are still friends. Jin-ho glanced at Seol-ah and shyly asked, why did you come here? She smiled and pointed at herself. Do not you know, I am performing at the festival today. The student council has worked very hard. He smiled, so you came here to see me? Seol-ah teased, yes, and you have to drink something to sing well, but now that I have been discovered, I can't go get a drink anymore. He pointed to the group of people next to him and suggested, if you can't drink, just have some gochujapchi. Wait a moment while I talk to those people over there. Seol-ah immediately agreed, okay. Jin-ho looked embarrassed and said shyly, I am sorry, no matter how much I think about it, I do not want to sign a contract. They heard this and tried to stop him and persuade him, no, do not, at least read the terms first. The manager and she sat on the side listening. He said, come to think of it, our case is really too lucky. They are clinging to him like stalkers. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and interrupted the conversation. "Excuse me." From the crowd, a blond man stepped out and asked, "May I ask why?" Jinho was a little surprised when he saw him. "Who is that?" Jinho looked at the blond man taking something out of his vest pocket, still suspicious. "Who is he? He speaks Korean fluently." He took a business card from his jacket and introduced himself. Sorry for the late introduction. I am Damien Tommaso, the Asian casting director of HU Company. Damien looked at Jinho and smiled. "I want to take you to the top. I came all the way from France, so can I know the reason?" Jinho silently looked in his direction. Jinho sighed softly and replied, "I refuse because there may be times when I betray my word." He continued, "If I sign a contract with someone, I may have to do things I do not want to do, such as filming an advertisement for Sears' competitor." Park Kocht agreed. "Of course, corporate ethics come first." Park Kocht added, "The top you are talking about is not worth abandoning your word for." Damien immediately interjected, "It is not abandoning it. This bag, you can't buy it with money." Damien recalled sitting on a chair holding two documents and saying, "Currently Sear China, Hong Kong and Japan are paying $2,000 per hour. Sear Korea has adjusted to match, right?" Then he wrote something on a piece of paper, "But I am not just here to offer that much money, unless it is doubled." Damien emphasized, "What do you think?" Jinho listened indifferently. After hearing the conditions he set, she thought carefully. Seola nearby was also stunned. Everyone around listened in silence. Jinho said in a deep voice, "At least 335 million won, that is the estimated cost to raise a child in Korea. According to the statistics, according to Korea's GDP in 2022. He frowned and said bluntly, "My parents raised me with the amount you said was insignificant." Jinho remembered drinking beer with Hyunman and continued, "Having money is good, this bag, you can't buy it with money. I want to earn more money than I do now." The people who had helped Jinho appeared in his mind, but, "I do not want to receive money from hurting the people I care about." Damien thought about what Jinho said. He continued to express, his words surprised everyone, "Becoming famous with just a little fame without careful preparation, is not that a deception to the people who support me and all the people who have put so much effort into preparing for that path?" Seolar imagined it herself and said, "If the director thought I was not making money and promoted me to other people, I would feel hurt, right?" The manager reminded her, Lee Seola. After speaking, Jinho gave a confident smile, "That is my answer." Immediately afterwards, the cigarette butts of the group were thrown on the ground. Jinho contemptuously pointed the way for them. "The exit is over there." "I am sorry I could not give you the answer you wanted." An angry voice scolded, "How rude." The group stood huddled together on a corner, smoking and cursing. They even dared to show attitude. A passerby felt uncomfortable and sneered, "Geez, there is a smoking area and they do not go in." One of them spoke up and asked, "Damien, what do you think? Aren't you the most humiliated one?" Damien remained calm. Suddenly he gave a sinister smile, "Are not you the most humiliated one? This world is full of stones." Damien recalled how he handed out his business cards. Many people had received his business cards, of which only 0.01% had the potential to be gems. Damien had been constantly searching for people with the potential to be his gems. Damien likened potential people to very rare blue diamonds. A miner excavates gems and an artisan can cut and polish the stone to reveal its true value. He held up the diamond and observed it clearly and identified himself. "I am that person, casting director Damien Tommaso." Damien looked at the diamond in the shape of a person sitting in a red box. Of course there are those who possess talent but have personalities worse than plastic, but what can you do? He coldly thought, it is natural for gems to want to be treated specially. Then Damien remembered Jinho's appearance and continued, "I did not come here just to offer that much money. Someone like him can't be satisfied with his current position." Damien had tried to convince him, so ignore the rules and accept the contract. He calmly thought, "I thought that way." A loud voice called out, "Listen, Damien." A partner of his wondered, "What are you going to do now?" Damien asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" The other guy shouted loudly, "I have been saying it all along. What are you going to do with that Lee Jin-ho?" Hearing this, he wondered, what is this? The image of Jinho standing in front of the sparkling diamond appeared. Do not tell me he thinks the moment he shines is the same as his own motto. Damien thought to himself, that is an insult. Not only is it short-sighted, but they also think about defiling it. The partner discussed with him, a smoking photo is already considered winning the lottery. Let us bury him with a scandal with Lee Seol Ah. He judged silently, just as I thought, they do not have the qualifications to hone that gem. In the middle of the night, Damien's annoyed voice came from inside the building. Enough, I do not want to be involved in that lowly thing. The partner's voice was dazed. Lowly, he angrily affirmed, yes lowly, bonne soirée. Time continued to pass. Seer's sponsorship contract with Lee Jin-ho lasted for 3 years. At the age of 23, he would leave Seer's embrace. Damien was full of determination and resolutely said, I have to act now. Scene change, at Mi Young's office, Director Jo, have you seen that article? She asked suspiciously. That article. She said more about the article she mentioned, about my son smoking in high school, selling food illegally, and so on. Lee Jin-ho, have you been allowed to sell food? Expensive clothes. Lee Jin-ho's spending is suspicious. Celebrity Lee Jin-ho, at the Korean University pub. Shape-shifting Superman Lee Jin-ho, how much has he changed? Malicious tabloid articles aimed directly at one person. Director Jo calmly said, oh that, I have seen it. It is really childish to attack a 20-year-old newbie. You can tell they were paid to write it, so I do not bother to pay attention. She frowned, should I pull some strings? Ma Young rested her hand and calmly replied, no need. A YouTuber with a few million subscribers posting a verification video will clear the rumors. The other woman seemed surprised. Wow. She continued, but it is strange, the speed is too fast. Mi Young became more and more uncomfortable. Our son is really talented, but he is not a celebrity or idol with a solid fandom, as if someone directly witnessed it and prepared for this incident. Right, she sighed and asked, why are you so worried? Elsewhere, Damien scrolled through his phone excitedly. It must be a very amazing fan, paid completion. A photo of Jin-ho in high school appeared here, look at this. If this is Lee Jin-ho in high school, it must be 1 or 3 years ago, but what are these shoes? These Air Jordans were just released 2 months ago. Looking closely, this photo was taken from the MV and edited. A person wearing a bare head analyzed carefully. In summary, someone hired a student and then intervened to edit Jin-ho's photos. Also, what kind of license is needed to cook at a university festival? Relief, the new article was posted yesterday and today there is already a VR check, bro. Have you seen Seolas' new MV? The reporter graduated from WA University. The person wearing the bare head pointed directly at the screen, all thanks to the anonymous informant. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel. To end today's session, let us watch that video that is going viral. The image of Jin-ho facing Damien's group appeared. Having money is indeed good. I want to earn more money than I do now. Jin-ho hesitated about something but he shyly covered his face when Young Jae turned on the video that he had once said, I do not want to receive money from hurting the people I care about. Jin-ho shouted embarrassedly, stop teasing me. Jin-ho's friends just kept teasing him. Too cool. National image Lee Jin-ho, brother Jin-ho is so cool. Young Jae held the phone and turned it towards Jin-ho and admired, but you are really awesome. How have you lived that your past has no blemishes? Jin-ho thought to himself. Lived like a game addict. Suddenly Young Jae was startled. Young Jae said loudly when he saw blood flowing from his nose, nosebleed. He quickly looked for tissues. The two sat on a bench resting. Young Jae asked, have not you been overdoing it lately? The dark circles are not a joke anymore. Jin-ho slowly replied, overdoing what? Jin-ho turned and said, lately I have only been shooting summer photos, walking, interviewing, tutoring, taking certification exams, preparing for midterms, homework, club activities, practicing guitar, flower arranging, knitting, and doing social activities. Oh, and studying Food 1.1 with Professor Park Kocht since yesterday. Young Jae admired, you really live hard. Night gradually fell. Young Jae picked up Jin-ho to take him home. He said shyly, I can take the bus. He said resolutely, it is okay. Go home and rest comfortably. Young Jae instructed, do not die. Jin-ho smiled helplessly and replied, yes. Looking at the car's shadow gradually disappearing, Jin-ho thought to himself, now I notice, Young Jae drives really well. How many tutoring sessions a week are enough to buy that car? My tutoring fee is not low either. Suddenly he remembered the suit he wore to the entrance ceremony. Young Jae also said that the suit I wore on graduation day was expensive. Where did you buy this suit? On the road. Did you go begging in Dubai? Jin-ho laughed happily. Could it be that he is actually the son of a SSS class building owner? Stop it, reality has to have some limits. Me. The clock struck exactly 4 a.m. Jinho tiredly put his head down on the table and closed his computer. The report is done. He remembered his plan with Mi Young. In June, I have to go to Paris. If this keeps up, I will probably faint in Paris. Her instructions appeared in his mind. Remember to take advantage of it.
Son.
It is not just Tim Jones. The CEO will also be there. Jinho said with a tired face and hesitated. The professor could give an easier exam. Why is it a report evaluation? But I do not want to reduce the time for my hobbies. I wish I could only sleep 2 hours but feel like 6 hours. Suddenly Jinho woke up. Hey. Scene changed to a hospital. A doctor with a smiling face welcomed. Oh my, it is our Jinho here. He looked at Jinho and judged. You do not look like your uncle at all. Jinho smiled and politely said, people say sons usually look like their mothers. Then the two walked and talked. So you want to work in the hospital warehouse like last time? Yes, can I can't thank you enough. Suddenly he showed a very sinister face. The guys who were kicked out for being caught stealing hospital drugs. Thanks to them I was so stressed that my insomnia recurred. Damn it, as a doctor, I had to run to the hospital next door to ask for medicine. Can you accept that? He lamented, I am so tired. Seeing his scary face, Jinho exclaimed, oh my god, even a good person like you has this look. He smiled kindly and continued, but I feel relieved that a Korea University student is taking care of it. Jinho could only laugh, haha. In his heart, Jinho secretly resolved, I must get this skill at all costs. At the reception desk in the hospital, a voice rang out, Dr.
Kim. Doctor. Kim.
A lovely-faced doctor excitedly told a story. Have you heard about the handsome guy coming to the warehouse? I heard he is the grandson of the head of thoracic surgery. Kim Ina calmly replied, oh, I heard. She kept chattering in Kim Ina's ear, every time you go in there to find something, the first time you'll be shocked by his face, the second time you'll be shocked by his speed in finding medicine. He probably remembers all the medicine locations. Kim Ina replied perfunctorily, yeah, he is really awesome. Kim Ina's footsteps suddenly froze when she heard her next words. His name is beautiful too, Lee Jin-ho. Kim Ina thoughtfully glanced over and asked, cute and chubby. Her face was fascinated and replied, no, he is tall and handsome. I wonder if I ran over there and asked him to find my heart that I accidentally dropped, would he find it? Kim Ina coldly turned her head, ask him to find your reason. While they were arguing, small footsteps ran along the hallway, cold-blooded witch, that is why you do not have anyone to marry. Then from somewhere, rushing footsteps came, and you keep bringing up marriage, so you can't get your license. A little girl rushed over and hugged Kim Ina tightly. Dr. Jai-hai looked up with a wrong face and complained, I want to drink cola, but the nurse won't let me. She looked down at the little girl, scold her for me, doctor. Kim Ina gave a gentle smile. She sat down and gently explained, Jai-hai, if you drink cola, you will get a stomach ache. When you get better, drink 100 bottles of cola. Okay, Jai-hai whined, I want it now. The other doctor stood with her arms crossed and glared at Kim Ina mockingly. That two-faced Azura woman, Jai-hai, this doctor just hurt me. Kim Ina said coldly, control your words in front of children. She held Jai-hai in her arms and comforted her, falling into her own thoughts. But Jin-ho, Lee Jin-ho. Her eyes softened a lot. It really is a familiar name. Kim Ina recalled the past, when she was with Jin-ho when he was chubby. Kim Ina curled up, tired and put her face on her knees. 3 years ago, Kim Ina, pediatric resident. Jin-ho beside her hesitated for a long time, not knowing what to say. He suddenly spoke, sorry. She replied curtly, what? Kim Ina glanced at her red eyes. Do you also find me annoying? It is 11 of the clock, sorry, but the warehouse is my place first. She coldly blurted out, get lost. After hearing those words, he stood up and walked away. Kim Ina's inner self was like a different personality. It was ridiculing her, wow, you just snapped at someone you just met, and a young student too. It kept reminding her of the heartbreak. No, you snapped because he is still young, you need someone to be your emotional trash can. It turned into an ill-tempered superior pointing at Kim Ina's forehead and mocking, like your senior, right? It flicked her forehead hard. Kim Ina, wake up, do not you want to be a doctor? Her tears kept flowing uncontrollably. It cursed, what, want to whine again? Suddenly she seemed to wake up to the two words, annoying. Kim Ina propped herself up and groped on the ground. How long have I been asleep? Her hand touched something, she glanced over. Under the floor were many different candies, along with a letter. She opened the letter and read the contents written inside. I found a lucky chocolate. If you eat it according to the alphabetical order, good luck will come like the word, from Chubby Four Eyes. She muttered, should not luck be lucky, not Lucy. After that, I still went to the warehouse whenever I felt down but. Looking at the soda can with the paper note, below were the candies arranged to spell out Lucy. I no longer shed tears. The paper notes and candies piled up, they had conversations through sticky notes. Tell me your name, Chubby Four Eyes, it is Lee Jin-ho, I am sorry about the other day. Thank you for your luck, Lucky, not Lucy, I am only in 9th grade, so I do not know anything. Back in reality when recalling the past, her heart warmed up a bit. Jin-ho, thanks to that short time, I have endured until now, I wonder how he is doing now. From afar, a voice rang out, ah, are you looking for this? He handed the box to the doctor, both being polite to each other, you could have found it yourself, no need. Jin-ho smiled, this is my job. There was someone cursed with fatigue, always studying in a state of tiredness with the dream of becoming a doctor. But when his father, who was also extremely tired, had to be hospitalized due to a construction accident, his dream came to an end. One day, he thought. Everyone was distorted, doctors, nurses, interns, and even patients were sluggish. The shadow wondered, why do humans need to sleep to reduce fatigue? His hand reached out to take the book, Are we slaves to sleep for the rest of our lives? That was the beginning of the journey to break this curse. This is the story of the quick starter skill. In front was the hospital. The first unlock condition was spending more than 6 hours a day in the hospital for a week. A lot of books were piled up. The second condition was reading 20 books on sleeping, pills, fatigue, medicine, and massage. He rested his chin and thought so far no problem but the third. In the end, Jin-ho could not think of anything, let us get off work first. He walked and remembered, but Ms. Ina does not seem to recognize me. She probably forgot about someone like me back then. Suddenly a small hand pulled Jin-ho's shirt. Jai-hai naively asked, who are you? He squatted down and gently asked, what is your name, kid? The lovely girl said, my dad said I can't tell strangers my name, and I am not a kid. Seeing this, Jin-ho jokingly asked back, I am not an uncle either, but is it okay to approach strangers? Jai-hai explained the reason, you look like a handsome puppy, so it is okay. The little girl asked more, are you a celebrity? Jin-ho cleared his throat and self-admiringly introduced himself. I am a model, tennis player, guitarist, and chef. Soon I will be a massage therapist. Entertainment companies are lining up, but I am not interested. The little girl was confused by him, ah yes, you are here because you hit your head, poor you. He denied it inwardly, no, I am not. And then, Jin-ho stayed and played with Jai-hai. For some reason, I am stuck here. I missed the bus. You are so lucky, uncle. While the little girl was playing, he quietly asked, are you waiting for a friend? Jai-hai still smiled and played the game and replied, I do not have friends. He remembered the snacks given by the nurses and asked Jai-hai's opinion, do you want to eat candy? I have a lot of candy. The little girl immediately refused. You can't bring gifts into the department, I can't eat them. Afterwards, Jai-hai brightly explained to Jin-ho, because I have a digestion cat. He wondered inwardly, why a cat? Jai-hai naively asked, do not you know the digestion cat? The cat in her imagination was very fierce. Did you eat chocolate? I will scratch you, the little girl explained more. When you eat bad food, the cat will meow and scratch in your stomach. He immediately realized, ah, stomach ulcer. After explaining to him, Jai-hai turned back to play the phone and said at the same time, the doctor said it is a very evil cat. Even so, she was still very optimistic, but it is okay. My mom always prays for me every day from heaven. Mom said she hopes our cat is a good cat and does not hurt Jai-hai. Hearing this, he was silent. But Jai-hai asked him calmly, my mom is amazing, right? Then he gently rubbed the little girl's head and followed that positive energy, yes, extremely amazing. Suddenly, a hasty footstep ran over. Then a voice said, Jai-hai. The little girl glanced in the direction of the voice. Immediately Jai-hai's mood became happier than before. Hyun Seong and Kim Ina arrived together. The little girl happily exclaimed, Dad. Jai-hai quickly ran into Hyun Seong's arms. Why are you so late? He gently crouched down to greet the little girl. Sorry, my princess. Are you waiting for me without going to sleep? Kim Ina stepped forward to ask Jin-ho. Have not you gone home yet? He said softly. It is late, so can I sleep at the hospital? That night, someone was secretly working on a laptop. Jin-ho said without much surprise, just as I thought, the bus is gone. Well then, I will do my homework here. Then he remembered the image of Jai-hai playing with his phone. At that time, Jihyo suddenly froze a little. The image of the small girl alone in the hospital made Jinho ponder, how long does she have to wait alone? It already feels so familiar. He picked up his phone and asked himself, is there anything I can do to help? He looked at an app, a tube. Scene change, Kim Aina and Hyun Seong stood in front of Jai-hai's hospital bed, this doctor. The lovely girl was fast asleep. At that time he said worriedly, is Jai-hai really okay? Her arm reached out to rub Jai-hai's head and said, there is no perforation or bowel contraction, so do not worry too much. We have stopped the bleeding. She has also improved a lot after taking the medicine, and moreover. Kim Aina looked at Hyun Seong, who was exhausted, and said Mr. Hyun Seong, should not you also get treatment? She earnestly advised, exhaustion, continuous weight loss, insomnia, if this goes on, you will get severe depression. Hyun Seong turned his head to avoid her, silently listening to Kim Ina's words, we will take responsibility for Jai-hai's health, so I hope you also take the time to take care of yourself. Afterwards, she sent him away, please go home safely. Kim Ina took out 4 chocolates, also, take these with you. Hyun Seong blankly looked at Kim Ina's palm, Lucy. She explained, it is a good luck charm. Then she remembered the past with Jinho and conveyed positive energy to him at the same time. If you eat it in the correct alphabetical order, good things will happen. Scene change, a finger gently pressed the elevator button and said with a slightly surprised voice, it is the first time I have seen Dr. Kim see someone off. Her hairbun friend tilted her head and wondered, is that uncle your type? Kim Ina's face darkened, her voice was somewhat threatening, you know that if you do not pass the exam on the first try, you'll be kicked out of the hospital. Right, the hairbun girl was startled, relax girl. Elsewhere, Hyun Seong silently looked at the photo of his daughter and himself in the car. The neatly folded piece of paper opened, revealing the words, Lucy, Lucky, Light. Once upon a time, on the day of his wife's funeral. Hyun Seong quietly sat in a corner, holding the baby in his arms. Jai-hai obediently slept peacefully in her father's arms. In the middle of the night, Hyun Seong's heart was heavy. He said softly, rest in peace, my love. I will definitely protect Jai-hai. Someone was attentively working. Suddenly a voice said, Department Head Cha, I am going home first. Hyun Seong politely said, go home carefully. The colleague asked a little worriedly, have not you been working a lot of overtime lately? How long has it been since the funeral? Hyun Seong just smiled and said, I have to work harder. The image of Jai-hai turning her head to look at him, I need to earn more money, showing off the family picture she drew at school. That is right, I will draw a house too, so that the little girl can wear the best clothes and eat the best food. He was determined, so that no one would look down on Jai-hai for not having a mother. At school, the voice of a naive little girl rang out, wow, Jai-hai has a very beautiful bag decoration. Jai-hai showed her friends, it is English, it is red as Chanel. The blonde girl was confused, what does it mean? Jai-hai smiled, I do not know, probably like Tiny Pang. Tiny Pang is English, Chanel is also English. The little girl proudly raised her small pretty handbag to show off to her friends. My dad said that as long as I wear this, no one will dare to look down on me. Limited edition mini Chanel bag, priced at 6 million won. Time flew quickly until dusk. The teacher looked and saw only Jai-hai left, thinking to herself, Jai-hai's dad is late to pick her up again. I will draw a picture for my dad. Suddenly, there was something strange in the little girl's stomach. Then he finally came. The teacher greeted them both, go home carefully, Jai-hai too. Hyun Seong asked gently, what should I buy for my princess? Jai-hai excitedly replied, cola jelly. Jai-hai eagerly showed off the family picture she drew at school. That is right, I drew our house while waiting for dad. He was full of surprise. Wow, really, let me see. In the picture, there were exactly the naive drawings of a little girl. Jai-hai held her father's hand. Her mother was an angel, giving a blessing smile to the two of them. Yes, this is happiness, to let my daughter eat well and dress well, a home where she can enjoy the things she likes and always have a smile on her face. Hyun Seong gave a warm smile, I am so happy, but Jai-hai below made a strange noise. He was still lost in thought, if only I could continue to live like this. Hyun Seong panicked at the girl's cry, Dad. Jai-hai collapsed. He did not know what to do except anxiously shake the girl, constantly calling her name, Jai-hai, what is wrong Jai-hai Jai-hai? At that moment, He felt like he was standing in front of his late wife's memorial tablet. She said, Mr. Hyun Seong, please protect. His wife was always like Jae-hye's picture, an angel, our Jae-hye. He hugged Jae-hye, tears streaming down, protect you. Waking up from the nightmare, his tears were uncontrollable. He did not know what to say except, I am sorry. Over here Jae-hye was still at the hospital, her hand within 4 drip. The hospital room was large, but everything was silent, quiet, and boring. The little girl hugged her teddy bear and whispered, I wish my dad would hurry up. The little girl perked up her ears and heard a voice behind her, I will say it again, if the patient or visitors feel uncomfortable, you have to leave immediately. Someone replied, yes. Jae-hye was surprised to see a familiar figure, huh? The little girl happily exclaimed, you are here. And Hyun-sung was carrying a bag with a teddy bear, striding towards the hospital. It has been a long time since I have taken half a day off. The little girl said she wanted a bunny doll. It has been a long time since I have been able to meet the little girl during the day. He took out his phone, planning to call Jae-hye to tell her, that is right, I should call ahead. He was calling Jae-hye. His hands trembled and squeezed the bag before the dial tone. The subscriber you just called is currently unavailable. Please leave a voice message after the beep. He did not care about anything else. He threw the teddy bear away and ran as fast as he could towards the hospital, Jae-hye. Arriving at the hospital gate where Jae-hye was, he panted, why? In his head, he thought of many bad scenarios, and there were many nurses in front of Jae-hye's room. The nurses whispered to each other, really, I knew it. They said, too young. He could not calm down anymore, do not tell me. The nurses suddenly turned around to look behind them. Hyun-sung yelled and rushed forward, Jae-hye. A cheerful tune rang out. In the middle of the room was the image of Lee Jin-ho and the children singing together happily, catch, catch, tiny pang, catch, catch, tiny pang. Hyun-sung sighed at the scene before him, love ping, hope ping, lovely ping, fear ping, kind ping, what is this? The nurse next to him laughed happily, what should I do, 20 years old is a bit too young. Almost 12 zodiac signs apart. Kim Ina approached and handed him a cup of coffee. Are you surprised? Kim Ina explained, he is working part-time in the hospital warehouse. He asked if he could play the guitar for Jae-hye. Hyun-sung wondered, how do you know my Jae-hye likes guitar? Kim Ina sipped her coffee gently and replied, he said he saw the search history on the phone when he lent it to Jae-hye. She continued, at first he only intended to play one song and leave to avoid disturbing others. But the family members of the patients kept him. The parents begged Jin-ho to stay. Please play the song my grandson likes too. My daughter can't watch Tiny Pang because she is sick. I will do the same. The image of the little girl smiling and the other children doing the same, because he made her smile again, which I have always wanted. The children smiled brightly and the parents burst into tears. They cried because their children smiled. It has been a long time since I have heard a laugh that does not contain pain. Hyun-sung pondered. He lowered his eyes, doctor. He thought about the prospect of Jae-hye being discharged from a hospital but not knowing what he should do. What should I do after Jae-hye is discharged from a hospital? If the same thing happens again Kim Ina interrupted, she said gently, you asked the wrong question. The person who needs to be taken care of is Mr. Hyun Seong, not Jae-hye. In her eyes, Jae-hye in the hospital always had a bright smile. Jae-hye is very brave. She has never given up because she has to stay in a strange hospital, and she is also very good at enduring pain. Do you know why? She said gently but stabbed straight into his heart. No matter how difficult life is, Mr. Hyun Seong smiles in front of Jae-hye, but there is nothing else. Hyun-sung's eyes widened in surprise at what she was saying, as long as Mr. Hyun Seong does not collapse, Jae-hye will still endure bravely. Kim Ina continued to take a sip of coffee. Her words stunned him. So do not think about extreme things like even if you work to death, you still have to leave a huge fortune for Jae-hye. Hyun-sung was embarrassed. Is it that obvious? She sighed. I know all the parents who think like you. Clothes, dresses, toys. They do not hesitate to spend money as long as they can buy them. I understand the desire to express love in that way to compensate for the short amount of time they can be together. She also reminded him of Jae-hye's illness, but that can lead to bad eating habits and being poisoned. She took out her phone and dialed her number so. Kim Ina handed the phone to him. I will help so that Mr. Hyun Seong does not make mistakes. If you need simple advice or advice on Jae-hye's diet after discharge, feel free to contact me. Hyun-sung was embarrassed. Thank you, but then it would be too much trouble for the doctor. Kim Ina burst out laughing. I am always free for Mr. Hyun Seong. The nurse who was eavesdropping could not help but exclaim, oh my. She walked away. The kitchen is about to explode. The sky was already turning to dusk. A white car sped along the road. Lee Jin-ho sat in the car, looking at the road and thinking, I accidentally promised to come again. The schedule is packed. He crossed his arms triumphantly, but as long as I get the quick starter skill, there won't be any more problems. I have completed conditions 1 and 2, only 3 left. Suddenly, his face turned pale. The driver saw this and asked, Student, why are you so pale, are you carsick? Lee Jin-ho stammered, Driver, full body massage with oil, that means you have to rub your whole body with your hands, right? The driver replied, what else? He described more, take off all your clothes and rub until your butt is shiny, that is a full body massage. Thinking of that, he shuddered, oh my god. He laughed and teased him, what, are you planning to do it for your girlfriend? How lucky, he thought to himself, I do not have one. He picked up his phone and gave a sly smile, hee. He read the message and suddenly exclaimed, huh. On the other side, the boy smiled contentedly, delicious, pork chop, die with me. Night falls upon a towering apartment building in the city. Park Jae-joon is lying face down, looking extremely displeased. Lee Jin-ho is not faring much better, to be honest. He asks in a gentle tone, how do you find it, sir? Park Jae-joon leisurely assesses, it is. All right. Rewind to 30 minutes ago. Park Jae-joon asks with a bright smile, what, are you saying we should be touching butts? After a second, he scowls and retorts, are you crazy? Then he glances at the candles and continues, why though, what is with the scented candles? Park Jae-joon is suspicious. What are you planning to do to me? Lee Jin-ho, with a pleading look, demands, but. Let me touch your butt. Park Jae-joon scolds him, you pervert. He panics, flailing his arms and legs. Have you been looking at me like that this whole time? Lee Jin-ho hastily explains. No one wants to. I need to finish before my mom gets back. So just lie down already. Park Jae-joon firmly refuses, don't mess around, find someone else, but Lee Jin-ho offers a tempting deal, if you help me, I will take you to Paris next week. After a brief struggle, the massage scene unfolds. Well, you can't avoid licking the boots of the rich. Park Jae-joon is not willing to be taken advantage of and adds, remember, the Paris ticket only covers one butt cheek. I am saving the other for when I need it. Lee Jin-ho opens a bottle of lotion and announces, all right. As promised, it is butt massage time. The door opens, and a voice shouts, damn it. Shin Ae-seo walks in, cheerfully calling out, honey, mom's home. Then her face freezes slightly, oh. Followed by a surprised expression, huh. A scene unsuitable for children unfolds before her eyes. Shin Ae-seo frantically covers her face, exclaiming, ah mom, it is not what you think. The two explain everything, and the misunderstanding is resolved. At the airport, is this it, this mountain? Park Jae-joon's face appears on the livestream screen, ah, it is on. He starts greeting, hello, I am Pretty Park, a brand new streamer today. Park Jae-joon reads the comments and replies awkwardly, what, a girl, there are no girls here. Hi, no girls, more importantly, I am going to France. Does anyone want pictures of the Eiffel Tower? He tries to keep viewers, don't go please, I will dance for you. Lee Jin-ho, annoyed by the scene, urges him, hey, BJ Jae-joon, we will miss our flight. Lee Jin-ho wonders what Park Jae-joon is doing. Who are you talking to? The comments continue, no girls, bye. You look like a pretty boy, but you have no charisma at all. Park Jae-joon awkwardly replies to Lee Jin-ho, there is no one here. Someone recognizes Lee Jin-ho, hey, who is that familiar-looking person in the background? Park Jae-joon quickly says goodbye, okay everyone remember to subscribe, see you later bye. Comments keep recognizing the familiar face. Who is that familiar person in the background? Hey, it is Lee Jin-ho. Finally, the flight takes off. Park Jae-joon is delighted, his face beaming, so this is business class, thanks to you, I am experiencing luxury. Lee Jin-ho is reluctant to take the credit, thank Aunt Myeong. She is the one who bought the tickets. A sigh is heard nearby, too bad. Damien winks at Lee Jin-ho, I could have gotten you tickets too. He quickly refuses, no thank you. Park Jae-joon recognizes the man and whispers to Lee Jin-ho, is that the charming gentleman who gave me the authentic croissant last time? Lee Jin-ho confirms, yeah. Lee Jin-ho recounts, after the festival, Damien would bring small gifts to visit every week. I was going to kick him out as soon as he mentioned making money. Damien does not mind, but instead, he talks about the pros and cons of famous companies, recruitment criteria, and things that no one in the fashion industry knows. Stories that only insiders would know. Lee Jin-ho becomes interested in this man. That is interesting. Then, I personally went to meet him to the point where I started looking forward to Damien's visits. Suddenly, Damien speaks up, by the way, is this your first time in Paris? If you want, I can be your tour guide. Lee Jin-ho refuses, no we can't. He smiles brightly, we can't bother someone on a business trip. Park Jae-joon adds, that is right. The two have the same thought, if there is any problem, we can just blame it on that guy. An annoyed voice lingers, hey, am I a Pokemon? The more Damien looks, the more fascinated he becomes. That is interesting. Usually, a gemstone would not be with another gemstone. He glances at the two and calculates, looks suitable for advertising models, also the type who shines more when they show themselves. Maybe this will be the key to changing Lee Jin-ho. A voice sounds on the other end of the phone line, John's muse will arrive in Paris in 10 minutes. Followed by a soft reply Pietro asks sternly, is there any more information I need to know? The other end informs, Damien Tommaso accidentally boarded the same flight as the muse. Pietro is surprised, Damien. He knows Damien, a young hunter who does not bother hiding his target anymore. Pietro does not think this will affect him, no, this is good. This way, he will block any other directors if necessary. He calculates in his head, if I reverse the situation. Pietro squints at something on the screen. Then he closes his eyes tightly. The problem arose because of Angela's joke. Pietro rearranges recent events. It has been 2 weeks since that video was posted. Now it has subtitles in 10 languages. The international fashion world knows our muse. He questions the other person. Your role is to hide Jin's value and control access, Angela. Myeong smiles apologetically. Sorry, I just found out about this too, but it is too late to stop it now. This is a mess. Pietro responds with a smile. Don't tell me you left that video up for 2 weeks just to show off. Myeong asks to the point. Showing off is the basic value of luxury goods. You would not wear a diamond ring because you are afraid of theft, would you? You like it too. Do not you, seeing his prestige in person. Pietro can only be helpless, that troublemaker. He exhales a long breath. Why does everyone like giving me a headache, both Angela and Tim Jones? Pietro smiles brightly but he instructs Myeong, Audrey, while escorting him to the hotel, be careful of people from other companies. Pietro happily confirms, I am really happy. At the luxurious, magnificent Harleton Hotel. Park Jae-joon lies sprawled on the bed and sighs, phew. He remembers the scene when he first walked in. I thought scenes like this only existed in film noir. A woman speaks, it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lee. I am Audrey Flarrow, sent by the CEO. Lee Jin-ho agrees, really. Lee Jin-ho exclaims, I thought I was in a drama. The scene of Audrey smiling but with sharp words appears, unrelated people, get lost. Damien retorts, unrelated, never. Park Jae-joon is a bit envious of his friend, you are famous in the industry. Lee Jin-ho remains modest, I do not deserve this yet. This is not a world fashion show. Park Jae-joon's eyes catch sight of 2 luxurious bottles of wine on the table, just kidding, but this hotel is amazing. Luxury rooms, unlimited service, and expensive whiskey. He sits up, takes out his phone, and starts a live stream. Today's stream will be about drinking high-end wine. Hello everyone. As soon as the live starts, Park Jae-joon gapes, his pupils widening to the max. He curses inwardly, I am screwed. Lee Jin-ho is curious, what is wrong, did you miss something? Park Jae-joon shows the screen to Lee Jin-ho, look at this. Seeing the scene, Lee Jin-ho did not expect it either, 1,000 people. Park Jae-joon realizes, it is because you appeared in my stream this morning. He panics, how do these people know me? The screen is filled with comments about Lee Jin-ho. It is really Lee Jin-ho. Is he going to do a personal stream? It is Jin-ho.
오빠무, 서쿠테아.
Park Jae-joon looks at his friend, confused, what, you have tens of thousands of followers on SNS. He mentions the previous deal, now's the time to use it. I told you, I saved the other but cheek. Park Jae-joon looks at Lee Jin-ho with a devious look, now I will use it. Stream with me today. Lee Jin-ho holds up a finger to set a price, just this once. Park Jae-joon asks, a top model is afraid of going live. Lee Jin-ho reasons, taking photos and live streaming are different. He fears that if there is any mistake, so many people will judge it. Previously, there were people who had faced that situation. Famous BJ Tolmang shocks viewers by glaring at them. Tolmang sparks controversy by glaring at viewers when saying his eyes are his attractive point. Netizens who saw it left reactions such as, "This is not BJ Tolmang with sparkling eyes anymore, it is BJ Jajaret with fiery eyes," or again with the triangle-shaped eyes. Park Jae-joon winks, he guarantees, "I will take responsibility and even change the channel name to Jae-joon Crash, but with content like this, it is more like Jae-joon Lucky." Lee Jin-ho admits, "You are so optimistic." Park Jae-joon pokes him, "You are just a coward, you won't know if it is fun unless you try." The principles now emerge, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, self-actualization, esteem, love and belonging, safety, physiological needs. When needs are met, humans will seek a new level of needs. The condition is that to achieve new needs, you must abandon the needs that have been achieved, such as giving up delicious food to diet. There are many business cards in front of Lee Jin-ho, but he is worried. "That is why I do not accept the invitations to the entertainment industry." Holding the business card in his hand, Lee Jin-ho muses, "Is it really that good?" He is satisfied with the present. This is already so fun. The things he already has in his hands are precious. I also found a reason to become famous. But then he sits in front of thousands of viewer comments. "People who love me, ha ha ha, opera is so cute, Jin-ho and I have the same interests, hee hee, I want to be a model. Can I get some tips, my boyfriend is so handsome, hee hee hee. Jin-ho, thank you for appearing in our Seola's music video." The comments seem to explode at Lee Jin-ho's appearance. The number of viewers keeps increasing without showing any signs of decreasing. Lee Jin-ho himself cannot believe he is so popular. "Really, this is so much fun." Fans watching on the screen anxiously ask him, "Jin-ho, your face has been red for a while now. Are you okay?" Park Jae-joon points at his face and teases, "A professional model is nervous in front of a camera." Lee Jin-ho suddenly speaks up, partly. He shyly covers half of his face. "I did not think everyone's support would be this fun." Park Jae-joon witnesses the scene and gets goosebumps looking at Lee Jin-ho. Unable to bear the sight of him acting cute, Park Jae-joon rushes up and grabs Lee Jin-ho's shirt. "Hey, you said you are a noob, but you dare blatantly seduce the viewers like that. It is not your first time, is it?" Lee Jin-ho quickly yells, "Help, crazy BJ is going to kill someone." The loud noise in the room attracts Audrey's attention. She comes to check. The viewers burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, wow, security is knocking on the door. After yelling that loud, I would have kicked down the door too, haha. Might even call the police. Wow, look at the bodyguard's physique." The two men obediently bow their heads, sorry. At a luxurious building hosting a party. Shiny leather shoes glide across the red carpet. Lee Jin-ho smiles brightly, waving to everyone. Park Jae-joon is still unfamiliar, he is a bit nervous. Park Jae-joon now realizes, "I should have suspected it when he told me to wear a suit for dinner." Earlier, Lee Jin-ho asked him, "Do you want to go to a dinner party?" Park Jae-joon immediately agreed, "Dinner, let us go." Now he is still panicking. "I did not expect it to be a seer dinner. Can I even be here?" Park Jae-joon glances around, blushing and exclaims, "But the lineup is no joke." He looks at the blonde girl with short hair, the actress known as the reincarnation of the goddess Venus. Then he changes direction, the most beautiful couple in Asia selected by Vogue. Finally stopping on a boy, especially that person, Robert Blue Smith, exclusively holding the position of world model. Park Jae-joon becomes more and more nervous. "We are going to become dried squid here, no way." He suddenly glances to the side. Park Jae-joon looks at Lee Jin-ho, who is extremely skilled in front of the camera. He seems to be shining. He is dumbfounded by his friend. Park Jae-joon watches Lee Jin-ho's back, his confident walk. He seems like a different person at this time. Lee Jin-ho reminds him, "What are you doing standing there? Park Jae-joon, come here quickly." Park Jae-joon cannot help but exclaim, "Mom Jin-ho, what did you bring to this world?" The golden chandeliers are brilliant at the party. Pietro is happy, opening his arms and calling Jean. Lee Jin-ho also smiles brightly and replies, "Pietro." The two of them rejoice, "My young friend, people nearby are a bit curious." That is Tim Jones' muse. Pietro speaks first, "I heard about what happened in Korea." He is satisfied with Lee Jin-ho's performance, "Especially your statement at the festival made me very happy." Lee Jin-ho humbly replies, "I am just repaying what I received." Then he pulls Park Jae-joon up to introduce his friend to Pietro. "This is my friend, Jae-joon Park." Park Jae-joon approaches and shakes hands to greet him. Pietro politely introduces himself. "Nice to meet you, welcome to Seer, Jae-joon." He also replies with a sentence in English. "Thank you for the invitation, CEO." Pietro turns to look at Lee Jin-ho and praises him. "Your friend is really likable." Lee Jin-ho does not hesitate to mention his friend. "I used to admire him a lot." Pietro officially opens the party. "Enjoy the party." Park Jae-joon does not understand French, so he asks, "What did the CEO just say?" Lee Jin-ho replies teasingly, "He said you are handsome." Park Jae-joon believes it and continues to be curious. "You are close with the CEO, what did you say?" Lee Jin-ho jokingly explains to him, "You are a gorilla." Park Jae-joon angrily threatens him. "Do you want to die?" Park Jae-joon is looking for a seat when he notices the eyes of the people around him on him. He walks to the dining table, half believing and half doubting. He asks Lee Jin-ho, "They keep glancing over here, are not they talking bad about me?" Lee Jin-ho is surprised. "How do you know? They are speaking French." Park Jae-joon looks at those people with disdain. Their eyes are too dirty. He remembers the time before, when he worked part-time at a convenience store. He had to read people's eyes a lot. Many people came and brought bad intentions. "Hey, cigarettes, do not you know what kind I smoke? Slowpoke, not that one, the one next to it, no, the one next to that, not the one with the picture, get the one in the back." It seems like they are here to cause trouble or something. Lee Jin-ho leisurely cuts the steak on his plate, softly, "Just have to endure it." He is somewhat confident. A rookie who debuted less than 1 year ago has already been treated like this. They have to be jealous, becoming Tim Jones' muse and shaking hands with the CEO too. Park Jae-joon is surprised. "You are not angry." Lee Jin-ho does not care much about those glances. "Look so good, hee. Skill proves everything. Why care? Do not talk anymore, let us eat." One of the people at the party looks at them and can only exclaim in a daze, "Oh my god." A thick stack of plates has been eaten clean, and there is even a burp. Park Jae-joon, with sauce on his mouth, praises, "This is heaven." Lee Jin-ho is more elegant. "Really, it is worthy of being the country of cuisine." The two walk side by side to continue to raid the food, going to destroy the desserts, of course. The other person hears it and is stunned, still eating. At this time, a sarcastic voice sounds, "I do not know who brought a beggar here." Park Ji-eun crosses her arms and continues to use harsh words, "Really embarrassing." Lee Jin-ho is dazed and is reminded by her, "Dare to stare at your senior like that, why have not you greeted me yet?" Lee Jin-ho hesitates and speaks up, "Hello." Park Ji-eun continues to speak loudly, "What is your name?" Park Jae-joon is getting cake and hears Lee Jin-ho's voice. "Please excuse my ignorance. May I ask what your name is?" The other person's voice is still sour, a newbie who does not even know his seniors. Name. Park Jae-joon walks over and calls Lee Jin-ho, "Hey Lee Jin-ho, are not you going to eat? What are you doing there?" Park Jae-joon uses a sarcastic metaphor, "Stuck with a troublesome old man at the convenience store." Someone far away is a bit surprised, "Troublesome old man." Park Ji-eun sees someone else interfering and speaks even louder, "Who are you to interfere?" Park Jae-joon confidently asks her, "You do not know me." Park Ji-eun is so angry that her face turns red, "Who would know?" Park Jae-joon smiles at that, "Then you are ignorant too." Park Ji-eun puts her hands on her hips, speaking like an adult, "Can seniors and juniors be the same?" Park Jae-joon then turns to talk to Lee Jin-ho, "Can't talk to her." "Jin-ho, does your playground also have this seniority system?" Lee Jin-ho's voice is faint but steady, "Probably not. I heard many people have started to abolish this thing." He points to where the person who has been observing everything is, like Lee Yun-ju is here. Park Ji-eun hears that name and suddenly turns around, her face gradually changing color. Park Jae-joon gasps, "Oh." The person who is called is shy at this time, "Oh my you." Lee Yun-ju blushes and raises her glass of wine, "You know who I am." She is Lee Yun-ju, a top model with deep connections enough to walk on the Seer 60th anniversary show. She is very popular. Her influence in the domestic modeling industry is beyond question. She is the standard of female models. She also participates in the film industry, and has also received a lot of attention with her recent film activities. Everyone praises her. "Yun-ju Yuni is so cool." Lee Jin-ho points to Park Jae-joon, who is blushing. "This guy is a big fan of you. Don't say that, I am so embarrassed." Lee Yun-ju also smiles at him, "Oh my." She says a few words to her big fan. "I heard you are a streamer. If I go on your show, will I get paid?" Park Jae-joon's eyes light up. "I am honored, if you give me your contact information. I will arrange the content schedule and send it back to you." The two, one idol and one fan, talk and smile. you're so enthusiastic. Then Lee Yoonju suddenly remembers something, but... She looks at Park Ji-eun, who is pale. You saw your senior and did not greet her. She immediately bows at a 90-degree angle. I greet you, I am Park Ji-eun. An obvious term, big fish eat small fish. Looking at the woman who is bowing, Lee Yoo-jun mocks her. I do not need to know your name, because you are not worth remembering. Her figure dejectedly leaves. Lee Yoonju does not understand and asks, since when has Seer's party allowed this kind of inferior person to attend? Then she turns to share some experience with Lee Jin-ho. Oh right Jin-ho, I am only mentioning it because I am your senior. How can you eat so much as a high-end fashion model? You will gain weight. Park Jae-jun then replies for his friend, no, he can't gain weight. Lee Yoo-jun is curious. Won't you gain weight equal to the weight of the food you just ate when you stand on the scale? A normal thing for the two boys. Tenji, did you just eat gomtang? Lee Jin-ho does not have time to pay attention. Don't waste brain cells on this. A voice of admiration suddenly comes from behind the two people, really. Park Jae-jun feels this atmosphere and admires him. You are blessed by the gods. I am so jealous. The year-end TV awards lineup. Even Lee Jin-ho is a bit surprised. Is this a dream? Come on, the people around him reply. With us, Tim Jones' muse is more like a dream. Park Jae-jun's livestream stick is activated again, really. He excitedly recounts the shocking event. Yesterday I met a basket of celebrities, and I had dinner with the president yesterday. I also met a basket yesterday. The comments show that they do not accept it. Don't believe it. Did you just wake up from a dream? Park Jae-jun continues to babble. Who are they is a secret. The important thing is that I met them. Lee Jin-ho sees this and confirms with the live viewers. He is telling the truth. Many people came for personal reasons, so they can't reveal their names. This Madeline. Everyone now believes it is true. Then it must be real, okay, so jealous, Jin-ho said it, and everyone immediately turns their faces ha ha ha, reading the comments. Park Jae-jun is a bit angry and shouts hey. He does not understand and asks the viewers, whose subscribers are all listening to him, don't talk anymore. A donate screen appears. Jin-ho is right, that is right. And in the end, Park Jae-jun still listens to the power of money. Of course Jin-ho is always right. I will perform the zero-gravity dance. Lee Jin-ho observes and is impressed. What would he be if he did not do live streaming? He remembers something, but at the moment when he knows that he is loved by so many people, he can't forget the joy of yesterday. Lee Jin-ho is surprised by himself. Just with my small actions, so many people laughed and cried, like the attention I get from the media, but there are still differences. He is also a bit curious about other people. Is it because the celebrities I met yesterday felt the same way that they chose this path? Lee Jin-ho puts his hand on his chest to feel it. What should I define this feeling as? Something I have been waiting for a long time, but I only recently seem to have found it. A voice wakes him up, Madeleines. Park Jae-jun has been sitting next to Lee Jin-ho since when he offers, eat Madeleines, they will get cold. He is a bit flustered, sorry. Opening the hot Madeleines, Park Jae-jun asks, what are you worried about? Alright. He remembers and encourages Lee Jin-ho. It is today, right? Do your best and go back to rest. Lee Jin-ho smiles. Yes, it is today. An important day, the reason I came to Paris. In a room, there is a buzz. The main character of this show is not Smith, what? Rumors are spreading quickly. The CEO said that Tim Jones will personally choose the main model, so the spot must be left open. The other person asks, who would it be? The current question can't be answered. Who can replace Robert Smith Blue? They continue chatting. Maybe Smith has passed his golden age. Robert Smith Blue is still happy, confident in himself. Another day of enduring other people's jealousy. Oh my, being too handsome is also suffering. He stands up abruptly. The main model must be someone like me, right? The person next to him reminds him. Hey, I am not done with the makeup yet, but he has other things to do. Wait for me a moment. Robert Smith Blue calls out to the two people gossiping, hey. He gives them a friendly finger. Shut the fucks up. Robert Smith Blue feels better. So exciting. On the other side, Tim Jones is rushing over frantically. He calls out loudly, Gene, are you the main model the CEO mentioned? He grabs Lee Jin-ho's collar and shakes him. Why did not you tell me, you traitor ugh? Tim Jones is surprised to see his smiling face. Why are you smiling? Lee Jin-ho starts to explain. Sorry, I wanted to keep it a secret until it was fully approved. Tim Jones repeats his words, approved. Lee Jin-ho glances over the designs. To wear your clothes on the runway, at least it should not be something that gets people pointing fingers. He smiles lightly. At this time his face carries confidence. On this runway, I want to show people what the muss of Tim Jones is like. Tim Jones is a bit surprised to hear these words. He calls Verdun, who is standing nearby. Verdun, take my muse to the wings, go quickly. He quickly responds, I understand. Tim Jones calls Lee Jinho again. Jean, remember this. He raises his hand and says the rule 5 times, if you make a mistake 5 times, I will fire you. Tim Jones explains to Lee Jinho, there are only 3 days left until the show, if you make a mistake, Sear's reputation could be damaged, sorry, but I have to be heartless. Lee Jinho suddenly speaks up, 2 times. He emphasizes, 2 times is enough. Finally, the day of the show arrives, 3 days later, Sear outdoor fashion show venue. Park Jae-joon is diligently live streaming, he reminds the fans, keep order. Damien also participates this time. Pietro is also sitting in his office to observe this event. The MC's voice calls out, it is about to start, everyone ready. Someone looks at Lee Jinho with unfriendly eyes, that Asian monster, I was going to dissect and criticize every mistake of his. Park Jae-joon slowly recalls the previous incident, not an inch off from the measurements 2 months ago, I remember everything, it has only been 5 minutes. In a daze, he reaches out to call the other person back. No, these things are not that surprising because if I try, I can do it too, sorry. Park Jae-joon remembers how embarrassed he was at the time. My heel is broken, who should I report it to? The other person immediately blames him without any consideration. TSK, why did not it break during rehearsal? I do not know, where were you wandering after rehearsal? At that time he tried to prove his innocence. No, it broke before the rehearsal, so you could still walk. Impossible, prove you are not lying. Park Jae-joon tells himself, if I do not say it, no one will know that the heel is broken. He is still immersed in his own world, even when they know, it still looks like the shoe was designed that way, elegant walk. Back to the present, Park Jae-joon watches Lee Jinho leave, that is right. Lee Jinho's performance goes smoothly, Tim Jones' muse, is that kind of monster. His charisma attracts everyone's attention. Immediately, all the lenses are directed at Lee Jinho. Old memories flood back into his mind, that is right, Lee Jinho rings the big bell. On this stage, Lee Jinho seems to find himself again, I have felt this before. The views increase rapidly, this is. A brilliant aura gradually radiates around Lee Jinho, excitement. The twilight of Paris gradually turns color, extreme joy. A series of newspapers are published, Sear is turbulent, why did Tim Jones choose an Asian model as the main model? The views of the show become more popular. There are quite a few positive responses. Although women's fashion usually has Asian models to target the Chinese market, men's fashion does not, the public will be noisy. A few days later, at the international airport, Pietro shakes Lee Jinho's hand and expresses regret. Too bad, why are you leaving so soon? He politely replies. A fun party must come to an end. However, he still recognizes his trick. You are not running back because you do not want to be interviewed, are you? Hearing this, Lee Jinho has to force a smile. I have been discovered. On this side, Park Jae-joon has been waiting for him for a long time. He is gradually losing patience. Park Jae-joon glances at the information board and shouts, hey, it is time to go. Lee Jinho and he leave together. He leaves a greeting, then I am leaving. Pietro and Tim Jones wave goodbye to them. Remember to come again. He says wistfully, there are still many dishes in France you have not tried. On the flight back to Korea, Park Jae-joon can't hide his excitement. The most amazing trip of my life, the food, the scenery, and also. He smiles brightly at Lee Jinho and says, I got Yoonju Yoon's number 2. He helplessly sighs, you know Lee Yoonju Yoon is married, right? Hearing the sarcasm, Park Jae-joon shouts loudly, she has 3 kids, what do you think of me? It is just pure admiration. The two chat quietly on the flight, and you got a cross-follow with Blue Smith at the party, right? How did this kind of thing get on the news? Suddenly, Lee Jinho looks at the back of the newspaper in a daze, huh? Park Jae-joon responds with a regretful look, the tennis tournament, someone already won, if I had come 3 days earlier, I could have participated, too bad. Damien, sitting not far away, sees all this, that is why I told you to finish the project early, do you want to try it out? He looks at the two of them thoughtfully, after feeling that excitement, will he still be the same? Damien sighs, he turns away helplessly, I thought they would come to me to sign a contract. Unconsciously, the atmosphere around Damien becomes gloomy, did I predict wrong, or is my offer still not attractive enough? I have to step back and analyze again. The next day, at the tennis club. The tennis court owner happily welcomes Lee Jinho. Jinho, I saw it in the newspaper. He spares no praise for him, the pride of Korea. Lee Jin-ho is a bit embarrassed and politely responds, "Thank you, uncles." The tennis court owner does not hesitate to show off. I even printed it out to hang at the entrance, but I had to hold back, the tennis club where seer models visit. He approaches Lee Jin-ho and asks quietly, "Why are you here today? Practicing for the university club tournament or to cool off?" He politely responds, "Both." Lee Jin-ho says and remembers Jin-hee's scolding earlier, "Even if you say you will pay the electricity bill, is the old mother so poor that she has to take money from her son? My mom keeps saying that." At the same time, he pours each tennis ball into the basket. "Even if you earn billions, your son is still your mother's son." Lee Jin-ho's legs start to move nimbly well. He stands in a ready position, that is right. Immediately after, the racket makes contact with the ball. The ball immediately bounces back and lands on the ground. At this time, Lee Jin-ho seems to have realized, I can feel the improved control, it must be due to the combination of talent from the Prince of Tennis and enhanced senses from the Fire Master. He is thinking thoughtfully. Suddenly a voice interrupts, "If you want to know, just try more, this is an indoor tennis court." Lee Jin-ho looks back to search. Park Hyun enters first, Lee Seola enters after. She says excitedly, "The facilities are so good, this is where Park Hyun comes, right?" Park Hyun coldly warns, "That is right, and because this is a club only for members, I hope you pay attention to your behavior and words." Lee Seola replies shyly, "Ah yes." She walks quickly and asks the person next to her quietly, "Did I do something wrong?" Hearing this, Park Hyun turns away and blames himself. "I was too harsh again, I was going to approach seriously instead of being fun like when filming." He thinks to himself, "I know entertainment programs need fun, but the main purpose of this time is to promote tennis." Park Hyun observes each play of Lee Seola and sighs, at least. At this time, she is focusing on catching the ball. Fortunately, that person is very serious. Lee Seola accidentally misses the ball. Park Hyun can only think helplessly, if only her athletic ability could be better. Suddenly, the cameraman has something to ask him. "Park Hyun, can you look at this for me?" Park Hyun does not hesitate, immediately rushes over. Yes. Countless balls have fallen under Lee Seola's feet. She sighs helplessly, "Why does not my skill increase with the number of bumps on my head?" Suddenly, Lee Jin-ho appears from behind and says, "It must be because of the wrong method." Lee Seola immediately recognizes him. "Jin-ho." Lee Jin-ho smiles and replies, "Are you here to film?" He glances at the two cameras and says, "But the scale is a bit small." Hearing this, Lee Seola explains enthusiastically, "Today is not the main part, it is just filming the progress of us newbies, just this much, it will probably be about 2 minutes on screen." He nods in response, "Ah." Lee Jin-ho subtly changes the subject, "Then you do not have to try your best, right?" Lee Seola says slowly, "It is better to perform well." However, she hides her true feelings inside. "Only then can I build the reputation of a girl worthy of Lee Jin-ho's level." Suddenly, Lee Jin-ho brings a ball to her face and says, "Then." He smiles affectionately and replies, "I will teach you." A short while later, the people present look at the court in surprise. Lee Seola has a more stable rhythm of play than before. Has Seola always played so well? The cameraman asks in doubt, "Is that the Seola who could not even hit the ball?" The remaining person looks at Park Hyun and says awkwardly, "Is this the power of Coach Park Hyun?" He replies in confusion, "Probably not." Suddenly another person interrupts loudly, "It is Lee Jin-ho." That girl continues, "That person with the low hat is Lee Jin-ho." After explaining to Seola a few times, she changed 180 degrees. "We met at Seer's party before." Everyone in the court exclaims in surprise, "Lee Jin-ho." The cameraman asks again in doubt, "But is not Lee Jin-ho a model? How can Lee Jin-ho change Seola that even player Park Hyun has to give up?" Well, suddenly, a ball appears from afar, because he is also as good as a player. The tennis ball hits the spot directly and bounces out. Landing point on the ground and flying away. The landing point shakes greatly. Immediately after, the landing point gradually cracks and breaks open. In contrast, Lee Jin-ho says lightly, "It broke again." The people present open their mouths wide in surprise. "My power could not be like this. Is it because my physique has been changed by the I am the best skill?" The cameraman looks at Lee Jin-ho with glittering eyes. "Can't we invite him to the show? I tried to persuade him at Seer's party, he would not go on the show." Suddenly he has an idea, or accidentally film him. The person next to him immediately refutes, "We will get sued." At this time, Park Hyun approaches Lee Jin-ho and says, "Sorry." He asks, "Can you play with me for a bit?" Immediately after, the ball is thrown out. Park Hyun asks slowly, "Can I ask you a question?" He catches the ball professionally. "What did you advise Seola?" Lee Jin-ho returns to a ready position and replies, "You know Seola is someone who does not have good athletic ability, right?" The ball is hit to his court immediately after, but she always thinks about doing everything perfectly from the beginning. Lee Jin-ho slowly analyzes. It is like someone who is studying to prepare for an exam but has only studied the first page of the textbook, so in the end they get nothing. Posture, serving height, racket angle, Seola's situation is like that. Park Hyun replies indifferently, "I thought I taught her carefully, easy right?" Lee Jin-ho sighs helplessly. Seola is still a blank sheet of paper, and player Park Hyun is top-notch in the country. The ball rushes towards him. Lee Jin-ho uses the racket head to receive the ball. The goal of the program is a sport that can be played at any age or gender. The tennis ball spins on the racket head, so I advised her not to be too perfectionist, but to relax and select the focus. Park Hyun's pupils suddenly constrict, because winning is not the only joy, select the focus. His mood suddenly drops. What have I been paying attention to? Park Hyun says to himself, "That is right, I want to take this opportunity to let the public know what I see from the position of the champion." Finally, he realizes the hidden meaning. That is why I always feel dissatisfied when tennis is neglected. Park Hyun remembers his cold words earlier. Maybe they do not neglect tennis. I hope you pay attention to your behavior and words, but I am too serious. He carefully calls Jin-ho. Lee Jin-ho naturally replies, "I am younger, you can talk casually." Finally, the rhythm of the game seems to slow down. Park Hyun says softly, "Okay, Lee Jin-ho." He bows low and says, "Can you go on the show with me?" Lee Jin-ho shyly refuses, "No, thank you." However, a short while later, he still goes on the broadcast. "I am the special guest of today's recording, Lee Jin-ho OA." Lee Seola looks at him in surprise. "Don't you hate going on TV? Why?" Lee Jin-ho replies calmly, "Because Park Hyun said he would play a match with me after recording." She looks at him suspiciously. "Is it worth it?" Lee Jin-ho replies with a guilty face. "He is the Federer of the tennis world, aha." Sometime later, Park Hyun and Lee Jin-ho talk slowly. "You heard from Seola, right?" Lee Jin-ho immediately understands. "We are filming the progress of the new B, right?" Park Hyun leans back and replies, "That is right." He looks towards the court. His words are full of doubt. But what is the problem now? Hearing this, Lee Jin-ho opens his eyes in surprise. Actor 1 says awkwardly, "Please shoot again." Actor 2 chases the ball helplessly. The ball is out. This scene is caught by Park Hyun and Lee Jin-ho. Compared to their skill, they are trying to express it too correctly, right? Their actions are noticed by other people. Why is that? What are they talking about? To get more screen time. Park Hyun hugs his face and thinks for a long time. Now it may be okay, but if it continues like this, there will be no progress. The main scene will be filmed in 2 days. Lee Jin-ho catches this scene and asks, "You have already identified the problem, but you still need my help." Park Hyun sighs helplessly. "If I could teach them, it would not be like this now." Lee Jin-ho listens silently. "First you have to get used to knowing where the ball will fly when you hit it, but they do not think that is cool." A moment later, a large box of duct tape is delivered. Lee Jin-ho calls the director loudly back, "Director." He lifts a roll of tape and says with a smile, "Can I stick duct tape on the court?" A short while later, the tennis match takes place again. Park Hyun hits the ball forward with strength. Number 4. Lee Jin-ho immediately blocks the ball. He hits the ball back. Number 8. The ball immediately rushes away at a dizzying speed. Number 9. The two recorders are stunned. Number 5. Other people gradually become excited. Amazing. The ball line is continuously reversed. The ball falls in the exact place they read. Suddenly, Lee Jin-ho seems to have found an opening. He hits a high pass. Number 2. At that moment, Park Hyun handles awkwardly, too high. Unexpectedly, he tightens the racket face. Then, Park Hyun jumps high to catch the ball. On the opposite side, Lee Jin-ho is completely surprised. Park Hyun finishes the game. The ball moves slowly. The other people also hold their breath and watch, really. Back to the present, Park Hyun and Lee Jin-ho sit properly in chairs. Number 3, number 8. Now we are really practicing. Number 2, you play so well. He thinks darkly. Didn't he say he has only been playing tennis for 5 months? Can he achieve this level by self-study? Park Hyun's complexion also darkens. The first time I played until I was breathless since I received the skill. Lee Jin-ho says silently, he is indeed a monster. The game just now does not count towards the agreement, right? Of course, we will have another game later, although it was hard work for the past few Days just to shoot 3 minutes of broadcasting. I heard the number of views in real time has doubled like a miracle. A few weeks later, at the HU headquarters. The desk phone rings continuously. The short-haired employee leans back tiredly. I must have nervous exhaustion, director. There is another call. The person on the other end of the line quickly replies. Hello, is this the management of model Lee Jin-ho? The director refuses with a dark face. This is not under our jurisdiction. We also cannot provide contact information, and we cannot stand as a bridge. Before the other side can finish speaking, the director quickly hangs up. Wait a moment. Everyone discusses tiredly. Does the vice president know about the current situation? Of course, she must be talking to the person involved. Myung answers the phone while searching for documents. Is the matter being delayed? Lee Jin-ho silently sympathizes with her. That is right, because the TV stations live or die by viewership. He searches for documents on the computer. The person is still on the call, although your aunt manages models. But this time it is a bit out of control. Yes, from now on. Just transfer the calls directly to me. Hearing this, Myung praises him a bit. The best way is to take this opportunity to sign an exclusive contract. No, too bad. The two quickly end the phone. Then let your aunt find an agency for you. Thank you, aunt. Myung glances at the message her son sent. She smiles happily. My son is so diligent. 100 points. Suddenly, Myung seems to realize something. But now he is not rejecting the company anymore. Has he changed his mind? She looks at the computer screen and says expectantly, then I have to equip him with weapons. Myung ends the conversation. Then let your aunt find an agency for you. Lee Jin-ho replies. Thank you, aunt. Then he hangs up the phone. Lee Jin-ho leans back in his chair and exclaims, Aunt is amazing. He thinks about it. Considering this month's sales, it is understandable that aunt is trying to get me to sign a contract. Immediately after, Lee Jin-ho happily takes pictures of the papers on the table. But anyway, I can't avoid the camera forever. If this kind of thing happens again, it will be troublesome for aunt. I have to send points. However, he remembers the obstacles. If I sign a contract with another side, I will have to do things I do not want to, and there is a possibility that I have to promote the competing side of Seer. That makes Lee Jin-ho hesitate. That peak is not worth sacrificing principles to reach. Changing my mind because I can't avoid the camera forever is really a stupid excuse. Finally, he has to tell himself, really, if I do not want to be on the show, I can avoid it until when I want. The memory of Lee Jin-ho wearing a formal vest appears. I just want to experience that excitement again. He remembers his previous image, and also the satisfaction of seeing myself on TV. Then Lee Jin-ho asks himself again, am I sure that I want to get it to the point of sacrificing other things? On the phone, messages appear, praise your son. Myung messages again, son, you must contact Pietro when you fight, right? He stares at the phone and thinks, he must be disappointed. In a moment the phone screen shows, is Pietro smiling? He was so happy. He also answered the interview, especially your statement at the festival made me very happy. Without hesitation, Lee Jin-ho picks up the phone and calls the other person, yes, Mr. Pietro, I have something to say. The next day, outside the streets. Lee Jin-ho sits in a cafe, he thinks silently. Suddenly, a voice sounds from afar, thank you for waiting. Lee Jin-ho quickly turns around to greet Mr. Damien. Damien waves back at him, bonjour. He approaches slowly and sarcastically, with this beauty, you are promoting the brand for free like that, should I buy some shares of this product line? Lee Jin-ho suggests, I will order you a drink. Hearing this, Damien refuses, no, I just ordered. Lee Jin-ho continues the conversation, sorry for making you come all the way here, Damien says with a smile, it is okay. He jokingly teases, as long as Lee Jin-ho calls, I have to come even if the sky falls. A moment later, Damien considers and replies, so it is because of that, you do not have a manager, so it must be difficult. Lee Jin-ho continues to share, Aunt Myung also advised me that way, but I only thought of you. Damien also exclaims, I have to say this is the right choice. Suddenly, he puts his glass of water on the table. Damien's hands are clasped tightly together, he says seriously, because I can handle this case instead of just giving advice. Lee Jin-ho understands, is it to join HU? At the same time, Damien nods in satisfaction, that is right. Hearing this he replies, okay, I agree. Damien lifts his teacup and thinks finally. However, Lee Jin-ho's next words make him stop, but the profit sharing is 9-1, and all schedules must be approved by me. He says calmly, of course I am 9 parts. Hearing this, Damien can't help but be confused. Wait a moment, Lee Jin-ho. He awkwardly wipes the water stains with a towel. You know such a clause is impossible, right? Lee Jin-ho asks blankly why. Damien slowly persuades. Is this a subtle rejection? Looking from an objective angle, you're just a model who has just entered the industry, who has just started to get attention. Suddenly, Lee Jin-ho laughs out loud, ha. Immediately after he reveals, but what if this newbie receives support not only from Seer, but also from RVMH? The relationship between these companies is displayed. RVMH, a multinational corporation holding the entire luxury market in its hands. If Seer is a branch, RVMH is the entire ancient tree. Back to Lee Jin-ho's side, he smiles quietly, waiting for something. Going back to the past, 3 days ago, Pietro on the other end of the line is talking with Lee Jin-ho. I heard from Angela, you need a manager. He replies softly, yes, about that. Lee Jin-ho begins to share, it is highly likely that I can't only receive funding from Seer anymore. Pietro still asks calmly, are you prepared to take responsibility for this statement? Lee Jin-ho's tone is a bit sad, yes. He decides, even if it does not conflict with the contract, I still feel like I have gone against the principle, I will accept all compensation penalties. Pietro hesitates for a moment, then. His next proposal stuns Lee Jin-ho, become the muse of the LVMH subsidiary. He asks in confusion, excuse me, Pietro sighs and replies, this was originally scheduled to be discussed next week. Those words are still deeply present, you are very smart, but surely this is enough, make good use of the weapons we gave you. Back to the present, Lee Jin-ho rests his hand on his chin and asks, what will you do? He thinks to himself, personal attention and the business vision of a director. Damien has not replied yet, let us negotiate a bit. In the evening in Japan, at the HU company headquarters. In the office, Jackson tremblingly holds the stack of papers in his hand and asks Damien, are you kidding me? He tremblingly stands up, a profit share of 8-2 is not enough, and HU is only allowed to schedule 3 times a year, that is too pessimistic. Damien standing opposite slowly persuades Jackson not only, but it is up to 3 times. Jackson holds up the stack of papers to look at them again, is there still time to joke, what contract is not zero-sum? Jackson, the CEO of HU. Then he points his finger at Damien and criticizes, if you inflate the value of people, your performance will have to pay the price. His voice is so loud that everyone outside the office can hear, the position of executive director goes without saying, even your chance to be promoted to the board of directors will vanish into thin air, do you understand? Damien still calmly replies despite Jackson's confusion, I understand. Jackson takes all this into account, he lowers his voice and says, you are really an incurable gambler, your competitive blood is boiling again. Finally, Jackson angrily throws the pen at the contract, do whatever you want. A moment later, Damien walks out of the office and complains to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, I am done for. Everyone is surprised by this statement, I am sure everyone heard the CEO's anger from the hallway, the employee who was expected to become the youngest executive director is no more. Damien's next question stuns everyone, is there a future to continue following a crazy team leader like this? He makes a proposal, so now if anyone wants to leave, this is the opportunity. Hearing this, the crowd stirs up, no, we will follow you to the end. Damien continues, of course, I will let everyone's models go with everyone. However 1 minute later, the room full of people now only has Damien and Cheol-gyu, these bastards. Realizing that he is still there, Damien persuades, you Choi Cheol-gyu, you still have a chance. Cheol-gyu rests his hand on the table tiredly, how can I leave you? He gently persuades, you are the one who supported that person. And those people really packed their things and ran, those despicable pragmatists, hearing that, Damien can't help but smile a little. Seeming to ignore it, Damien turns away, now the internal enemies have been eliminated. Cheol-gyu is dazed, yes. Damien approaches the door, he says mysteriously, if you want to climb high, controlling the internal first is basic. His tone becomes more and more mysterious, Cheol-gyu, which field needs the fewest models? Early the next morning. Lee Jin-ho points to himself in a daze, don't tell me Mr. Damien will directly manage me. Immediately, Damien becomes gloomy, if you do not like it, I will change someone for you. Lee Jin-ho rubs his hands and replies, hey no, it is okay. Damien then recovers his emotions, I am kidding, until there is a management team, I will take care of all the scheduling, driving and makeup. He adds, of course, even after there is a team, I will still be the director. Lee Jin-ho thinks to himself, that is, even if I want to, I can't change it. A moment later, the two of them arrive at a private car, Lee Jinho asks curiously, but surely you are managing more than 1 or 2 models, right? Is that okay, oh Ben Sprinter? Damien quickly replies, it is okay, because of you Lee Jinho. Then his tone becomes darker than ever. Thanks to you, I can delegate all the work to the staff. It is so convenient. Now I have so much free time. Seeing this appearance of him, Lee Jinho can't help but sweat profusely. I almost felt touched. When entering the driver's seat, Damien adjusts the rearview mirror and says, but you Lee Jinho. Lee Jinho replies, yes, going back to the past. Which field needs the fewest models? Cheol-gyu puts his hand on his chin and considers. Usually it is the field that needs to prove the effectiveness of the product, or the field that is too common. So it does not need models to promote it anymore, so it is kitchen utensils or eating utensils. Back to the present, Damien looks at Lee Jinho in the back through the rearview mirror. Do you cook often? Immediately Lee Jinho's head jumps to the number, 3 Kingdoms chef. Damien hurriedly explains, I saw you cooking at the university festival last time, it was pretty good. Lee Jinho again shows modesty. There is still a lot of work to be done. But in reality, he occasionally cooks for Jae-jun, and the image of Park Jae-jun appears saying, you cook for me, explosive taste buds. But Damien encourages, you're being modest. Basically this is a competition program to choose the best chefs in Korea, China, and Japan. That program is introduced. For judges, 9 professional chefs are sure to enter the final round. The important positions of the program are highlighted. Then Damien adds, and only 9 people can enter the final round, out of 99 amateur chefs. After hearing this, Lee Jinho exclaims, professionals and amateurs competing against each other, it is really too much pressure, he continues. If amateurs achieve that level, they will definitely get attention. Damien drives the car away quickly, because the contestants come from Korea, China, and Japan. There will be interpreters, but your most prominent image is a student from a prestigious university. Right. As if realizing something, Lee Jinho hesitates and asks, wait, so where are we going? Damien still replies calmly, you realized it. He explains, there will be 1 to 2 people who will run away as soon as they have to learn another language. Just consider it having to overcome hell a little bit. If you just eat and study for a week, it will be fast. Lee Jinho quickly refutes, but I have HSK9 already. He shares more, I am still waiting for the JLPTN results, but there is nothing I do not know. Damien asks with a doubtful voice, don't tell me you can speak 5 languages at that age. Lee Jinho says, not just 5. Then Damien takes the phone from his phone holder. The car then turns around. Damien declares, then let us go eat. Lee Jinho expresses joy. And then 1 hour before filming, in the waiting room, Lee Jinho is dazed by what is in front of him. There are 2 other people around him silently too. Lee Jinho turns to the blonde man next to him and comments, one side has been looking at the bottle label for 10 minutes, please do not talk to me. The other black-haired man, this side is just browsing Weibo. In front of Lee Jinho is the camera. Why is it so quiet? There is no one, but the camera is still filming. Suddenly he realizes something, do not tell me. Lee Jinho's face clearly shows his shock. Has the competition started already? He looks at the food in front of him and thinks, would it be impolite to start talking? Returning to the previous timeline, Lee Jinho is sitting and eating Mr. Damien, do you have any advice when filming? Damien replies casually, just act normally. He asks in confusion why. Damien also does not hesitate to explain, don't act because you recognize the eyes of other people, just acting will only be good at that time. But later it will be ruined. Lee Jinho proactively uses Chinese to greet contestant number 1 hello. He communicates happily, my name is Lee Jinho, I hope to learn from you. Contestant number 1 enthusiastically praises Lee Jinho, your pronunciation is really good, I would believe you if you said you are a native, he humbly continues. I learned some Chinese because I am interested in Chinese cuisine. Lee Jinho thinks to himself in relief, it is a lot easier. Suddenly, contestant number 2 sitting behind him, also starts to pay attention to him. Lee Jinho warmly uses Japanese to communicate with him, I hope to learn from you. Contestant number 2 politely responds, I am the one who should say that. At the same time, in the monitoring room next to the restroom, the crew is observing the movements through the screen from a distance. Look at this room. The director's assistant exclaims in amazement, the atmosphere is completely different from other rooms, even he has to admit it, yes, and the director shows true admiration, can't see Lee Jinho's face. His amazing language ability stuns him, don't tell me he is translating both sides at the same time, even though they are opponents with each other. The assistant cautiously proposes, Should we stop it? The director immediately dismisses it. Are you going to stop this heartwarming scene? He observes through the screen, honestly commenting, this is a happy competition, this is what I want to see. At the same time, a worry arises in the director's mind, but below the hall, preparations are almost complete. Will they still be so happy when the real competition starts? The preliminary round proceeds smoothly. Lee Jin-ho competes with the dish he is most confident in. Even the plate for displaying the food is carefully selected by him. The girls look at it continuously, whispering and discussing together. The plate design of model Lee Jin-ho looks delicate. I'm also planning to buy a new set of eating utensils. Just then, Damien is present at the competition to support him. The corners of his mouth can't help but smile with satisfaction. Suddenly, contestant number 1's arm accidentally touches a bottle of spice. He panics and mutters, oh no. Lee Jin-ho generously helps him. There is no time, take mine, I am done cooking. The director is very warmed by that scene, immediately gives a thumbs up to show his agreement. Next is the time for the judges to score the dishes. One person tries it and thinks silently in his head, it is really delicious, but in the end, judge number 1 only coldly writes in his record, will consider. He silently observes Lee Jin-ho with a calm face. As expected, non-professional chefs often lack passion for food. After being commented on, he bows to judge number 1 and says loudly, thank you. Sure enough, a slight expression of surprise flashes across his face. With his part done, Lee Jin-ho begins to taste the dishes he poured his heart and soul into. Contestant number 2 standing next to him asks curiously, Jin-chan, you're being considered, why are you eating already, are you hungry? His casual words unintentionally attract the attention of judge number 1, self-assessment. Lee Jin-ho still happily exclaims, other than today, there is no chance to be assessed by a 3-star Michelin chef. Judge number 1 quickly changes his own thinking, so it is not lacking passion, but being able to rejoice because he found the opportunity to develop, even in a situation where he can be eliminated. At any time, I judged wrong. The final results are announced. Sauce Master, pass. Ramen Master, pass. Contestant number 2 laughs lightly in relief. That was difficult. Contestant number 1 bumps hands with him and happily praises, well done. They look towards Lee Jin-ho and excitedly call out loudly, Jin-chan, hurry, there is only one spot left. He only waves his hand casually. I am still being considered. Immediately after, the final announcement sounds. The Three Kingdoms chef preliminary round is over. His 2 friends are stunned. Is it over already? And Lee Jin-ho can only regretfully whisper, I told you. Contestant number 2 naively blames, Jin was eliminated because you did not cheer. In some magical way, contestant number 1 teases him back, it is because you passed that Jin was eliminated. Looking at the 2 people chatting happily, he is slightly suspicious. Do they understand each other? The judges begin to enter the final stage. The hall sounds the announcement. There is only 1 seat left for the final round. Among the 5 people still being considered, only 1 can continue. The host's voice excitedly continues. The assessment of the contestants in the consideration area will also end as soon as the quota is full. All 4 contestants close their eyes and pray for themselves. I hope I pass. Only Lee Jin-ho is still calm as usual, so his dish is carefully prepared. By placing it on heating pads, begins the assessment. This delicacy has indeed caught the eye of judge number 1, heating pads, that is really interesting. Another person puts on gloves, and comments excitedly, putting heating pads to keep the heat. He is the judge number 2 in this assessment round, that is interesting. He approaches Lee Jin-ho, and begins to taste his dish. The 2 judges seriously comment together that, it is delicious, but it is still lacking an accent. One person turns to Lee Jin-ho, and asks curiously, you chef. Pointing to the heating pads below, he asks curiously, why are you using heating pads? Judge number 2's face shows a lot of interest. You are the only one doing this. He bluntly raises the question, is there any special reason? Lee Jin-ho begins to recount the story behind it. It is from the first sports festival in elementary school when I moved to Seoul. At that time, everyone in the training ground was running and jumping happily. Only he was sitting alone. Next to Lee Jin-ho was a warm family of 3. The father blurted out, oh no, I forgot to bring the mat. The son was complaining with a frown, Dad, my legs hurt. Seeing this, Lee Jin-ho, who was still a boy at the time, proactively stood up and gave up his seat to their family. Would you like to sit here? The father awkwardly refuses. Thank you, but there is already someone. It turns out that he had received the news from his parents early and gave up his seat. Lee Jin-ho, Mom and Dad really can't make it. Do not get hurt, remember to eat lunch. Love you. He only says sadly, "It is okay, there is too much space for just me." And so the boy Lee Jinho at that time, quietly sat alone on the bench on the side of the road. He excitedly opens the hot lunchbox that his parents had prepared for him. The top compartment is food as usual, and the bottom compartment is a heating pad to keep the food warm, heating pad. He eagerly eats a half-boiled fried egg on top of the white rice. Lee Jinho slowly puts it in his mouth and chews carefully. A happy smile appears on the corner of his mouth, so warm. Until now, when presenting to the judge, he still has the original feeling, the feeling of guilt for not being able to go to the place, the worry that his child will have indigestion if he eats cold food. His story really touched many people, so much attention is filled in the heating pad. Lee Jinho concludes with a final sentence, "For me, the warmth of the food is the heart." The judge number 1 smiles with satisfaction after hearing it. The heart, that is an interesting cooking philosophy. Finally, he personally approves Lee Jinho. "I have clearly felt that warm heart, famous chef, you pass." Next is the final 2, a one-on-one battle between the golden chef and the black chef. Lee Jinho's opponent is indeed not simple, huh? He shouts in surprise. The professor is one of the golden chefs. Her assistant asks curiously, "Is she MS?" Park student, Park Kokt confirms sternly, "That is right." She says sternly, threatening him, "Remember this, Lee Jinho, whether the time I taught you is short or long, your honor is also my honor, no matter who your opponent is, you're dead if you lose." Yet only 5 minutes later, the draw results, famous chef versus Park Kokt. Her momentum erupts like a volcano. "You are dead to me." Lee Jinho can only tremble and plead, "Please spare me." Immediately after, the host excitedly gives the command. The match between the golden chef Park Kokt and the black chef famous chef begins. Lee Jinho begins to prepare a high-quality piece of beef. Park Kokt's assistant silently observes from the balcony upstairs. "What do you think, Edward Jang?" He nods in agreement. "The boning skills are also impressive. It makes me suspect whether he is a professional." Park Kokt excitedly interjects, "See my student, and Mr. Choi, wipe your lips immediately." Assistant Choi smiles happily, "Not sure yet." She angrily scolds him directly, "Immoral bastard." On the stove is an attractive soup simmering, looking very eye-catching and delicious. Above, there is a group of 2 people silently observing Lee Jinho. Carrots are cut vertically. One person quickly judges, intentional, to create a variety of textures. He seriously determines that the famous chef is also good, but there are some techniques that can only be obtained through practical experience. Finally, it has entered the tasting stage. This game is difficult. The dishes are presented one by one in front of the judges. Each dish is neat and fresh. The judges proceed to score impartially, by blindfolding themselves before tasting the food. The first dish makes judge number 2 exclaim immediately, "Huh." The entire judging panel is in a frenzy. Which one is the golden chef's? This is, the taste in the mouth. Wait, it is a bit difficult, I will try another bite. The 2 hosts excitedly comment. Because the results are tied 2-2, the judges will discuss for 10 minutes. Park Kokt says boringly, "It is really chaotic." She can't hide the satisfaction on her face, whose student is progressing so much. Park Kokt implicitly invites Lee Jinho to join her team. "If you come to my kitchen, you can be the head chef right away. What do you think?" He politely refuses. "Don't try to tempt me, I am very busy." She asks curiously, "But your dish is stir-fried noodles. Is there any reason why you chose that dish?" Lee Jinho honestly recounts, "I only got to try it last week. It was delicious. I hope others can also feel the same shock, completely different from the dishes in America." Park Kokt nods in admiration. "It is very simple." She seriously comments, "But Lee Jinho." Park Kokt's theory is completely different from his thinking. That dish is ruined. She honestly shares her personal feelings. "You feel it is delicious and new because you are trying it for the first time, but the judges have eaten hundreds of dishes like that when traveling around the world." Thanks to Park Kokt, Lee Jinho realizes that, so that shock can't be conveyed. "Are you okay with that?" She firmly reminds him, "Remember, Lee Jinho, the way the heating pad from the qualifying round lifted you up." The host's voice begins to sound. The discussion is over. The winner is the golden chef Park Kokt. She only sternly teaches Lee Jinho that, you have to create a dish that is not only delicious, but must be yours. At that time, he is sitting in the waiting room, thinking about what Park Kokt just said. Lee Jinho is constantly whispering to himself, "My own dish," outside. The final results have been announced. The winner is the golden chef Edward Jang. Lee Jinho questions himself, "Can I find it? I do not want to be eliminated when I still have not found the answer. He is grieving when contestant number 2 comes to sit next to him, constantly sobbing and sniffling. Lee Jin-ho thinks in confusion, I am not that touched. Even so, he still gently encourages the other person, come on Rio, it is okay, do better next time. Rio sobs and complains, this is the last time. Lee Jin-ho is stunned and asks again, the last time, what do you mean you look fine? Then Rio reveals that, I am an underground idol. He tells helplessly, I only perform offline, but in my golden age, COVID happened, the company's funds are limited, and the older I get, the less potential I have. I learned to cook just because the fans contributed money. Rio still tries to be optimistic, but it is okay, I have a good friend like Jin Chan. Hearing this, Lee Jin-ho is also touched and tearful. Mr. Rio. The deep brotherhood of the two of them echoes throughout the competition hall. Rio calls loudly, Jin Chan. He also sincerely replies, the competition has reached round 2. Edward Jang and Neapolitan Mafia. He blurts out in admiration, what a feeling, I really want to face them. Edward Jang smiles, implicitly commenting, one of them will regret it immediately. Neapolitan Mafia mumbles in confusion why. The host quickly announces that, the mission of the first round has ended. After a period of crying, Rio's eyes are swollen. It is really fun. Lee Jin-ho also falls into a similar situation. Indeed. Suddenly an announcement is made, making the two of them stunned. Now I will announce the people who are specially passed to the next round. Ramen Master and Famous Chef are brought up to the next round. They exclaim in shock, what? Park Kocht is helpless to see. Have those two never watched TV shows before? She bluntly comments, this is a common selection round cliché. Of course it is not certain that both will be approved, but the skills are indeed excellent. Rio is close too. The two are now blushing, only looking at each other. Lee Jin-ho says in a daze, what were we crying for? Now he sees that Edward Jang's words were completely accurate. I told you that you would regret it. Finally Lee Jin-ho safely ranks in the top 11. The final 2 round is called the Restaurant Challenge, quickly taking place. Conquer the tastes of the discerning diners of the 21st century. The goal is all customers with high-end tastes. The ultimate prerequisite is to achieve the highest revenue. Park Kocht keeps calling her favorite student, come to my team. Lee Jin-ho politely gestures to refuse, no, thank you. Seeing him affectionate with his 2 new friends, Park Kocht goes crazy, you only know how to refuse. Lee Jin-ho smiles and admits, I can't abandon my brothers. She snarls angrily, this kid, what are you going to do without a gold name? Lee Jin-ho still resolutely retorts, friendship is magic. His stubborn attitude makes Park Kocht angry, friendship my ass, just come here. Suddenly a gentle voice speaks up, I will join Famous Chef's team. Jae-sang politely proposes, what do you think? Lee Jin-ho can't help but be stunned, Golden Chef Hwang Jae-sang. Park Kocht sternly questions him, aren't you on my team, switching sides so naturally? Jae-sang acknowledges cheerfully, that is right, but... Looking towards Lee Jin-ho's group of 3, he comfortably comments, now looking at this side, I find it much more interesting. Jae-sang continues to persuade Park Kocht, is that not allowed? She bluntly approves, go if you want, do whatever you want. In fact, Park Kocht is secretly helping her beloved student, I am less worried. Park Kocht thinks to herself with satisfaction, now I can show off to the fullest without feeling embarrassed. Jae-sang is greeting Lee Jin-ho, please take care of me. At that time, someone is secretly watching the teams from afar. It seems that the teams. Everyone is turning on serious mode, have all discussed their tactics. The command to proceed is shouted loudly, let us start. Suddenly, Lee Jin-ho notices something a bit strange. He looks at the kitchen counters, mumbling and counting the order, 1, 2, 3. Even more surprising is that he discovers a 4th kitchen counter. Lee Jin-ho thinks in confusion, but there are a total. Rio asks him naively, what is wrong Jin Chan? He just shakes his head and dismisses the problem, it is nothing. Let us just continue. Lee Jin-ho laughs and comments on himself, am I too suspicious? The command to start is spoken excitedly by the host, everyone is preparing very carefully. A mysterious person comments with interest through the monitoring screen, at this rate, we will lose. And finally, the 4th team is revealed, then, let us start. Back to Lee Jin-ho's team, Jae-sang is asking him half believing and half doubting, you really think you can win with the power of friendship? He humorously comments, I thought you had some plan, with a team of 3, one person needs to be translated, who is Rio? Lee Jin-ho scratches his head and admits honestly, there is no other way, if I abandon them just to win, I would not feel comfortable. He still maintains an extremely optimistic spirit. If we try our best, it probably won't be too bad, right? Jae-sang bluntly denies. No, the three of you will hold hands and fall straight into the abyss. He gently gives a simple calculation. Think about it, even if you add up the experience of the three of you, it would not be half of my career. Jae-sang also analyzes more meticulously, and most of the members of the other two teams, Team Chef Hyo, 3 gold names, 1 black name, Team Park Trio, 2 gold names, 1 black name, have the same experience, even more than me. The above arguments still do not make Lee Jin-ho waver, but I have defeated the Golden Chef before, is not that more than enough? Jae-sang politely continues, I do not doubt your cooking skills, I mean the sensitivity outside of those skills, because of the language barrier, Ryo can only rely on his best friend. What are they saying? Lee Jin-ho succinctly tells him, everything is right, so just nod along. Jae-sang continues to determine that, and that sensitivity comes from experience. Suddenly, he makes a cool face, dangerously announcing, but we have the ultimate weapon that other teams do not have. Lee Jin-ho asks in shock, what is it? Jae-sang's conclusion, is really like slapping the faces of all three of them, the storefront. This can't be denied, yeah, they are all handsome and cool. Lee Jin-ho cautiously says his thoughts, but is not the cooking competition only using the sense of taste? Jae-sang humorously retorts, then just make something that looks like pig feed. Why bother making it beautiful? He directly points out, this is not a competition to cook well, but a competition for revenue. Suddenly, Lee Jin-ho understands the hidden meaning, we are sure about the flavor, right? Jae-sang confidently entrusts him, you take responsibility for diplomacy, okay. Lee Jin-ho clearly sees the spirit and says, just count on me. Their 4-person team enthusiastically cheers each other on, let us go. A high-end table for 10 diners is quickly and neatly arranged by Lee Jin-ho's team. He approaches and politely greets, are you the million-view mukbang YouTuber Yamu? She can't hide her joy, you know me, Lee Jin-ho decisively affirms, of course. Having won her favor, he begins to explain, I would like to explain how to eat this dish deliciously. Okay, Yamu excitedly agrees immediately, okay. Park Kokt knows this is Jae-sang's trick, make money honestly, he only mischievously provokes, it is a restaurant challenge. Jae-sang analyzes thoroughly, the word restaurant originally means recovery, derived from the verb restore in French, right? He proudly continues, from a place selling soup to help tired or sick travelers recover energy, to a place to heal the troubled lives of modern people. Looking at Lee Jin-ho's busy group, Jae-sang satisfactorily emphasizes, so our team, not only has delicious food, but also has service that is pleasing to the eye. Is not that closest to the meaning of restaurant? Lee Jin-ho says warmly to contestant number 1, I will serve over there. Jae-sang uses his hand to take a little special seasoning, of course. Then skillfully sprinkles it on the plate of food, completing the process of creating the finished product. Cuisine is an art. The diners are then in a frenzy before this characteristic action. That is it, the salt sprinkle that gets 100,000 likes. Yamu enthusiastically orders more dishes. Give me 10 more plates. Edward Jang calmly comments, young people these days are really plastic, everyone says food is for enjoyment. He quickly turns on serious mode to keep up with the revenue progress. Can't lose, we have to do our best for the chef's standards. 1 hour later, the diners all put down their spoons because they are too full, can't eat anymore. They gratefully exclaim together, so full, ate like crazy, at this rate, we can go to the heavyweight competition. Based on revenue, with a significantly higher percentage difference, Lee Jin-ho's F4 team is in first place. He is very excited, good, at this rate, we will be leading. Jae-sang is busy teasing Park Kokt, our ultimate weapon is the dessert, get ready to be downgraded. She only twitches her lips and replies briefly, look at how cocky you are. At the same time, the command is sounded, round 2 of the finals has passed the 1 hour mark, now, the hidden rule will be activated. The management officially announces, the hidden team, please enter. Lee Jin-ho watches in surprise, the hidden team. The 4th team is finally revealed. No one is unfamiliar, they are the judges who scored the competition just now. Contestant number 2 can't help but be surprised, the critics. Until now, Jae-sang feels a headache, I knew I would not have focused on the dessert. That is why there was an extra kitchen. The management begins to disseminate the rules. The team that defeats the hidden team will receive a direct ticket to the next round. Lee Jin-ho blurts out in admiration, that is so bold. Jae-sang approaches and asks him, what do you think? Lee Jin-ho still does not understand his hidden meaning, yes. With his rich experience, Jae-sang's observation is much more clear. The judges are very full. Yamu is hugging her face and constantly complaining, can't eat anymore. He looks towards the ranking board, and thoughtfully comments, the revenue gap is also very large. At that time, Jae-sang says seriously, famous chef. His face shows a hint of caution. From now on it is not a competition, it is an opportunity to learn. Jae-sang directly directs Lee Jin-ho, so do not move anymore, but observe carefully. The skillful talent of Judge Number 1 and Judge Number 2 can really make him flinch. Why are those people critics? In addition to skills, their coordination is on a completely different level. Pepper, thank you. The harmonious style of the hidden team makes Lee Jin-ho feel overwhelmed. He follows without daring to look away. Incredible speed and skill. The divine food arrangement skills of Judge Number 1 make him stunned with pleasure. Suddenly, Lee Jin-ho discovers that the servings have been prepared in the back, but his eyes glance slightly towards the diners. In Lee Jin-ho's heart, he is nervous with a thought. The judges are already full. Can they still eat more? Yamu is still helplessly complaining. Just smelling it makes me want to vomit. Suddenly, their table is served an extra serving from the hidden team. The diner is surprised and refuses. I did not order anything. Judge Number 2 only winks, and generously invites him. It is free. Of course, he also opens the lid and uses it immediately. If it is free, I have to eat it. When he sees the dish, the diner's expression also changes immediately. He whispers to himself, tomato soup. Unable to wait any longer, he scoops up a spoonful to taste. The diner immediately brings it to his mouth to experience. The diner's eyes widen with excitement. He gratefully exclaims, stomach, it is so comfortable. Then he encourages the other diners to try this free tomato soup. Everyone try it. It is easy to digest after eating. What really? Lee Jin-ho can't help but be surprised. Why is that? They were just full. Jae-sang gives him a dessert, explaining discerningly that it is all thanks to the tomato soup. He gently cuts a slice. The warm dish will help the abdominal muscles to relax and create more space. The sour taste prevents nausea and restores the appetite. This dish can't be sold anymore, so give it to those guys. Jae-sang continues comfortably. But the dessert is usually cold, right? That is to feel the sweetness better. But the remaining dessert of Chef Hyo's team has entered the T-sin's mouths. Jin-ho nods and exclaims, so delicious. Now I know that the sour taste prevents nausea. Jae-sang smiles and replies, didn't everyone eat a basket of tangerines when they were young? He smiles to himself, but cake can't do that. Jin-ho regrets and laments, so that is not okay. The diners finally finish the tomato soup. They all enthusiastically shout, the craving for food is coming back. Me too, I will order. The judges' team is busy deploying immediately, and take orders. Judge Number 1 replies decisively yes. Using a clean towel to wipe his hands, a sumptuous table has been neatly laid out by him. This side is also ready. Lee Jin-ho can't help but admire the talent of the judges' team. So delicate, it looks more like a work of art than food, every plate. He unconsciously exclaims, perfect as if they were made in a factory. Yamu also quickly enters her eating venture. She slowly chews the first bite of food. Yamu praises wildly, so delicious. Another diner also praises endlessly, texture, sauce, ingredients, everything is harmonious. Everyone simultaneously freezes, another plate, me too, is there any more? The announcement from the management quickly sounds, the winning team of the round 2 finals is the hidden team. Lee Jin-ho's family also watches the show on TV, so we got second place, really, seeing at the right time when contestant number 2 is happily begging him, let us team up again next time. Only Lee Jin-ho thinks pessimistically to himself, other people will think we were eliminated. Park Jae-joon sighs and yearns, I want to try the hidden team's dish too. He begs Lee Jin-ho, someone go buy it. He helplessly dismisses it, do you think you can buy it when you go to the market? Change to another episode quickly. Jin-hee pouts and nags him, but Jin-ho, you're so good at cooking, can't you make a birthday meal for mom? He has to bite the bullet and promise, of course I will cook this year. Lee Jin-ho thinks to himself, I only got this skill for half a year. Jin-hee is much happier, since you are so good at using a knife, cut the apples yourself. He also humorously teases back, I will cut a Kiamseongdi astronomical observatory. The next episode has been played on the screen, the semi-final challenge, Egg Hell. Park Jae-joon whistles to express his enjoyment. He nods and exclaims, your stamina is better than I thought. Have not you been cooking for 5 hours straight? The scene has been shown on the screen. Famous chef is beating eggs tirelessly. Lee Jin-ho proudly confirms, my endurance is good. He casually hands Park Jae-joon a new slice of apple. Eat the apple. Only he knows the trick behind the stamina. All thanks to the Speed Tribe's skill to make a difference. On TV comes the announcement that famous chef has gone to the finals, and Park Jae-joon holds the carved apple and is stunned for a few seconds. How is it done? Jin-hee enthusiastically praises. You really went to the finals. The next episode is the end, right? Park Jae-joon excitedly comments. I even deleted SNS to avoid spoilers. He puts the remote up and clicks on the episode. Let us watch the next episode. The opening scene starts to play on TV, introducing the contestants in the final round. Edward Jang. He seriously claims that, I am Pippa Minkin. The next contestant is Neapolitan Mafia. If you use begonias to decorate. Lee Jin-ho is also broadcast, and the last T-Sin, famous chef. The finals continue with the expectation of everyone. The final exam is, the dish of a lifetime. The ingredients and cooking methods all depend on you. Please show the judges the dish of your lifetime. Lee Jin-ho quickly walks to his kitchen counter. He is constantly wondering about the topic. What does that mean? Is it the best dish in my life? Suddenly he thinks of Park Kokt. Remember Jin-ho. It was she who pointed out to him that, the way the heating pad from the qualifying round lifted you up. Lee Jin-ho picks up the knife with a completely different spirit. That is right, a lifetime. He begins cooking by slicing tomatoes. It can't just be defined by being delicious. Lee Jin-ho's mind begins to recall the dark past. His expression is calm without a trace of waves. But the memory of being bullied is still painful in his heart. The corner of his I can't hold back a tear that is about to roll down. Lee Jin-ho torments and thinks, I used to live miserably. He remembers the desperation at that time, as if he was abandoned by the 21st century. Thanks to the game that he loved, he was able to cling to a bit of hope, but at least. Lee Jin-ho admits honestly, it told me that I could transform into a different person. I was very happy. Suddenly, he is enlightened to a truth. I understand my life. The final dish has finally been arranged by him. Lee Jin-ho calmly pushes the food cart to the scoring point. The judges with familiar faces have sat properly at the table. Lee Jin-ho begins to open the lid to start presenting the dish. Judge number 1 expresses surprise. Aren't you specializing in Chinese cuisine? Lee Jin-ho decisively affirms, this is the dish of my lifetime. While everyone is enjoying, he gently explains about his dish, combining many kinds of nuts, then wrapping them with sliced tomatoes. After tasting it, judge number 1 can't help but be stunned. This is, the strangely harmonious flavor, makes me curious to know what these seeds will leave when they germinate. He asks Lee Jin-ho with interest, is this the life of famous chef? He proudly corrects, yes. He smiles brightly, and positively concludes that, my life always has, a promising tomorrow. Time passes quietly. The voice of the host rings out loudly to announce the results. To jump to the conclusion, the final winner is. The winner is, Mafia Neapolitan. Jin-ho silently accepts, I lost. The host's voice continues to ring out. Second place is Edward Jang. He stands in the back, happily applauding to congratulate, lost in honor. Jin-ho looks around at the mixed reactions from the viewers. Reaction 1, why are you faking it? Would not it be better to cook the best dish? Sigh. He looks towards Damien. Reaction 2, he looks very happy and smug. Good choice, the unedited cut already has 16 million views. I can already hear our sales of kitchen utensils increasing like a rocket. Jin-ho turns to look at Park Kokt. She still maintains a silent attitude. Reaction 3. He worriedly thinks about how she would beat him. So you lost, I will beat you to death. But then, Park Kokt puts her hand gently on Jin-ho's shoulder. She gently praises, I am very proud. Park Kokt continues in a proud voice, that dish, cook it for me next time. Jin-ho's eyes widen in surprise. He smiles brightly, yes. Jin-hee speaks up and suggests, let me wash it. Jin-ho refuses, no, from now on, let this famous chef take care of the kitchen. She turns to nag Lee Hyunman, how many more times are you going to watch it? Thank you, son. He acts like he does not care. It is okay, our son is so cool. Jin-hee sighs tiredly. People will think this is Jin-ho's first time on TV. He remembers the moment Neapolitan Mafia broke out when he won. Jin-ho raises his head high, his eyes shining with an extremely strong will. Imagining that the winner is himself. Jin-ho quickly finishes washing the dishes. He tells himself, I should practice more cooking skills. On a beautiful morning in Tokyo, Japan. Contestant 2 says excitedly over the phone, the schedule for half a year is full. It is the first time I have been like this. Thank you, Jin-chan. Jin-ho is surprised. Why thank me? On the screen is a clip of him and On, two chefs just hugging and crying when they were eliminated. Haha, Edward Jang, slowly or it won't be too late to regret he. Handsome Korean-Japanese chef couple falls when they know the truth. Three Kingdoms chef, contestant 2 replies, thanks to Jin Chan, I was able to get so much screen time. He says happily, I got tens of thousands of followers for the first time. By the way, does Jin Chan do fan service, like handshake events? Jin-ho ponders, that thing. He looks at the office building in front of him. We will probably discuss that today. Jin-ho walks along the hallway. He looks around curiously. Jin Company. I heard it is close to Who Company but a bit cramped. Jin-ho remembers Damien's generous promise. But it looks better than I thought. I will take care of the rent and salaries for the staff. You just bring yourself. He opens the door and enters. It is definitely not cheap. Jin-ho can't help but be surprised when he enters. He teases, are you sure you won't go bankrupt, Damien? He smiles warmly, you are here, please have a seat. The woman speaks up and introduces, please sit down, I will introduce everyone, I am Jang Kyung-ah, I used to be the head of planning department 2 at PJY. Jin-ho is surprised to realize, that is one of the top 3 companies in the country. The other two continue to introduce themselves, I have 10 years of experience as a stylist at SW, I was the head of the department at YC until I quit yesterday. Jin-ho is confused, what staff all have such a great background? He awkwardly asks the reason, everyone is so excellent, why come to work for a newbie like me? Damien replies casually, I bribed them, she replies, money, the remaining girl smiles, the salary in this industry is very low. Jin-ho scratches his head and wonders, you mean you do not get paid fairly for your work, like getting 60 out of 80 parts, or getting 80 out of 100? Everyone replies bluntly, there is no such thing, you get 50 for doing 80, you get 50 for doing 100, you are dreaming. Damien speaks up to confirm, but on our side, there will be not only a fixed salary but also a bonus based on work performance, so I hope you Jin-ho will work responsibly. Everyone's eyes light up in the back, don't be pressured, if a scandal breaks out, we will all starve, just go for it. He trembles, I am so scared. He proposes, let us order jjangmyeon to celebrate the opening of the new office. Jin-ho sweats profusely, no, let me cook. He quickly completes the dish with a very delicious flavor. Jin-ho approaches Damien and whispers, Damien, if the economy is too tight, tell me right away, I will raise the share to 8 divided by 2. He laughs loudly, don't worry, I will take all the responsibility if it goes bankrupt. Jin-ho's face darkens, that is why I am worried, this guy who can fall to 0. He worriedly suggests, at least let me be responsible for providing 1 meal a day for the staff. Damien agrees, sounds appealing. After the meal, Jin-ho takes the dishes to wash them. He looks at Jang Kyung-ah who is holding the camera in confusion. Department head Jang Kyung-ah, she says calmly, yes. Jin-ho asks softly, how long are you going to film? Jang Kyung-ah replies, until there is enough content to satisfy the fans. She says, looking at the web, I do not see you Jin-ho posting anything. He is startled, I posted a selfie. Jang Kyung-ah continues, the more content the better, and after you are done washing the dishes, go back to the meeting room.
Jin-ho hesitates,
She looks at him and secretly assesses, he is really unusual, a star who cooks and washes dishes for his staff, I will be with the company for a long time. Jang Kyung-ah suddenly says, now you Jin-ho, you have 2 directions to choose. She presents 2 options, appearing on entertainment programs and consolidating the image of a TV star, or taking a break for a while and debuting as an actor. Jin-ho raises his hand and asks, if I do TV, will my future choices be limited? Jang Kyung-ah nods, that is right. She slowly explains, if you do TV, you have to participate in many programs regularly, even if you switch to any field, you will still leave a comedic image. Kwang-soo is playing cards, even if you change your name, you are still Lee Kwang-soo. Jin-ho thinks for a moment, I want to have more time to think about this problem. He ponders, acting opportunities can come, I have to choose carefully so that I do not regret it later. Jang Kyung-ah switches to the next issue, I understand, then to the next issue, which is about new revenue sources. Jin-ho thinks, because my image is a model, it must be a fashion show, right, that also earns money. She bluntly denies, not that kind of model. He is surprised, not, but how does she know what I am thinking? Jang Kyung-ah says a few examples, goods, merchandise. Jin-ho is excited when he hears it, sounds mysterious. She is helpless, goods, not rituals, like light sticks, opera is going to the concert. He understands, so that is it. The meeting time passes. Damien and Jang Kyung-ah walk along the hallway. He asks, "So what do you think of the jewel you will be taking care of?" She hums lightly. Jang Kyung-ah replies with a sarcastic tone, "To be honest, I have never met anyone like him. He is both pleasing to the general public and picky about those who care." She comments, "There is both a barrier and no barrier." Damien smirks, "He has enough elements to become a star." Jang Kyung-ah affirms, "I really want to work here for a long time, just for that amazing bowl of jjajangmyeon." In the evening, at Jinho's house. He hugs the phone in his hand. Jinho remembers Damien's instructions, "But on our side, there will be not only a fixed salary but also a bonus based on work performance, so I hope you Jinho will work responsibly." He secretly calculates, that bonus is from Mr. Damien's 20%, right? Jinho thinks, "I knew I should not have divided it 8 and 2. The phone in his hand vibrates, a call from Aunt Myeong. He happily answers, "Auntie." Myeong replies with a smile, "Son." She asks, "Have you watched Three Kingdoms Chef?" Jinho replies, "I just binge-watched it with Ji-young." Myeong pouts, "You're so good at cooking, why have not you ever cooked for me?" He laughs and replies, "Haha, next time we go on vacation together, I will take care of the cooking." She continues to ask, "But hey Jinho, I heard you are preparing to sell merch." Jinho is surprised, "You already knew." Myeong casually replies while applying a face mask, "There is news that your side is looking for a designer." He replies, "There is a lot of whispering, at this rate. People will know everything about me except for the color of my socks." She asks back, "You think they do not know?" Jinho is speechless. She lowers her voice, "Son, what I mean is." Lee Hyunman is in the living room watching a movie, Famous Chef Wins. He is startled by Jinho's shout, "What?" Lee Hyunman says loudly, "Jinho, what is wrong?" He is embarrassed, "Ah, it is nothing." Jinho says softly, "Aunt Myeong." He is still surprised, "You are telling the truth." Time passes to 9 a.m. the next day. Jang Kyung-ah announces, "Let us start the meeting." Damien asks, "What is the current assessment of Jinho?" She comments, "Mainly praise for his handsome face, endurance and talent, especially with yesterday's dishwashing video. The fandom Tansai has surpassed 30,000. Model embarrassed by being filmed. A gentle homemaker." He is surprised, "Who is this?" Jinho remembers something. He raises his hand, "Alright, I have to talk about what Aunt Myeong said yesterday." Jang Kyung-ah says sternly, "Jinho, I will hear your opinion after the meeting." Jinho quickly lowers his hand. She continues to discuss the development plan, so Jinho's cooking content, start a YouTube channel with a cover performance. Jang Kyung-ah looks at the documents. The merch is still in the sketch stage, but it looks good already. The girl says happily, "It is all handmade." Damien notices the time, it is late. Jang Kyung-ah remembers, "Ah, that is right, Jinho, you have something to say, right?" He scratches his face awkwardly, "It is not a big deal." Jinho says calmly, "Seer has sent an invitation to cooperate on clothing merch." Both Jang Kyung-ah and Damien freeze at the same time, the most important thing in the whole meeting. He continues, "I do not know how they knew about us, but Tim Jones has sent the design sketches to Seer Korea." He says casually, "If we are going to make merch, I have to be included, right, the main designer of Seer Jinho continues, "The fabric will be taken from the lower priced line and we can set the price ourselves." The short-haired girl says loudly, "Screw that." She immediately tears the paper, "This draft is garbage." He is panicked, "Why are you so angry, garbage?" Damien crosses his arms and says in a steady voice, "We have to be on fire, because this is a collaboration with the top luxury brand Seer." Jang Kyung-ah teases, "Hey Jinho, you really have a talent for surprising people. Thanks to that, we have to prepare again from scratch." Jinho is embarrassed. "Sorry, I just found out last night." She smiles, "If you have money, you can buy anything." He remembers something, "Ah, that is right." Jinho says hesitantly loudly, if we are planning again from scratch." Lee Jinho shyly takes out a pink notebook, "I also have some ideas." Looking at Ji-young's English learning notebook, he asks, "How about this?" At another house, Kong Kyungmi is rushing to throw her shoes around, "Mom, my stuff." She runs straight into the house and says loudly, "I am home." Her mom replies annoyedly, "I put your stuff in your room." Kong Kyungmi is very happy to receive the order. She excitedly hugs the box tightly. Here it is, high-end Jinho Oppa merch. Kyungmi's mother stands leaning against the door, frowning and looking, "There you go, those scammers are trying to get you to bring trash home again." Kong Kyung-mi refutes. What scammers? She is still suspicious. Those people who take money from children are not scammers. Then what are they? She puffs up her cheeks. I do not know anything, you do not know anything. Kong Kyung-mi carefully takes out an item from the box. Genius water bottle. Kyung-mi's mother nods. The water bottle is usable. She puts the water bottle aside. This is for collecting. I have to buy another one if I want to use it. Her mother is furious after hearing it. She approaches and shouts loudly, Kong Kyung-mi, I told you not to waste money. I am cutting off your allowance now. She is embarrassed. Wait a minute mom. Look at this, you will definitely like this. Kong Kyung-mi gently places a CD on the table. Kyung-mi's mother still looks suspicious. Who still listens to CDs these days? Why is there even this? She replies. It is a hard copy collectible. There is a code. Kong Kyung-mi quickly clicks on the computer. Lee Jin-ho's voice rings out. Hello geniuses. In the video, he twists and poses. The subject that students give up after math is English. Right from today I Jin-ho will guide you to achieve 100 points in English. Lee Jin-ho's voice sweetly instructs. Don't open YouTube, just focus on me. Kyung-mi's mother is doubtful. Can celebrities be teachers? Kong Kyung-mi explains enthusiastically, Mom, my appa is the valedictorian of business administration at Korea University, the only person to get a perfect score on last year's SAT exam. Her mother's eyes widen in surprise after hearing this. She shouts loudly, my precious daughter. Kong Kyung-mi continues to rummage through the box. There is more. She takes out a glittering shirt, a collaboration shirt with Seer. Kyung-mi's mother panics. Seer, are you crazy? Return it for a refund immediately. Kong Kyung-mi says proudly, can't mom, this shirt is only 50,000 won. Oppa is Tim Jones' muse, so he got the design for free. She explains further, photo book, calendar, poster, cookbook with 30 recipes guaranteed by Park Kokt. All of this is only 200,000 won. Kyung-mi's mother is very surprised. Cheap, it is practically free. Kong Kyung-mi quickly asks, what about the next merch mom? She immediately replies, you have to buy it for me, but it has to come with a video lecture. At a meal afterwards, Koo Young-jae says frankly, to be honest, the lecture video is not good at all. Lee Jin-ho is so surprised that he unintentionally spills water out of the cup. He hurriedly corrects to avoid misunderstanding. Do not misunderstand, what I mean is the quality is not first class, it is probably around third class. Lee Jin-ho says awkwardly, my classmates said that too. Koo Young-jae replies, yeah but I understand, you learned it yourself, right? We Korea University students are used to hearing lectures from the best tutors in the country since elementary school. So the standards will be high. He lowers his head and ponders, it is a lack of experience again, I was complacent because Ji-young's scores improved. He continues, but I am still grateful. Koo Young-jae explains, my house has a gorilla who does not want to study, but in order to hear your voice, he has started to focus on studying. His voice is very sincere, you have achieved something that even the top tutor could not do. Lee Jin-ho's eyes suddenly become teary with emotion. Koo Young-jae still does not forget to remind him, but you still have to improve the quality of the lecture, I fall asleep while listening. He remains silent. A few days later, a car is parked on the side of the road. A voice sounds in the car, Jin-ho, is this the right place? It does not look like an acting school. He replies, it is the right place. Lee Jin-ho says to the person in the car, let us take a look around. He remembers Koo Young-jae's advice, so what do I have to do? It is difficult to ask for methods naturally. He gives a comment, even if it is fan service, I am not interested in the lecture much. Koo Young-jae explains further, to put it bluntly, I see you more like an idol on a TV show than a teacher. That is right. Lee Jin-ho sighs softly, telling himself, in that case. He approaches the house in front of him, approach with the mind of a teacher, right, I will acquire this skill. One day before, he recalls, Jang Kyung-ah gives him a script, Jin-ho, you have worked hard. Script Collection, Chapter 1. Lee Jin-ho curiously receives the script collection, this is. She emphasizes each word, a collection of TV drama scripts, I am not forcing you, so just take a look first. Jang Kyung-ah reminds him, we will address this issue later. Lee Jin-ho reads the script carefully, her voice rings out, because you said that last time, I understand that this is a bit sudden. Jang Kyung-ah shares, saying in a steady voice, but we also did not expect such a good role invitation, would not it be better to wait for Chief Damien to persuade you? If you accept, you won't need to participate in the audition, I will find the best acting teacher for you, even if I have to pay for it myself. She suddenly stops. Oh no, I said I am not forcing you, but I said it like this. Jang Kyung-ah is about to change your mind so. Lee Jin-ho replies, I will accept. Jang Kyung-ah is very surprised why. He asks humorously back, can I refuse? She is flustered. No you can, what I mean is it is okay but. Lee Jin-ho smiles. I am just kidding. Jang Kyung-ah asks again, don't you want to know what the role is like beforehand, or what the background of the writer is like? He slowly turns each page. I do not know very well. But this is something that everyone has carefully chosen, right? He continues, I trust the manager and assistant more than myself. She can't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Is that so? Everyone around also laughs when they hear Lee Jin-ho's answer. You trust us that much? He thinks to himself in confusion, no, I really do not know anything, so I am leaving everything to everyone. Oh well, I should not talk about this. Lee Jin-ho's experience watching TV dramas. Looking at the mother's role, that is it. Lee Jin-ho remembers Koo Young-jae's reminder. Young-jae said it already, give lectures as if you are playing the role of a teacher. He sighs, it is like the world is forcing me to pursue acting. Jang Kyung-ah says sternly, so before you change your mind, let us go to the acting academy right away. Lee Jin-ho hesitates, I know a good academy, more importantly, when will the meeting be? She reminds him, in 20 days. He appears very confident, affirming, that is more than enough. Lee Jin-ho enters the store full of film tapes. He lies relaxing on the bed, glued to the screen. Lee Jin-ho puts a bag of chocolate candies on the bed and thinks, this place is still the same as before. He remembers each old piece of memory, he also worked part-time here, it is still the same. Oh, is that Reset Life? It has been a long time since I saw it again. Lee Jin-ho is secretly happy in his heart, I am glad that the tape store still exists. He begins to focus on studying skills, acting God acting king. For an actor, the work is a painting, and the character is a paint color, even if there are two identical paintings. There are always differences on the painting. The first condition of skills, acting king, has been revealed, when this statement is spread in the Reset Life community. Lee Jin-ho has thought, the laughing mask in that picture, is ridiculing those players who have been grinding like crazy to unlock it. He recalls because, Reset Life Forum, unlock strategy, skills, acting God acting king, 99 life, watch 200 movies without any duplicate cameo actors in cinema heaven ha 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 ha. Now wait for some god to create a playlist. And the results everyone can guess. Of course the community went crazy and many people quit the game. Mom, that garbage game, what do those garbage game players know about cinema? Donut, hey what is garbage? Guarantee the reset right, it really has to be cinema heaven, my place only has cinema paradise, that is not okay. Reset my life. Crazy that it can't even overlap cameo actors. Deleted the game. Haha garbage game so much ha ha ha. He ponders, but do not people say heroes are born in turbulent times? A choked voice sounds in Lee Jin-ho's mind. What is the point of watching works with the same actor? Same tone, same gestures, same acting style, boring. That guy bursts into tears, it is so good. He dismisses the thought and focuses on watching the movie, ignoring the dark circles under his eyes. The heart of a tape store owner who used to be an actor has been moved. And that person has become a legend because he not only shared the playlist but also opened Reset Life Guide at the store. That is this place. Lee Jin-ho yawns, even with skills to increase stamina, I am still too tired. I was really crazy back then. Actor Lee Jin-ho, go for it. Day 15 passes, the screen is still showing classic black and white films. The boss said that in the world, people only need to know two things, what I need, and what that person needs. The assassin in the movie says coldly, I need her, and she needs the boss's life. A sharp gunshot sounds, so this is why the boss has to die, so do not linger any longer. Lee Jin-ho raises his hand trembling with fatigue to hold the TV remote. He says wearily, 200 films, completed. The space falls into silence. Lee Jin-ho begins to imitate the tone of the character in the movie. Click, so do not linger any longer, boom. He collapses on the bed, feeling disappointed. It is not the same at all. I have to unlock the second condition. Lee Jin-ho decides to go home to rest. Go home and sleep first. I want to vomit just looking at the screen. Condition 1, skills, acting God acting king, completed. The next day, Jang Kyung-ah is surprised when she hears Lee Jin-ho's proposal. You want to participate in the audition. Lee Jin-ho's face looks very radiant at this time. Yes, is that okay? She is puzzled. You are so bright and shiny today, Lee Jin-ho replies. I am the type of person who is full of energy after a good rest. He asks, what about the audition? Jang Kyung-ah agrees. Okay, but has not your role been decided already? She asks, why do you want to participate in the audition? Lee Jin-ho is surprised. That thing. He explains, actually, I am new to the acting industry. I think it would be more polite to make an impression this way. Jang Kyung-ah is happy. You are really mature, great. I will contact the audition side immediately. Lee Jin-ho is secretly happy in his heart. Phew, condition 2 completed. On the day of the meeting. A male voice sounds full of objection. Suk-kyung, do we really have to use that kid? A female voice replies, is there a problem? Kang Chansung is puzzled. There is no shortage of handsome and lively people. She raises the cup of tea to her mouth and replies casually, but no one is as handsome as him. Writer Kim Suk-kyung. He still maintains his point of view, but he has no experience. I heard he did not do very well at the audition either.
PD Kang Chang-sung.
Kang Chansung continues to object. In that case, would not it be better to choose those with strong backing? It is easier to get funding too. Kim Suk-kyung asks softly, are you taking bribes? He angrily slams the table and declares, there are things that should and should not be said. What kind of person do you think I am? She still firmly stands by her choice. Then why are you objecting to something that will improve our image? Kang Chansung shouts loudly, how many more times do I have to repeat it? He points and says loudly, he lacks the basics. A moment later, when Lee Jin-ho officially appears. Kang Chansung is completely overwhelmed by his appearance. He is so handsome he is glowing. He hurriedly turns his face away. No, how many times have I been tricked? Kang Chansung thinks to himself, I am too in love. Surprising that his face is beautiful but his acting is terrible. A bunch of clowns sucking up drama. He squints his eyes, but I still have a little faith. Kang Chansung ponders. Writer Kim Suk-kyung is not someone who is blinded by beauty. She says in a voice, to be honest, I chose Jin-ho because I was impressed with his face. She thinks to herself, I am just looking for someone suitable for the movie. She continues to ponder, and gives the role, then suddenly speaks up, but according to the audition results a few days ago, your acting skills are not very promising. Lee Jin-ho tries to remain calm. It is inevitable. Condition 2 only unlocks after the audition. She calculates. The purpose is not to film TV dramas. Kim Suk-kyung expresses, but Jin-ho, I only believe what my eyes see, so I want you to show me and let these eyes witness it. Her eyes shine with interest. The only purpose for me to meet Jin-ho's acting is to see his improvised acting in person. Kang Chansung drinks water irritably. It is really a waste of time. A PD like me is always under time pressure, and she is always doing useless things. He glances at Lee Jin-ho and calculates, this rookie kid is definitely afraid of getting fired and won't know what to do, just watch. Kang Chansung opens his eyes wide in surprise. He looks at Lee Jin-ho smiling in confusion. Why are you smiling? Rewind time to when Koo Young-jae is walking on the road. Suddenly there is a call, Mr. Young-jae. Lee Jin-ho in disguise waves happily to call Koo Young-jae over here. The two of them enter the cafe. He asks Koo Young-jae, is your younger brother still diligently watching the lectures? He replies, he has watched it over and over again for the third time. Koo Young-jae asks, so what about the special edition only circulated to friends? Where's the one for my gorilla? Lee Jin-ho takes out the new CD. I have prepared a new one with an autograph inside. He recounts, my manager does not know about this edition, so absolutely do not reveal it. If it is discovered, I am really done for. The image of Jang Kyung-ah angrily appears. You made a limited edition. Do you have the naive idea that idols only sell selfies and get rich? He is embarrassed. If it is revealed, I will drop out of school. Lee Jin-ho sends the video. Remember the promise, right? Koo Young-jae replies with a smile. Yeah, you want me to watch the lecture video and give a review, right? Like I am really learning. He teases, don't think you can bribe a good review from me. I am Koo Young-jae from Korea University. Lee Jin-ho replies, I hope so too. Koo Young-jae takes out paper and pen to take notes. Let us start. After a period of study, he slams the table. Done. Koo Young-jae happily praises, you teach really well, so a first grader can study well. How can you improve so much? Lee Jin-ho reminds him with a smile, try looking at your notebook again. He looks down in confusion, the notebook how? Koo Young-jae is shocked, what is this? He looks at the pile of doodles, what are these shorts, why is it a kiwi? Koo Young-jae is confused, when did I become stupid? Lee Jin-ho explains happily, no, that means my acting was successful, of course, there are lectures in the CD, from a super acting teacher. His voice continues softly, because movies are often fantasy. We are poor but dare to punch the table and suddenly date and become the female lead. Haha, I am the chaebol who is eating tteokbokki for the first time. Lee Jin-ho thinks, how many newly heard settings are absurd. The viewers show disappointment. Is there nothing to watch anymore? Who is going to watch this? He ponders, but when it is broadcast, the viewers excitedly and enthusiastically shout, the male lead did not do anything wrong. Oh no, what if I lose my memory? Slap him awake, then the effect will far exceed reality. Lee Jin-ho smiles, anyway. He confidently, Young Jae from Korea University is so talented, but he was also tricked, so it is a great success. Koo Young Jae laughs awkwardly, this guy, I told you to become a top teacher, but you became a professional scammer. In the car, Damien asks Lee Jin-ho, how was it? Writer Kim Suk-kyung is famous for failing actors when meeting them in person. He only gives a tired smile. Lee Jin-ho worries, I probably failed too. He is surprised why. Damien acts like he understands, as expected, it is acting skills. Lee Jin-ho is startled and turns around, no, the problem is not that, it is actually. Back to the present, Kim Suk-kyung hugs her face and looks up, perfect. She comments excitedly, comfortable smile, arrogant leg crossing. Kim Suk-kyung praises Lee Jin-ho, his acting is somewhat exaggerated, but he is indeed a cowardly Ha Sung-gil who tries his best to hide his fear and weaknesses. Kang Chan-sung continues, even though I know it is acting, he was so annoying that I wanted to hit my head and die, I almost punched him. She blushes and hugs her cheeks, where did this talent fall from? Kim Suk-kyung remembers Lee Jin-ho's flustered expression, especially the expression when he escaped the role. He panics, what did I just do? Kang Chan-sung comments, I would believe it if you said he was possessed by an evil spirit. She points excitedly and says, but you saw it right? Kim Suk-kyung smiles and teases, if you want to find a treasure, do not complain about my assessment methods anymore. He crosses his arms and admits, yeah. Outside, a voice sounds, hey lady, how much are the cabbages? The person continues to ask, hey lady, I am asking how much are the cabbages? A male voice replies, 1 is 51, 2 are 101. The old woman turns her head. Gwon-suk sitting next to him says, Grandma, buy some cabbages, my cabbages are very sweet. She bargains, they do not look very sweet, I will buy 2 if you lower the price. He refuses, can't. The old woman continues to offer a price, just lower it a little. Gwon-suk refuses, no. Hae-soon crosses her arms and says, whether they are sweet or not, if 1 cabbage is 51, then 2 must be 101. She is embarrassed, that is how it is, that is the right thing. A voice interrupts, cut. The director says loudly, take that scene again. Hae-soon quickly says, I am sorry. Lee Jin-ho exclaims in admiration when he sees Gwon-suk, wow. He shyly covers his mouth, he is really handsome. Kim Suk-kyung chuckles, you are also jealous of other people. Lee Jin-ho says frankly, of course I hope to one day live with a face like that, she teases, you'll get a lot of hate for saying that, who are you trying to trick? He looks at the script in his hand, a romance and family TV drama is scheduled to be broadcasted at the end of the year, You Have Worked Hard. Script Collection, Chapter 1. The movie You Have Worked Hard has 2 characters. Telling about, the clever and brave literature-loving girl Hae-soon. The stoic swimmer Gwon-suk. And the story about, the bright spring day when they painted their own dreams because of that dream. The movie is, a story about 2 lives full of adventurous events, through 4 seasons. Lee Jin-ho excitedly looks forward to, I want to watch it on TV. A voice sounds calling him, actor Jin-ho, get ready. Lee Jin-ho turns around and leaves, yes. The 2 employees behind him look at him, the girl exclaims, he is so cute. The guy crossed his arms and said, shouldn't we be casting another actor? She asked why, he is good looking. His voice was sarcastic, that fresh-faced newbie look, you think he can play the most hated character in the movie, it is like giving a rookie all that dark history. There is a 10-year age gap with the character. Someone next to him replied, thinking the other way, maybe they are doing it on purpose for publicity. Dark history is still history. The guy rubbed his eyes. Then the director's annoyed voice cut in, hold it, everyone, stop filming. Hae-soon sat sadly in her chair. She stared gloomily at her coffee cup, I can't mess up this time. This time, I have to nail it brilliantly. Hae-soon reached for the coffee cup. I am Hae-soon. She recalled the script, wanting to go to Seoul, leaving dear Gwon-sik behind. Oh Hae-soon, why? Looking bitter as she drinks her coffee, so frustrated, planning to go on a blind date with some stranger. That is Hai-soon. Hai-soon sighed and took a sip of the bitter coffee, so frustrated. The cameraman thought to himself, not bad, she has got the character down. The doorbell rang. The cameraman worried to himself, the newbie. An employee frantically ran over, trying to stop someone. Oh my God, sir, please wait, sir. She loudly protested, sir, you can't bring a dog inside the cafe. Please tie him up outside. Lee Jin-ho suddenly boomed, acting like an arrogant jerk. You ignorant hag, do you know how much this dog cost? 10 million won, 10 million. Do you even know how much money that is? If he gets stolen, you will have to sell the whole cafe to pay for him. The cameraman's eyes widened in disbelief. The employee sounded defeated. Go ahead, come in. Lee Jin-ho arrogantly smoothed his hair. That is more like it. He frowned, damn these people. The dog barked loudly, woof woof. The cameraman was surprised. Who is this guy? Lee Jin-ho said sarcastically so. He bit into a pastry and smirked. You want to marry a soul man, huh? Lee Jin-ho crossed his legs. Then I am the perfect fit. I can practically call myself a bona fide soulite. The cameraman was shocked. Wow, he is amazing. He thought to himself, how can he be so sleazy? The cameraman thought, the rumors about the writer personally choosing him are true. Lee Jin-ho said in a sleazy tone, age difference is just a number, right? Hai-soon stammered, well. She nervously forgot her line that. Lee Jin-ho immediately noticed. The cameraman covered his face in dismay. Someone in the backside, so that is why it was so smooth earlier. Should we call NG? He sighed, yeah, we probably have to NG. Lee Jin-ho slammed his hand on the table. He stood up and yelled, cat got your tongue, say something. An employee in the back was surprised. Was this scene originally like this? The person next to him was flustered, no. The cameraman was taken aback, no. He assessed, he is stalling for time to improvise his lines on the spot. First take and he has got that kind of acting reflex, unbelievable. The cameraman looked at Lee Jin-ho but Hai-soon's face was pale and she could not say anything. She bowed her head, I am sorry. The cameraman announced, let us retake this scene. Hai-rim opened the door and came out, seeing Jin-ho happily chatting with everyone. A thoughtful look flashed across her face. Then Hai-rim quickly turned and walked away. After the episode aired, Jin-ho's outburst scene attracted a lot of viewer comments. Hard work drama. The first episode achieved 9.3% rating, whether it can blow new wind to the film screening, at home. He picked up his phone and read the viewers' comments. Actor Lee Jin-ho, as Ha Sung-gil in Hard Work Drama, his outburst, damn, he is so into the role, just looking at the picture makes my blood pressure skyrocket. Jin-ho, I told you to do whatever you want, but I did not expect you to go this far. Seeing these comments, Jin-ho asked, is this praise or a roast? The driver cheerfully replied, just think of it as a successful reverse charm. He said, you know, now they can't take back the incentive pay, right? All sorts of roles and invitations will come flooding in. Jin-ho replied casually, of course. The driver looked at the gift bags on the seat and suddenly asked, oh, by the way, I have been wondering. What are you wrapping up? It looks strange. Jin-ho smiled playfully, bribes. The people who received these gift boxes were all surprised. Inside were beautifully arranged pastries in small paper cups. Leo exclaimed, you made all these yourself. Jin-ho explained, when we are filming, we have to stay up all night, so replenishing sugar is essential. But there are over 100 people here, the film crew extras. One person who received a gift box exclaimed, they are so pretty, I can't bear to eat them. The cameraman teasingly joked, then can I have them? He snapped back, get lost. Seeing this scene, Jin-ho felt happy. He smiled and said, hey, I am a chef, from a prestigious family. This is nothing. Suddenly he remembered, oh, what about actress Kim Hai-rim? Everyone was silent for a moment, then asked, do you want to come with me to see? Inside the director's office, a faint light emanated from the electric lamp. She slammed her hand on the table with a bang and yelled loudly, if you keep acting like this, just quit. What is the point of just memorizing lines? You are acting worse than Mongsel. Improvisation is also a skill, calm down. You should feel sorry for the other actors. Everyone else quickly held the director back and calmed her down. Calm down, calm down. The director was still roaring angrily, how many times is this? Jin-ho, standing outside the door, was startled. Leo lamented, she really does not hold back. When I first started, I got chewed out like crazy too. Jin-ho was a little surprised. He said, but she has never been like that with me, right? Leo said, that is because you have been acting perfectly from the start. Hearing this, Jinho thought to himself, if I did not have that skill, then I would be the one getting yelled at. He suddenly felt goosebumps all over. That is scary. Leo agreed, very scary. Jinho thought, I am really lucky that I received the acting skill, the acting god, the king of acting. Even so, he said optimistically to his colleague, but it is okay. They say that one scolding like that can help unleash acting skills you did not even know you had. That is a veteran strategy, right? Even though I said that, unfortunately, actress Kim Hae-rim's slump continued throughout the 5 episodes. She kept making mistakes with her lines, and her co-star had to constantly remind her, that is my line. And after so many times, the actress could only hold her head and cry out, I do not even have the energy to be angry anymore. Hae-rim still could not overcome her mistake. Scene change. 2 employees were in the room when someone walked in. They both turned around, their eyes full of surprise, and exclaimed, why are you here? Hae-rim bowed her head shyly and said, thank you as always, everyone. I will be going to my next schedule now. One person said, oh right, you have a variety show filming today, right? You are working hard today too, Hae-rim. Don't worry, we will edit it well, so you can go. But as soon as the actress turned to leave, mocking whispers echoed behind her back. She is always filming variety shows or acting, bragging about how much work she is doing. Hearing this, Hae-rim stopped. The person exclaimed, stupid, she can hear us. The other person retorted, so what, did I say anything wrong? How long does she think she can rely on that debut luck? She even got a major supporting role. I wonder what they saw in her that they chose her. The director's girlfriend, maybe. These words were like a bolt from the blue for Hae-rim. She frowned, her face filled with anger. Hae-rim turned to face the room, a surge of anger welling up inside her. She rushed forward, grabbed the doorknob, and opened the door. Then she stormed inside and shouted, that is not true. The 2 employees turned around, surprised. They had toothbrushes in their hands, and foam was dripping from the corners of their mouths. The person in the blue shirt asked, what is wrong? Hae-rim thought, they are brushing their teeth. Then where did the words I heard come from? Hae-rim smiled and said apologetically, I thought I misheard. Scene change. In the dining room, the director raised his glass to his lips and shouted, for the massive viewership ratings. Cheers, everyone said in unison. The director's face was flushed, and his voice was extremely excited. Only 5 episodes in and we have already reached 20%. At this rate, won't the final episode hit 100%? Even election coverage does not get that high. He laughed loudly after saying that, it is just a figure of speech, you blockheads. Hae-rim sat silently drinking, saying nothing. A moment later, the director passed out face down on the table. Hae-rim stood up and walked out. I am going to wash my face. Myung-jin grumbled, that guy's drunk again. Someone else suddenly said, should I go to the convenience store nearby to buy hangover medicine? The person next to him quickly called after him, wait, I want to go too, me too. I do not want to listen to those drunks rambling anymore. The hangover medicine was placed on the table. Myung-jin exclaimed, oh my god. I am finally a little more awake. He looked at Jinho and asked, oh by the way, how are you so good at acting when this is your first time? He hesitated and replied, well just like the veterans, I get into the role and research it. Myung-jin playfully punched his shoulder and exclaimed, then would not the whole world become actors? Leo was also curious. There are times when you can't get into the role, right? Myung-jin questioned. What do you do then? Jinho, being shaken violently, cried out. Ugh, I am going to throw up. He said, okay, I will tell everyone my acting secret, so please stop shaking me. Just then, someone walking towards them suddenly stopped, seemingly wanting to hear what Jinho had to say. He slowly asked, by the way, everyone, do you know a game called Reset Life? His words made Hae-rim's face darken, and a cold aura flashed in her eyes. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, Jinho walked down the hallway, stretching and sighing, ugh, my head hurts. Remembering the drunken scene from yesterday, he said to himself, I should have only had a little bit to drink. The director kept pouring and telling us to go for a second round. I got really excited. Jinho suddenly thought of actress Kim Hae-rim. Did she get home safe yesterday? Just then, he suddenly looked up. Seeing her walking towards him, he thought, I do not remember anything about yesterday. I did not make any mistakes, did I? Jinho raised his hand to greet her, but Hae-rim walked past him without saying anything. He was confused. And stood there blankly for a moment. Then he thought, is something bothering her? She usually greets everyone so well. Seeing Hai-Rim's cold and distant expression, Jinho guessed, could it be? Could it be because of me? Scene change. It was late at night, but the lights were still on in a small house. An angry voice rang out, Mom. How could you borrow that much money? Do you know what kind of money that is? What are we going to do now? The woman sitting on the floor had her head bowed and did not say a word. The wooden door suddenly opened, and someone's voice rang out from outside, Mom. The daughter standing at the door held out an envelope, her eyes devoid of any emotion. On the stove, the kettle was boiling furiously and making a hissing sound. The mother sitting on the floor said in a cold voice, "Where did this money come from?" The daughter said nonchalantly, "You do not need to know. Don't worry about anything. Just use it to pay off the debt." The mother pleaded, "How can I not worry when I do not know what kind of money this is? If you borrowed it, return it immediately. You are the eldest daughter of this family. You should not be burdened by things like this." Hearing this, the daughter exclaimed, "Eldest daughter, isn't that what I was raised to do anyway?" The mother raised her head and shouted loudly, "Park GMCO." The daughter also retorted, "Then what do you want me to do? Dad is sick in bed, and Mom is ill. Who else is going to take responsibility besides me, the one who had to drop out of school abroad to support the family? After the whole family collapsed after pouring all our money into your success, do you think I would run away without looking back, like a coward? That eldest daughter, damn it, I am sick of hearing it. All the other kids are sons and daughters, but only I am the eldest daughter." Seeing her daughter so angry, the mother stammered, "GMCO." The daughter's arm trembled non-stop, and she interrupted her, "Mom. Can't you just call me daughter?" The atmosphere instantly froze. At this moment, the director called cut. Everyone applauded and praised, "Great acting." The co-star stood up and praised Hai-Rim, "Keep up this momentum, see you can do well if you try." She bowed her head shyly and replied, "Thank you." Leo could not hide his surprise. "Your skills have improved dramatically, you have finally overcome your slump." Jinho was also surprised, and he felt a shock in his heart. Someone who was stumbling over her lines just last week suddenly improved so drastically. This is like reset life. He tried to reassure himself, "No way, it definitely is not." After finishing the filming schedule, Jinho quickly went home. As he was leaving, he suddenly stopped. There was someone standing in front of him. It was actress Kim Hai-Rim. Thinking of her unfriendly expression the last time, Jinho felt awkward. He thought, just quickly walk past her, then quickly greeted her casually, "I will be heading home first." But Hai-Rim suddenly called out, "Wait." She said, "I was waiting for you." He asked in surprise, "Waiting for me?" Hai-Rim replied frankly, "Yes." "How did you think my acting was today?" Jinho gave a thumbs up and praised, "The best ever. You did not get stopped once, right?" Suddenly, Hai-Rim said, "Reset life." These words made Jinho freeze. And he stammered, Reset what?" She replied coldly, "Acting skill, acting god, king of acting. Unlocking condition, watch 200 movies without any actors repeating, then go to auditions. You told me everything at the company dinner, but maybe you do not remember." Jinho felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He thought to himself, "Don't tell me that besides me, other people with reset life abilities." Hai-Rim walked towards him and said slowly, "I am really curious. I wondered what a rookie like you ate to act so well. I could not believe you put in that much effort." She looked straight into his eyes and exclaimed, "You really are amazing. After hearing what you said that day, I went home immediately, and did exactly what you said." Hearing her words, Jinho pondered, "Watch 200 movies. Hai-Rim continued, "I know it is unreasonable, but I was drunk and really desperate at the time. After watching about 5 movies in a row, I started feeling incredibly sleepy and had a headache, and I thought this. Even you, a rookie, put in so much effort for a role, so what have I been doing all this time? Haven't I just been hoping my slump would pass without any effort?" Hai-Rim's eyes were full of determination. She looked at the script beside her and said to herself, "Then I have to try too. With all my strength." Saying this, Hai-Rim gave a satisfied smile. "Yeah. Thank you so much. It is all thanks to you." Jinho stared blankly for a moment, then replied, "Yeah. You did not really get a skill by imitating me, did you?" Hearing his words, Hai-Rim felt a little confused. "Skill, that is just a game term. It is like saying you became a national athlete just by winning a few matches. Scene change. The speaker hanging on the wall was working at full power. The melody of the song rang out. The fans sang along in unison. The MC raised his finger and started counting 1, 2, 3. The die-hard fans shouted loudly, "Damn, damn." Hearing the damn, damn, Jinho could only smile awkwardly. A man in a black suit asked cheerfully, "What exactly is this song?" The man in the plum-colored suit replied, "It is fan culture. When famous lines or characters appear, they remix them to create fan songs." The first man exclaimed pleasantly, "I see. In Korea, when you become famous, you become a musical instrument." At this time, Park Jae-joon whispered into Jinho's ear, "Don't be shy and spoil the fun, come on kid." Understanding, he raised his hand and cheerfully shouted "Damn, damn," along with the fans. Jae-joon said excitedly, "First fan meeting of genius, quiz time." Suddenly, a picture of a baby boy sleeping soundly, even drooling, appeared on the screen. Everyone was excited and asked, "How many months old is he?" Jae-joon laughed gleefully. The fans below guessed, 8 months, another person thought, only 3 months. Jinho was so embarrassed that he covered his face with both hands and pleaded, "Please stop." He glared at Jae-joon and shouted loudly, "How the hell did you get that picture?" he exclaimed, "How did I get it?" "Your mom gave it to me," she even said, "This is Jinho's first birthday picture." At that time, Jae-joon looked at the picture and exclaimed, "Wow, amazing." Jinho was speechless. "Oh my god, mom is too much." Jae-joon said to everyone, "Why are there any questions about the secret between celebrities and fans? That is too petty. You have been caught," Jinho protested. "You're just deliberately teasing me because we are live." "Hey, why are there still more?" Damien, sitting inside the wings, was amazed at the excitement on stage. Park Jae-joon really has a talent for teasing people. He is a teasing genius. The female manager affirmed. "That is why we chose that college student as the MC." Jae-joon reached into the paper box placed on the table. He pulled out a slip of paper and read, "Number 137. A girl sitting below raised her hand and said, "Yes, that is me." Jae-joon asked, "What are you curious about?" The fan said, "I am going to be in 12th grade soon. Jinho Appa, please give me some tips for college entrance exams." Without giving Jinho a chance to speak, Jae-joon answered, "First, you should stay home and study instead of coming to places like this." He smiled and said softly, "It is my fan meeting." Jinho picked up the mic and smiled kindly, "Then just memorize the entire textbook." The fans below exclaimed, "Wow, amazing." He added, "Just kidding, focus on previewing and reviewing. Mainly Korean, English, and math. I will post memorization tips from classmates on the bulletin board, so remember to check it, okay for me." The female fan happily replied, "Yes." The girl was so moved that she burst into tears. As expected, only Jinho Appa cares about us. The girl next to her exclaimed, "I am really glad I became a fan of Genius." Jae-joon continued to host the meeting. "Then we will continue with the raffle." A girl in a white shirt shouted, "There are rumors that you and Lee Seol-ae are really dating. Is that true?" Jinho immediately denied it. "No, we are just acquaintances." Next, number 7. A girl wearing glasses raised her hand and introduced herself. "I am a reporter for the entertainment section of Songyang Ilbo newspaper. I do not have a question. If anyone bothers you, email me, I will take care of it neatly." Jinho immediately pointed to Jae-joon, looking like, "This lady is so funny." The female manager observed from below and commented, "Great, this is the first fan meeting and it is already sold out." Jinho is also responding very appropriately. "I was going to scold him if he overdid it." Suddenly, she heard Damien grunt. He guessed, just because there are no problems during this process does not mean that no problems will arise. When inexperienced people gather as a group, the end result is always chaos. At this time, a free news bulletin was spreading on social media, summarizing the adorable moments from the first fan meeting, especially the question of whether Jinho was really dating Lee Seol-ae. He was extremely flustered and denied, "We are just acquaintances." This embarrassed image of Jinho has been made into many memes. Countless comments from viewers praised, "Jinho is so cute," some thought, "but his reaction is a bit suspicious, is not it? He must be secretly dating Lee Seol-ae." Another person defended their idol. He said he is not. He is our Appa. Someone wondered, "But why can't they date? Seol-ae is the best these days," one person explained. "Lee Seol-ae is only at the domestic level, but Jinho Appa is world-class. You have to compare things of the same level." The number of comments was so high that some people felt annoyed. "Don't mention other celebrities or cause trouble. I am reporting this post." Even so, many people continue to discuss, but if it is true, Lee Seol-ae is kind of a nuisance. And some inappropriate comments were deleted for violating the platform's policy. After the fan meeting, Jin-ho returned home. He called out loudly, "Grandma." His grandmother exclaimed happily, "Oh my darling grandson." He rushed to hug her. "I am sorry I could not come back last year." Seeing this scene, Jin-ho's mother said happily, "Mom, we are back too," the grandmother gently replied. "It is okay, it is okay. Work is like that, son." At this time, Lee Jin-ho asked excitedly, "Where's Grandpa?" Grandmother Lee Jin-ho turned and pointed to one side. "That old man, he is over there." Not far away, Grandfather Lee Jin-ho was frowning as he lay sunbathing on the veranda. He is lying on the wooden veranda. His face was dark, and he muttered, "My precious grandson did not come back last year for either Lunar New Year or Mid-Autumn Festival, and now he finally comes back. I am so angry." Then Grandfather Lee Jin-ho sulked and said, "I am freezing here," and he goes to greet his grandmother first. Grandmother Lee Jin-ho, standing next to him, shook her head and sighed. "That old man is pouting again." His wife led Lee Jin-ho inside, patting his shoulder to comfort him. He has been waiting there all day in this cold weather just because he heard his precious grandson was coming home. "We almost had to stop him from driving the tractor out to pick you up." Suddenly, Grandfather Lee Jin-ho called out, "Hey woman." The atmosphere in the house gradually warmed up. "Grandpa, please do not be like that. Let us go inside together. I even bought you a gift. I do not need it. But your precious grandson picked it out himself." A little later, Grandfather Lee Jin-ho happily wore the clothes he had been given. "How do I look?" The whole family shook their heads and forced a smile. "I thought you were just going to wear the scarf, Dad. You have become a real fashionista. Since it is a gift from my precious grandson, I have to try everything on." Suddenly, he snorted coldly, his tone also turning cold. "Humph, okay, I have made up my mind." Grandfather Lee Jin-ho carefully adjusted his clothes and said resolutely, "I am going to go show off to that old man park next door. I will win and come back." Lee Jin-ho smiled as he listened to his grandparents. "Oh my God, this old man is so excited to show off the gifts I gave him. The other kids will be back soon too. Remember to come home early." Jin-hee carefully tasted the soup that had just finished cooking and said, "Sister-in-law, this is a little salty." Lee Jin-ho's aunt put on an embarrassed expression and replied, "Oh big sister, just relax in the living room. We will take care of it." He stood in a corner, taking in this scene. "My mom is definitely the queen here." Lee Jin-ho shook his head and sighed. "What can I do? Dad is the one who paid off all their debts. How can I just sit around and do nothing? We would not feel comfortable. Mom had to endure so much because of that." Suddenly, he was startled and noticed something different. Behind Lee Jin-ho, the younger kids were staring blankly at him. Lee Jin-ho listened with resignation as the kids talked among themselves. "Is that really Jin-ho Appa? He does not look like it at all. He has lost half his weight. He must have gotten." Snaps fingers. Banged. He put on an awkward expression and said, "Hey kids, do you, want to hang out with me?" A little later, Lee Jin-ho took out a lot of gifts, and the kids immediately became cheerful. "Wow, are you really giving us these?" He nodded and said sarcastically, "Yeah, take them quickly before your little uncle sees." Lee Jin-ho momentarily recalled his own childhood. "You guys must have had a lot of pent-up frustration because of me. Dad, Appa won't give me back my robot, son. Your dad has not paid back the 50 million won to Jin-ho's dad yet, so you have to be patient." The next day, Grandfather Lee Jin-ho stood outside the door, reluctantly saying, "Will you stay a little longer?" He put on a fierce expression and said, "This eldest son of mine, he is leaving right after the ancestral rites. At least leave your precious grandson here, this guy." Hyunman just smiled awkwardly to brush it off. "Haha, I am sorry, Dad." Jin-hee, sitting next to him, looked sullen, so he quickly replied, "I have to go to my in-laws' house right now." However, his mother's reaction was still noticed by Grandfather Lee Jin-ho. "Why is your wife acting like that?" Hyunman quickly cut in, "There's a reason for that, Dad." At Jin-hee's mother's house. Suddenly, the sound of a table being slammed rang out, followed by a loud yell. "That is why I said that back then. Why are you pretending you do not remember?" Grandparents Lee Jin-ho helplessly watched. "I told you to see if you could live peacefully with that person. Look, it is so peaceful." Uncle Lee Jin-ho still tried to defend himself. "Sister, you still should not be so loud and disrespectful." Jin-hee became even more hot-tempered. "Shut up, you are the worst." She scolded loudly without any consideration. You always say you will take Jin-ho out to play, but you never feed him, you eat all the hamburgers yourself. Uncle Lee Jin-ho put on an embarrassed expression and muttered, that is just to help Jin-ho lose weight. With no other way out, he turned to Hyunman for help. I said I would go to a prestigious university, but you looked down on me, saying I was hindering the future of your eldest son. After I got married, you looked down on me for marrying someone from the countryside. Jin-hee did not stop lecturing. If you think I am so annoying, then you do not have to meet me, but when I do not come home for the holidays, you get bored because there is no one to ostracize. So you bother me with phone calls until I come home. It was getting dark, but the yelling did not stop. Now that your grandson has become successful, why are you pretending to be so friendly? Oh my God, I am sorry. I am sorry, please stop. It has been 2 hours. No way, I have had to put up with this for 40 years. On the large bridge, traffic was heavy. Hyunman asked softly, that is still your family's house. At least have a meal before we leave. Her temper had calmed down a bit by this point. There is no need, honey. I just came to say hello, that is all. Suddenly, Jin-hee changed the subject to Lee Jin-ho in the back and said, and thank you, my son. Now that my son is successful, I can finally hold my head up high among all those houses. He smiled cheerfully to please her. It is because mom and dad raised me so well. Jin-hee quietly looked out at the scenery outside. That is right. Suddenly, she and Hyunman recalled their past. Despite the opposition, your mom and dad met, and that is how you were born. The two did not hesitate to be affectionate in front of Lee Jin-ho. My love, my wife. He put on a nonchalant expression, wondering, are mom and dad on a date? Lee Jin-ho held the thick stack of red envelopes in his hand, feeling happy. Lunar New Year holiday, complete. His expression was now extremely satisfied. He, lucky money worth 200,000 won. Lee Jin-ho slowly recalled the exchange between him and his grandfather yesterday. Take it before your mom finds out, Hyunman helplessly reminded him. Dad, do not give him any more. Lee Jin-ho rubbed his nose emotionally. I am already so old, and I am still getting lucky money from my grandfather. Lee Jin-ho, you are really a kid who refuses to grow up, said the person who had spent 5 million won on pocket money for his grandparents and gifts for his cousins. As he said this, he opened the door to his office. Well, I have already received it, so I have to spend it somehow. I have to go out with Jae-jun tonight too. He went in cheerfully.
Koreo, traditions, outfits.
Lee Jin-ho was stunned to see everyone passed out in the workplace.
Asterisk ting asterisk.
He glanced at Ma-young, who had no energy left, and could not help but wonder, can't they even rest properly during the holidays? Everyone looks exhausted. Ma-young, with a gray face, muttered, children's clothes, family toys, traditional rainbow-striped overcoats. Immediately after, Lee Jin-ho looked worriedly at Kyung-ah, who was dozing off from exhaustion. Even the manager is like that. Suddenly, she woke up abruptly. Jin-ho, Lee Jin-ho was a little hesitant in front of her. Yes. Kyung-ah held out a picture and said, you did something pretty noteworthy from the very first day of the holiday. Lee Jin-ho stared at the picture. Kyung-ah suddenly raised her voice. This is a picture of you playing house with your cousins. He was startled and remembered the contract terms. That is right. I heard that if an artist damages their image, they sometimes have to compensate the advertisers. While Lee Jin-ho was still stuck in his thoughts, Kyung-ah cut him off. Isn't my cross-dressing a problem, thanks to that? Lee Jin-ho glanced at Kyung-ah, who was helplessly holding her head. We received a ridiculous amount of hanbok-related offers, to the point where we had to work even during the holidays. He unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. I see. Another person held out a hand and praised him. Anyway, you should still take a break during the holidays. You can't miss out on the bonuses. A little later, Kyung-ah gave Lee Jin-ho a stack of documents and said, I have sorted out all the offers sent during the holidays, so take a look at them slowly. Hanbok model, movie castings. He looked through them and asked, this offer came up too, I thought it was sent a month ago. Kyung-ah's eyes were tired from lack of sleep, and she replied, a month ago. Suddenly, Kyung-ah's face turned pale as she remembered everything. Wait, that is the one that director Damien said to absolutely not let him see. How could I forget to delete it? Lee Jin-ho's eyes lit up as he looked at her. Can I try this one? The next day, Lee Jin-ho put on a troubled expression. Damien nodded with a dark expression. Yeah, go ahead. If you want to do it all the way. He did not hesitate to say sarcastically, it will be fun if you voluntarily participate in the program that even top artists avoid, and then get seasick, frostbitten, and bitten by hundreds of mosquitoes until your body swells up, right? Lee Jin-ho put on an awkward expression, bowing his head without replying. Finally, Damien put on a calm expression and said, Jin-ho, I know you always want new experiences. That is why you always shine. He crossed his arms and said firmly, but for a model, their body is their life. So, as your manager, I can't allow you to take on such dangerous work. Lee Jin-ho held out the successfully signed contract. He said happily, you said that if I wanted to do it, I should just do it. Damien helplessly looked up and sighed. Oh God. The popular Friday night variety show, Real Survival, Into the Deep Forest. You enter as a star, but you come out looking no different from a beggar. A variety show with extremely high difficulty. As a long-running show, to avoid boredom from repeating content, the production team sometimes assigns the members unexpectedly unreasonable tasks. A few days later, the old radio was replaying the show's rules. Even so, Lee Jin-ho ignored it and fell into a deep sleep. You must survive on your own for 2 nights and 3 days. The assistant observed Lee Jin-ho's signal and said worriedly to the director, Director, Lee Jin-ho has not moved at all since yesterday. The director was just as worried. Was he injured? The assistant next to him immediately made a guess. Could he have fallen and passed out? At this time, as Lee Jin-ho was snoring, Damien's yell came from the other side of the radio. Has he gone crazy because it is his first time in a place like this? I told you to warn him about the isolation. Not far away, the director and assistant suddenly heard Lee Jin-ho yawn, ah. The director quickly called back. Jin-ho, are you okay? Did something happen? Lee Jin-ho lamented internally. It is so noisy. But thanks to this, I have a chance to learn a skill. He recalled his struggling image from before. Skill, I am the prince of nature. A skill that helps you become a master of survival, able to survive in any harsh situation. First unlocking condition, spend a night on a desert island. Observing Lee Jin-ho's position on the map, the assistant said helplessly, he is wandering around everywhere. He has finally gone crazy. The director picked up the walkie-talkie. This is not working. Lee Jin-ho, can you hear me? On the other side, Lee Jin-ho heard the signal and replied, yes, director, I can hear you clearly. The director helplessly gave a long speech. You may think you are fine right now, but we are monitoring your location, and this is the typical reaction of a panic state. Lee Jin-ho embarrassedly gave a forced laugh.
Jaja, no, director.
I am just exploring a little. I am heading back to the starting point now. The director's worries eased upon hearing that. Well, that is good, but... He said sternly, absolutely, do not pick up strange things and eat them randomly, got it? In Lee Jin-ho's hand was a pile of wild berries. He said guiltily, of course. What kind of person do you think I am? Lee Jin-ho trembled as he hugged the pile of berries in his hand. Second unlocking condition, survive after eating poison. I will kill you in a very painful way. He sat down, looked around and lamented, there are all kinds of plants and animals that I have never seen before, so I do not know which ones are poisonous and which ones are not. First, I went around the island and gathered all the things that looked like they would not let me live in peace. Lee Jin-ho imagined a terrifying scene, gore, kill, I will kill you. Even so, he still raised the strange berry to his mouth, about to bite it. Anyway, if I can't unlock the skill, then I might as well die, arg. Lee Jin-ho resolutely took a big bite. Immediately after, his eyes widened and he coughed violently. Kuh. Lee Jin-ho grabbed his neck, trying to vomit. Arg Jin-ho, the director on the other side heard the commotion and called out to ask, what is wrong? Unexpectedly, Lee Jin-ho's face was calm as he felt it. It is better than I imagined. The people on the other side were still waiting. Jin-ho, he embarrassedly replied, it is nothing. Second unlocking condition, complete. As night fell, Lee Jin-ho climbed up a cliff and looked out into the distance. Well, Jong-moon is as expected. I do not have to worry about him. The director turned to observe Samuel. He said helplessly, Samuel, did you just come all the way here to exercise? Wow. The director switched the scene to someone else. Actress Kim Se-yeon is also doing very well, but... He helplessly watched Lee Jin-ho. What is Jin-ho doing? He was observing intently. It is a snake. You can tell it is very fierce just by looking at it. While Lee Jinho was still analyzing, the snake started to wiggle. Saliva is probably full of bacteria, and it might even be a poisonous snake. At this time, he slowly realized, but immediately after, Lee Jinho screamed in fright. The snake bared its fangs and lunged forward. The man and the snake clashed. The sun gradually disappeared. The snake was dizzy and seemed about to pass out. Lee Jinho grabbed the body of the snake. That day, the snake remembered. He grinned evilly. The terror of meeting Lee Jinho. Lee Jinho happily collected his spoils. And the humiliation of being completely grasped in his hands. Now you are my lunch. As night fell, Lee Jinho lit a fire and set up a tent to spend the night. He quickly enjoyed the snake meat he had just obtained. Lee Jinho glanced at the food next to him, and he suddenly cut himself off. Wait a minute. Lee Jinho quickly grabbed a grilled octopus. Then, he took a big bite. Lee Jinho wiped the dirt off his face and exclaimed, "It will be perfect with a little more soy sauce." A little later, he sat thoughtfully in front of the campfire. Lee Jinho began to think, the final mission of the first survival reality show, escape from the island. All the survivors are only given a compass, a map, a sleeping bag, and a few sets of clothes. Forget about the boat, there is not even anything that floats properly on the water. He suddenly had an idea. So that means we have to make a raft and escape. Lee Jinho started calculating. That is not right either. The trees on this island do not have enough buoyancy to support body weight. He glanced at the flycam right behind him and guessed, the others must have wasted their time and eventually given up. In the dark night, the flycam emitted a faint blue light. That must be the scenario the production team wants. Lee Jinho went deeper into the forest, still thinking. And if they announce their surrender through the radio? He walked past the dense foliage. Immediately after, Lee Jinho became excited. In front of him were 3 large life buoys. They will announce the location of the life buoys to them, I guessed right. The next day, Lee Jinho's raft floated on the sea. He happily looked out into the distance. Lee Jinho spotted the program cruise ship. He shouted happily, "I am here." He gave the V sign to the crew. Lee Jinho, first survival mission, success, mission complete. Unexpectedly, the medical team immediately appeared and grabbed Lee Jinho. Medical team here, you have consumed a large amount of toxic organisms on the island. Please come to the examination room immediately. He helplessly pleaded with the director. Director, I am really healthy, demon algae, with a skull face, poisonous but delicious, he replied helplessly, just do not die. Some time later, the 4 drip ticked down slowly. Seol, standing opposite him, opened her mouth. Are you really okay? Kim Se-yeol, actress, guest on Real Survival. Samuel Kong, athlete, member of Real Survival. Samuel, standing behind, could not help but say sarcastically, there is no way he is okay. He ate all kinds of toxic organisms. Lee Jinho helplessly denied, I am really completely fine. Seol rushed over and warned him, that won't do. This is a show for all ages. If we do not urge the audience not to imitate it, this scene will be completely cut. Lee Jinho put on a tired expression and said, hoo, kids, I really almost died. Jong Mum unexpectedly cut in. That is right, you absolutely can't do that again. He slowly put down the heavy bag on his shoulder. If the radio had broken down while you were sick, it would have been a disaster. Seo Jong Mum, comedian, MC and team leader of Real Survival. Everyone had gathered. Team leader, did you succeed in mission 1? Of course, did not you two succeed too? Samuel smiled wryly. No, Se-yeol and I gave up halfway. Only you and the team leader succeeded. The raft sank. The 2 of them recalled their embarrassing situation from before. Protein, the only food was sea snails and coconuts. Samuel said resentfully, it looked like an impossible mission anyway, so I gave up, but I did not expect them to hide the life buoys. I should have searched more carefully. Lee Jinho sighed helplessly, it is understandable. He remembered himself from before. Even I had to use my skill to find it. Wasn't that bush a little unusual? Skill, I am the prince of nature, greatly increases understanding and observation skills, related to survival in the wild. Everyone chatted happily. Oh, by the way, what did you stuff in your sleeping bag that makes it so puffy? I will tell you tonight. At this time, The director came and clapped to get everyone's attention. All right, everyone. He continued, everyone is back, so let us go to the rest area. The director's voice echoed everywhere. Because everyone has worked really hard, we will be resting in a particularly good place tonight. A little later, the dishes were arranged neatly on the table. Wow. Lee Jin-ho was carrying a steaming pot of soup. He said happily, it is really delicious. There are a lot of fresh ingredients on the island, and it is 100% natural. Jong Mum was carefully tasting each dish. He replied with satisfaction, thinking of bringing cooking ingredients to cook in a sleeping bag. How did you come up with such a thoughtful idea? Lee Jin-ho, upon hearing that, replied, good things should be shared with everyone. He happily remembered. That is why you brought it too, right, team leader? I picked it up on the way here. That night, the pool was calm without a ripple. Meanwhile, Jong Mum and Samuel were both fast asleep. Lee Jin-ho soaked in the water, standing still for a long time. He slowly enjoyed that moment. For a moment he thought helplessly, I want to run into the forest right now and catch snakes to eat. Suddenly, someone came over and greeted him, what are you doing, not sleeping? Lee Jin-ho was startled and turned around. Senior Se-yun, Sian naturally replied, speak comfortably, we are the same age anyway. He scratched his head awkwardly and forced a smile. Even so, how can a rookie actor with less than a year of experience speak casually with a senior with 14 years of acting experience? Sian quickly reassured him, hey, that does not matter, just relax. Suddenly, Lee Jin-ho blurted out, hey. The two started a new conversation. Hey to a senior, then Se-yun, have you forgotten me? Never mind, but hey, I have seen your TV show. Your acting is good. Thank you. I hope we can film a movie together in the future. The next day, Sian said, sweating profusely, I was wondering why they let us sleep comfortably at the resort. She lowered her head helplessly. It turns out they had prepared the second mission. Jong Mum in the back pretended to be nonchalant and replied, anyway, we gave you a map and water, did not we? Samuel frowned and asked, is that really all you gave us? Jong Mum took out a map and confirmed, we are here now. Lee Jin-ho stood to the side and observed. He realized, we have not even gone halfway yet. Camping is inevitable. Jong Mum nodded in agreement, that is right. Suddenly, Sian asked worriedly, without a compass, how did you know? The other two immediately replied in unison, you can tell just by looking. Skill cheating, born to be a team leader. Sian looked at them helplessly. Both of you are too suited for the jungle. Se-yun, there is a protet on your shoulder, I mean a big snake. Immediately after, she screamed loudly, Kia, stand still, I think he just said protein. The program officially started filming. I am the director of the long-running Friday night show, Real Survival, Into the Deep Forest. The forums immediately exploded. In the context of reality TV shows filled with celebrity healing programs, I am the one who makes them work hard properly. Good tip for not wanting to see celebrities living better than you, rewatch Real Survival, Into the Deep Forest, haha. Even top domestic actors have to wallow in the mud, haha. Taking responsibility for bringing joy to the audience is my pride. The most popular is definitely the Extreme Survival Special Season, which is only held twice a year, or isolating them on a desert island full of poisonous plants and animals. Summary table of the Extreme Survival Show, Jungle Season. That is crazy, I am in. Everyone focused their attention on the show. At times like these, even I, the planner, am scared of the brutality of the difficulty, just to make the celebrities suffer. Please let me go home, it is too harsh, I am hungry. The director thought sullenly, they have to suffer. He stared blankly at the members having fun. The director wondered internally, what the hell is this? The assistant looked at them with envy and said, the cast looks healthier than our filming crew, does not it? It looks delicious, my perfect script has collapsed. The director helplessly cursed, it is all because of Lee Jin-ho. He recalled Lee Jin-ho's previous actions. If you are a guest, you should act innocent and not know anything like a guest. That is poisonous. In an instant, the director's eyes widened as he watched him climb a tree to pick fruit. What is with this 21st century Tarzan? His expression gradually changed. This is not good. At this time, Lee Jin-ho also sensed something. It looks like a storm is coming, so after we eat, let us build a temporary shelter. It is going to rain, when the sky is so blue like this. Even so, he pretended not to know and comforted himself, it is just wild intuition. Suddenly, A call came from afar, Lee Jin-ho. The director stood tall in front of Lee Jin-ho and said, "Can you come with me for a moment?" "Yes, sir." His cold tone startled him. "I really did not want to say this while filming, but I can't stand it anymore. What is this so sudden?" Lee Jin-ho looked at the director's dark face and wondered, did I eat some natural treasure or something? He slowly opened his mouth. Jin-ho. Lee Jin-ho weighed his options. "I do not know what it is, but I will apologize first." At the same time, the two of them said loudly in unison, "Please become a regular member, I am sorry." Lee Jin-ho asked, startled, "What?" As night fell, Lee Jin-ho recalled what the director had said. "I have seen countless guests before, but this is the first time I have seen someone with a forest survival physique like Jin-ho." He leaned back on the ground, remembering, "Please think it over carefully." Lee Jin-ho muttered internally, "Regular member." He said to himself, "Isn't that too good?" Suddenly, Lee Jin-ho thought of the others. A stable position on a major variety show, with members who get along well. It can also satisfy the craving for travel caused by the skill. As soon as it was light, Lee Jin-ho quietly left. Lee Jin-ho walked in the forest. Two hornbills perched on a tree watched him as he walked and thought, being suited to one's talents, is not that the biggest goal in life. He silently took each step as a mother monkey holding her baby screamed loudly. The two hornbills from before also cried out in unison. A normal reaction from wild animals when they see a stranger. Lee Jin-ho suddenly stopped. He slowly raised his face. Lee Jin-ho spread out his arms, the bright sunlight shining through the leaves and onto him. The mother monkey holding her baby and the two hornbills also suddenly fell silent. For a moment, the warning cries of the animals stopped before the stranger. Lee Jin-ho smiled brightly. It is not that Jin-ho suddenly has the superpower to talk to animals, nor is it that they shut their mouths out of fear. He smiled happily. They simply accept it. Lee Jin-ho just stood there, enjoying the fresh air of nature. Jin-ho, who had filled his heart with the thrill of being one with nature, finally regained his sanity. The monkey in the tree poked its head out, watching him take each step in the forest. "That is right, I have a lot of other schedules. I can't invest all my time here." Lee Jin-ho looked up at the monkey from before. "Let us go back to where we belong." 2 months had passed, and on the show's screen, a man looked annoyed as he held his head and shouted, "To limit the use of clothing as a bag, what is the logic in this?" A line from the show appeared. "And the production team's surprise mission." The director pointed at them. "Clothing is also civilization. A justification. Polyester." Quick response. The production team's forced attempt to increase the difficulty. Lee Jin-ho calmly created a bag made of leaves. A line from the show appeared. As soon as those words were spoken, an eco-friendly survival bag was created instantly. 2 female students held a phone and giggled. The other female students excitedly praised him continuously. "Lee Jin-ho is really amazing. Should I become a genius member too?" A Jin-ho fan, Kong Ji-young, just shrugged her shoulders as she thought, who is the teddy bear appa? A female student with her hair tied up in a bun seemed annoyed, drawing her attention. "Seriously, Leo appa is much better." In a flash, Kong Ji-young appeared at the table of the female students. She asked, "Why do you think that?" The female student was startled. What? The female student with the bun in her hair said loudly, "Why, you are asking why, if he was a truly valuable celebrity, they would not send him to that show where they are always wallowing in the mud." She replied, "It would be different if that show was not the most popular show on Friday nights." Suddenly, Kong Ji-young moved closer to the female student with the bun, widened her eyes, and said, "He is wallowing just because it is a reality show. Normally he is treated like a prince. And come to think of it, I heard he is preparing for a drama these days." This made the female student with the bun exclaim, "So scary." Lee Jin-ho, in another place, was being beaten up and collapsed on the floor. Kong Ji-young thought, he is probably getting a manicure like a prince right now. But it was all just training. A man clapped to signal. Stand up, he was Kim Hong-gun, the martial arts director. He warned loudly as an image of someone in pain from an injury appeared as an example. Action scenes can lead to accidents if you are careless. Therefore, safe falling movements must be performed naturally, at any time. Kim Hong-gun directly mentioned the special character. Especially for the role of Mui that actor Jin-ho is taking on. The person training with Lee Jin-ho came forward and reached out to help him. "Are you okay?" he politely replied, yes, I am okay. Without a second thought, he threw him away again. Then why are you still lying there? The training building became noisy with the shouting of the trainer. Falling forward, falling backward, falling sideways, falling forward, falling backward. After it was over, Lee Jin-ho sat in the car, his face pale and haggard. Deputy Manager Jung, who was driving, glanced at him worriedly. That guy is really too much. He has not taught any action scenes for the past few days. He has just been making you practice safe falls. Lee Jin-ho defended him as he mentioned the mysterious and bloody role. It can't be helped. The role of Mui that I will be playing is an assassin. Deputy Manager Jung suggested that he could aim for the main role, but Jin-ho recalled the feeling when he read his script. No, what makes my heart flutter is Mui. Lee Jin-ho imagined an assassin with a sharp sword, a cold-blooded assassin, but the image of the character Mui sitting down to rest with a small white cat drinking water appeared as he excitedly recounted. That is not all there is to this character. Even if it is just a background role with one line instead of a supporting role, I would still choose Mui. Deputy Manager Jung sighed, but still smiled lightly. Even so, the training is too harsh, is not it? Lee Jin-ho remembered the moment when the female staff members swarmed him with gifts, while the person training with him just stood there blankly. I do not know. I just got candy from the female staff there. Deputy Manager Jung, upon hearing that, judged, then you have to suffer even more. He tried to force a smile. If I suffer any more, I will die. It is already 300 falls every day. Suddenly, Lee Jin-ho realized something. Wait. He put his hand over his mouth and began calculating. Isn't 300 safe falls every day for a week the first unlocking condition for the martial arts skill? The car sped down the dark road. Lee Jin-ho spoke up, Deputy Manager Jung, you said you were a freelance manager for 5 years before coming to this company, right? So you must have gone to places like this often, he admitted. Yes, I have been to many places. Deputy Manager Jung's face seemed to light up as he continued to ask, then do you know why people learn martial arts for stunts and action acting, besides preventing injuries? He expressed his views as he remembered Lee Jin-ho wearily going to practice. To be honest, action acting only requires dance training. Not every actor has the free time. Deputy Manager Jung suddenly mentioned someone. But a martial arts master said this. A shadow was shown practicing martial arts. Knowing it and doing it are worlds apart from not knowing it. There is an action line that appears on the camera. The martial arts movements flowed throughout Deputy Manager Jung's words. The quality of the action scenes is determined by how well the actor follows that line. Haven't you ever seen action scenes that look flashy but somehow seem shoddy? A 1.5-star review from a person with the content, the action of a sparrow wanting to become a crane. Lee Jin-ho, after listening, made a decision. Then it is decided. I have to get it. The sidewalk was bustling with glittering streetlights. He gently appreciated it. Thank you, Deputy Manager Jung. He was taken by surprise and was at a loss, what for? The next day, the person training with Lee Jin-ho looked apologetic as he hesitated. Teacher, I have something to say. He admitted, actually, actor Jin-ho has practiced safe falls enough. I was jealous and petty because he was famous. I am sorry. Kim Hong-gun laughed helplessly, really. He gently instructed, okay, it is fine now that you have realized it. From now on, reduce the safe falling exercises. The door opened slightly as the person training with Lee Jin-ho replied to him, yes. Lee Jin-ho entered the training place, radiating an aura. His arms were covered with gift bags. He said arrogantly, it is so annoying. Even when I wear sunglasses, the female fans still recognize me. When am I going to eat all of this? He pretended to whine, it is so annoying. Kim Hong-gun sighed wearily while the person training with him was bursting with anger. All right, confirm 300 safe falls. At home, Lee Jin-ho stood with his arms outstretched. Then he put his hands on the ground. Lee Jin-ho successfully performed a handstand. He slowly closed his eyes. In Lee Jin-ho's mind, an image of a pair of master and apprentice dimly appeared. The apprentice said resentfully, Master, I can't do it. How can I endure the whole day with these flimsy arms? The master gently asked, My apprentice, then how have you lived your whole life with those arms? The two of them approached a cliff. He made a promise. Trust me, on the day you reach the limit of martial arts, you will be so comfortable that you can doze off while doing a handstand. Lee Jin-ho opened his eyes, wondering, really. He was thinking about that master's words when he saw Park Jae-joon holding his phone and filming him. Comfortable enough to doze off. The two of them were startled and screamed excitedly. He stammered and yelled into the phone. This guy opened his eyes. Everyone, he is alive, he cursed angrily. Park Jae-joon, get lost. Suddenly, a strange skill appeared with an accompanying motto. Skill, the strongest apprentice in history. It is said that one should neither kill nor save their disciples. In a room with many idol posters hanging on the wall, Kyung-mi's mother called her daughter to eat.
Kyung-mi, come eat? Kang Kyung-mi replied, yes, mom.
She ate while watching her phone. That genius fan cafe is going crazy. Kyung-mi's mother reminded her, put your phone down while eating. On Kong Kyung-mi's screen was a video of Lee Jin-ho. She replied to her mother, I am just watching this. She chewed while glued to the video from before. Then Kong Kyung-mi was so surprised that her mouth hung open and her face turned red. The house became noisy. Kyung-mi's mother shouted, hey, Kong Kyung-mi, where are you going during the meal? Are you going to watch Lee Jin-ho again? Kong Kyung-mi quickly replied, Mom, food is not important right now. I need to record it immediately. Actor Lee Jin-ho, revealing his abs. The handstand challenge showing off his abs is spreading quickly. On a fan website with the name Jeans, Lee Jin-ho's official fan cafe, on the free bulletin board, a post with the title, Wow Mom, what is this washboard called? The accompanying image was Lee Jin-ho's toned abs. The post received 127 comments. One comment among them appeared. Comment, it is the window to the soul. The Genius Fan Cafe advocates for proper comments. Another post appeared on the website. Washing method when there is no washing machine. 1 Lee Jin-ho per household. 20xx, 03, XX1715. An abstract ancient painting for the content of the article was attached. 1 Jin-ho per household is essential. Remembering those days too, also attracted 127 comments. The painting was quoted from the source, Korea Database Promotion Institute. Kim Hong-doo's laundry place painting. On Lee Jin-ho's phone screen, he was texting Park Jae-joon. You text an apology, sorry, I did not think it would spread this much. He replied, your subscriber count doubled after posting that video. Right, he texted back, seemingly unable to believe it, it broke a new record. He suggested an idea, buy meat and post it on shorts. He immediately replied, yes, boss. The staff member next to Lee Jin-ho, who was doing his makeup, asked curiously, are you maintaining these abs for this drama? He was not annoyed, but seemed very happy. And while his eyes were glued to the phone, he replied to her, something like that. The staff member suddenly said something. Then you should take care of your skin too. Hearing that startled him. Is there something wrong with my skin? Lee Jin-ho reflected on it, thinking, come to think of it, I have not used where there is a will, there is a way in quite a while. Could skills also have an expiration date? The name of a skill existed in his head along with the lotus. Skill where there is a will, there is a way. The staff member hinted, your skin. She finally said the reason, her emotions seemingly frustrated. It is too smooth, so the rough makeup does not stick. He gave a smile that was both joyful and subtly sarcastic. Humph, are you afraid of me? The staff member grabbed Lee Jin-ho's head, one hand touching his cheek, and said excitedly, a tear fell. While he smiled fully confident, only sleeping 1 hour a day, and sometimes using cosmetics that do not suit my skin, you need to make an effort, an effort. She continued to admire his skin. I can't use sandpaper on it. Not far from them was the main actor Leo. He scrolled through his phone with an annoyed expression. Humph, where's my earmuff? The director came over and softly called Lee Jin-ho's name. Jin-ho, both he and the staff member simultaneously looked towards him. He quickly replied, Director. He gratefully grabbed his hand. Thank you so much. The director said emotionally, that handstand challenge showing off your abs, you posted it to promote our drama, right? Thanks to you, we have attracted viewers even before the broadcast. Lee Jin-ho stared at the hand gripping his and thought, come to think of it. He knew that this drama had a production cost that was in the top 10 in the history of dramas, and the director must have been under a lot of pressure. In this era of streaming shows, will a TV drama be okay? He imagined the director tossing and turning all night, worried, if it fails I will. Lee Jin-ho took out his phone and typed something as he empathized with the director. Nowadays, even if they spend billions of won per episode, it is not uncommon for a drama to record a 0% rating and end early without recovering the production costs. Park Jae-joon was editing a video about his handstand on the computer when his phone suddenly vibrated, drawing his attention. It was a reminder text message from Lee Jin-ho. Make videos and always attach the hashtags of our movie. He immediately received the order. Yes, sir. When Lee Song-gai entered the court from the north, a prophecy spread among those in power. Whoever obtains the jewel of the nine-tailed fox that has lived for 1,000 years will obtain the world. A sad story about a nine-tailed fox looking for a bride, a 1,000-year ballad. A scratched hand gently knocked on the wooden gate. Before the gate was a girl. Suddenly, the gate opened with two servants. Who are you? The girl asked about a person. Lord Baek-yun. A servant with a beard sneered, can't you tell by looking at our clothes? The other person replied to him, but unexpectedly, in a brief moment, the servant with the beard was killed. We are just servants. And Lord Baek-yun is sleeping, right? The other person cried out in horror as the girl, holding a sword stained with blood, approached. He immediately realized that it was Mui disguised as the girl. It is Mui. Mui has appeared. His scream attracted many subordinates. Every sword pointed towards Mui. It is Mui, protect Lord Baek-yun. Mui glanced his terrifying blue eyes at them. Then he used his agility to fly away quickly. As one of the subordinates was confused, Mui attacked and killed his teammate from behind. He has disappeared. When he heard the noise and turned around, his teammate was lying motionless, blood flowing continuously. He frowned in confusion when Mui secretly raised his sword behind him, preparing to strike him. What the hell? Under the blue moonlight, a cry rang out, red blood splattering everywhere in the still night. A bloody hand reached out to hold a hat. In an instant, Mui had dealt with the group. He carefully put on the hat. Mui's eyes were vacant, but his smile was full of madness, making others afraid. The director's call rang out, cut, very good, no need to retake. An actor playing a subordinate sat up, his face filled with fear. Wow, that is scary. He approached Lee Jin-ho curiously. Are you sure you did not use cables? You completely flew up there. Lee Jin-ho denied it. I did not use anything. In the distance, actor Leo was glancing towards him. He was clearly annoyed and jealous. In the morning, the film crew was busy. Someone practicing swords called Lee Jin-ho, Jin-ho, you hold this like this, right? Show me. The actor wearing red clothes asked him, like this, he observed and gave an answer, yes, and when you swing be decisive like a whoosh. Everyone in the crew called Lee Jin-ho's name. Everyone asked for tips and asked him to teach them. Jin-ho, teach me how to jump over the wall coolly. Please demonstrate swordsmanship for me, how to fall with the least pain. Someone shouted angrily, don't bother the actor, what is the martial arts director for? The actors and the crew turned their eyes towards Kim Hong-gun with sparks in their eyes. The person who taught Lee Jin-ho is director Kim Hong-gun, right? Please teach us to be like Lee Jin-ho. He looked at them with cold sweat dripping down. The martial arts director became busier. Lee Jin-ho smiled and gave a thumbs up. Besides, it would be better if the quality of the movie is improved. He approached and put a hand on the shoulder of actor Leo, who was practicing swords. For example, actor Leo's swordsmanship would be better if instead of swinging like that, he was annoyed. Don't direct from behind. He immediately apologized. I am sorry. Everyone in the crew praised Lee Jin-ho, which made actor Leo more and more annoyed. Actor Lee Jin-ho is really kind, is not he? Any actor would try to make themselves stand out the most. They would not go around teaching other people like this. He remembered when his manager, holding a script in his hand, exclaimed, Lee Jin-ho, he is appearing here too, what is wrong? Isn't he the actor rumored to be? Every word that the manager said made actor Leo widen his eyes in shock. No matter how well he acts, putting a newbie like that in a super high-end movie like this, it is definitely 100% due to lobbying. He turned away and made a judgment in secret. Fake. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ho was still smiling happily. Actor Leo's hand gripping the sword became tighter and tighter. He practiced swordsmanship alone. At least do not do that to me. At the filming scene, at night, actor Leo, playing the Lord, was standing with his back turned. A mysterious person slowly approached. He turned around and looked. Who are you? The Lord continued his line. What kind of person stinks of blood like this? Lee Jin-ho, as Mui slowly approached. Such a noble person reeks of fox stench. He drew his sword. This is the first time I want to draw my sword like this without my master's order. Mui's sharp eyes looked at the lord. The noble person is also definitely a monster disguised as a human like me, right? He looked at him with cold eyes. Compare things that can be compared, you slow-witted fool. The two immediately lunged at each other under the light of the night moon. Mui gently blocked the lord's attacks. The lord was no less skilled than Mui. The two swords clashed. The lord angrily gritted his teeth. He swung his sword at Mui. He widened his eyes, watching him rush forward. The light flashed. Lee Jinho stood frozen. A piercing scream rang out. Actor Leo stood still. Everyone in the film crew rushed to Lee Jinho in horror. Actor Jinho, are you okay? A man angrily reprimanded. Are you crazy, if you swing your sword like that into that place? Actor Leo just apologized softly. I am sorry. The man could not stand it and exploded. An apology is all you have to say. If his shoulder is broken, all future drama filming will be over. There is no actor who can replace Lee Jinho. He promised, I will take full responsibility and compensate. Actor Leo called his manager and made a request. Manager, call an ambulance. The manager hurriedly complied.
Ah, okay.
After a while, the ambulance left. The director announced and the other actors also left one by one. End of filming today, and reschedule. Actor Leo wanted to say something. Manager, The manager seemed to understand. I understand, brother. He remembered when Lee Jinho's piercing scream rang out, ah. He could only stand there blankly watching him in pain and everyone else worried and panicked. At this time, actor Leo showed a fearful expression. That was really just an accident. He asked tremblingly, Manager, is Lee Jinho okay? The manager explained, if his injury is serious, the actor will be replaced. At that time, one of the two will become a topic of discussion. He gave two scenarios. The first was, either you committed assault under the guise of acting. And the second was, or Jinho lacks skill, and he was greedy for the role, so he had an accident. The manager tried to force a smile and offered words of comfort. Fortunately, actor Jinho has rumors of lobbying, so the situation will unfold favorably for you, but actor Leo cut him off. Manager. He sat down, holding his head. In his eyes, does my skill look so weak that I really need to lobby? Actor Leo continued to speak while the manager remained silent. What lobbying? It is freezing. At the hospital, the doctor with an expression of terror said, Jinho, your shoulder. Lee Jinho's shoulder was actually completely intact, completely fine. He looked at the documents in his hand, confused. Normally, it should at least be a rotator cuff tear. He said innocently, I told you. Lee Jinho smiled brightly. I brought all the safety equipment. But the truth was, I am lying. Suddenly, Kim Ina appeared with Jai-Hai. The little girl happily called his nickname, Guitar Uncle. He also unexpectedly called her nickname, Digestion Cat. Lee Jinho asked curiously, why are you at the hospital? Does it still hurt? Jai-Hai happily ran to him. An elderly man in the hospital looked at the little girl gently. The little girl said, no, the teacher said I could stay at the hospital while my dad works. There are a lot of friends here, and grandma and grandpa like me too. The little girl said innocently, the teacher and my dad like me too, Kim Ina said shyly. Jai-Hai. Lee Jinho immediately understood. Oh. He seemed surprised when he asked, you moved offices this early? Jang Kyung-ah, holding a stack of documents, looked at them intently as she replied to him, yes. Thanks to Jinho, we were able to move to a bigger place. He asked dejectedly, you did not rent, did you? That is too bad. Jang Kyung-ah retorted to Lee Jinho's last comment. Then hurry up and work so we can buy a building. He immediately acted pitiful. Suddenly my shoulder hurts so much. She quickly exposed him. I already looked at the diagnosis results. You are completely fine. He loudly brought up his request. I suggested adding more models and affiliated artists. She said coldly, rejected. He cursed the company. Unethical company. I am quitting. Jang Kyung-ah stated the benefits from the contract and handed the contract towards Lee Jinho. And according to the recently upgraded contract terms, from now on, 180 million won will be sent to Jinho's account every 3 months. He immediately sat kneeling on the hospital bed, and with both hands, received the contract. I am a slave. She was about to say something that made him curious. And also. Jang Kyung-ah continued to state what she was about to say. Recently, we have been receiving a lot of requests for Jin-ho to help. Lee Jin-ho asked curiously, haven't we been donating? She replied, of course, 99.9% are scams, but. Jang Kyung-ah mentioned the negative things that could happen. One day there will be rumors about this. That he is an artist who ignores those in need. That he was my old classmate and has always been, like that, and so on. She seriously asked about Lee Jin-ho's school life. So be honest about this now. You really did not make even one mistake during your school years. Jang Kyung-ah was ready. You need to be honest so we can prepare countermeasures. Lee Jin-ho gave her his old phone. This is the phone I used since my student days. His eyes shone with seriousness and sincerity. If you do not believe me, take it and run a forensic analysis right now. Jang Kyung-ah stared at the phone in Lee Jin-ho's hand when she heard him say, the only thing that will come up is that I am a real game addict. She tried to hold back her laughter. But then she burst out laughing, making Lee Jin-ho feel lost. I am sorry. How can all the answers be the same? She revealed, even when asking classmates and acquaintances, all I hear is that he is obsessed with games. Lee Jin-ho frowned and raised one eyebrow, thinking, what is this? It feels like I have lived an even more mistaken life than before. Jang Kyung-ah stopped laughing and wiped away her tears. We have handled the stories spreading online, so do not worry. The difficult part is the recent scandal about you lobbying to get the role. She instructed, we have no choice but to let time answer, so you should not react immediately when reporters dig around. Jai-hai suddenly opened the door slightly and poked her head in. Guitar uncle. The little girl announced, we have a guest. It was actor Leo. He bowed his head and apologized. I am sorry. Lee Jin-ho gave a reassuring smile. Are you okay? When you get too into acting, things like this happen. Actor Leo, holding a carton of orange juice, was both worried and flustered. No, it is all my fault. He sadly admitted his mistake. I should have been more careful. He quickly said, no, it is really not actor Leo's fault. Lee Jin-ho said the reason that made actor Leo feel lost and surprised. Because I intentionally took that hit. He stated why as he remembered when he was practicing swordsmanship on set. His movements are accurate. That is good, but because he mainly references actual combat scenes, he acts dangerously. He said annoyed, don't direct from behind. I knew for sure that he would not listen to my advice, and the martial arts director was busy and could not supervise. The atmosphere in Lee Jin-ho's memory darkened. Blood splattering. With many nine-tailed fox action scenes coming up in the movie, I thought if it continued like this, someone would really get hurt. He remembered when he was injured, even though he was outwardly flustered, he was actually smiling contently inside. So, I intentionally took that hit, to wake you up. Lee Jin-ho pointed behind him and smiled lightly. Of course, because I prepared before taking it, I was not hurt at all, so you do not need to compensate anything. Actor Leo's face darkened when he thought, this person. He said in a deep voice, I understand. In his mind he knew that, he is really tough. Lee Jin-ho apologized. If I offended you, I am sorry. But actor Leo immediately turned and left. Then I will be going. He could only offer a farewell. Be careful on your way. He had thought that, I have really messed up. Upon stepping outside, Jai-hai ran up, smiling brightly as she waved her hand. Goodbye, uncle, and actor Leo's footsteps were getting faster and faster, not even looking at the little girl once. What, he intentionally took that hit, to wake me up. Reaching a secluded corner, he slammed his hand against the wall. This person is really. Actor Leo turned out to be red-faced with admiration. Has a personality that is worthy of respect. In his eyes now, Lee Jin-ho was like a Buddha. I have been openly hating him all this time, but not only did he forgive me, he even lied like that to cover for me. Why? Actor Leo suddenly realized. Oh, could it be? He thought that because of the movie. He imagined Lee Jin-ho was the prince. I will definitely protect the budget. He was hugging the director.
Oh, amazing, Gino.
He finally understood. If I, the main actor, got involved in a scandal of assault, the movie could be ruined. Actor Leo began to berate himself. Just think about it, I treated someone with such admirable professionalism, like someone who was promoted by connections. How embarrassing. Kim Ina came over and reminded him annoyedly, move aside. It had been a week later. An article was posted with the title, Actor Leo appears on new quiz show on the road, quashes rumors of Lee Jin-ho lobbying to act in the movie. Accompanied by an image of actor Leo confidently holding a microphone and speaking, Lee Jin-ho is the most amazing actor I have ever seen. The rumors are just rumors. Lee Jin-ho was eating at home. He was currently looking at that article. Will it be effective? I am sure I will be attacked. Jin-hee, wearing gloves washing dishes, spoke up. Oh, by the way, how is the movie progressing? Everything in the kitchen was very clean. Lee Jin-ho replied to his mother, there are only 2 episodes left. And I told you to use the dishwasher. She continued, have you decided on the next project? Installing a dishwasher is even more troublesome. He said that, the director said that as soon as we finish filming, we will film another one, but I want to rest for a while after this movie. This made Jin-hee happy. Oh my then. But immediately after Lee Jin-ho's next sentence. Because I have so many other things to do and do not have time. Today I have to film a music video for Say A. She became sad. Ah, I see. He asked his mother considerately, do you want to take some time to rest? Although sad, she still denied it. No, do not worry about me. You have to make money while you are young. Jin-hee's mood dropped drastically. Lee Jin-ho looked at her and did not know what to say. He started searching for information online as he made a decision. Maybe I should get a pet. On the street, the bustling crowd had the sound of a cat meowing. Meow meow. In a dilapidated corner, the figure of a cat lying collapsed appeared. Meow meow. A black cat with a few flies flying around. Meow meow. A white kitten sadly looked at its motionless mother, its cries incessant. Meow. The next day, as the early morning sun shone overhead, Jin-ho walked down the hallway, hesitantly asking the person next to him, hey, Park Jae-joon, dogs or cats? Before he could finish the question, the other person frowned and interrupted, ugh, shut up. Jin-ho asked, confused, what is wrong? Jae-joon rubbed his head, explaining with a disgusted look, because I already have a bunch of toxic subscribers who bark like dogs all day. Why are you asking all of a sudden? Jin-ho sighed, raising his eyebrows thoughtfully, and replied, my mom seems lonely lately. Jae-joon asked in surprise, your mom? Jin-ho nodded firmly, I think it is because I am too busy these days and come home late. The other day, my mom had a fit, scolding me for leaving early in the morning and not coming back until dawn. Lee Jin-ho, Jae-joon asked, confused, was not it the same way when we were in school? Jin-ho shook his head, analyzing, back then, I was unemployed. Now, I am practically a public figure. My mom does not even dare to hang out with her friends much, afraid she will accidentally say something bad about me. The manager walking ahead, listening to their conversation, nodded approvingly, she really is a wise woman. Jae-joon stroked his chin, thinking for a moment, then burst out laughing and offered, I get it then. Definitely a dog, man's best friend, friendly, loyal, and intelligent. Saying this, he shouted enthusiastically, repay her kindness with a son like a dog and a dog like a son. Jin-ho, who had not processed it yet, got caught up in the excitement and cheered along. Repay her kindness, repay her kindness. Having solved one worry, Jin-ho immediately asked curiously, by the way, what do you mean by toxic subscribers? Jae-joon, reaching out to open the door, replied casually. His mouth like a loudspeaker, oh, it is nothing big. You know those people who fantasize about being in love with celebrities, even that would be fine, but some of them get jealous and keep jumping into my live streams. I can still handle it skillfully, but annoying comments keep popping up every now and then. Is Jin-ho dating Lee Seola? Really? No, that old hag is here again. Do you guys think this is Lee Jin-ho's fan cafe? Go play somewhere else. This is a fake rumor, right? If they are really dating, it is crazy. Jae-joon read the comments, pouting in bewilderment. Lee Jin-ho is not dating Lee Seola. Is he what? Never dated then. Jae-joon was so angry he wanted to flip the table, unable to hold back a curse. I will kill you first. How dare that bastard date when I can't? Seeing his out-of-control expression and language, the commenters excitedly spammed haha emoticons. Ending his reminiscence, Jae-joon narrowed his eyes at Jin-ho, warning anyway, be careful during today's music video shoot. Don't act too flirtatious. Jin-ho blankly asked, like what? While they were talking, Seola unexpectedly arrived. She greeted them with a bright smile. Jinho. You came early. Jinho blushed, his eyes sparkling, and replied in a naturally softer tone, yes I did. Jae-jun, standing next to him, glared warningly, that is exactly the attitude, you jerk. Soon after, everyone was busy with their work. Jinho, with a lit cigarette between his fingers, was completely absorbed in his acting. The director announced with satisfaction, okay, cut. The director looked happily at the result, praising without reservation, this is the second music video that actor Lee Jinho has participated in, right? This album is sure to be a hit. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinho hurriedly handed the cigarette to the prop staff and coughed, clutching his throat. Seola worriedly asked, are you okay? You can use vitamin cigarettes to create smoke, she suggested. Jinho smiled awkwardly and shook his head, explaining, that would cost extra for graphics. He sincerely expressed, since this is the second music video I am filming with Seola, let me really get into character. Standing behind him, SNS manager Park Jae-jun was shocked by these words and choked on his saliva, coughing several times. Seola looked over in confusion, asking worriedly, is he sick? Jinho twitched his lips, replying with a forced smile, ah yes, something like that. Later, during break time, Jinho stood alone pondering. He muttered, reading the script over and over, a man standing alone in the rain. When acting, capturing quiet emotions is the most difficult. Jinho deliberately placed himself in a dark corner of the set to experience the feeling of loneliness. Unlike TV dramas, music videos have no dialogue. He was intently analyzing when a faint cry caught his attention, meow. A kitten. Jinho chuckled with delight. He immediately took out his phone to film it. Look at that tail, it looks as fluffy as an interdental brush. Seeing the cat trembling and crying out several strange sounds, chirp, chirp, Jinho wondered, confused, why is not it running away, is it telling me to follow it? In his head, he suddenly imagined a cat monster luring and kidnapping humans onto a giant cat bus. While Jinho was spacing out, the cat chirped urgently several times, startling him and making him quickly reassure it, wait, let me go buy some snacks. Later, he bought a bunch of food and returned. But the scene before him left Jinho stunned and speechless. The kitten was weakly nuzzling against a larger cat. But no matter how hard the kitten tried to call out, the larger cat did not move at all. It was dead. Jinho could not bear it, so he took a cardboard box and covered the larger cat's body. Not seeing its mother, the kitten frantically scratched at the box. Jinho was uneasy. Something came to his mind, and he picked up the phone to call for help. Yes, Deputy Young, can you come here for a moment? Yes, I am filming a movie. Can you help me find a pet crematorium and a place to store the ashes? And there is a kitten too. Please take care of it for me for a while. I will pick it up after filming. After delegating the work, Jinho returned to the set, where it was raining heavily inside. He wore shabby clothes, standing silently alone in the rain. In that instant, he vaguely remembered the quiet, sad look of the kitten. Jinho lowered his head, his expression sorrowful and resigned. So lonely. After finishing work at the studio, Jinho went to the Good Care Veterinary Medical Center. He carefully held the kitten in his arms while calling his mother, yes, Mom, I am done filming. I am on my way home. Do you want to raise a kitten? Later, at the familiar apartment complex, Jinho's home. As soon as he entered the house, his mother jumped in fright and shouted, oh my God. A rat, it is not that I hate the kitten, but it looks so miserable right now. Drooling from a herpes virus infection, tear-stained face, and a pink hairless belly that looks like uncooked chicken. Jinho frowned, emphasizing, I told you it is a cat, come on, say meow meow. His mother twitched her lips, muttering inwardly as she looked at the little animal, it is a rat. She cautiously asked, is it sick, is it contagious? Jinho smiled and shook his head, replying, it has been fully vaccinated at the hospital. As long as we feed it well and give it medicine, it will recover quickly. His mother hesitated, wanting to refuse, poor thing, it lost its mother, but our house. The cat suddenly jumped out of Jinho's arms. It ran over and rubbed against her legs, acting affectionately. Jinho's mother silently stared at the kitten. After considering it carefully, she sighed and agreed, okay, but on one condition. The next day, a car driving on the main road suddenly pulled over to the side. Jinho slowly got out, carrying a bag of flowers. His mother's reminder from yesterday echoed in his head, exactly 1 week. After that, if it scratches or bites anyone, you will send it somewhere else immediately. Thinking of this, Jinho smiled to himself, remembering, well, I do have a pretty good skill. At a small pet memorial park in the city. On the small dividers, each compartment contained a set of ashes along with a picture of a lost pet. There were dogs and cats, all with happy smiles on their faces. Jinho stood silently for a moment, staring blankly at the small glass cabinets. He approached an empty cabinet, writing a letter of remembrance. Hello, I am writing this because I do not know your name. Mother of Hyan. Placing the urn in the cabinet, Jinho hesitated. Is this okay? They say cats have 9 lives. Saying this, he rummaged for something in his bag. Jinho took out some flowers to decorate the small cabinet. He carefully arranged everything, whispering in his heart, if you still have any lives left, please visit and see how well Hyan is living. And if this is your last life, please leave without any regrets. After finishing the arrangement, he slowly withdrew his hand and smiled. With a sincere promise, I will take good care of Hyan. Goodbye. In some spirit world, the mother cat was watching with great satisfaction. It turned and slowly left peacefully. Jinho, in a subconscious world, looked at the sky. He used his skill, may all animals be happy. The celestial dog star. The name actually has a deep story. There is a star that often rises at dusk, when dogs are waiting for their dinner. Long ago, there was a dog who spent its entire life waiting for that star to appear. But strangely, when the owner brought out food, it did not care about eating. It just snuggled up, wagging its tail affectionately. The owner sighed in confusion and helplessness. What a silly dog, the owner had always thought that. Until the day it grew old and left this world, the dog never stopped looking at the star. Only then did the owner suddenly realize. What it was waiting for when looking at that star was not food at all. But me, the reflection of the owner in those sparkling eyes. The celestial dog star. It is the star that appears at dawn and dusk, when our hearts ache with the memory of a little friend who has passed away. After a busy day outside, Jinho looked forward to returning home. He called out, asking, "Hey Park Jae-jun, is the camera on yet?" Yep. Soon after, Jae-jun drove him home. As soon as he entered the house, Jinho solemnly entered a stage of intense training. Okay Hyan. Sit down. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyan followed his instructions. Lie down. The cat obediently stretched out its legs. Jinho's mother looked at Hyan's cute and lovely appearance and could not help but laugh and suggest, "Can I try?" He nodded, signaling, of course. She reached out and asked, "Hyan, shake hands." The cat understood and gently extended its soft paw into her palm. Jinho's mother was delighted, exclaiming, "Oh my God, so smart." His father eagerly rushed over, full of anticipation. "Me too, Hyan, shake hands." Suddenly, without any extra movement, the cat lunged at his hand. Jinho's father was terrified, holding his injured hand and crying out, "Hyan is always as fierce as a tiger with me." Jinho's mother comforted her husband. Maybe it met a lot of scary men when it was out on the streets. Finally, Jinho had to pull it away, reassuring and reminding, "Hyan, let go. Dad's not a bad person." The cat, as if understanding his words, growled a few times and suddenly changed its attitude, gently licking the wound it had just bitten on Jinho's father's hand. Jae-jun, standing behind, did not miss any moment, filming a video while laughing and speculating, "It really listens to you. Maybe it knows you are its savior." After Jae-jun worked for a long time, Jinho asked curiously, "Finished filming?" Jae-jun nodded with satisfaction. He replied with a smug smile, "Let us put this whole segment in the vlog. Family and animals are cheat codes for increasing views." That day, Jinho's vlog achieved record views. A few days later at the film set, actor Leo, having just finished a scene, turned to look at Jinho with curious eyes. Jinho. How do you train your pets?" Jinho asked blankly. The actor quickly showed a video of his pet, Choco. "Give me your paw." But before Leo could finish speaking, the dog lunged forward madly and greedily, ignoring his shouts, give me your paw, hurry." Jinho heard the sound through the phone and still shuddered, getting goosebumps. That whiny voice is really too much to handle. Leo sighed in despair, "I saw in your vlog that you train cats too." After thinking for a moment, Jinho hesitated, "Actor Leo, I think Choco. I think it sees its status as higher than yours." Leo looked bewildered and asked, "What?" Jinho analyzed, enlightening him, "You are the one who feeds it, but it only looks at the food. Even untrained dogs will act affectionately, but it just lunges at you." Jinho shyly smiled at Leo, warning him, "At this rate, there will definitely be a dog biting human incident. Leo gasped in horror, stammering, "What should I do?" In this case, Jinho had an idea. Use the skill, the celestial dog star. You can win the affection and convey your intentions to animals, but you can't change their nature. For example, you can understand Hyan's mood. "I am happy and you are gentle, so I won't bite Dad anymore." But Leo's poodle is stubborn. "I like you but I do not want to listen to you." In other words, even if Jinho trains it, if the animal does not want to listen, everything will return to square one as soon as Jinho leaves. Jinho had to advise, "Your rank has fallen too drastically. Why do not you find a professional trainer? If you sign up for programs like the Dog Whisperer as a celebrity guest, they will definitely accept you. There are no bad dogs in the world." Leo nodded, remembering, actually I have received invitations from them too." Hearing this, Jinho suddenly remembered, "Speaking of which, I also." Legendary heist. A few days ago, Damien informed him of something, right? "Did you hear the announcement for Season 4, Jinho? You have been invited as a guest." Simply put, Legendary Heist is a mystery game where members play the roles of criminals and suspects to find the killer in a case. This kind of reality show is not harmful at all. Whether you do well or not, it creates your own image. It will help promote the music video and the film a lot. Scene change. Standing in front of a solemn and large building, Jinho stared blankly for a long time, muttering to himself, "It has been a long time since I have been back. I feel a little nervous. Even though I have not done anything wrong. I wonder how Uncle is doing these days." And the place he was standing was the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's office. A few years ago, Jinho's uncle had sincerely said to him, "Jinho, I am very grateful to your father. I want to repay him somehow, but your father said he does not need anything." He patted Jinho on the shoulder, warmly suggesting, "So, this prosecutor uncle will grant you a wish, whatever it is." Jinho bowed his head and smiled, asking, "Really?" His uncle nodded firmly, confirming, "Really?" Jinho suspiciously confirmed, "Do you swear on the honor of a prosecutor?" Wooho laughed, "I swear." Waiting for this, Jinho immediately looked at him with sparkling eyes and asked for a favor, "Then let me see the case files at the prosecutor's office." Seeing Wooho's stiff and petrified expression, Jinho smiled sinisterly, reminding, "Just 1,000 case files. You swore on your honor, remember?" He smiled weakly, squeezing out each word with sadness. "Okay, do not bring any gifts. It violates the Kim Young-ran Act, the anti-corruption law." Can a prosecutor really do this? Back to the present, Wooho smiled friendly as he introduced him to everyone, "My audacious nephew. The staff heard you were coming and wanted to say hello. Say hello to them." Jinho politely bowed his head, introducing himself, "Hello, I am Lee Jinho, the nephew of Chief Prosecutor Seo Wooho of the 3rd Criminal Division." He asked curiously, "What, are you planning to get materials here for your next work? Do you have a script yet?" Jinho nodded, explaining, "I won't have time then, so I want to learn gradually now." He politely asked, "Am I bothering you?" Wooho shook his head and laughed, "You have seen a lot before." Before leaving, Wooho carefully reminded him, "As long as you only look at the closed case files, just do not reveal anything." Jinho bowed his head gratefully, "Thank you, uncle." As soon as he sat down, Jinho immediately used the skill, Descendant of Sherlock. Unlocking Condition 1, read 100 detective novels. Unlocking Condition 2, correctly guess the occupation of 1,000 people. Like, I will guess Siola's occupation, singer. Great, so that counts as one person completed. Unlocking Condition 3. Review 1,000 case files at the prosecutor's office. Jinho yawned repeatedly. Now he could summarize for himself: theft, domestic violence, safety accidents. More than 70% were short cases that were not prosecuted. Remembering the past, Wooho had tears in his eyes, advising him, afraid that he would overwork. "Jinho, take a break. I will only arrange short case files for you." Jinho thought to himself, "That uncle is so considerate." The final unlocking condition was the problem. Prosecutor Park. Hearing the call, a woman looked back blankly. Wooho approached from afar, waving enthusiastically, leaving work. Prosecutor Park politely bowed her head, greeting, "Hello, Chief Prosecutor." Suddenly, she was startled, her eyes meeting the person standing behind Wooho. It was Jinho. In that instant, his eyes were glued to her, carefully observing and analyzing every detail. This person. The body language is very disciplined, and the clothes are neat. Looks normal without makeup, but there will be a completely different image when wearing makeup. Moreover, pimples around the mouth and cheeks, signs of liver and kidney problems, the faint smell of expensive perfume, especially the marks of high heels. There is no way a prosecutor who has to dress as neatly as a judge would wear those shoes to work. They are famous for their huge workload. These are the documents related to a case, piled up like a mountain. The prosecutor desperately wailed, "Just kill me quickly." So the remaining time is from night to dawn. So Jinho could conclude that this person is very outgoing and likes to drink alcohol, enough to put on glamorous makeup and go out at night right after work. Jinho was confused by his ability. Amazing, I can see everything even before receiving the Descendant of Sherlock skill. I even realized this person extremely hates me. Even when looking straight, she deliberately blurs the focus. The tendons in her neck bulge, and her tone changes as soon as she sees him. Prosecutor Park gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, "What are you looking at, you bastard?" Suddenly, Wooho asked her, "Prosecutor Park, do you have any plans tonight?" She replied silently, "No, I do not." Hearing this, he happily pointed to Jinho behind him and invited, "Oh, that is great, then have dinner with us. My nephew said he is treating to Japanese food. You helped him sort out those case files, so go eat something really expensive." Jinho blankly realized, wait, those files are for the third unlocking condition. They were sorted out extremely neatly. So it was not uncle but this person who did it. She must have been shocked at the time. What, 1,000 me? Jinho felt guilty and apologetic. That is why she was looking at me with that look. Now looking at the murderous look of Prosecutor Park, "It is you." Jinho felt a chill down his spine. "Oh no, I just realized the truth." She was coldly about to refuse. "Come to think of it, I do not have time." Jinho quickly interrupted, expressing his sincerity, "No, I really want to treat you. If you do not like soju or sake, wine is also great." Hearing him emphasize each type of alcohol, Prosecutor Park also paused. Seeing her hesitation, Jinho sighed, "Ah, she is wavering. She definitely likes wine." Jinho immediately waved his arms and suggested, "There are many types of wine that go extremely well with Japanese food. I will treat you to the best kind." Observing the greedy look on Prosecutor Park's face, Jinho happily made up his mind, "Great, I won't let her refuse." But unexpectedly, in the next second, his budding joy was doused with cold water. Prosecutor Park still insisted on refusing. "No, I think I should not join." Wooho regretted. "Really, that is too bad." Jinho was startled and stunned. She politely bowed, then, "I will take my leave." Jinho stared blankly at her decisive departure. Wooho waved goodbye. "Be careful, Prosecutor Park." Saying this, he put his arm around Jinho's shoulder and pulled him away. "Let us go too." Jinho sighed, raising his eyebrows. "So you can't always use reasoning to solve everything. I was wondering why you kept insisting on treating me to expensive food. So it was to grease the wheels to get in here." Wooho, Prosecutor Park, and Jinho were standing in front of a sealed building. "Exposed," Jinho awkwardly pleaded. "I really just wanted to look around." He could only sigh helplessly and agree, not forgetting to warn him carefully, "Even though the criminal has been caught, this is still a crime scene. If your traces appear during the additional investigation, you will go to jail, understood?" Jinho obediently nodded, promising, "Don't worry, uncle." While the two were arguing, Prosecutor Park next to them was absent-mindedly remembering yesterday's wine. It was very good. The large door was opened. The three went to the room, which was also the main crime scene. Inside, there were still scattered footprints and shoe prints. Jinho immediately entered a state of peak reasoning. Descendant of Sherlock. Final unlocking condition. Suddenly, he was startled, his eyes widening. Jinho heard the notification in his head, "Investigate the actual crime scene." At the same time, the vague figure of the culprit appeared before him. "I can see it now. Reading detective novels is for learning, and guessing occupations is for practicing observation. Reviewing case files, the purpose is to apply them to real-world situations. And a real-world survey to practice." Jinho understood, so that is why the unlocking order is like that. He suspiciously turned to look at the faint blue silhouette. "Only I can see this, right?" He stared intently, observing something. Then suddenly, he spoke up, calling out, "Prosecutor Park." Jinho quickly tied a plastic bag to his foot, asking suspiciously, "Didn't you say the culprit was a first-time offender?" She nodded, explaining, "That is right. Based on the chaotic footprints, I have determined that it is highly likely that it is a newbie. The suspect who was arrested has no prior record of similar crimes but caused various other troubles. Before being handcuffed, he kept struggling and shouting, "It was not me." In particular, his relationship with the landlord is terrible. She would get furious just because car headlights were on in front of her house. Jinho frowned, questioning, "Don't you find it strange? If it was a first-time offender, he would definitely be very anxious and have no time to rest." He pointed to the clear traces left on the sofa, wondering, would such a person sit and rest on the sofa? Prosecutor Park hesitantly speculated, there are traces of sitting, but could it not be the landlord's? He shook his head, denying, these traces are quite new. Moreover, the landlord is an old woman. Korean elders are more accustomed to the culture of sitting on the floor than sitting on chairs. Therefore, this sofa is mostly just for interior decoration. She listened as if waking up, stroking her chin, pondering, that is true. Apart from those marks, there are almost no other signs of use. Jinho continued, that is not all. Look at the route of movement. The footprints seem to be stomped randomly, but someone who does not know the layout of the house went straight to the master bedroom, where the closet and dressing table are, without hesitation. Then, he went around the living room to look for jewelry. Prosecutor Park asked, don't most people think jewelry will be in the master bedroom? Jinho seriously looked at her, emphasizing, Prosecutor Park, you said no one noticed there was a burglary even when someone passed by the house at night, right? Because not even a small light appeared in the house. If you were a first-time thief, how would you act? She hesitated, imagining if it were me. First, I would confirm that there is no one around, then pick the lock and sneak in. There is no one here. I can enter the living room like this. And because it is too dark, I would use my phone's flashlight. Saying this, she paused, realizing a loophole, but turning on the light makes it easy to be exposed. There is no other way. I have to use my hands to feel the wall to walk. And just as she put her hand on the wall to grope, she was stunned to realize. The footprints do not overlap. Jinho smiled in agreement, that is right. He keenly exposed the culprit's trick. The culprit never walked while touching the wall, like someone extremely familiar with the darkness. And being sensitive to car headlights or tunnel lights in the middle of the night is one of the symptoms of night blindness. We need to check again, but can such a person steal things in the house without a flashlight? Prosecutor Park was startled, understanding, that means. Jinho nodded decisively, yes. This case needs to be re-investigated. At the same time, Jinho received the skill, descendant of Sherlock. The clues that point directly to the culprit are always hidden. A few days later, Wooho excitedly called to inform him, you did a great job, Jinho. Just as you said, the real culprit is a professional thief. From big to small thefts, it is all his doing. Jinho happily asked, that is great, so the accused owner has been released, right? Wooho frowned, shaking his head, no, he was also arrested. The reason he was considered a suspect from the beginning was because stolen goods were found in his house. It turns out he sneaked in during the day, not at night. Jinho was speechless, asking, a daytime thief. He laughed gratefully, anyway, both the police and the prosecutor's office were almost embarrassed, so I am really grateful to you. I want to do something for you, but it will be troublesome if I reveal that I brought a civilian to the crime scene. Jinho politely reassured, it is okay. Thanks to you for taking me there and Prosecutor Park for listening to me. He enthusiastically made up his mind, no, I will talk to my superiors first. He hung up, and Jinho tried to stop him, but it was too late, you do not have to do that. Jinho took a sip of water, putting the glass back on the table. He suspiciously wondered, superiors, could it be Uncle's boss? He smiled happily, imagining, I am about to fly to the 9th cloud. Maybe they will give a secret reward. It is possible, some people even receive anonymous bonuses, for catching a thief, probably about 50,000 won, right? Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting his train of thought. It was the manager calling. Jinho suspiciously looked at the phone, confused, today's my day off. He quickly answered the phone, hello. As soon as Director Damien heard his voice, he happily announced, Jinho, the prosecutor's office just contacted us. Jinho gasped in panic, asking what is wrong, did I evade taxes? He eagerly conveyed, the prosecutor's office wants to appoint Jinho as the public relations ambassador for crime prevention. Jinho, who was happily drinking water, sprayed the water in his mouth upon hearing the bad news. He looked at the people in front of him cheering more happily than Jinho, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch upwards. I do not know what you did to get appointed. But you did a great job. Oh, did you know about this? So you agreed to participate in the criminal crime show? Jinho could not hear Damien's words anymore. His hand holding the phone trembled. In his heart, he cried out, "Uncle. How high up did you talk to your superiors?" Damien was confused, not seeing him answer, calling out, "Jinho." Scene changes to a fascinating script. Chairman Choi, the richest man in Korea, organizing a luxurious yacht party to celebrate the engagement of his granddaughter Choi and future grandson-in-law Kim. It is time for speeches, but Chairman Choi does not appear for some reason. Feeling uneasy, Mrs. Park, along with Secretary Jang, went to the chairman's cabin, but the door was locked from the inside. They went to find the key. When they broke down the door and rushed in, they discovered that Chairman Choi had died. Criminal crime. The question is, what did you do during the estimated time of the incident? The first person, Mrs. Park, played by Park Ji-yeon. I was in the cabin choosing a dress to wear to the party. No one was there to witness for me. Question, why did you go call the chairman? Why did not you send Secretary Jang, Mrs. Park waved her hand arrogantly, not caring much. Anyway, he is almost 6 feet under, and he also has a heart condition. I just went to check if he was dead. The second person, Assistant Jang, testified, I was resting in my room, then went to the banquet hall to supervise the preparations for the reception. The granddaughter, played by Seola, I chose a dress and then went to the banquet hall at 7 o'clock. Grandson-in-law Kim, played by Kim Jae-hoon, recounted, I was in my cabin and went to the banquet hall around 7 o'clock. Question, you and Miss Choi are engaged, so why are you in separate rooms? He replied calmly, we are still in the engagement stage, so we intentionally used different cabins. Captain Kim, played by Kim Dong-min, testified, it was still earlier than the time of the murder, but until 5:30 p.m., I was still painting on the deck. I graduated from an art school. Grandson-in-law Kim and granddaughter Choi can confirm this. He added, oh, and then I also saw grandson-in-law Kim resting in his cabin. Jinho silently observed and analyzed the suspect's statements, so, grandson-in-law Kim's alibi has been established. If the sailor is the culprit, he would not have to confirm someone else's alibi. So can the sailor Kim be removed from the suspect list? As he was thinking, Seola came from somewhere, whispering, this is a secret, but I think the sailor Kim is the culprit. He twitched his lips, reminding, if you say it, it is not a secret anymore, right? She hesitated, expressing, that is why I only told the detective. I even have evidence. Jinho looked at her shy and embarrassed appearance, and he could not help but laugh inwardly. She is so cute when she is engrossed in it. Suddenly, Jinho noticed something that fell right next to Chairman Choi. He squinted, it is breadcrumbs. Jinho's brain immediately raced, rearranging all the clues. The only person who brought bread was the sailor Kim, because in painting, breadcrumbs are used instead of erasers. Moreover, it does not make sense for the family and secretary, who knew the chairman's health condition well, to kill him. Mrs. Park nonchalantly stated, anyway, he was about to die. And the most puzzling thing right now is, so why did he go to confirm the grandson-in-law Kim's alibi? To gain trust. His eyes flashed thoughtfully, imagining, if I run a simulation assuming the sailor Kim is the culprit. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Jinho. What? I was right, was not I? Seola was so proud that she was about to turn her nose up to the sky. Jinho laughed, praising, yes, your reasoning is excellent. But we are not sure yet. Let me go investigate somewhere else. Through the surveillance screen, the director said, evaluating, Lee Jinho is having difficulty. He laughed happily and excitedly. Of course, not even Sherlock Holmes himself could solve this case. On this side, Seola was silently and thoughtfully holding the business card in her hand. On top of the card it says, you are the culprit. If the detective identifies you as the culprit, you will lose. The director on this side was happily spewing a torrent. If there is a detective who is always right, then there is nothing more dramatic than making those deductions wrong for once. We have invited such a great guest, we have to squeeze him dry. Later, in a private meeting room, the suspects in the Mr. Park case were all present. Jae-hoon, who is also the grandson-in-law Kim, strongly protested, based on that evidence, I cannot accept Mrs. Park's alibi. She angrily shouted back, then I can't accept that you are my granddaughter's fiancé either. Jae-hoon coldly warned, talk about it in jail. The manager suddenly nodded. Changing direction, that makes sense. They even filmed a music video together. Shouldn't the detective play the fiancé, like a couple? As soon as these words were said, both Jinho and Seola were startled, their faces flushed. Seola was flustered and shy, asking for help. What are people saying on TV, Mr. Jae-hoon, say something. She suddenly stammered out an incomprehensible sentence. Ah yes, and I still. Far behind when compared to Jinho. He was stunned, his head full of question marks. Far behind, what do you mean? Mrs. Park was annoyed, speaking irritably. Stop chatting and let me summarize, about these breadcrumbs. She slammed her hand on the table, concluding, therefore. Grandson-in-law Kim is the son of Chairman Kim, who committed suicide because of Chairman Choi. She shouted accusingly, isn't this murder for personal revenge? Jae-hoon frowned, what? He did not give an either, taking out a watch and questioning, then what about the gold watch found in Mrs. Park's purse? How do you explain that? She panicked, pointing at him, oh my god, you searched my purse. Jae-hoon smiled coldly, exposing, that is exactly the same model as my father's heirloom watch, Mrs. Park stammered, that thing. She did not answer but directly evaded to another matter. Speaking of suspicion, Secretary Jang is also very suspicious. Who would frame a military photo and take it to work, moreover, the senior in the photo looks very similar to Chairman Kim. Jae-hoon was led on, turning to look at the secretary with suspicion. Yeah, that is possible. Why is that thing there? Secretary Kim shouted, throwing down a box of documents, accusing, I also have something I want everyone to see. This is a pile of thank you letters written to Chairman Kim in Sailor Kim's room. Sailor Kim was pointed out, and he stammered, explaining, that is because he sponsored me to go to college. He also took out a bag full of knives from somewhere and testified, a knife is missing from the knife set in granddaughter Choi's cabin. Seola blankly replied, that is because my hobby is cooking. As for the knife, I do not know. Jinho was helpless, sitting with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, witnessing the people scolding each other until the chickens flew and the dogs barked. Jinho used all his strength, suddenly shouting loudly, the knife. Causing everyone to fall silent for a moment, turning their heads to look at him in unison. But after no more than 3 seconds, they turned to argue again. Jinho sighed, bowing his head helplessly. His eyes secretly flashed once. Jinho silently pondered and judged. They seem to be framing each other, but in reality, they are diluting the importance of the main clues with unreasonable inferences. He moved his eyes, secretly looking at the cameraman behind. Jinho vaguely felt as if everyone was lying. He confusedly looked back at the card in his hand, but clearly, only the culprit is allowed to lie. Suddenly, Jinho was startled. A thought flashed through his head, could it be these people? After a long time, at the appointed time, the director announced through the intercom, now, let us check the results of the culprit vote. Kim Dong-min 1 vote, Park Ji-yeon 1 vote, Jang Young-min 1 vote. Kim Jae-hoon 1 vote, Lee Seola 1 vote. Detective Lee Jinho abstained. As soon as the words were said, everyone exclaimed in surprise, shouting in unison, what? Jae-hoon sneered sarcastically, even the famous detective Lee Jinho can't solve this case. Seola suddenly felt nervous, her heart pounding.
Hino coldly retorted, no.
He smiled faintly, putting his hand to his mouth to signal for order and reminded, I have seen through it perfectly. Assistant Jang confusedly questioned, then why have not you said a word since earlier? He twitched his lips, exposing, because I can't say it. The closer I get to the truth, the more everyone interferes. Struck where it hurts, those present were stunned. The entire space was as silent as paper. And following the wrong inferences that I inadvertently released to try. Jinho pointed his finger, concluding seriously, the culprit is everyone. Later, during break time, at the waiting room. Seola, with a stunned expression, asked in amazement, how did you know so well? That everyone is an accomplice. Even the production team. Jinho propped his chin, thinking, arranging his words to explain in an easy-to-understand way, well it is like this. When I assumed the culprit was one person, the movements of the remaining people looked like graphic glitches. She frowned confusedly, graphic glitches. Jinho was startled, laughing awkwardly. Realizing that he had misspoke, he quickly covered up, something like that. It is like the detective is fighting with the air. But more importantly, isn't this too much? How can everyone collude to trick me? Seola playfully stuck out her tongue, soothing, the production team made us do it. We had no choice. She put on a rabbit-like look, looking at him with sparkling eyes, coaxing, how dare a small artist like me go against the director's wishes? Jinho twitched his lips, small artist. You are already an A-list star. Saying this, the smile on Seola's face suddenly disappeared. Seola's voice was as cold as ice, not hiding her hostility, that is right. I have already climbed to this position, but why does not the distance between me and Jinho shrink even a little bit? Jinho was flustered, sweating profusely. This was the first time he had seen this expression on her face. A cold face with dark, soulless eyes. Seola blinked, instantly restoring the sweet smile on her face in just a few short seconds. She fiercely lightly punched his shoulder, teasing, I am dying of jealousy seeing you succeed, just you wait, I will catch up to you. On the surface, she still had to maintain a fake smile, but deep down, Seola was spinning, constantly doubting herself. Why, even though I always work harder than anyone else. Even though I accept doing things I hate. Even though I keep climbing and climbing. Why can't I ever touch even your toes? I wanted to become a woman worthy of you, a person that the world would say, because that is Lee Seola's level. Instead of at Seola's level, the word she accidentally heard at that time became a thorn in her heart. Do you think it makes sense for the muse of the Hone team to fall for someone at Lee Seola's level? I should appear in this show because it is a program that Jinho also participated in. If it is an advertisement that can enhance my value, I will do it even if I have to squeeze out the little time I have left. She helplessly wondered, in the end, why did I become an artist in the first place? Scene change, back to Jinho's family apartment. Hyun was leisurely sunbathing by the window. Suddenly, a scent wafted by. As soon as it smelled this scent, all the fur on Hyun's body stood up. It screamed in horror several times. Jinho's mother impatiently opened the kitchen door, shouting, Lee Jinho. How many more times are you going to do this? She refused, emphasizing each word. I told you not to cook those strange-smelling things in the house. What if Hyun's asthma flares up again? Jinho smiled awkwardly, quickly explaining, Mom, I am just making soy sauce. Jinho smiled, slowly walking to Hyun, gently coaxing, Hyun, can I cook a little? In his head, he secretly activated the skill, skill, Celestial Dog Star. But just as he approached, that terrible smell immediately rushed into the kitten's nose. It screamed in terror as if it were being slaughtered, causing his mother to angrily scold him. She unhesitatingly chased him out. This son of mine, get out now. Later, at another luxurious apartment. Leo sulkily looked at Jinho playing with his poodle, reminding him, I did give you the house password but. Do not you think you are coming here a little too often? Jinho pitifully replied, I keep getting kicked out of my house, so I have no other choice. Leo put his hands in his pockets, curiously asking why. He sighed, explaining helplessly, the pecking order in the house changed. Before, my parents were number one, then Jinho. But now my position has fallen to the bottom of the house. Leo nodded in sympathy, comforting, oh my God, poor thing. Jinho looked at him with sparkling eyes, asking, so, can I make soy sauce here? Leo laughed. What is the point of making it here? Saying that, the two looked at each other and could not help but burst out laughing. He curiously asked, what about the company? Jinho shook his head, I do not have a schedule today. Leo cheerfully pointed outside, inviting, really, then let us go out, you have not eaten anything yet, right? Jinho nodded, then hesitated, sounds good but. Didn't you receive a phone call saying you had a schedule earlier? Aren't you busy? Remembering earlier, he had just poked his head out and saw Leo frowning. Talking to the person on the other end of the phone, no, I am not doing it, why would I go to that boring place? Hearing Jinho say that, the expression on his face suddenly stiffened, not answering. Jinho was startled, a bad premonition arose, warning wait, this expression could it be? Leo decisively smiled, proposing to invite him, want to go do the schedule with me, it is not that difficult. Jinho helplessly sighed inwardly, just as expected. Jinho rubbed his temples, reminding Mr. Leo, my hourly wage is a bit high. Working on a day off is also a bit. Before he could finish speaking, Leo quickly interrupted. There is a Chinese restaurant that you absolutely have to visit. The sweet and sour pork there is the best. Jinho twitched his lips, finally agreeing, see, we are speaking the same language now, let us go. Scene change, at JH Entertainment. Inside the recording studio, as soon as he saw the guitar, Jinho exclaimed in surprise, this is a Gibson ES335. Leo nodded, introducing, it is the CEO's. He left it here for you to try. It is not time for the audio test yet, so feel free to play it. Jinho excitedly asked, really? Having just been given permission, Jinho was immediately delighted, picking up the guitar and trying to play a song. A soft, melodious melody gradually appeared under his hands. Outside the recording studio, Leo and the director were observing, listening to each beat. He was young Jin Hyuk, the CEO of JH Entertainment. Jin Hyuk could not help but praise, "Crazy, it is really too crazy. If I close my eyes, I will believe that Taewon is playing." Leo asked in amazement, "Is it that good, Hyung?" He nodded, confirming, "You are listening too, you know it yourself." If I had known he was such a precious gem, I would have signed a contract no matter what. As he spoke, he revealed a look of regret. After the recording was finished, Jinho walked out, politely shaking hands, thanking Jin Hyuk. "I had a lot of fun playing. Thank you, CEO, for letting me use it. It really is a great guitar." In his heart, Jinho was secretly marveling, "Wow, he is really the CEO of JH." He suddenly curiously asked, "When you were performing earlier, you suddenly changed the tempo. Was that intentional?" Jinho blankly nodded, replying, "Ah yes. Because CEO was singing at that time," he asked in confusion. "Me?" He smiled, explaining, "Yes. I guess CEO accidentally pressed some button, so my earphones were connected to the control room's mic. Right then, I heard CEO humming. So I changed the tempo on the spot, so that CEO could sing more easily and cheerfully, like the feeling of going camping." Leo was sweating, marveling inwardly, so perceptive. Jin Hyuk trembled a few times, then suddenly burst out laughing, startling everyone. After laughing kakak until tears came out, he regained his composure and proposed, "Jinho, let us record a song together." Jinho was stunned and bewildered. What? Not giving him a chance to refuse, Jin Hyuk quickly turned back and instructed, "Leo, try writing a band-style song." He raised his eyebrows, about to refuse. "You know I can't write music." Jin Hyuk pouted, muttering, "This mediocre thing." Leo retorted irritably, "Then why do not you write it yourself, CEO?" After calming down, Jinho slowly spoke, Wait a moment." He was like a bewildered golden deer, his head full of question marks. "Record me?" Jin Hyuk nodded firmly, "That is right. For the year-end awards ceremony this year, Leo will be the lead singer, and Jinho will be on lead guitar." Leo shook his head, adamantly denying, "I told you I can't do it." He frowned, confused. "Why not?" he directly replied. "First, I have said for a long time that I am not confident in rock. Second." Saying that, he took out 2 sheets of paper. Then suddenly wiped them on Jinho's face. Rubbing and caressing in various ways, Leo emphasized each word with a desperate expression. "Look, he looks this good even without wearing foundation. Do you want to see me turn into a squid when I stand next to him?" Jinho rolled his eyes, teasing, "Oh, are you afraid that this parachute will steal the spotlight now?" Leo wailed in pain, "I told you I apologized for that." Jin Hyuk thought for a while and finally compromised. He spoke, evaluating and suggesting, "The actor's appearance really is a different level. Then at least give me his contact information." Jinho politely nodded, replying, "Yes." A few months later, that film also reached its broadcast schedule, A Gumiho's Tale. Next time, it won't end like this. Damien was eating an orange with Jinho, praising, "It is a resounding success." He wondered that much. He nodded, reminding, "Not only the viewership ratings, but the filming locations are also attracting tourists from home and abroad. It is a complete success. We can expect a few awards at the year-end awards ceremony." Jinho nodded, "I hope so too." Suddenly someone opened the door and called, "Director Damien." "Here I am." He looked at his watch, exclaiming, "Oh, it is time, let us get up." Jinho frowned, sadly looking at him. "What, didn't you say you did not have any schedule today?" "I do not want to work." He quickly got up, his tone so serious that it did not allow refusal. "That was the original plan. But do not you have a guest who does not need to make an appointment, Jinho?" As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar face appeared radiantly from outside the door. Jinho happily jumped up. "Tim, why did you go to the trouble of coming all the way here?" He put his arm around Jinho's shoulder, laughing gleefully. "Of course, I came to tailor a suit for my muse's award ceremony. I watched the film you starred in. If they do not give Jin an award, all the judges are blind." Jinho hesitantly hypothesized, "But what if I really do not get an award?" Tim Jones winked, shaking his finger. "That does not matter. What matters is that I have a reason to make clothes for Jin." Hearing these warm words of concern, he was moved to tears. Saying that, he again rattled off the questions in his heart, "And I am really more grateful. How the hell have you maintained your figure without changing even 1 millimeter since the fashion show?" Hearing this, all of Jinho's surging emotions vanished. He emotionally clasped his hands. "How much effort must you have made from your marrow to your bones?" Jinho twitched his lips, thinking, The only bone I cut was the braised pork knuckle. Jackpot, he smiled friendly, hinting, actually, I am always ready to wear Tim Jones' clothes, he suddenly exclaimed, good heavens. Jones excitedly waved his hand, making a big splash. Contact all the actors in the film immediately. I will design all the award ceremony outfits for them. Jinho was stunned. Thinking he had misheard, what? And all the cast of Legendary Heist and Money into the Deep too. He was sweating, listening to him rambling on. At least 50 people know that is a bit too much. He was about to refuse when a dark voice interrupted, Jinho. Tim Jones reminded helplessly and desperately, if you would wear my clothes even once when appearing on television, would I have to go this far? He stammered, explaining, no, I just want to save them for special occasions. He turned pale, questioning, what are you saving clothes for? Are you going to use them to scrub the toilet? Do you know how I feel when I watch television? I keep thinking you should have worn my clothes in that scene. There it is again. If you understand, pick up the phone and call them right away. Looking at Jones' expression as if he wanted to eat him alive, Jinho did not dare to look up, only obediently agreeing yes. Time passed very quickly, the year-end awards ceremony. In front of the plaza, reporters and fans were packed tightly. They are here. Watching each and every member of the guest lineup get out, everyone could not help but exclaim, it is all Tim Jones' collection. Everyone was buzzing, asking each other, did the world's top designer personally tailor all the outfits for them? How much is this clothing worth? This is a scene that you might not even see if you poured hundreds of millions of won into it. It is no different from a special fashion show just for Tim Jones. Look, even foreign reporters have come all the way here. While everyone was focusing on the people walking on the red carpet, a luxurious chauffeur van stopped behind. Jinho sat in the car, looking out. He could feel the flashes of light shining on his face even with his eyes closed. Ciola outside was smiling radiantly, walking under the camera lenses. Leo smiled, making a heart with his hands for the fans. Damien sat inside, observing everything. Tonight's solemn awards ceremony was broadcast live on public stations everywhere. Even Aunt Myaung, who was on a business trip, saw it. His military friend. His cute cousin. Little Cat Hyen was dozing off. And Jinho's parents were nervously holding hands, waiting for the moment their son appeared. Immediately following was a loud shout, Jinho, startling him and causing him to open his eyes wide. The driver smiled, reminding, what are you spacing out for? It is your turn. He nodded in reply, yes, young. The fans all paused for a moment after the name rang out. Then they raised their nameplates in unison, shouting loudly. At this moment, all the lights, all the eyes were focused on him, Jinho Appa. Be sure to win the award. Along with the loving messages from the fans, he slowly got out. Jinho took a deep breath. Then slowly took each generous step. He kept his back straight, walking on the red carpet, along with the cheers around him. Jinho, please look this way for a moment. In that instant, Jinho vaguely remembered himself as a fat kid in the past. He had experienced so many memories and emotions with those around him, flourishing like he is today. He had persistently walked, stepping through everything. So that when he startled and realized, he had vaguely stepped to the door of bright success a long time ago. He was walking, suddenly stopping in front of a small fan. The girl held a sign in front of him, on which was written, I watched Appa's lecture and passed the university entrance exam. He gently stroked the girl's head. Then gave a gentle smile, praising, well done. The girl gaped, unable to close her mouth, stunned, not daring to believe she had just had her head stroked by him. Jinho turned around. Before going inside, he did not forget to remind, oh right. On the day of the entrance ceremony, do not forget to wear a dress.